Leave It On with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And the crowd has gone double bunkers. Snap back to Prescott. He's got a lot of time. Deep down the right side. Oh, it's caught at the 45, 40, Pollard, 20, 10, Pollard. Uncle. 68 to Tony Pollard on 3rd and 15. Good night, Nurse.
Uncle. Good night, Nurse. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. The Cowboys with the performance and win of the season, the biggest road victory in the history of America's team. 40-3, and what a way, what a week to start off with the brand new addition to the show.
Who's not here?
What? Where's Bobby Bell?
That's not even. I mean, how is that the bigger story than that hat? With the way you're trying to get those headphones, he can't even get the headphones on. You're gonna have to go with like do you have like those stethoscope headphones? They make those.
Oh no, I don't.
Yeah, they make those. I got some earbuds if you want them. You can use.
I think under the chin works too. If you just flip it.
Yeah, you love it under the chin.
I'm wearing my Stephen A. Smith Cowboys hat.
There you go.
I do not have my cigar. I can't do it. I can't do the show like that. Well, maybe I could. It makes you feel like I'm wearing a little bit of a helmet. But we're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. This is Peyton's Cowboy hat. I don't know. I'm hoping Bobby, if and when he arrives, how are you going to be late on your very first day? You get hired full-time from Insider to the morning show in the number 5 market in the country, and you don't show up. And the reason that he's supposed to be here, he didn't end up going to Minnesota. He did not make the road trip because his house got infected with the flu.
Yeah, so did mine.
Did it?
Oh, yeah, both boys.
So he didn't go. So yesterday on the text chain, we're like, okay, see you at 5:30.
Yeah.
You're not going out to any practice yesterday. You sat your ass at home doing nothing, just like us, watching on TV, listening on the radio. And you're not here. I didn't even eat breakfast this morning because I thought I was going to be walking into some breakfast sandwiches for the debut.
If you're going to be late, you got to bring breakfast for everybody.
Good Lord.
You're just going to have to do that. So I don't know where he is.
Oh. Could he have slept in? Is this the 6 o'clock start?
He might have the flu, and we don't want him here, as the fan text is bringing up.
Yeah.
And that's true. Now, they're also saying he told you 6 a.m. He was not playing. Bobby was not playing. He told us 6 a.m. I guess.
He tweeted out and everything.
I guess he could just make his own hours.
I guess so.
But if he's got the flu anyway, we'll stick him in that studio.
Largest road win in Cowboys history with an absolute dominant, amazing, near perfect performance.
Man, everything about this game was pretty darn perfect. I'm trying to think. Maybe
Yeah, how many star downs does everyone have on the truckwreck.com text line?
I think the only star down I could think of is...
Oh, I got one.
You got one?
I want to see what yours is.
All right, I would think my star down is the series of offensive plays following the first fumble of the game.
Like where Schultz with the one-hand attempt?
Yeah, like you are on the road at a team that is 8-1, and you get a fumble on like for the second or third play of the game, whatever, and you take one shot into the end zone. Like I was like, come on, that is chicken-esque football right there. Like that's the only problem. That was the only star down I possibly have. The rest of them, I mean,
what's the story? If there has to be a number one storyline, is it the battering of Kirk Cousins, the assault?
Man, everyone's pointing to Diggs and knocking down Jefferson, shutting him down, or none of the man. It was not a. We could have covered those receivers yesterday. They had absolutely no time to throw.
That was a beating.
That pass rush was electric.
7 sacks and 13 registered quarterback hits.
Everything that he did was off platform. because he could not step up in the pocket. That game yesterday. Now look, the DBs played really good, but like that was about the pass rush yesterday. That was tremendous.
Micah Parsons getting healthy with 2 sacks.
Yep.
Feels like he had more. Dorrance Armstrong had 2. Fowler had 1. DeMarcus Lawrence had 1. And then Brad Sham was really focusing in the postgame show on the offensive line. Tony freaking Pollard with the explosion on the ground and through the air. They ran it for 151 yards. Dak was even showing off the legs a little bit. Pollard through the air led them 6 for 109 and 2 touchdowns. And y'all, this is what I told you last week. I told you not to freak out. I told you not to panic. We told you this was the National Football League. If your worst loss is blowing a 14-point lead on the road against Aaron Rodgers at Lambeau Field, the world's not ending. We told you that Minnesota was a fraud, and we told you the New York Giants were a fraud as well. The only thing preventing it from being an absolute perfect Sunday was the Eagles sneaking out that win against Indianapolis. But, man, Minnesota, all the numbers said that you brought up last week that they were a fraudulent 8-1. Romo kept talking about the point differential during the course of the game, and they got questions this morning in Minneapolis and everyone that covers this league when it comes to how real they are.
No, they do. And we had talked about some of those, like they were one of the worst 8-1 teams in league history. They recovered fumbles at a 67% clip, which is unsustainable, so they've been a little bit lucky. Their win against Buffalo the week before, they had a 1.4% chance to win that game based on how the gameplay went. Like if they were to run that game back 100 times, they lose 98.6 of them. This is a bad football. They're not a bad team, but they're not a good team. They're not a great football team. They're not a contender. Minnesota is not a contender, and they haven't been a contender all season. There's a reason that smart people like you and I didn't put them in our top 5, and then Peyton did. Okay, there's a reason for that. I'm sorry, I had to bring it up.
Yeah. Victim to the standings. That's all Peyton
That's all, it is. You basically looked at the stands and said, okay, this is my guy.
I was going to say we're going to have Bobby now replace Peyton with the power rankings, but, you got to show up and actually talk into a microphone in order to have a say in the power rankings, and Diva Belt is all of a sudden late on show number 1. Truckwreck.com text line is wide open at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. I hope Bobby does bring a different hat. I don't know if I like this hat. I don't feel very cool.
You know if you like it?
I don't feel very cool with it. Peyton, whose hat is this?
This is Grandpa Russell's.
Oh, Grandpa Russell.
Yeah, come on, don't disrespect Grandpa Russell.
How old is Grandpa Russell?
Ooh, 79.
Your grandpa's
79. My dad's 86.
Yeah, my dad's like 76.
Well, I'm also
God
26.
dang, man.
So, well.
That's right. I thought Bobby had like a nice, sleek white one. I think that he was showing off. Is there at least a brand name to this? Is this
Stetson.
Stetson. Okay.
Oh, wow, that's a good one.
This is a nice little Stetson hat. Did you have a cowboy hat at home?
I do not. I've got boots. I do not have a hat. Sarah's trying to get me to get a hat, and I'll get one. You know how much those things are, man?
Yeah. Cowboy stuff is expensive. Those Lucchese boots they gave us?
Yeah, they're like $300 for these hats. I'm like, all right, we'll go get one, but I got to find the right one. You got to find the right one. How do you want the crease? What do you want it to be like? I got to find the right one.
Well, this ain't it. Mike McCarthy on how his football team responded after the loss at Lambeau.
Well, I just think like anything, you have a chance Monday to correct it. And, I think the reduced work and just really focusing on the little things. We had a good week. I think it's always rewarding as a football team when your process lines up with your performance. So it's just, look, we wanted to come in here and play a complete game. We did. Obviously we had a lot of respect for these guys. They've been extremely productive on film, and we knew we needed to play at a high level today, and we did.
The Vikings have not won at home against the Cowboys since 2010. Every year, this is like an automatic win on the road going into Minnesota.
Crazy. It's insane that is a thing, but it is. Like, this Minnesota team can't beat the Cowboys at home. Doesn't matter if it's Cooper Rush or Dak Prescott. They can't seem to win.
This game got so boring for Tony Romo and Jim Nance. Nationally, they switched our game out in the third quarter. Do you know how bad it has to be for the Dallas Cowboys to get turned off nationally for the Steelers and the Bengals in the third quarter? Kirk Cousins was gone with 10 minutes left in the fourth. He had the highest active streak in the NFL, 39 straight games with a touchdown pass. That's over. Cooper Rush was in with 8 minutes left, and Dak Prescott ending up 22 of 25 for 276 and 2. It's a perfect Monday. It's an absolutely perfect start to your week. You got Thanksgiving. We got a short work week as well. And Peyton has let me know we have a Cowboy ticket giveaway. This is for Thursday. This is to send the Tolos to the Thanksgiving Day game against the Giants. Find out how you can win those. And let's get the seller. Where are all the chains?
Yeah.
Where's all the chains at? Kirk? Where you at, Patrick Peterson? Where's all the shirtless photos? Was it the Cowboys showing those off on the flight back home? Let's go inside the locker room for the celebration on your home for America's team, and maybe our brand new edition of the show will show up whenever the hell he feels like it, whenever he wants to, with Bobby Belt on Sean and RJ. 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next.
to end the half. Operations clean. Kicks away from 60. Thank you very much. Can we count that one?
What was that? Brad Sham, the voice of America's team, will join us at 8:40 this morning. Pro Bowl for Brett Maher? I don't know how all the kickers are doing throughout the NFL. You'll have to update me on your fantasy teams, but I picked him up. And my fantasy team with Zeke and Pollard in the lineup, absolutely balling out yesterday. I think Todd Archer tweeted this from ESPN, and a lot of totals. We got a lot of requests here on Sean and RJ to talk about Maher today and give him his props and give him his credit. Brett Maher was responsible for about, I think it was 22 fantasy points in addition to what Tony Pollard and Zeke Elliott did for me. No, 27. Matched the most by any kicker in a single game over the last 10 seasons in fantasy, and he made the 60-yarder twice in addition to other bombs that he kicked. Maybe the most surprising thing from training camp. If you told me we had a perfect kicker this year, I don't know if there could have been anything else more. Even Tyler Smith going in for Tyre and not being a disaster would have been less surprising than Brett Maher doing his thing.
Man, he's really been fantastic. There's really no other way to talk about it. I have forgotten even who the other guys were at camp. I've forgotten at this point. He has made me and all of us, I think, forget. And he's been fantastic. And there are guys ahead of him in the percentages. You know, Mike Badgley has got just 10 kicks, but he's perfect. So it's not like he's flawless.
Yeah.
But he's at 91%.
Were you confused with what was taking place with the delayed replay review for the CeeDee Lamb catch on the sideline?
Man, it was wild. I was like, long story, I was on the phone with Walgreens trying to get prescriptions transferred over so my kids could get their Tamiflu, because every place there's a shortage apparently of Tamiflu now.
Oh, there is?
Yeah. So like the place it was supposed to go didn't have it. So I'm calling up trying to get like it transferred over to 7 different places. So I'm watching this thing and it's like side-eyeing this thing. And then I go back and I was like, wait a second. He already kicked it.
Yeah.
And he already made it. Because like as soon as he made it, I was like, all right, I'm like, what's going on here?
Yeah, what's going on?
So, it was very, very odd. And
then I was like, okay, once we find out the catch is cool, the 3 points are good. But no, we got to go back and redo the kick.
We got to do why? The kick was already made. You know, why you got to redo it? I guess technically they got it in. Technically the official got it in before, which, I mean, that makes sense.
The Tolo's coming in with, told y'all, Cowboys getting screwed. Who was the player last week? Oh, it was Tony Pollard. Yeah. Tony Pollard said we're the Dallas Cowboys, so we're used to this. Here's McCarthy explaining what happened with the field goal confusion.
Just some things. They had to look at the catch again, and, I guess the buzzer went off right before we kicked it. So that was the delay. Well, I asked for my timeout back. I agree with you. Once you guys, hey, officiating, I got nothing to say. I mean, they're good communicators. It was a good crew to work with, and stuff like that happens. I think the biggest thing is get it right.
We affected Mike McCarthy in his post-game interviews when I told him, Coach, stop complaining about the refs and the officials. A lot easier to do when you win 40-3. We have a Cowboy ticket giveaway. Peyton told me that Miller Lite gave the green light this morning during the expressway at 7 a.m. We're sending you to the game on Thursday. Wow. Where the Cowboys have opened up Choppy as 7.5-point favorites. Some Tolos sent me the... Huh?
That'll be by a milli.
Some Tolos sent me the update that it has already moved up to 8.5. So 7 a.m. on this morning. We're sending you, the friends and the family, to the game on Thanksgiving Day. You are not hearing our brand new addition that we built up, Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider, who's not here for the first 20 minutes of the show. Peyton told me he just recorded a video in the car.
What can I say, fellas? I'm a 6 a.m. club loyalist.
That's it?
That's it?
How are you going to be late?
He's already trolling, man.
And wait.
He's afraid of this.
No, he is. He's trolling.
The rule was, the setup was, when he goes on the road and comes back at 11:30 with the team when they land, he can come in and start the show at 6. Yesterday, he said, FYI, I didn't go to Minnesota. There was a flu outbreak in my home, so I stayed home. So he is not coming back from any road game. He's not coming back from any trip. And he still thinks he can just go ahead and mosey up on in here 30 minutes late.
So you were under the impression that it's just 6 a.m. on Monday or post-game day.
Road post-games.
Right. So
road.
Your impression is that on
if
Tuesday,
they play at night in Arlington.
Right.
If they play at noon in Arlington, then why wouldn't you be here at 5:30?
Right. So, but your thought is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, he's here at 5:30.
Yeah. Why wouldn't he be?
I maybe that's just I don't know. I have no idea.
I mean,
I have no idea why. I have no idea they would let him an extra 30 minutes. What the hell's that going to do?
I know. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line here on Sean and RJ. I am wearing I want you all to, you can tag me. Corey Majors usually screws me, as he did last week, tagging me in all your Christmas light photos. I want to see your cowboy hats this morning. I want to see the hats, and we're going to tag Stephen A. Smith. We're going to, he is walking in here.
What is
Two boxes of donuts and a cowboy hat from Bobby Belt. Jerry Jones was talking about the big game afterwards with reporters in the Post.
Just in there with Mike and Dan and really talking about how much the team came back from the disappointment this time last week. And I think you wrote where I said the word frustrated 10 times and last week. Well, this was a really good team and is a good team. And for us to come in here and play like that on all sides of the ball, particularly the way we kept them out of the end zone on a touchdown, is just unbelievable. And the positive, I know our fans are excited, and you should be.
Well,
I, too, thought this game was going to tell us what we are. I don't know that we're that. I really don't. But I know this, that we're not a team that doesn't respond when it's wounded. Everybody thought against the Packers that we underplayed, and I think you saw what happened when we got out here tonight, and the team all came together.
Okay, you tell me if you think my head is fitting in this hat.
Oh no, yeah, that's a stretchy band.
That's a fit it?
That's a stretchy band.
Yeah.
See if it's good.
Yeah.
If Bobby's head could fit in there, so your skin.
Now this is a hat. Now
My head
this
doesn't fit in there.
Now this is a good hat. Clear your throat as well.
Yeah.
Here we go. Rough start. Bobby Belt. You know what? It was
Are you
just,
sick?
We'll
Go
wait till 6. We'll wait till 6 o'clock to get the excuses, the unveiling. He did bring me in a birthday cake, which I
That's
do
right. Happy
appreciate.
birthday.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. The big 4-1. This is the clip that I wanted with Jerry Jones being asked, is this a Super Bowl contender?
A resounding yes.
Oh.
Yes. Unequivocally yes. I think we've had adversity. We very easily could have some more adversity. But if we can get in there healthy and still have games like the last two we just had on the road, we've got a deal coming up here this weekend, Thanksgiving Day. These Giants are playing really good football. They're a good football team. And so, yes, I think if we use the experience of what we're having in the season, then we're going to be playoff ready. But I sure do think that what I see out here right now is the team like that you could go get a Super Bowl with.
Woo!
All right.
To the bowl, y'all. To the bowl, as he confirmed with Christy Scales before the game, Odell is coming in to meet after Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Meeting with us, meeting with the New York Football Giants. Did his decision change at all yesterday after what happened in the NFC East? All right, now we're at full strength. Captain Planet this thing. I didn't want to say Power Ranger this thing after what happened to the Green Ranger yesterday. Sean.
Was it the green or the white?
I think he changed to the white later.
Okay.
He changed. He made the transition,
All right.
but the Green Power Ranger passing away in Texas. Was it Tommy? Tommy was his name. All right, now let's try to go full strength for the 6 a.m. club. and your Cowboy hats. Bubby Belt, Cowboys Insider, new addition to the show. His first segment will be Star Up, Star Down. Hit us up on the TruckRack.com text line next.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Cousins back, no rush, now flushed by Parsons, caught by Parsons, and sacked and fumble. And the ball is at the 27 of Minnesota, and Micah Parsons has made an imprint right away.
And that is how things started off, and that's how things would continue for the beating and battering of Kirk Cousins yesterday. The Cowboys win 40-3, 7 sacks, 13 quarterback hits. Micah Parsons had tweeted out late last week, as we now have the full edition of Sean and RJ, along with Bobby Belt, joining the show full time. Micah said, just wait and see. Y'all gonna see. I'm gonna prove something. Third play of the game, the strip sack of Kirk Cousins. Before we get back to the game, Bobby, an official welcome.
Hi, how's it going?
You tell us.
You tell us.
Wonderful.
6 a.m.
Traffic
Boys,
out there?
fellas, that half hour extra sleep, you got to try it sometime.
Yeah, we did for a year and a half, and then
You
they made us
should,
come into the studio again.
Boy, you should give it a shot. It's wonderful.
You mean with COVID?
Yeah, we got like an extra hour of sleep every day.
Makes all the difference in the world.
Oh, it's just tremendous.
Man, you did walk in with some awesome donuts, so that's good.
I did. Yeah, donuts and a cake. I gave you a cake before anybody wished you happy birthday on the air. That
You
should give
did.
me more points.
That is awesome. First time in 10 years like that's happened. Happy birthday on the show with a cake.
I've said happy birthday before. I never brought a cake in. But
or a wedding present.
You know, I've got it. Okay, I literally have to just wrap it. I have to go to the store.
You don't even have to wrap it.
I can step out if y'all need to figure this out.
So, Bobby, rolling in. Good to have you on the show. Let's get to this pass rush. There was a series in this game where I started feeling a little bit bad for Minnesota. Sam Williams got in the backfield, then Fowler, and then Turpin, I think, ran over the punter.
Turpin.
And I was like, man, this is an ass whipping. This is like a physical beating and ass whipping. And Brad Sham in the Post said that this defense got together quietly last week and had some words with each other. We knew they were talking about gap integrity and make sure you feel your responsibilities. But, man, what else did they talk about with that performance yesterday?
Well, yeah, I don't think it was so quietly either. Like, I mean, they were upset with each other, I think, after that game, and it lingered. It lingered into the rest of the week.
But did you know that they met? They all got together?
Yeah, no, they met. They huddled. They were huddling immediately after the game. They were huddling into the practice week. But I think it was just a lot of everybody do your job, know your role, and do it.
Shut your mouth.
And I honestly, know your role and shut your mouth. I think that's the thing. I think they just felt like everybody's got to have an understanding of what their responsibility is, because if you break from that, it's going to be 11 guys running around doing pointless things if one of them is out of their responsibility.
We've talked about this, like the defense is thought to be a weak link unit. Weakest link ruins the entire operation. The offense will just pick on it. The offense will find the weak link on the defense, no matter what defense it is, and they will attack it. And if you don't have that, if you don't have a weak link, then you've got a great defense.
Jim Nance said this on the TV call. Yes, I did. I did give Jim still the time of day, even though what happened between us. But he had to have been talking about Micah not having a QB pressure in the last 2 weeks, not the team. It's not possible for the team not to have a pressure.
Yeah, no, it's just Micah.
Micah did not have a QB pressure in the last 2 weeks. And then, bam, he walks in, strolls in with the Purple Rain outfit, and they destroy Kirk Cousins. Here's McCarthy on the difference that his pass rush made.
Well, I mean, let's just be honest. The MO is going to be people are going to try to run the ball on us, and then they're going to have, they got their hands full when they try to throw it, and and that's how we felt coming in. We felt that if we just come in here, stop the run, and let our pass rush have some opportunities, we felt like we'd be successful, and Micah definitely got us started.
Kirk Cousins in the first half, 7 of 15 for 69 yards, sacked 3 times, and it was like, get him out for his own sake. Micah Parsons talking about playing a little bit better when he's a little bit ticked.
I play at a higher level when I get mad. And from last week, like I said, this was a statement from me. It had nothing to do with nobody else. Personally, I took it personally that I got to play better, that I got to do more and set a statement on my own. No one else needs to do it. And that's just how I'm built, If you get smacked in the face, what you going to do about it?
Star up, Micah Parsons and the pass rush for that performance.
Yeah, it was a tremendous performance, and that to me was the main reason that the Vikings had absolutely nothing. They had no time. Kirk Cousins didn't have a prayer. Even if the wide receivers were open, he didn't have a prayer in this game. Everything was going to be up his back foot, throwing the other way. He had to move. Name me 3 throws where he had a clean pocket. He was able to step up in it. You couldn't find it. I've got a star up for a little game situation. The end of the first half. All right, they're already up 20-3. They're already up by 17 points. They get the ball at their own 14 with 31 seconds to go.
I was screaming, kneel down.
See, that's disappointing to hear.
I was cowardly.
That's cowardly.
Cowardly scale.
That's cowardly. This is our game, and we're going to take it. And we're the alpha today, and y'all aren't. And they went and they marched right down the field. Now, they didn't have to go very far. As it turns out, they only had to make it to about the 45-yard line. But
5 plays, 44 yards in 31 seconds.
I mean, that's like that was amazing. That was, to me, such a great decision on the part of the Cowboys. You know, we've got a lead. We've got a big lead. It's 17 points. But, you know, we're not going to settle for that. And if the first play doesn't work, maybe you get a negative play, you get barely anything, and you didn't have as many timeouts. They had their full complement of timeouts. Give it a shot. And they did. And I totally love it. I thought that was a tremendous job by McCarthy, by Kellen Moore, by Dak, the offense, to get those extra points.
And that Lamb catch, wasn't it in Minnesota where Lamb had...
That's where he was like going back.
Yeah, where he did where he went all X Games mode, where he fell back and he did the one hand on his back.
That made it 23-3, 31-second field goal drive from their own 14-yard line, and it was the beginning of the end, Bobby.
It was, and I've got to go with my star. I pre-planned my star up, regardless of how the game went yesterday. I was going to come in here with the same star up.
There we go.
One Rain, Dakota, Prescott. Who, by the way, played better than Lamar Jackson, Matthew Stafford, Jalen Hurts on Sunday. Just want to point that out for RJ Choppy and Jared Sandler and everybody in Highland Park. But no, fantastic yesterday. And it's funny, we were all texting yesterday, and I was talking about how in the first half, it was so conservative. Everything in the passing game was just like, 4 yards underneath, 6 yards underneath, and I felt a little bit like, okay, are they just totally afraid of him right now? Are they afraid of their own quarterback? And then I think you saw he got the efficiency going. He was able to take some risks. That throw to get down into field goal position, as they pointed out on the broadcast, very reminiscent of the one Aaron Rodgers hit to Jared Cook in the 2016 playoff game that set up the game-winning field goal. But, man, he was so good. 22-25, 276 yards, 2 touchdowns. Another 16 on the ground. I like that we're starting to see that the last couple weeks. He's using his legs again. Yeah. And I think if you can add that component again, he's a more dangerous player. He'll never be Lamar Jackson running the ball, but if you can just add that little component, that helps so much.
It's huge help because, like, if you look at him versus Hurts, Hurts uses his legs a lot, and that is such a huge advantage that helps a guy become a better player quicker, I think, in the NFL. You get a running quarterback, I think they could be a really good player much faster than your typical drop back. I mean, just look at Trevor Lawrence. Those guys came in the same time, and one's playing really, really well, and the other one is Trevor Lawrence. I think that can really help you out a lot. So if he can use his legs, and he's not a young guy anymore, if he can use his legs, the more the better.
Here's
more
Dak.
the better. That's not a word. More the better is not a word.
More the better. Here's Dak talking about the offensive rhythm the Cowboys had throughout this entire thing.
Yeah, just focused. After last week, I had a good week of prep and just wanted to come in and set the standard and the expectation that I've talked about, that we have for ourselves. And just as you said, just being able to go and get points on the first 7 drives. Honestly, was just staying in the moment as all the guys were, and honestly couldn't have told you that. And I think that's just credit to us just being dialed in and staying within each play, taking it play by play, giving our best, and resulting in points on those drives that obviously gives us a lead and allows the defense to go and hunt.
Like, it helps a ton whenever the running game's doing what they're doing, the pass rush is doing what they're doing. It frees things up for Dak to be at his very best.
Here's his first half. 15 of 17, 141, and a touchdown. the Cowboys ran 14 more plays. Of their 41 plays run in the first half, 1 ended up behind the line of scrimmage. That's it. 41 plays they ran. It was 249-98 at halftime, 20-10, doubled them up in terms of time of possession, and in the second quarter, 156-19 with yards. 156-19. At one point, Dak hit 11 straight passes as well. It ended after the Noah Brown-Dez play at the 1. Did anyone think that was coming back? They were going incomplete?
I did. I can't even. Like Sarah asked because I had to catch. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know anymore.
No, I was pretty confident that one wasn't getting flipped back, but I do wonder if this was 8 years ago if it gets flipped back. But just with the clarification in the rules, I figured that one was staying. But it does give you terrible vibes, especially with Romo sitting up there in the booth.
That's right.
Yeah, because it's like, if the ball, if you become a runner, once you establish that you're a runner, and then the ground can't cause the fumble, but it's like, it's so subjective on whether or not they become a runner or not.
Well, now we got the 2 steps. I mean, he definitely, I think, possessed it. But Dez was tweeting. I've seen this before. Romo, obviously, with the jokes upstairs in the booth. Maybe the biggest star up of the entire game. It is Brian Broaddus talking franchise tag after the season.
No, don't say that.
You know who.
2nd and 8. Left to right, white jerseys. Prescott in the gun, back looking, standing. Hurry up, throw the right flat, caught. Elliott, Pollard, 25, 20 on the right sideline. Pollard streaks in. Touchdown, Tony Pollard.
He started with 3 carries for 43 yards. You had tweeted that the breakdown, the ratio was going to tick you off.
It was annoying me because they gave like the first 3 carries to Zeke, and I was like, okay, guys, what are we doing?
You got to break down the defense, right, Bobby?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Zeke makes those, or I don't think Pollard makes those runs without Zeke picking up those hard-fought 1 or 2 yards on the first couple drives.
Those first couple drives.
I mean, that 2.8 yards per carry from Zeke really laid the foundation for Pollard to gash him.
It really did.
And we needed him for the Thunder. We needed him for the Thunder, the 1 yard, the 1 yard goal line carries.
And this is for the he can't play more than like 17 snaps a game guy. That 68 or so yard touchdown was on his 31st snap of the game.
Which he played a ton more snaps yesterday than Ezekiel Elliott. 39 snaps for Pollard, 21 for Zeke.
But that was the plan, they said, right? Was Zeke coming
back?
Said.
It should be the plan moving forward, but we'll see.
15 carries, 80 yards. He averaged 5.3, and then 6 catches for 109 and 2 touchdowns. I mean, there's just an explosion. Then you had Zeke finishing, but my goodness, Tony Pollard.
Yeah.
Impressive.
He was very, very good, and he's been tremendous.
Hit 20 miles per hour on that touchdown pass before the half.
Yeah, which I went and looked like that. Like they have a stat like the fastest ball carriers of the day, or whatever. And Dalvin Cook was actually on there at like 22 miles an hour. I'm thinking to myself, when did he ever get going?
He had a 17-yard run?
Maybe, and he got that fast at 17 yards?
While the Cowboys got penalized for holding, I think that was the 17-yard run with Hankins.
He was. I mean, Dalvin Cook was good yesterday. They just got in a position where they couldn't run the ball because of Dallas getting up like they did. But, I mean, he was very efficient. He was 6.5 yards per carry yesterday. And so I think the Cowboys did getting up early, putting pressure on them. I think that helped cover over some of the deficiencies they were going to have in the run game.
Pollard had 15 carries. Zeke had 15 carries. And Mike McCarthy had told Romo and them before the game his ideal number, 30 carries. If he just had a perfect world, it would be 30 carries between his running backs, 15 for Tony and 15 for Zeke. Star up, star down here on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. Hit us up on the truckwreck.com text line with the Tolos for whoever else you want to give props to.
All right, here we go. Truckwreck.com text line. Here's the star up, star down. If they start Pollard, so star down. If they start Pollard, they get a touchdown on that first drive, not a field goal. That first drive, that was disappointing to me. The first drive they had.
Should Schultz have? Where do we stand on Schultz having caught that?
He should have.
He should have, but I mean,
he should have. But we're saying he should have one-handed.
No, here's the problem: when you got the other arm being like armbarred by the defender, I can't say that it's a should have.
But he's made those catches before. That same sort of catch of just kind of turning his back and hauling it in. We talk about all the time. Those gloves basically like stick them down.
I don't know if I can ever say you have to bring in a one-handed catch ever.
Ball placement was great. If he wants to be Mr. Franchise Tag, Mr. $14 million a year tight end, catch the ball.
Then be Odell.
Yeah.
Or beat Justin Jefferson.
Yeah.
Who else they giving props to?
Offensive line, star up to the O-line. Star up to Money Maher. Star up Brett Maher. Star up to Diggs. Jefferson didn't do anything. Star up to the pass rush. Star up to no stupid penalties like the Vikings had. Star up to Sean for wearing that hat.
Even George Edwards baiting Dalvin Cook into a penalty.
Yeah, that was fun. Sitting there trash talking. There's got to be some level of anxiousness and history there between those two because that seemed very personal.
All right, let's figure out if it was Diggs that absolutely shut down Justin Jefferson. If so, we need to be blowing that up, and that needs to become a national topic. Diggs versus the next Randy Moss, and Odell Beckham is coming to meet after Thanksgiving. What did Jerry and all the Cowboys have to say about it? Hey, Cowboys Monday with the 6 a.m. club continuing right here on The Fan.
Lawyers Frankel and Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Now here's a blitz, and down goes Cousins. And J-Ron Curse comes back to Minnesota, where he started his career.
Heard some of those Cowboy fans in the background. I didn't hear Skull. Skull, where's that annoying listener who tweets us every Wednesday after the power rankings that we're disrespecting his Minnesota Vikings? Where's that guy?
I don't know, but there was no we did not disrespect the Minnesota Vikings. The Minnesota Vikings have disrespected 8-1. Okay, that's what they did. They embarrassed. They should be embarrassed. They should be embarrassed for even holding that record at any point. It was totally undeserved. They were more like a 6-4 team, than an 8-2 team.
This is a case too where, and always bust your balls over like some of the nerdy numbers, but this is a case where all those numbers are really, really useful, right? Because we're not watching the Vikings every single quarter, every single snap, and all the analytics said that it was fluky.
Yeah, it pointed to the fact that efficiency-wise, they're like the worst. There's a stat called DVOA, and they were the worst of any team at 8-1 in history of that stat. That stat's been around for a while. They had recovered an inordinate amount of fumbles that just historically are not sustainable throughout the year, and they lost some yesterday. Did you notice that? Like they didn't recover those fumbles yesterday.
Right.
So in that game against Buffalo that they came back and won last week, they had a 1.4% chance of winning that the way the game went. The way the game played, they win that game. They weren't played 100 times. They win it 1.5. Like they were never an 8-1 team. They never should have been an 8-1 team, and the numbers show they weren't an 8-1 team.
They're 8-2, and their point differential now is -2. Because they've gotten their ass kicked twice, and then they won 7 straight one possession games.
Yeah.
So you're talking about that the entire NFC North right now is negative point differential. In fact, the NFC South, everybody's negative point differential except Tampa at +3. The NFC is just terrible, and I think Minnesota's emblematic of that being 8-2.
Let me set up the PTI question. Does this game say more about the Cowboys or the Vikings? Because I actually think it says more about the Vikings. I want to say it's the Cowboys, and I want to brag, and we're going to celebrate on a Cowboys Monday throughout the entire day and throughout the entire week with Jerry tomorrow, and a Cowboy ticket giveaway for Thanksgiving this morning, the 7 a.m. club. And the story is going to be the Cowboys nationally. I actually think the game says more about Minnesota because they got exposed.
Is that the worst team they've ever played on the road, though? The fact that you win your biggest game in the history, like your biggest road victory in the history of the team, like I think that says a lot about your football team, especially coming back after you blew a 2-touchdown lead. Would have been really easy for us to see them kind of floundering this week. I think it says a lot about their resolve, about the way they bounce back. But I mean, at the same time, I do think it says, okay, Minnesota's maybe a little bit of a paper tiger.
It says a lot about, the Cowboys' resolve. Yeah, I think also, and styles make fights.
Yep.
There's a reason this team has beaten Minnesota, regardless of who the quarterback is, in Minnesota for what, three straight years. Like, there's a reason for that, and they just match up really well, I think, with Minnesota.
And one of those matchups is Justin Jefferson disappears against the Cowboys. Bobby, is this Trayvon Diggs? I got to get I thought CBS did a bad job on TV of, you usually get like a little in-game recap of Diggs versus Jefferson. Justin Jefferson with 3 for 33. So this year and last year combined against the Cowboys, 5 catches, 54 yards, 0 TDs for the next Randy Moss.
Yeah, and yesterday with 3 and 33, just one of those was on Diggs in coverage. So Diggs allows just one catch yesterday. He allowed one catch in coverage the year before. So
how much did you notice him lining up and just taking?
It was
Jefferson?
pretty frequently. They were having him travel. I know Chop had asked about it at the end of the last week. Like, would we see him travel? He traveled pretty heavily yesterday.
Like this is a performance that needs to be talked about.
Oh yeah, no, and I think they spent a little bit of time on it in the fourth quarter. They just talked about, Romo especially had said he's playing at an insane level right now, and I think that's the thing that you like seeing is just. It's not all about the interceptions for him anymore. That he's playing at a really high level in terms of coverage. And this is a few times now. He's taken away Justin Jefferson a few times. He's done really great in single coverage on Terry McLaurin. I think you are seeing all this talk last year about...
He owns McLaurin.
He does. And all this talk last year about, well, Diggs is probably always going to be what he's going to be. And, he's always going to do this and that. He has leveled up. For all the talk about him deleting Twitter and he's got rabbit ears, he hears too much. The thing the Cowboys like about it is the way he hears criticism. He hears it and it pisses him off and he gets better. It's not like some of the other guys around the league that when they hear it, they crumble. That was a big Taco Charlton problem. They feel like Diggs takes it, internalizes it, and it motivates him.
Micah Parsons talking about the defense showing what they were capable of.
It just says that, we're capable of what we put our mind to. People want to come out and run the ball, but we got to buckle up and understand what they want to do. People want to come up and pass. We got to set the quarterback and get stops and do what we do best. So we got to be able to adjust mid-game. We got to be able to stop it, put fires out, so that way we can become the best defense. But until we continue this path and keep doing little things, we won't be great, And I think everyone wants to be great.
So there's Micah Parsons talking about the defense. Trayvon Diggs, we think right now, shutting down Justin Jefferson again.
Look, it's hard to say that he didn't. I just noticed this. This is stunning, and I don't know what to make of this. So Justin Jefferson's average yards per separation for the year is 3.3. It was 3.7 yesterday.
That can be a little bit of a flawed
That's
stat.
From next, it's from next
that can be a little bit of a flawed stat. I'd be interested to see what that was before they just started letting them get everything they wanted underneath and just started playing off on them.
In terms of like first half?
Yeah, because we're talking about that. They were up 20 points at halftime. That can be a little flawed. And in terms of, there was a point during Jason Witten's last year here in Dallas where he led tight ends in separation. It's because he kept running into the flat and everybody was giving it to him. And so, it just depends.
No, I wonder. That's interesting. I wonder if they had if there's a way to break it down by half.
Yeah.
Because obviously, when you play the first half, you may play a little bit differently when it's 23-3 or 30-3 than you would at 7-3.
The reason that I played Jaron Kearse coming back here on Sean and RJ, Bobby Belt joining us full-time this morning. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back here on DFW Sports Station. He was part of the post-game recruitment. This was such a strong tweet. I had to go and make sure that this was legit from Jaron.
Oh, it's not a Twitter Blue thing where you can just buy yourself a check mark?
Yeah.
That's still a thing? We still doing that?
He tweeted Odell. Now, I thought you were going to get me verified.
I'm here now. I will be able to show you how to do it. I got to work with Josh Clark on it, though.
Oh,
I need
They
an
still,
assist from him.
you can still request. I thought they stopped the request.
I believe you can. I'll have to look through his. I don't know because I'm verified.
Oh, you can't look through my DMs and messages.
No. I'm not going to look there.
J-Ron Curse. You can say hi to Mrs. Belt in there. J-Ron Curse. Now just wait. Boy, I don't want to be Peter Burns.
Yeah, slow down.
Who was the player?
Benjamin Watson.
Benjamin Watson.
yeah.
We'll get into that. That was amazing. J-Ron after. Now just wait until we get Odell to join. Even more scary. Odell afterwards. Tweeting. Man, they really went crazy today. Talking about the Cowboys with the eye emoji. Micah said, come on then. Come on then. And then DeMarcus Lawrence. Man, I got to record Tank like being soft with his game and his flirting. Because Tank's just like, make the right decision, Odell. He tweeted that. Yeah, we did go crazy. Make the right decision. I'm like, no kid gloves on that. Tank's just like outright blunt with it with the recruitment. But there they are again. Micah, Curse, Tank, all wanting Beckham.
The way to get him is to stroke that ego.
It's starting to annoy me a little bit. All the you talked.
You know, it's starting to annoy the truck.com text line.
Not this hat.
That's on backwards.
Oh, it is.
I don't know. That's what they're saying.
No, it's not.
They're saying it's on backwards. Ooh.
No,
it's on right. You had it on right.
Yeah. Don't question me.
You got fake Cowboys out there, man.
The emblem is on the other side.
Yeah, it's on right. Everybody say it's on backwards.
Yeah,
It was
y'all
on right.
don't know. How you going to tell a kid named Sharif how to wear a cowboy hat? Come on now.
He was the sheriff.
I'm the sheriff, baby. I'm the sheriff. All right. This is Christy Scales before the game with Jerry right here on this radio station getting the big headline.
There are national reports out that Odell Beckham Jr., the free agent wide receiver, is planning a visit to Dallas and possibly New York after Thanksgiving. What is the latest on the progress that you have with OBJ?
Well, that's my understanding, too.
Has a date been set?
Hang on. Stop. What's Jerry eating? What's he chomping on?
Isn't it normally eggs with you guys in the morning? Isn't that what he's told people he normally eats, and you hear him clanking his coffee?
No, that's his coffee cup.
Yeah, that's his coffee. We know
that's my understanding too.
He's chomping on something right there. That could be his salt sandwich.
Salted McMuffin?
Yeah, his salted McMuffin. Let's hear the whole thing from JJ.
There are national reports out that Odell Beckham Jr., the free agent wide receiver, is planning a visit to Dallas and possibly New York after Thanksgiving. What is the latest on the progress that you have with OBJ?
Well, that's my understanding too.
Has a date been set?
To come in, and we haven't been specific about it, but it's my understanding that it's coming in.
I mean, take the chicken tender out of your mouth, dude. Come on.
All right, so there it is. And then he confirmed it afterwards, Bobby. Going to meet with Odell. Odell's going to meet with the Cowboys and the Giants after Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I also like that he says there, well, that's my understanding too. Well, it should be your understanding. Aren't you the one who's...
No.
Who do you need to check with?
You know he'll be on vacation.
Jerry?
Yeah, during that meeting. Just like he is for the first week
Bassick will be charting his plane.
Yes, you will.
Bassick always knows when they go on spring break.
And the Bravo Eugenia. The
ship?
The ship. The ship. No, it's not a boat. It's not a yacht. It's a ship.
Yeah.
All right, that's what he'll be doing. But by the way, if Odell meets with the Giants instead of Kansas City, that's the dumbest man I've ever seen.
I want to know how many times the broadcast this weekend refers to it as the Odell Bowl.
The Odell Bowl.
I bet you we need to have an over-under on that. How many times they reference here in the Odell Bowl.
Drinking game.
If he wants to go to the Giants, now, is yesterday going to have any effect as the Giants ended up losing to the Lions? If you want to sit there and go play with, if you want to go home and have that be the end of your career, okay, I get it. If you make a football decision to play on the Giants instead of here, you're an idiot. Then go ahead. Go ahead and get your ego stroked and your little insecurity and your OBJ and everyone having to flirt with you and court you on social media. If you make that quarterback football team decision, you're an idiot. You can go and rot with the end of your days in New York. It would just be stupid. This thing's going to come down to money. Is Jerry and Steven going to give him what he wants with a $20 million a year deal? At least that's what his agent is leaking to Schefter. And are they going to prorate this thing as the finishing piece? That's the question.
And he could decide, I want to go play for Dayball. Whatever. He could make the decision. I don't know that he would. He could. But you're right. It's if you go to the quarterback And Dak is better than Daniel Jones. It's not even really an argument. If you wanted to say, and the same thing can be said for if Kansas City is in the mix. You go to Kansas City over here. You don't even, that's not even an argument. You just go because you're going to go play for Patrick Mahomes. But if it's between these two teams, the only thing that he could say the Giants have over this location is maybe he likes New York City.
Right.
A lot of people do. A lot of people don't. He seems to.
It was also, like Sean said, it was home. And that could be a big factor. Just comfort level could be a big factor as guys closing out his career. But remember, like, this is technically home for him, too. He talked about how much of his family's here.
All right, Bobby, I want you to give 3 words to tease this Tony Romo audio. Well, you're going to be 2 or 3 words to tease Tony Romo talking about the boys yesterday.
Big, sexy Romo.
All right.
No, I thought you were going to go like size.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can do that.
Size, squirts, and low.
Yeah,
that's what I was looking for.
God.
I guess you didn't want to do it on your first morning show. It's Sean and RJ back with that right here on 105.3 The Fan. But do you need some guidance on how to navigate this difficult inflation environment? Trajan Wealth, Trajan, approaches wealth management for the Tolos by looking at a longer term. Jalen
Hart on the touchdown. I'm taking the lead. God, I hate that.
Sean and RJ, we got Bobby Belt with us permanently. Our Cowboys insider has joined the morning show. I'm basically wearing Bobby this morning. By the way, the Romo audio.
Pause.
The Romo audio. I'm gonna just wait till 7:20 to get absolute clearance on this before we play it. During the Expressway giveaway, we're gonna send you to the Thanksgiving Day game against the Giants. But get that clearance at 7:20.
Kids are out of school.
They're out.
Yeah, it's Thanksgiving week.
Okay.
Except for like those stupid northern schools. Like, did you see they had to cancel school today and tomorrow in Buffalo? Like, why are you in school? There was like when I was a kid, we had school Monday, Tuesday, and then a half day on Wednesday for like the Thanksgiving. And here, where they do things right, you have the whole week off. Why are they in school? Why are they in school up there? Stupid.
Truckwork.com text line. Did you say you were wearing Bobby? Yeah, I have on Bobby's cowboy hat. This is my Stephen A. Smith hat this morning, which I think Twitch is loving.
They do. Oh, yeah. Twitch is loving the hat.
I can pull off anything. I mean, really. So I was a little bit nervous about this, but especially when I wore this Indiana Jones one from Peyton that is
he's got to get this thing steamed and
900 degrees.
It's from like the 1970s.
Pharrell Sharif.
Papaz hat.
Papaz hat.
Pop-Pop's hat.
Peepaw's hat. You got to get yourself a Peepaw if you don't have one.
Peepaw's alive,
Russell.
right?
Peepaw is.
Okay, good.
Yeah, he better be
still with
alive.
us,
He's in his mid-50s.
Yeah, I didn't know if he was next to Bobby's mom.
No, she's dead, as you remind me regularly. I'd almost forgotten about it. Thanks.
Know your mom jokes to Bobby on the show, by the way.
No, well, thank you for
because I did it and it backfired.
What happened?
Well, I said your mom to Bobby on the weekend one time, and he brought up, my mom's not with us right now. And I was like, oh, no, Bobby, I'm so sorry. And he just never let me live it down.
Not just right now. I mean, now and forever. She
Yeah.
died.
That's right.
So, yeah, she's gone.
Was it
It's pretty final.
was it a rough death?
It was, yeah. She had ARDS.
That I don't want to get into.
Yeah, it's basically a hardening of the lungs. I can get really in depth if you like.
Rest in peace, Mrs. Belt. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. So I'm wearing Bobby's hat, and then the really disgusting thing is because I can't put the headphones on over the cowboy hat, I got to use these old earbuds that he has.
Yeah, you know how old those things are? They have a hook on. They have an attachment to them. They don't even make those anymore with those.
No, those are the old OEM Samsung headphones that I bought. No, I had to buy up a ton of them because I hated the way they're doing things. But if you can tell, the one I think the earbud you're holding looks a little pink, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Those have they're so old they've been washed, and so that's
Okay.
those were in my pocket and mixed with pink clothing.
I'm not worried how old. I'm just worried about
ear juice.
The ear juice. The wax. But I'm just going to. It's kind of like when you go and get water from your sink or in there. I hate, the black stuff that forms up and eventually drops down into your drink. Like, go take a paper towel under your sink today.
Oh, under the faucet? Oh, yeah, all the calcium
soot.
And the dirt, the soot.
Go do it over there with the ice and the water.
Oh,
so I'm just don't think about it.
That's gross.
It is gross.
I'm clean. I'm hygienic.
Are you?
Yes.
You are. You're like Howie Mandel-isms, right?
Oh, yeah. Like the whole, my bathroom rules and everything else.
Yeah.
So I'm very, I'm clean. You don't have to worry about that.
You spray down in here all the time like Choppy does?
No, Broadus will do that for everybody. Like, not even at his own station. He goes around to each spot and starts wiping things down.
All right, let's talk about the NFC East real quick. We'll get the Romo audio approved with no kids in the car at 7:20 during the Expressway. Yesterday could have been absolutely perfect. An absolute perfect Cowboys Sunday if the freaking Indianapolis Colts didn't screw up this game against the Eagles and Filthy ends up pulling it out.
Man, I thought this was like, holy cow, like what a start. And it still is. I still think it is a good start for Jeff Saturday. But what a start that could have been.
16-10 Colts. Hurts with the TD run with 1:20 left. And then that freaking Nick Sirianni with his punchable. I like this guy to start off, and now he got this punchable face as he's sitting there getting ready to jump into the stands on the sidelines celebrating.
He needs some more sleep. He's got the bags under his eyes. He needs some more sleep.
The Eagles merely touched him.
They barely touched him.
Really?
Oh, it's a terrible call.
But I think a lot of Cowboy fans are going to feel good. Like, okay, Philly has not looked good in back-to-back weeks, but man, this would have helped within the NFC East.
Yeah, and with Dallas now with the beatdown of Minnesota and Philly playing some closer games now, we're talking about point differential. Dallas is now past them. Dallas is plus 84 on the year, Philly's plus 80. So
really?
That's a good indicator usually. That's a good predictor of success among playoff teams. By the way, real quick, Sean, Twitch is pointing out you do now you do have the hat backwards.
Yeah, that is on backwards.
Oh, yeah. Now it's backwards.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank y'all.
I was going to say, the last
Thank
segment
y'all.
you looked a lot
Come on,
more.
cowboy.
Thank y'all.
There we go. Looks a lot more Dwight Yoakam now on the fan cam.
Now I just need a belt for my sweatpants.
No, but
big buckle.
They should have lost
And then
this
you
game.
get yourself a bucket bunny.
Philly should have lost this game. They got bailed out, and it's frustrating. And then, the Nick Sirianni jumping up and down. And, man, I triggered a lot of Philly fans yesterday.
What?
By just saying, I quote tweeted the video of him acting like a psycho and was like, this isn't the flex you think it is, Nick. And, all these Philly fans caught it. We're like, it's his former team. How about you worry about the Vikings? Keep our name out your mouth. Are we going to have a rumble? If I don't?
Rumble. Yeah,
oh, my gosh.
On the Instagram.
Gosh, it's the Jets and the Sharks. Jeez, watch out.
And then Sirianni had to get all emotional while taking shots at Irsay and the Colts organization while talking about his old team.
I'm emotional because I love Frank Reich. I really do, and he's one of the best damn football coaches I've ever been around. So I was hoping that him and I would be able to coach against each other in this game. But he's one of my biggest mentors. I got my dad, I got Larry Karras, and I got Frank Reich. And Frank's such a good football coach. And you don't want to know what I think of if he should be here or not, but because you guys can probably imagine what I really think. And I love them, and so I got a little bit emotional about that, and it was good to see the guys that I really cared about and some of the things that, Quentin Nelson and Ryan Kelly and Paris Campbell, I got to talk to them after the game, and Kenny Moore. So that means a lot when they say some things that are, obviously I keep those things to myself, but spent a lot of time here. My kids, one of my children was born here, and it was sweet to come here, especially with what happened in this organization the last couple weeks and get the win. We live in Indianapolis with a win.
God. He's not worse than Judge.
Oh, no, Joe Judge's the worst. I don't hate what he said there. I get it. Look, I mean, he's close with Frank Reich. He's his mentor. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that he still thinks he should have the job. I don't.
You feel that way about Grego?
Wait, what? Yeah, I mean, look, I've said I will defend Grego until the very end. I will always defend Grego. Grego meant so much for me. I will always defend him. But that doesn't mean that the Colts aren't playing more crisp football.
Yeah.
Over the last 2 weeks.
So Frank Reich was outscored in the first half this year, 118-42. He never had a lead going into halftime. Saturday is outscoring 23-10. 2 leads in 2 games. Just 2 for 2 with the sample size, Bob.
Yeah, I kind of hate, by the way, too, this whole... It sucks for Jeff Saturday that... I know it's not meant to be personal.
Right.
But a lot of this criticism just...
Becoming.
There's so much targeted aggression, which I understand. If you don't like it, target it towards Irsay. But, man, Saturday seems to be caught up in a lot of this. We're just like, dude, I just said yes. What do you... I said yes, and I won my first game and was in position to win a second. Should have won a second.
Was he supposed to say no? He's supposed to turn the job down for integrity purposes? When you get your dream job, you don't care how you get it. You don't care by what avenue you get your dream job. You just get it, and you're like, okay, I'll deal with it later.
Yeah, he's not Dan Orlovsky, openly lobbying for a job he's not qualified for. He just took what somebody handed him.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. So that was Filthy escaping. Could have been a perfect morning, short week. Thanksgiving, Cowboys dominance. We could have spied on Filthy. They end up winning that. The other team we're chasing, nope.
Goff up under center. He turns, gives. Jamal Williams bounces it outside right into the end zone. Touchdown, Detroit Lions. Number 3 on the day for Jamal.
31-18. The Lions over the possible Odell Beckham New York Giants. Jamal Williams putting up a fantasy day with 3 touchdowns. And here is New York, Choppy, as we said what happened, coming back down to earth.
They were, the Cowboys beat Fraudasota. and
mini fraudulent.
Minifrauda.
Big stretches here.
And right. And then the Lions beat the Giants, who are another fraud, and they've been a fraud since the beginning.
Did you believe that they were frauds?
Yeah, I think everybody could.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where they're tough, they've got resolve, everything else, but you can see it's not sustainable with them.
They're an old dinosaur team where they're just finding ways. They're just finding ways to win games.
Look, they were not supposed to be this good this fast. So, you take 7-3 and you build on that or whatever else. I'm worried about them into the future, what Daboll can do, what Joe Shane can do, all of that. But I was expecting a collapse here.
How about the Commanders? And by the way, Cowboys opened as a 7.5-point favorite against the Giants for Thursday in Arlington. The Commanders getting red hot. They dominated. They destroyed the Texans in the armpit. 23-10. I thought the game was, actually worse than that. But here are the Commanders now at 6-5 as Heineke is going to be the starter moving forward. They have won 5 of their last 6.
And that one loss was a 3-point loss to Minnesota.
Yeah.
They could easily have won 6 straight. And with Heineke, they're playing much better. They're actually winning these football games. They put up 32 last week. They're in the 20s now instead of being at 8 or 10 or 17 like they were earlier in the season with Carson Wentz.
Recap of the NFC East. Back to the main event. The biggest road win in the history of the Dallas Cowboys. The absolute dominance, the storylines, and the locker room reaction, plus a Cowboys-Giants ticket giveaway next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters, the place to watch the football action.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Minute 5 in the half. Cousins back. Pressure. Parsons got him. Just go down, Kirk. Just don't hurt yourself.
Yeah.
Second sack for Parsons. That's, is that 10? Started with 8. That's 10.
10.
Maybe that's why he was in the game late. My only star down in an absolutely perfect performance for the Cowboys. 40-3 in Minnesota. Largest road win in team history. Vikings have not beaten the Cowboys in Minneapolis since 2010. The storylines in this one turned into, can we rest the guys for Thanksgiving? When do we get everyone out in the second half? Offensive line shuffling. Like, this was the level of dominance. We're paying attention to where Tyler Smith is playing at the end of the game. He moved to left guard with Jason Peters getting some work at left tackle to make way for Tyron Smith. The national CBS switch to Bengals Steelers in the third. Kirk Cousins was gone with 10 minutes left in the fourth. Cooper Rush came in with 8 minutes left in the game. My goodness, what a performance on the home of America's team. And this is a Cowboys Monday with headlines with RJ Choppy and our new co-host, Bobby Belt.
Yeah, it was a beatdown, and Kirk Cousins loses his 39 straight games with a touchdown pass streak. Cowboys broke that. Cowboys still haven't allowed a touchdown in the first quarter this year, which is nuts.
That's insane.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, their defense, when they are filling their gaps, when they're doing their responsibilities, they're great. What's fun is this is the first time that they've gone to U.S. Bank and they've had their starting quarterback. Because 2016, Dak was a rookie who had stepped in for Romo. Last 2 years, Dak missed, and they had backup quarterback step in.
No first quarter touchdown allowed through 10 games. Third team since 2003 to do that.
Okay. I mean, look, it's a great stat. It shows that, maybe they get the ball first. I have to go back and check, and they're limited possessions in the first quarter. But also the defense and their defensive game plans seem to be pretty much on point. And they have been. This was a absolute beatdown. It was not a noon game. So Kirk Cousins, obviously, his circadian sleep rhythm was no doubt off.
Be nice.
He was not able to play at noon. And quite frankly, this was just further proof of what we've been talking about for weeks, that Minnesota is just, they're not a contender. And they never have been a Super Bowl. They're a good team. They're a good team, but they're not a contender. And they never have been.
No.
And they never will be this year. Now, they might be someday, but they haven't been. They've been a team that has been fortunate to get wins that they've gotten. One of the luckiest and worst 8-1 teams in the history of the NFL. The numbers show that. Can't argue with that. The numbers show that. They've been very, very lucky, and they didn't get lucky yesterday. They got beat down by a better team.
Who's a better team, Tampa or Minnesota?
Tampa.
Really? Okay.
I would think so.
They've struggled a lot.
I picked the Vikings. I think you're a little bit too hung up on the past. You're just giving Brady the benefit of the doubt. They're not good.
I don't think Tampa could beat Buffalo.
And
Minnesota went and did it.
Minnesota didn't beat Buffalo. They won the game. They didn't beat Buffalo. There's a difference.
Buffalo should have won.
That
was a fluke.
I don't care.
They may not have been able to play with them.
Fluky or not, I don't think you can ever write off a victory over a team like Buffalo.
Yes, you can write it off.
I mean, the
they
Jets beat
snapped.
Buffalo.
They fumbled the snap under huddle. It was a fluke.
That's okay. You guys can be wrong. It doesn't make you bad
Jets
people.
beat Buffalo.
Here was the celebration afterwards in the Cowboys locker room.
Cowboys! Hey, I'll be short. Hey, I just want to say this, man. I'll tell you what, that's the focus, all three phases. I think we made a dominant zone. And we're back at it. We're up in 4 days. Yes, sir. You gotta go get them Giants. Okay, so enjoy this. Outstanding. We beat a damn good football team today. We beat them good. All right, JK, wrap us up.
Hey, let's enjoy this one. Get on this plane when we get back there. We right back up. Let's dominate our process now. When we get back to Thursday, we're going to do the same. Baby, hey, go. Be great on 3. 1, 2, 3. Be great. Yes, sir.
There it was from DallasCowboys.com. J-Ron Curse inside the locker room. Mike McCarthy talked about the leadership. Brad Sham in the Post said, they kept it pretty quiet. They were talking about not doing their jobs, but all the quiet, secret, private team meetings that they had last week. Here's McCarthy talking about it.
You know, I speak on this a lot, and I just can't say it enough. I mean, I really love this locker room, and we are definitely not short. in the area of veteran leadership. We had a chance to visit our leadership council. I think it was on Tuesday or Wednesday, and I just so impressed with the way these guys open up their hearts and really challenge each other. And so, and I think all that is, part of this championship, formula that you have to have. I mean, you have to go through adversity moments. You have to have moments like last week, and you definitely have to respond like we did this week. So, the reality of it is we're up in 4 days. So this will be a quick flight home. But I'm proud of our guys. But, the leadership group and the young guys buying in, Micah, the older guys putting their hands around him and, helping him grow in that area. So we got a lot of good things going on right now.
They just destroyed Kirk Cousins. I mean, it was
no prayer.
It was a beating.
Yeah. And people are saying, they were missing some O-linemen, and they were. And that plays into it. But, they
lost the left tackle. Right? Darisaw. They lost him, and the Cowboys took advantage.
They did. And Minnesota wasn't able to, put an extra guy out there to help them out. And if they did, it wasn't helping them out enough. They did a tremendous job neutralizing Kirk Cousins. And Kirk's he's not a bad quarterback, but he's not the kind of guy that wins a game for you. If things go right for him, he can do some damage. Yesterday, everything was. I mean, it just seemed like every single pass attempt, he was rolling to his left and trying to kind of just. I'm not even going to say he was trying to throw a ball. He was trying to push a ball.
Yeah,
it was weird, man. It was like this guy was just looked like he never threw before. Never threw a ball before.
And it was the shot blocker effect. Like, you could tell he felt
everything.
He felt the presence of Micah even around him. Look, the Vikings were, 1 of 11 on third down? Cowboys with their most sacks since 2008. I mean, it was just perfect. It was a perfect way to start off a shortened holiday Thanksgiving work week. Got a game on Thursday, of course, against the New York Football Giants. And someone took note of the Cowboys' performance. Odell Beckham Jr. saying, whoa, look at what this team did. J-Ron Curse, Micah, and Tank said, yeah, come join us. What's the latest? What's the update? Here's Ian Rappaport, Bobby's boy from the NFL Network.
Let's talk about the NFC East because Odell Beckham Jr. certainly seems to be interested in that division specifically. My understanding is something I'm reporting with colleague Tom Pelissero is that Odell Beckham Jr., the top free agent available and certainly the top receiver available, is narrowing his list and has come up with finalists, specifically the Dallas Cowboys and the New York Giants. And our understanding is that Beckham plans to visit both teams officially after Thanksgiving. Probably not going to be the Friday after, probably going to be early that next week. But Beckham, who is nearing full health, coming back from an ACL tear, should be in a position to take a physical from a team. Obviously, that is going to be a huge part of these meetings and of these visits. Beckham Jr. clearly wants to sign either late November or early December. Seems to be on track for that. He has not ruled out other teams. The Bills also a possibility, but it seems the Giants and Cowboys get the first crack at it.
Okay, so don't let him out of the building. You really want him, don't let him out of the building. That's kind of the trick, right? Never let him go to the next place. Never let that happen. You don't want him to go here and then the Giants and then say, you know what? Let me see what else is out there.
Yeah, who gets the first meeting?
That's a good question.
Jerry confirming to Christy Scales and reporters afterwards they're going to sit down with Odell after Thanksgiving.
If you don't have the first meeting, then you don't have a scheduled meeting. You know, because there's always a chance he doesn't leave the other building without a contract.
I don't think this should be in the Giants' plan. I don't think this makes a ton of sense for them.
No,
let's
let's
see what their GM. Let's assess this GM and figure out if he's as smart as we think in terms of believing they're a true contender right now, or does he know this a little bit fluky? You know what I mean? We're more of a finishing stop than the Giants. The Giants, we also said, were frauds, and they were going to be brought back down to earth as they get handled yesterday by the Detroit Lions. So I'm interested to see if New York is really in on this, how interested they are, because I don't think they should be at the price tag.
I don't think they should be either. However, I would think this. Or maybe the Giants look at this like, okay, we've got a chance. The division, the NFC is winnable. Let's try to steal one.
Yeah,
like
their other 2 titles.
Right. No,
really, they're 3 titles. Like they weren't better than Buffalo when they won the first one, and then the runs that they went on against the Patriots.
I mean, a lot of that was just an older version of the '86 team.
Yep.
Say for example, Philadelphia made the playoffs in a rebuild last year.
Yeah.
And the Giants are going to make the playoffs this year in a rebuild. This is a rebuild still, and that's fantastic. Now you don't want to lose sight of the plan, but. The NFC as a whole is so gettable. If you get the right matchups, styles make fights. Get the right matchup, the right road, a couple of upsets here and there, you could steal one. And they could see that. And maybe they want to take that chance.
Headlines with Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt gone again. Just disappearing, 30 minutes late to the show.
Yeah.
And now he just goes downstairs on our sister station, News Radio 1080 KRLD. So a very smooth start for a Cowboys insider joining the show on a permanent basis. What happened, Choppy, in the world of college football?
Man, this was supposed to be a very boring Saturday, and it turned out to be electric. TCU beats Baylor.
The ending.
29-20. What an ending. What a finish. They had like a 5% chance to win that game with about 4 minutes to go.
Did you think that they screwed up the field goal operation? Sonny Dykes said, we practice it that way.
That was perfect.
Some people are like, it gives the field goal kicker less time to think. You run them out there, line up, bam.
A lot of people are saying Baylor screwed up because they could have, since TCU made a change, Baylor could have slow played their way out to the field. They didn't have to rush. And they could have just basically ended the game like that. The referee would have stood on the football. I don't know. I don't know how that differs college to pro.
I thought under like 30 seconds or maybe a minute that changes a little bit because then teams would just do that around the clock.
Correct. So I don't know how that would have worked, but the holder and the folks on like the analysts and stuff, they said the holder gets 100% credit for that. He was in charge. He got there so fast. He got down at the spot. He waited. As soon as as soon as everybody got set, he didn't snap it yet. He continued to wait and made sure it was a walk-off. Like, it was a tremendous job by all parties involved to be able to get that, and they got the 29-28 win. Ohio State, they were trailing.
Ooh.
They were down in this one.
Against Maryland.
Okay, they were down at halves 13-10, and they wind up winning 43-30. That was a 6-point game with under a minute to go. Michigan. They were down. Okay, they were down 17-10 entering the fourth quarter. They win that one 19-17. And then the upset of the day was South Carolina, who I still think is scoring touchdowns. They beat Tennessee 63-38. Spencer Rattler has never had a game like this, and he may never again. But he showed the talent that he has.
South Carolina, 63 points, the most by an unranked team against a top 5 opponent in almost 100 years against RJ's Vols. And y'all had an injury on top of it.
Yeah, and that injury, I hate to say it like this.
You were a 22-point favorite?
22-point favorite, 22.5. We lost by 25.
Dang!
That's got to be one of the biggest deltas, whatever the hell you call it, in the sports history. This is gonna sound bad, but like Hendon Hooker he tore his ACL in that game. That is the only thing that takes the sting of the game away, because now I know even if they won that game and he tore his ACL, we would not even deserve to be in the top 5. And we're not going to be. It's be a great year for a 12-team playoff, but without Hendon Hooker, we would not deserve to be in the top 12. He's the best quarterback that we have. I mean, he is one of the best quarterbacks in the country. So he is. They are out. He is out.
World Cup action today.
Fox, Channel 4, 1 o'clock. Team USA against Wales,
and Ecuador ended up winning.
Ecuador won 2-0.
Controversy early in this one.
Yeah, the talk was it was the
offsides.
Oh yeah, well the offsides, but no, I was talking about
the fix.
The fix was supposed to be in. It was supposed to be the Qataris, apparently, that was the report, paid the Ecuadorians $7.5 million to have a 1-0 win
in the second half.
Loss. A 1-0 loss to Qatar. And that goal come in the second half. It did not happen like that. Ecuador wins 2-0.
All right, headlines here on the Cowboys Monday on Sean and RJ. We're giving away tickets to Thursday's game. Are you serious? Cowboys-Giants giveaway thanks to Miller Lite and how Tony Romo turned on Bobby Belt yesterday during that Cowboys dominance in Minnesota. That's next on 105.3 The Fan. But first, let me get you on over to DFW Security with the video analytics.
segment brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Let's see if he survived the ground, as they say.
No, it did not. Looking at the replay now, the ball came sliding out of his grip. I think that's going to be an incompletion.
Let's see if Kevin O'Connell actually has to use that challenge flag.
Can I help out my buddies Sean and RJ on the morning show tomorrow on our flagship station?
They'd love it.
Minnesota's challenging the ruling on the field.
And he said Odell would have caught that. So can we maybe get the punchline, next time?
Oh, my gosh.
Instead of just going to, the referee as the ending point. Producers, come on now. Is that Medford? Is that Alec? Throw someone under the bus, Peyton.
I think it might have been Larry.
There we go.
Yeah, I trusted Larry.
Figured not finishing like a Longhorn would. Sean,
I'm right here.
Sean and RJ, you're not a Longhorn?
I'm not a Longhorn, but I'm a Longhorns fan. You don't have to talk trash with me sitting right here.
Sean and RJ, Bobby Belt officially joining the morning show on your home of America's team. It's a Cowboys Monday. Thank you, Brad. He'll be joining us at 8:40. He said, let's stir it up for the talk shows. Odell would have caught that. And Noah Brown, turns out, did catch it, and then Zeke finishes it from 1 yard out. One of the big storylines in this game, though, and Romo and Nance were all over it. We'll play you the audio that turned on Bobby from their call in just a second. Third down conversions were stupid.
Especially that first half. They went 8 of 10 in the first half, 12 of 17 on the year. This is a team that when they came into the game, they were 37% on the year.
25th. In the league.
And here's how great they were yesterday. They were 25th in the league in third down conversion. They're now 13th. They jumped up twice as high. They went ahead and they're 13th in the league now in third down conversion. If you do that's one of those hidden stats that if you convert at a rate that high, you're not losing. I'm sorry, if you've got 17 third down opportunities, you convert 12, you're winning the game.
Yeah, you are.
It's one of those I think back to the Miami Heat Mavericks finals in 2011, where after game 5, I think it was John Hollinger who said, they made 14 threes. That's it. He's like, it doesn't matter what else. That's obviously different today, but it's that same sort of thing where you convert 12 third downs, go home. You lost. You're not one of those guys. You can extend drives like that. You can keep the ball moving. You're going to score a ton whenever you can do that. And this is, by the way, now with 40 points yesterday, just like to point out, 4 of Dak's last 8 starts, the Cowboys have scored 40 points.
Well, I think that's pretty good.
Wow, what a sly little sneak in that was.
That's not a sneak in. That's a stat.
What did you tweet
about your great quarterback?
You trolling people?
I'm trying to give credit to people. Dak clearly plays better with Romo over his shoulder. Y'all were right in 2016.
Yeah.
What triggered people more, that or Laufenberg comparing Romo to Kirk Cousins? Ooh. He said it with us Thursday, and I was like, ugh, and I wanted to text him and be like, don't tweet that. Because the Romosexuals are going to come after you. And damned if he didn't go right on his Twitter account and say, are they the same guy? Game started, completion percentage, touchdowns, interceptions, yards passing, playoff record. Woo! Did that set off some of the Romo fans?
Oh, it absolutely did. Look, you can compare guys and not be insulting to one of them while you do it. But people don't understand that.
If you give me a comparison, I'm trying to think.
All right,
if you get compared to someone you don't think is good, that's an insult, right? People would think it's blasphemous to say that Kirk Cousins was as good as Tony Romo. They'll be offended by that around here.
That's fine. Yes, but that doesn't mean that he's as good as them. You can just compare things. You can take guys out of college, right? I haven't looked at some of the comps, right? But if I comped CJ Stroud to Marcus Mariota, that doesn't mean I'm saying that his NFL career is going to be Marcus Mariota. I'm just saying, he may throw like him and he may run like him, but he may be a better decision maker.
Right.
So he's not like him. It doesn't mean it's a bad thing.
Like I said, Burrow and Brady, the personality.
Right. That doesn't mean that he's going to turn out to be Tom Brady.
To be fair, though, Babe did say Tony Romo, Kirk Cousins comparison, same guy. So he was asking, are they the same guy, very directly.
Yeah.
He said comparison, but then he said, are they the same guy? Which was funny. Did you notice Romo on the broadcast yesterday taking time out to go, people don't give Kirk Cousins enough respect. He's been really, I wonder if he saw the Babe the Babe comparison. He's like, yeah, we are the same, and he's great. All right, he's awesome.
Man, does he love himself some Cooper Rush? My Lord. Ooh. All right, Bobby, this will be your first true dangerous test as a member of the morning show. Take us through the Tony Romo audio that you collected, and afterwards, our Cowboys-Giants Thanksgiving Day ticket giveaway right here on Sean and RJ during the Expressway, thanks to Miller Lite.
I was watching the game yesterday, and we were obviously all on the same text chain and just, making observations like, wow, what a great pass there. Like, oh, look at this play. That was awesome. Or, man, we got to talk about why, this happened with Micah or whatever else. I was starting to notice something a little different. And I first noticed it near the end of the first quarter when Tony Pollard, all the Zeke stands will tell you, see, that's why you need Zeke. Because Tony Pollard couldn't get it in there on the first two carries of the day.
Right.
Out on the goal line. And one of those people was Tony Romo. Tony Romo felt the same. That, hey, look, this isn't it. But the way he said it, just it sounded like he was giggling a little bit. Not literally giggling, but it sounded like he was trying to like wink and nod at Nance as he was talking about Tony Pollard. So this is Tony Romo talking about why you can't just have Tony Pollard for these short yardage runs.
It's a big game coming in, you know it. You need your quarterback to step up, and he has. Kellen Moore calling a perfect game also. He's going to be a head coach next year. They're going to lose both these coordinators. Dan Quinn is gone. He's too good. I think Kellen Moore has a really high percentage chance as well.
Well, that wasn't it.
All right, no. 0 for 1, baby. Here we go.
0 for 1.
Making fun of me the way I call for audio.
This is cut 34, Peyton.
Oh, no. You just made a face after you thought I talked down to Peyton off of the last audio. Now, welcome to my chair.
When you say somebody's name at the end of a sentence, very condescending.
Cut 34, Peyton. This is Romo talking about Pollard and Zeke.
That is Pollard refusing to go down. Dak tried to signal for it. They were not that close.
He reached that ball over for a second, but I don't think he was close enough there. And these are the parts where I like Tony Pollard, but size matters, right?
Oh, yes.
Right? Doesn't it?
They say, I hear. Yeah.
That was a good one.
Uh-huh.
I just want to know. Now, I don't know Romo at all. He's too cool for me. But
y'all don't run in the same uptown circle?
We're not. Is he smiling on the inside? I don't know what type of dude he is.
Dude, yes.
You can't say size matters and not giggle.
Right.
You have to chuckle at that.
Anybody who says that.
I think Jason Garrett may not giggle. I think Jason Garrett is too pure. He's too good. He's really saying size matters.
My mom wouldn't giggle.
Right.
I don't think my mom knows there's differences in men's sizes.
But I think Garrett would have an awareness that would be a...
Tell us how...
I don't think my mom...
Was she alone?
I don't
just
think...
Ralph Sr.?
I don't think my mom's seen a whole lot of wiener in her life. Okay,
We're talking about running backs. I thought you meant your mom doesn't watch a lot of football.
She's seen that.
And she doesn't see...
I'm just going to guess.
We were talking about Tony Pollard versus Zeke.
That's
what Romo was talking about. I don't know.
Let's use the next clip to get into RJ's aunt's sex life.
Well,
God! But your mom one didn't freak you out. The aunt crossed the line for you.
Well, at least
the aunt took you over the edge.
My mom's sex life produced me.
Yeah.
Okay, I can get down with that one. Well, not get down with it, but I can understand that one.
My word. Masterpiece of the Week's going to need to reach outside of their own show this week. Cut 35, Peyton.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I thought you were going to say that they were going to reach outside the show to have you on for once.
No. We'll find out. You've got second quarter. It's like, okay, that was just one joke. He's not doing that on purpose. Well, it happened again on a Tony Pollard carry. This happened all on Tony Pollard stuff. I don't know what it is about Pollard that gets Romo so hot and bothered. But this is Tony Romo really impressed with a 3-yard run from Tony Pollard.
This was like a Madden juke in the backfield and everyone stays. And then all of a sudden, watch this first move right here. He goes, everyone stays. Then he gets outside of leverage and then squirts right in between you.
Really?
I don't think he meant that one.
You hear that one again?
That's just those are. I feel like there's certain words you should probably just avoid using.
Yeah,
certain adjectives. That's one that I would just.
Most underrated soda there is, by the way. Most underrated with tequila. Change your life.
Squirt's really good. Squirt's like
Have you ever had it, Chow?
I have, man. I'll tell you, it's
Tequila and
so
squirt.
sweet, though, right? It makes it so sweet.
Squirt's-
Well, yeah, it is very tasty.
Squirt's like if Fresca had more of a Sprite tint to it.
So
Yes.
we tried.
You shouldn't say tint either.
Why? What's wrong
never
with
mind.
tint?
Sorry, that was
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay, why are you making this weird?
Yeah.
left out the A.
Tried Fresca with vodka.
Tinta?
Very underrated.
Fresco with vodka.
Yeah, very. You guys have probably
Fresca's a
gotta
good
go find
mixer
it.
in general.
Yeah, it is.
So, no, that's just one of those words I think you should avoid.
Yeah.
Like a few weeks back when I was on with Reggie and Reggie was describing the Bears uniforms, their orange uniforms, he said they're creamy. And as soon as he said it, I was like, I just feel like that's a word you shouldn't
Creamy
use.
for the uniform?
I haven't
Yeah.
heard that.
Yeah, and he said he meant creamsicle. But man, I feel like there are just certain words you shouldn't use. And I think Romo needs to add squirts to the list of words that he shouldn't use. But I was like, okay, this is just 2 times. Whatever. It's a little funny, little odd. But man, he seemed to go out of his way on the last one. And again, it was Tony Pollard. When Jim Nance and Tony Romo were trying to figure out, and this is cut 36, Peyton, by the way.
Peyton, you're longer tenured on this show.
Yeah,
you
you are.
have higher rank. Would you like to respond to any of this?
This will be the last segment Bobby runs, by the way.
Oh!
I'm not pulling any more audio. Bobby sends my way.
Man.
Woo.
Yeah.
Mr. Mustache
That's
coming
fine.
in here.
I cut it up myself anyway, Peyton.
Then how about you get back here, Bobby?
What'd you say?
How about you get back here, Bobby? You be the producer.
All right. So no, this was Jim Nance and Tony Romo talking about can Tony Pollard, can he be a bell cow? Can he handle as many carries as fans want him to?
Well, people wondered, could he handle the heavy load? The most he'd ever had as far as carries before last week was, 14, and last week he carried it 22 times for 115. Cowboys are there to pick it up. I think he can handle that heavy load, just like you, Jim.
Oh, dude.
Just like you, Jim.
Jim.
All right, that was intentional.
He did that for you.
Handle that heavy load, just like you, Jim.
Yeah, buddy.
He did that for you, Sean.
I know the
Oh,
sanctimonious. I know the sanctimonious Jim Nance, who's holier than thou.
Jim's a freak. Guaranteed. Guaranteed Jim's a freak.
No, he was that was Romo saying, I need to help out my Nick and Sam's brethren. I'm gonna take a shot for him
Yeah,
here.
Tony Romo. That was. Let me hear that one more time because I thought it was just one heavy load, but no, there were 2 heavy loads at the beginning and the end.
Well, people wondered, could he handle the heavy load? The most he'd ever had as far as carries before last week was, 14, and last week he carried it 22 times for 115. Cowboys are there to pick it up. I think he can handle that heavy load, just like you, Jim.
Man. Just like you, Jim.
Wow.
All the heavy loads.
Oh my gosh. But it all happened when he was talking about Pollard. Something
Yeah.
about Pollard and Romo.
Can we stop treating Tony Pollard like he's 148 pounds? He weighs 210.
Oh, yeah.
He's like 15 pounds less than Zeke. Can we stop treating this dude?
Is he really though, Bobby? When you're in the locker
Yeah.
room, 15-pound difference.
I think they're lying more about Zeke's weight than Pollard's probably. But,
Okay.
But I mean, Pollard's more stout than you'd think. And Zeke has trimmed down this year. And so it's probably 15 to 20. It's not off by too much, but I mean, the way they talk about him is like he's Kevontae Turpin.
Right.
And it's like,
right.
It feels like covering fire for
Skip Pete's fault.
A contract.
Skip Pete, the DallasCowboys.com piece where he's like, oh man, Pollard was just gassed. There's no way he could go in for another carry. And Pollard's like, no.
Oh, he didn't like that. You could tell
No.
when he answered. He's like, I think he knows. I think he was joking.
So Romo and Nance with the size, the squirt, and the load yesterday on CBS.
Pull that, Peyton.
Let's pull that.
Pull that. Wow. All the buzzwords. All
Peyton,
the words.
sir, who I have great respect for as a producer.
Thank you.
Please tap the button.
That's right, Tolos. The time is now, caller number 10 right now, 877-881-1053, wins a pair of tickets to see your Dallas Cowboys take on the New York Giants at AT&T Stadium on Thanksgiving Day, courtesy of Miller Lite. That's caller number 10 right now, 877-881-1053.
All right, so you're going to the game on Thursday. Now, Bobby, since you didn't go to Minnesota and use that as the excuse to come in 30 minutes late this morning.
That's not the excuse. I'll be in at 6 a.m. tomorrow, too.
Are you? You're going to the Giants game, though.
Yes, as long as I'm not sick again. Which, by the way, I wanted to make sure.
You had the flu?
Yeah. Yeah, because remember I told you the youngest had it, so I got it from her. But I did want to make sure I got it here because I knew if I didn't show up today, it was going to be Sean going, another illness. Keeps him out, huh?
Yeah.
Huh? This is what he does.
Is sickness a normal thing? You get sick a lot?
Not frequently, but like when my kids go back to school, they're like little petri dishes. So
terrible. It's terrible. Both my kids got it now.
Dude, it's everywhere. Like, I mean, I think there's a bunch of people, I think, with the Cowboys that have it right now. Like, your kids had it. Like, Bassick said his family had it. Hagee's baby had it. Baby Hageland had it. So, it's just going around everywhere.
All right, 877-881-1053, the number to call to win those tickets. We're taking your Cowboy calls at 8. Let's finish up with some serious Romo that I guess Bobby and Peyton clashed over. He keeps on saying Kellen Moore is getting a job as well. Do you laugh at that? We know Dan Quinn, but Romo always is praising Kellen as well.
No, I've said before, I think I've told you guys before, like, I think that Kellen Moore gets way too much hate. I think he's a better than league average coordinator. And like, I mean, I know he has his faults. I don't think he's perfect by any means. But in terms of...
Did you watch the Kurt Warner breakdown of them against the Packers? Was that more about Dak? I didn't get through the whole thing. I saw early on Dak not throwing it comfortably, but he's caught out Kellen's schemes before.
Sure. A lot of it, I think a lot more of it was about, for Kurt, I mean, there were times where he didn't like play design or he thought, this doesn't make a lot of sense. So he called out some play design, but a lot of it to him was what we had all been talking about the following Monday, like communication and their chemistry, and they had a lot of issues there. And so that was more what he was targeting. But on Kellen Moore specifically, like, if you're telling me I can take Kellen Moore or like just like random spin the wheel and count on them hiring a better guy at offensive coordinator, I think I feel better about Kellen than whoever they would interview and hire.
Kellen has a good game plan a lot of times. He looks better when his quarterback plays to his potential. When Dak has a bad game, Kellen looks bad. All coordinators look bad when their quarterback has a bad game. Basically, all coordinators look good when their quarterback's on. When their quarterback's got 22% completion percentage over expectation, he's going to look amazing. When your quarterback is 20 for 20 on non-pressured throws, like Dak was, he's going to look amazing. When your quarterback is 3 for 3 downfield, 20 yards or more, your coordinator is going to look amazing.
Tolos do want to give Kellen Moore credit. Look, I don't like just saying, they scored 40, Kellen Moore, great job. What I notice, and I'm just giving the casual fan observations, and then Broadus, breaks down the tape with you guys and the Love of the Star podcast with, I can't speak the route combinations and depth and X's and O's and all that stuff. It seemed like, as Brad Sham said and Broadus in the post, they finally figured out the Zeke Pollard balance. All right, they figured it out. How often to give it to Tony? We can throw it to him as well. I'd like to see their stats on motion this year. It felt like there was a lot of motion yesterday in terms of making you hesitate with CeeDee Lamb moving, right? These wide receiver screens. It felt like everyone was touched. I judge it off of how many people are touching the football, what different creative ways are you doing, how much motion are you running, are the right targets, are your best players getting the right amount of targets? That's how I judge it. I can't speak to route combinations and scheming guys open like Broadus can. You notice any of that stuff jump out to you yesterday?
Yeah, there's a little bit of it. I mean, they got an illegal motion penalty on
Dak
one of them.
Dak running too. Dak starting to use his legs a little bit more.
Yeah, and I think that's just got to be about his confidence. That's got to be where he's at, his trust in his own body and his trust in his own durability. And I think that's what you're seeing. He's removed from it now. He's feeling more comfortable. But you're seeing him willing to not just run again. You're seeing him run physically again. Like he was taking on Vikings defenders in the open field yesterday. He was taking on, tough physical runs against Green Bay the week before. I think that he's more comfortable doing it again. He's found that comfort again. And something we talked about back in training camp, that it looked like he was closer to himself mobility-wise than he was the year before. But
Kellen is a head coach.
No,
Minnesota interviewed both he and Dan Quinn.
Look, there's a offensive guys are always going to get fast track, and you're always going to have you're always going to have an advantage over defensive coaches, and when you're a young offensive mind who's put up what he has over the last several years with Dak Prescott in there, which is number one offense the last 3 years whenever Dak plays, then yeah, that's going to get some people interested. So I I actually wouldn't be stunned if Kellen were to get a job before Quinn, even though I think Quinn's a better coach.
I think he's a better coach too, and I think Kellen absolutely should get a job before Quinn because offense is the sustainable side of the football that you can plan on and you can bank for. And that's why I love that offensive coaches get fast track. It's the easier way to win, which is find a quarterback and win that way, than it is to build a great defense because you're relying on too many other factors. And if you want to, and now look, if you have a great defensive coach and your quarterback's elite, like if you give an elite defensive mind Patrick Mahomes, or whatever, look what Josh Allen's able to do with a defensive coach, then I think it's easier. But in order to get that guy and help develop and groom that guy, go with the offensive side.
I got to give Romo props for his early Cooper Rush opinion. He did say he really liked Rush. That was before Rush went on his run. Here's Tony saying this about Rush's offseason future.
Well, I talked to you that week going into, because we had his
Week 2 game against Cincy.
First start and this year. And I was really impressed when I put the tape on for the Minnesota game last year.
You said he's going to play well.
I said they're going to be okay. And I said, I think he actually, I didn't think they were going to have this huge fall off a cliff thing that happened before, when Dak got hurt. And Cooper's just better than people realize. He gets the ball out quickly. He looks people off. He knows the offense at a very high level. He gets to the right play. He makes these checks, that are hard to get to sometimes. And he does it, just natural and, in phase. And it makes everything kind of flow. And the game gets simple. And it helped the team. They started running the ball. And things just kind of started to be boom. And now today looked like one of those games, right? But Dak was out there. And obviously we know Dak's talent level and everything. And I think Cooper is going to get a big contract after this year. And we'll see. Does some team believe he is starting quarterback worthy? I do.
Well,
I absolutely think
he's going to get a big contract to be a starter somewhere or a big contract to stay here in Dallas as a backup. There's a difference.
One or the other. But the difference is up to him, right?
Yep.
And then what are the opportunities and where are you going? And he's already proven, though. I mean, you don't fake your way into doing what he did. He was extremely efficient, accurate. He threw under duress. That was the biggest thing. Way better than 90% of the quarterbacks in the NFL.
Wow.
It's a lot of praise.
What happens first? Kellen Moore becomes a head coach or Cooper Rush gets paid to be a starting quarterback?
Oh, I think Kellen becomes a head coach. Just get the timelines of.
Well, Rush's deal's up, right?
Yeah, but free agency would open in March, and then in theory, Kellen would get hired in January if he got a job.
Okay. So thank you for being technical with the timeline.
We are.
Good job by you.
We are technical people.
Very detail oriented.
Very technical.
Which one's more likely to happen?
I think Kellen Moore is more likely to happen.
Yes. Yeah.
Like Romo's going to be proven wrong with that take.
Oh yeah, I think so. Like, I mean, can Cooper Rush function in a Jimmy G style operation with like an excellent head coach and a bunch of different weapons? Sure, probably. He can get you by. He did here. But yeah, I don't think he's ever going to be a guy that can carry a team or can really lead a franchise.
But I mean, Carolina needs a quarterback.
I'm not paying Cooper Rush.
No. I know New Orleans needs one. Atlanta might need. Well, maybe we don't know about Ritter. I mean, you go down the list. There's a dozen teams that, or half a dozen teams anyway, that could say, we could look for an upgrade. Is Cooper Rush an upgrade?
Maybe he gets signed to a Trubisky type deal in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
I mean, someone would be insane to pay Cooper Rush.
I mean, you're not paying him $40 million, but I mean, maybe you pay him what?
Yeah, give me a number.
Give him the Chase Daniel career. Or Chase
somewhere
Daniels
between like Andy Dalton money. What's Andy? Andy Dalton making your 15s.
I think. Is he that much?
Well, no, but with incentives, right? If he gets,
I'm talking about the
starts.
Someone to pay him to start. Ooh, I would not want to be that fan base. No offense, but I mean,
I
there's
agree.
no way not to take offense if you're Cooper Rush with this discussion. But Romo loves him, and he was right. Before the run, finally, Romo and Nance on the Odell Beckham rumors.
Well, Jim, just following up on that, Jerry Jones said right before the game his understanding is OBJ will visit both teams after their Thanksgiving game. And the big question really is, where is he in terms of recovery from that second torn ACL in 16 months? And then, of course, as you guys mentioned, what kind of contract someone can give him. But, Jim, also talking to Mike McCarthy, talking to Dak Prescott, they would love to see OBJ with a star on their helmet.
Okay, well, they did. They told us that in our meetings with them this week. It's a good point you made, too, Tony. Though, what are you saying to the other guys that are in the wide receiver room?
Yeah, I mean, they obviously, it's just the new way to recruit.
And he went on and on that he has never heard a team be so vocal in their recruitment.
Yeah.
And the guys in the locker room are the ones saying it. Michael Gallup and CeeDee Lamb did interviews saying bring Odell in, so they're not getting butthurt about it. They're not. I mean, you're in there talking to them.
Yeah, and even though I know we got a very mild endorsement a couple weeks ago from Dak Prescott, I promise he's being more active behind the scenes than that.
He wants him?
Yeah. They all want him. And I don't think anybody... The only person who maybe isn't, I have no idea if he is, so don't take it that way, but like Noah Brown, I'm sure is somebody who like, oh, okay, that kind of takes away from my reps. Michael Gallup and CeeDee Lamb, this is a 3-receiver league. That just softens looks for them. It gives them more opportunities. I can't see why they wouldn't want him here.
Yeah, the idea that we don't need a third wide receiver, we already have two, is like saying we don't need a second defensive end, we already have one. There's three starting defensive wide receiver positions on the field now in today's NFL. You need three wide receivers. You can't just say, I don't need a right tackle. I've already got one at left. It doesn't work like that at the wide receiver position anymore. Same thing for corner.
Yeah.
You can't say, I don't need a third corner. I already got two. No. You probably need a fourth and a fifth.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's something that I think they're all cognizant of. I think this is a moot point if Jalen Tolbert would have been who they thought he could have been or would have been right away. I'm not saying I don't want to write him off like for his career or anything, but if he stepped in,
one of your great calls,
I own it. I messed that. Like, I mean, right now anyway, it does not look good. And so, if he had played better, this isn't an issue. Or if you kept Amari Cooper, it's not an issue. So.
Ooh, oh man, you talk about triggering. Every time I tweet out Amari's stat line, or if he does something, and I would do the same if it was Randy Gregory or when Leo Collins is stinking it up for the Cincinnati Bengals, I get the, who cares? What are you doing? Well, there's a ratio of it. It's probably like 65, 70% ticked off and mad that Amari's gone, and then the 25 or 30% on the Chartwreck.com text line saying, who gives a dang? He's not here anymore. Stop worrying about it, like yesterday.
Here they come. Jacoby back up in the pocket, looking, throwing. Cooper's open. He's up in the air, and he caught it in the end zone. Touchdown, Amari Cooper.
The Browns lost, Sharif. It was garbage time. In the storyline of the day, that's what the Browns and the Bills was in Michigan as they moved the game with the snow scene. Weren't they getting players out of the driveway?
So, yeah, they had 77 inches in Orchard Park. Okay, they averaged 94 inches for the year. And they had 77 inches in 4 days. So some of the players trying to get out of their driveway, and the neighbors, the home of good, Buffalo is apparently called the home of good neighbors. That's like their whatever. They got their snow blowers out, and were snow blowing this truck out of the driveway. Pretty cool scene, I thought. By the way, this is not a road game for Amari Cooper. It was a neutral site, and it was an indoor game at a dome. So
does it count as road stats?
Well, it's supposed to be in Buffalo.
It's going to count.
It was technically a road game.
Yeah.
Technically, because Buffalo was technically the home team.
Man, did he need this?
Oh, big time.
A road game in Buffalo to boost these numbers?
Yeah.
You kidding me? 8 for 113 and 2 for Amari, but the Bills end up running over them in the second half.
Yeah, I don't think I can count this. I can't count this as a road game. This is a neutral site game.
Man, if you don't count that one as a road game, then that means his worst performance at home this year is better than any of his road games.
Yeah.
His worst performance at home this year was, what was it? It was 4 catches for 44 yards against New England. His best on the road before this was 3 for 32 against Miami.
Who's better?
I don't get why he can't play.
It's bizarre.
So bizarre.
Like you would think it's kind of a fluky thing, but over this long a time period, it is weird.
Well, we've talked about, in basketball, you get depth perception, for different arenas. I can see why some guys can't shoot. Baseball, batter's eye is different. Every pitching mound is a little bit different. I can see why some guys don't perform well. Man, football just doesn't make any sense.
There were 2 3-3 games yesterday, and I was praying that Bobby Belt's first show was going to have Dak balling out, Jalen Hurts losing to Indy, Stafford getting hurt like Cooper Kupp with the Rams losing, and Lamar losing to Carolina. But the football gods did not align it. Baltimore did beat the Panthers. That was a 3-3 game. And this was a 3-3 game with the best finish of the day.
Stabs left, ran it right, down the sideline, to the 40, to the 50, slants left to the 45, beats the punter to the 35-30. Marcus Jones down the middle to the 10, into the end zone. Touchdown! No flag! Touchdown! Patriots!
Zolak.
Oh, man, he's so great.
Freaking
on protein shakes, yoga pants, froyo.
On the 17th punt of the day, the Patriots rookie wins it with a block in the back. God, I was hoping they threw the flag. Block in the back on the 5-yard line. 5 seconds left. New England beats the Jets. Zach Wilson and the Jets offense, 2 yards in the second half. 2.
Yeah. Okay. So this would have been a situation where, like, maybe if the quarterback just doesn't have it that day, you replace him for the game, and then you guarantee, all right, he's going to be our guy next week. We're just replacing him for the day, which just doesn't happen in football. But you dopey Jet fan and media members, do not ever say that we are, which people are saying this, they're trying to develop a quarterback while the team has a chance to win. And that's a dumb thing to do. That's the dumbest take I've ever heard. And there are plenty of Jet fans who think that they should bench Zach Wilson and not try to develop him because he's going to cost them a chance at the playoffs. Like, do y'all realize what makes the postseason year in and year out? And that's developing a quarterback. Like, who cares about your cute little playoff run?
Peyton just DM'd me this. The Jets averaged 2.77 inches per play in the second half.
Oh, man.
I think he can handle that heavy load, just like you, Jim.
2.77 inches per play in the second half. So there it is. Little Around the NFL here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt, newest permanent member of the morning show. Let's open up the calls, though. Let's hit it up. We do it every Monday to celebrate the Cowboys. And let's get the party going at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Your Cowboy calls on a Cowboys Monday next. But first, look, there's only one bad part of your day. You do have to go to work for a few days.
the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First Vikings possession of the third quarter. Play fake. Sack! DeMarcus Lawrence. Boom. Hello.
It is not fist pump time, Bobby Belt. That would be 1 hour from now as our Cowboys insider becomes a full-time member of the morning show. It's Sean and RJ. What a perfect way to start off the week. 40-3, the dominance in Minnesota. And I'm very interested to see what happens on this Diamond Factory hotline after some. I had to have a little intervention with some Cowboy Tolos last week. I had to get a little stern. Had to calm some people down after the Green Bay Packer freak out. And now I'm curious to see how y'all are feeling after this dominance yesterday. Hit us up right now on Sean and RJ, 877-881-1053. Ray in Dallas, start us off. You're live on the Fan, Ray.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Good morning, man. This is 18-wheeler Ray, baby. Hold on.
Yeah, love it. Thank you.
Hey, look, I called last week, and, the defense, they did bad. And I said I wasn't panicked, right? A Tolo called right after my call and said, got on to other Tolos, Cowboy fans, and said that they weren't panicked, pretty much getting on to them. Man, I'm wondering what he's saying right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I told you, it's just one game. The defense addressed their issue, the pass, the rush defense. Hey, stars up everywhere, man. We making it rain stars up from here, man. Dallas, I got a couple comments too, man. Hey, Bobby Felt, you just joined the prestigious show. Get on the ball, baby. You got to come here early. All right, you got to wake up early. You got to get on the ball, man. Hey.
Yeah.
And then also, man, I think Tony Romo.
Oh,
come on now.
Ray.
Ray.
Come on. Let's not go there with the any slurs, anything that has to get you dumped. Don't do that. Tom in New Jersey on the Odyssey app. Tommy, you're live on the Fan.
Hey.
Oh, what a comeback win. What a comeback win from last week. I didn't think they had any chance in beating Minnesota, to be honest with you, especially I thought we're going to fall back to the old Cowboys, fall into Rodgers' trap with a loss and come back and follow that up with another loss. But it seems like Kellen Moore finally knows how to use Pollard and Zeke right. Just give Pollard a little bit more touches and have Zeke work those 3rd and 3s and those short goal lines. Dak was, in my opinion, outstanding. We don't need him dropping back 40 times a game. 20, I think his stat line was 20-23 for 2 touchdowns. That's all we need to win, and I believe that's the recipe to win. And in my opinion, that's the way to do it. But I have a question for you guys.
Yeah.
Do you think the Odell Beckham outcome is going to be determined by the Thanksgiving game?
The Beckham Bowl, Bobby, as Twitter's calling it.
No, look, I still think Dallas is the favorite here regardless. But yeah, look, a victory on Thursday, that'll do a lot to help because he wants to go somewhere where he can win. And if you've got, back-to-back victories and by Dallas and back-to-back losses by the Giants, that certainly helps things.
I wonder if Odell cares who wins the game. I think Odell is looking at 2 things. 1, price. 2, lifestyle.
Does anyone think that the money is too much of an ask?
20 mil?
Yep. 20 mil a year.
He's
30.
Look, they wouldn't sign Amari. They didn't want Amari around at the same price, and he's a little bit younger.
Yeah, a little bit younger. Maybe healthier, probably not. He's always banged up. I mean, he's always active, but he's always banged up. To me, it's if you really mean it when you say, and I'm talking about Jerry, when you say, all right, whatever check it takes. All right, write this one then. Like, I understand you may end out making an overpay, but it's been 10 years since Brandon Carr. You can make one overpay. Just get it done.
It's been 10 years, man. Like, they don't overpay. They get gun shy when they do that. If they do it and it doesn't work, they get a little gun shy. They did it after Joey Galloway. Right? Oh, we're not going to make any kind of moves. We're not going to make these trades. And they did it with Roy Williams. They made the trade. And it didn't really work. And they signed Brandon Carr. It didn't really work. And they move up in the draft for Mo Claiborne. It didn't really work. And they get gun shy for a little bit.
Jay in Grand Prairie. Jay, you are live on 105.3 The Fan. Let's celebrate. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, fellas, good morning. What a great win. Yeah, I was a bit skeptical last week, but I knew it was a trap game, just Green Bay and Aaron Rodgers. But one of the things I wanted to throw out there was Dak is 6-13 when he passes over 40 times. This was a complete game, and I think that shows when you see that 22 of 25. That's the way to go. 40 touches on the carries. This is how you win. This is the game. This is the team that goes to the Super Bowl. Thanks, fellas. Appreciate it.
Thanks for the call. So a formula phone call.
It's a formula call. That formula is a little misleading. When you throw over 40 times, it usually means you've been trailing in the game at some point, and that you're throwing to get back into it. So it's a little bit misleading.
And this was going to be some more carries to burn the clock in the second half yesterday as well.
Yeah, it was. I mean, and he was going to leave the game.
Here's
Cooper Rush in.
Yeah, here's Dak talking about the offensive rhythm they had. First time in franchise history scoring on those first 7 possessions. Here's number 4.
Yeah, just focused. After last week, I had a good week of prep and just wanted to come in and set the standard and the expectation that I've talked about, that we have for ourselves. And just as you said, just being able to go and get points on the first 7 drives. Honestly, was just staying in the moment as all the guys were, and honestly couldn't have told you that. And I think that's just credit to us just being dialed in and staying within each play, taking it play by play, giving our best, and resulting in points on those drives that obviously gives us a lead and allows the defense to go and hunt.
All right, I'm really glad that Bobby is in this morning and moving forward because he's a Dak homer. I've gotten a label as a Dak hater, so I love that you're in here as I'm about to say this, because hopefully you can support it.
Let's hear.
Yesterday's game, there's going to be an overreaction to how well Dak played yesterday. He didn't play as great as these numbers indicate. I'm not saying he didn't play bad, but he wasn't like outstanding. We were texting each other. We were all saying, oh my gosh, this team, they love getting in 3rd and 2. It's dink and dunk. They won't take a deep shot. The throw to Pollard was fantastic. That was really impressive. I'm just saying these numbers are a little bit misleading. Sometimes you're going to play better than bad numbers show and vice versa. 22 of 25, 276 and 2 is going to look like outstanding, like perfectly efficient. He didn't do many things like that were that outstanding. I think it's a little bit of a deceptive box score. Can you back me up, Homer?
Yes, hater. In general,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, no. In general, like, did that look like the prolific performance that 276 on 25 attempts seems to say it is? No,
right.
And yeah, everything was super underneath early. I'll say this: I think he played as well as he could given what was drawn up. Like I don't think there was a lot of opportunities for him to do much,
right?
To be real, but when he was asked to. The pass to Pollard, the pass down the field to Noah Brown. Like when he was asked to make throws, he did.
Yeah, and my follow-up to that caller, which made me think about that just then, people will say if we get that Dak, we can win the Super Bowl. I actually think it will take a little bit more.
Right.
You know what I mean? When you get in games where you have to match and high scoring, and it just depends whether he's going to be on that day. That to me is what the Cowboys Super Bowl will be determined by. Obviously the defense, how real they are, and then what type of day is Dak having. But I think it's going to take, and he is capable of like a little bit more. I don't think yesterday was the perfect formula. It's too easy to say you won 40-3, but a little bit more of a shootout where they ask him to do more. It's going to take that throughout a run. It's going to take that, and he is capable of it.
He is. I mean, look, he was really.
He's capable of stinking it up too.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, and I thought he was pretty good yesterday.
I'm just saying, like. I've been listening to people say that was his best game of the year. I heard that on the post. Outstanding. Superior. Like those. That's a little much.
He ran the game really well. That's not a bad thing. People say the game manager, bus drivers are bad. No, that's not a bad. I mean, there've been times. I mean, Tom Brady's got 7 Super Bowls. You think he game managed some of them?
Yeah, he game managed the early ones.
Yeah, Peyton Manning game managed a Super Bowl. Like it's okay. It's okay to do that. That's not a problem. But look, he was 20 of 20 when not pressured. He was 3 of 3 of 20 yards or more, and his completion percentage over expectation was he was 22% higher than he should have been. Like based on how open his receivers are, he was pretty good.
88% completion percentage, 3rd best in team history.
Now look,
but he wasn't like lights out.
No.
I just think that reaction is. I just want to balance it a little bit because that's an overreaction. He wasn't like lights out. The numbers look lights out.
But look, I mean, if we're gonna critique 22 of 25 for 276 and 2, it's a hell of a day. That's a hell of a a game to critique.
I'm not critiquing. I'm just saying don't fall for people who are saying, "Oh my gosh, like this was."
Yeah, I'm saying it's a good problem to have.
Don't box score scout. Like I get it. Yeah, like I understand that. And look, over his last 8 games, has he played as well as those numbers look, which is 70% completions, 20 touchdowns, 4 picks, his passer rating's 111. No, I don't think anybody said like he's played his best football over the last 8 games or whatever.
You said Todd Archer wrote that piece for a reason. What was it?
Yeah, the one where he had a piece released on Saturday called Dak Prescott has been good, but the Cowboys need more from their star quarterback. And a lot of it was quotes from Dak saying, I got to be better, and guys like CeeDee Lamb and Zach Martin saying they need to step up. But look, Todd is... he may be the best writer on the beat.
Shots fired at Bobby. Oh,
no. He's very good at his job. And I feel like he doesn't generally write anything like that unless, he's, got an informed opinion based off of discussions he has and things that he sees. It's not just going to be all, this is what this is what I'm taking from this. My sources be damned. I think that, Todd is writing that from a place of, this is like the organizational expectation. Dak's been good. Dak needs to be better. For them to get where they want to go, he's got to be better than he's been since he came back.
All right, let's get to Colton in Mansfield. Colton, you are live on the Cowboys Monday on 105.3 The Fan.
First off, how y'all doing, guys?
Good, thank you.
I just wanted to say, I think last week with the Packers, them getting smacked in the mouth by them is better than later on in the season and then coming to the Eagles and them doing it and leading into the playoffs. So I think this is something that the Cowboys do every year, where they get too over the head and then they get smacked in the mouth and then they get brought back down to earth. Well, the thing is the defense is a really good defense. So it was just something that needed to happen, and it got them all back level-headed, working together, and now they're like, okay, straightforward. I don't see this team, really losing to, a team that they shouldn't lose to this year. Now it's just a matter of pushing through it through the playoffs.
Thank you for the call, Colton. Country? Is this country in Dallas?
Yeah, this country, bro. I call it every now and then. I'm going to give y'all a little something to talk about, okay? If we think that formula is what we're going to need to win a Super Bowl, how the way Dak played yesterday, then we're highly mistaken, because I'm going to give you a couple points to talk about. First and foremost, Kellen Moore's got to call a game like we're playing teams 8-1 every week instead of going in with that mismatch stuff all over the place. Second of all, the reason why Dak had a great day with Tony Pollard is because when he went through his progressions, there weren't no receivers open. Now, you're going to have to get a receiver. Somebody's going to have to scare somebody in order to get that ball down the field. And then when you talk about leadership, you had Parsons, and then you had the safety. Can't think of his name right now. Yeah, Curse. Curse came out and called you out. He didn't say what names, but he called you out and said, say, man, we make $1 million playing football. It is a privilege to come out here and play. It's people out here going to work for $35,000 a year and feeding their families on the grind. And we going to come out here and show this? That's unacceptable. You got to be disciplined. You got to understand what your game plan is, and then you got to put that in place, and then you got to do it. They got a million reasons to get up every weekend and go play football instead of just this half stuff that we see every now and then. And some of that falls on your coaches, your general managers, and everybody else that is associated with the Dallas Cowboys. They all have to be better, but you have got to do something to make sure the people that's on the other side of that defense is scared. You can't go to a race with a Subaru and try to race a Corvette where you know darn well you don't have a chance. Sometimes our offense is that Subaru.
Ooh, country. Good call,
man, why you got to go and just go right at the Subaru?
Could that be a Fast and the Furious? Could they do that in Fast and the Furious?
Look, I mean, it's the driver. Dom tried to prove that in Fate of the Furious in Cuba. Okay, he proved it in Cuba. He could take anything. He could take anything. It's the driver.
So the game plan of going underneath and no deep shot, is that because of the roster?
No, look, I think when you look over the last 2 years, a lot of their approach, even when they were really successful at the beginning of last year, a lot of their approach has been to play things a little more underneath. They don't push the ball as aggressively down the field as they did about 3 years ago. So I think that that's naturally part of their game plan. They like to play things, more 15 yards and in typically, but when they need to take those shots, they need to be able to hit them, which they were able to do against Green Bay from time to time. But I think that what you saw yesterday was, all right, let's take what we're getting up here in the short game, and then when we need to take a shot, we will.
All right, those are your Cowboy calls here on your home of America's team. Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station. Brad Sham, voice of the boys, at 8:40. More of your star up and your star down. And we also have Nick Eatman in the final hour of the show at 9:20. More around the NFL and what happened inside the NFC East as we continue on DFW Sports Station.
But let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram.
Frankel and Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Snap the Mills is throwing again. This time, first sideline picked off by Fuller. 35-30 down the sideline he goes. Pick six. He's in. Touchdown. Touchdown, Washington.
Commanders are on fire, and Carson Wentz is going to stay on the bench because that means they get to keep a better draft pick instead of shipping it on over. So it's going to end up being a third instead of a second, I believe, with the deal that they worked out with Indianapolis. It's Sean and RJ around the NFL in the home of the Cowboys. Brad Sham, voice of America's team, is coming up at 8:40. Bobby Belt, first full-time permanent day here on DFW Sports Station. So it was a conditional second. It stays a second if Wentz plays at least 70% of the snaps. So they're going to keep it. Heineke's winning. And to miss the number, he would have had to miss just over 5 games. Yesterday was number 5. So the Commanders beat the Armpit in Houston. The Eagles survive the Colts, and the Giants get worked by the Detroit Lions. Thank you to my boy Jared Sandler. We were wondering, there was a whole box of delivered breakfast tacos. I had no idea. And Jared texted me, sent it for the birthday. So thank you to the Sandman, Bobby Belt with the donuts. We're rolling deep. KMC is going to be eating well today.
All the eggs. My toots are going to be.
You're going to be Wolchuk-like in here.
They're going to be rough today, I'm sure.
Is Wolchuk let loose?
Yeah, you were in here when Wolchuk, destroyed you.
Yeah, I'm trying to make a point. Him and I are having an argument, and he diffused the entire argument with gas. And I'm like, did you fart? And he's like, yeah, I farted.
Is there any of his back hair in here?
Man. No, it would have been right here where I'm sitting. He seemed all right with it, actually.
Did we get audio of that? I was looking for the live YouTube feature or something on that.
Well, Carter was on vacation, so we didn't have the proper guy to run the fan cam. So we might have the audio somewhere, but I don't know about video.
Yeah, we should have the audio to maybe play tomorrow if he was tortured, if he was getting truly punished with the back wax.
Yeah, he didn't enjoy it. He let out a couple yelps, and there were a few times where the wax would stick, like she'd get it mostly off, and then it would kind of hang on his back, and Bassick hung around and was maniacally laughing and enjoying it.
That's exactly the amount of hair on the back that I expected Waltrip to have.
There were 0 surprises there.
There were 0 surprises.
Well, you two are his pimps, so it should just make it easier for y'all to set him up and hook him up with girls out there.
Could be. We'll see.
Soda skinny and a clean back. That man's going to be crushing it.
The Commanders, by the way, disciplined multiple players after social media showed them drinking after the win in Philly. So Ron Rivera addressed it in a team meeting. As we were wondering late last week, the NFL confirmed you're not supposed to be partying on the team plane. Goodell sent a memo reminding after the Titans assistant coach was arrested on suspicion of DUI. Heineke had a couple Busch Lights, so Ron Rivera disciplined them.
It's so funny. One of some of the old school beat guys, like the camera guys who've been on there, they said we used to get really close to the players back in like the 80s, because back then we were allowed to have alcohol in media up in our part of the plane. And he's like, so you used to get close to the players because you'd have your drink, and then a couple of them would sneak up from behind the curtain. They'd be like, hey, give me your drink. And they'd be like, all right. And so that's how some of the camera guys would get close to the players, is sharing their drinks on the plane in the 80s.
Oh, man. I get why they do it. There's a liability issue. It's a grown man should be able to have a drink or two on an airplane, but I get why they do it. There's got to be liability, and you have issues like what happened on Friday morning with the Titans guy.
All right, Bobby, I saved this just for you. Let's see if you understand why I saved this just for you. In case y'all shut it down last night, but for the ending of Sunday Night Football.
Mahomes crossing pattern caught. Kelsey 10-yard line, 5-yard line, touchdown! Kansas City! Will Kelsey do it to the Chargers again on a crossing pattern? And at 31 seconds, the Chiefs take a 29-27 lead.
3 touchdowns for Travis Kelsey, not George Kittle. Bobby, 6 for 115 as the Chiefs and the Chargers played a great one late last night. Kansas City 8-2. The Chargers fall to 5-5.
Man, Mahomes was driving the ball downfield at a higher rate than he normally does in this game. That was a
9.7 per pass. Herbert was at 9.3.
You can't give There is no amount of time you can give Patrick Mahomes. Like he showed that last year in the playoffs. You know, even if like the Chargers ran the ball on the play before they scored and took some more clock out of the 30 seconds off, he still would have had plenty of time. What a monster.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's similar to that same feeling you always had with Aaron Rodgers in his prime, where it's like you can't give him. I distinctly remember Brady was that way too. In the Super Bowl they lost to the Giants, the first one, where after the Giants score, they cut to a shot of Brady warming up, throwing passes on the side with like 20 seconds left, and they've clearly lost. And yet in the back of my head, I still sitting there watching like, he's going to score. He's going to score, and they're going to win this, and that's just how things go. And you feel that way with Mahomes every time he touches the ball, no matter how much time is left. It's like, well, they're going to score. That's just what happens.
What other games jumped out to you guys? Look, the Falcons and the Bears, I mean, they played a fun one. Both these teams are entertaining, especially Chicago. Did you see the bachelor party that dressed up as Ditka, mustaches and all? And then Texas William put MJ's face on all the Chicago outfits. They rolled deep.
They rolled deep, man. That was a cool.
That was like how many?
Setup.
At least 10 guys going to the Falcons-Bears game as Atlanta wins. Justin Fields' 5th straight game with a pass touchdown and a rush touchdown. That ties Kyler, longest streak since 1950. And Cordero, making a Hall of Fame case, holds the record for the most kickoff returns now in NFL history with 9.
Ooh, okay.
Well, we had a Devin Hester argument, right?
Man,
is Hester in?
No.
See, I wouldn't put Hester in, and I wouldn't put Patterson in.
I wouldn't either.
I'd put Kevontae Turpin in.
Sure, I can see that.
Yeah, because I mean, yeah, it just makes sense.
Do you think Adam Vinatieri is a Hall of Famer?
If you go by the definition of you can't tell the NFL story without him,
You
then
had a
yes.
vote.
Yes.
Okay, so why wouldn't you put Hester in?
Mainly because I just think he impacted the game in a major way, and on the special teams, it's just like, to me, that became his primary job, but he was a position player. Like he had other positions he was supposed to play. Like Vinatieri, that was his only job. Hester, he was really good at one part of ultimately what he was supposed to do all over the football field.
Okay. I agree with you. I was just
You wouldn't put Hester in?
No.
Quick.
But the counter is, should you just put in the best at what they did? The best punt returner, the best kick returner, the best. I mean, but we're not going to put in a long snapper.
We have all pro teams like that, so maybe.
What do you think Adam Vinatieri's career field goal percentage is?
Well, it's kind of like passer rating in the 70s. Like, you've got to adjust it for error a little bit. I'm guessing he was probably 74.
Oh, no, he's way higher than that.
Okay.
Oh, no. 84%.
Okay. You think Justin Tucker's a Hall of Famer? I would say,
I mean, how many times he's bailed out Lamar Jackson? Yeah, for sure.
Tucker is way better than Vinatieri.
Oh yeah.
If one of them is going to get in, it has to be Tucker.
Oh yeah.
Even
they're
though
both getting in.
Even though I think you're probably right. Even though Vinatieri is like he's going to have the more accolades. He's known as the guy that
clutch.
The clutch guy. He bailed out Tom Brady. You want to say that? Won 3 Super Bowls for Tom. If you want to say that. He bailed out Peyton Manning in 2006. If you want to say that in the game against Baltimore.
Yep.
So he has made the far bigger kicks, but nobody comes close to being as good as Justin Tucker.
All right, what else jumped out to y'all in around the NFL? The Rams and the Saints. Good Lord, the Rams are done. Well, the Rams are 3-7. Stafford, the defending champs, right? We talked about the probability. Super Bowl repeat, how last year their run was a little fluky, which you have to have a little bit of. They're 3-7. Stafford leaves with a concussion, and Cooper Kupp, he's now out longer for your fantasy
6
team.
to 8 weeks. So that's the end of the year. That's the end of the year.
The Saints are 4-7. They beat the Rams. Panthers, Ravens, a gross game. It was 3-3 until Baltimore improves to 7-3. Bobby with the 13-3 win. Josh McDaniels beats his former team as the Raiders beat the Broncos. The Broncos are 3-7. I'm glad I had them in the AFC Championship game. And then the game that the rest of the country switched to since the Cowboys beat the hell out of Minnesota, CBS switched to Cincy and Pittsburgh. The Bengals win 37-30. Joe Burrow with 4 touchdowns. Samaje Perine going off in this game. And then Monday Night Football, it's going to be San Francisco at Arizona tonight.
Oh,
in Mexico.
Mexico City, yeah.
So they're dealing with altitude.
And give me the spread.
Don't
look at it. I got it.
give you the spread. Okay. San Francisco 5.5.
I was going to say 5.5, so I'll go with 4.5.
10. They're favored by 10.
Oh, yeah.
Because Kyler's not playing, right?
The Colt McCoy
Kyler's
show.
out.
See, I should. Oh, yeah. I should have known too. Vegas loves San Francisco because that's driven you. That's driven you nuts all year.
So do both of you. You talked RJ into it.
I mean,
he's on the wagon with you.
They have the best tight end in the league. I mean, San Francisco. You know, they're
okay.
They've been okay. I'm trolling a little bit. That was look. Kelsey's been better this year.
Kelsey's the best tight end the game's ever seen.
Kittle was better last year.
Kittle was better last year.
Kittle was an overall better player last year.
Who would you take for the next 2 seasons?
Kittle can't stay healthy. Kelsey.
Okay, there you go. I just got an early win. I thought he was going to keep fighting.
It's nuts though. San Francisco has spent the whole week in Denver, because they're trying to get used to the altitude. So they've been in Denver like the last 4 or 5 days so that they can prepare walking into it.
There's a ton of smog there too. It's like air quality is very poor.
All right, around the NFL here on Sean and RJ, Bobby Belt permanently joins the morning show. We got Peyton and Ryan running things in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam. We're live on Twitch and YouTube. I don't know how much longer I can wear this cowboy hat. It's starting to...
You're confusing people on the Twitch who are walking in late going, why is he wearing a cowboy hat?
What's wrong?
It's because you're doing the Stephen A shout out.
Oh, I'm trolling Stephen A.
Yeah, no, but why can't
It's like, I don't know. It feels like it's like hot in this, one area. It's not as loose as a regular hat.
Just do the fist pump in it and then take it off. You got to do the fist pump in the hat.
But you got to take it off, whip it off, and go, yeehaw! That's what you got to do. You got to do the...
You should have worn the other one that Peyton brought in.
What was Stephen A's line in the cowboy hat? He always goes, holla at your boy. Is that what he says? That's what you need. We need a holla at your boy.
Holler at these...
These
Tolos on the fan text.
Oh, okay.
The voice of America's team, Brad Sham, joins us next. But, man, I know that you...
looking at the replay now, the ball came sliding out of his grip. I think that's going to be an incompletion.
Let's see if Kevin O'Connell actually has to use that challenge.
Can I help out my buddies Sean and RJ on the morning show tomorrow on our flagship station?
They'd love it.
Minnesota's challenging the ruling on the field.
And we still didn't get the ending of the clip. Sean and RJ here on your home of America's team. Brad and Babe with the morning show shout out after the 40-3 win in Minnesota. Brad, the world didn't end after Lambeau. Breaking news.
Golly gee, Moses, what are we going to do? How do we figure that out? Who's doing that clip? How did you not get the end of the play of the clip?
I don't know. I'm trying to be
because you know what people are going to think, and of course I know better. But people are going to think that all that you care about is hearing your names.
Yeah, well, that is the only reason I played it, but I wanted your punchline, like the end of it, to be played and delivered. I'm not sure why we ended it with the referee. I'm not.
Yeah, and of course I was incorrect, but we saw another replay that showed he actually no, that was Noah Brown. He took like 3 steps, and the ball never moved, and then his elbow came or his knee came down. And then the ball moved. It was not quite Dez in Green Bay, but I think they got it right that it was a catch. But, of course, for people who didn't hear it, what you didn't hear was me saying Odell would have caught it. Odell will catch that.
Oh, we'll get to that in a second. So thank you for paying off the audio, some radio terminology. I heard you in the postgame talk about these guys all getting together last week. Could you repeat that for us and your takeaways from that, or what you heard about some of the team leaders getting together?
I think I didn't really have enough details to flesh it out until very, very late in the week. Mm-hmm. And I don't think you can't name that. Well, I don't have the information to name names, but I think it's the biggest story of the week that early in the week they got themselves together as players and had what was once in politics described as a frank exchange of views. And I think that if it was a different kind of chemistry in the locker room, you could call it finger pointing, but it wasn't finger pointing. It was basically everyone being willing to take accountability, and I don't believe that anybody was left unaddressed. And I think the fact that they did that themselves, McCarthy actually alluded to it, but one of the things, I love Mike's approach to talking to us, because he is one of the great deliverers of a word salad. And you can get completely lost in there while he's trying to say, especially in public, for the record, you can get completely lost in what he's trying to obscure or not say. He kind of alluded to it very early in the week, and like Monday even, because we get him in the afternoon, late in the afternoon on Monday. And so I think that what happened was they understood that you're going to lose a game. Everybody loses games. They'll lose another game. And I think that what they understood was that they didn't have to lose that game in Green Bay. That was not one that they lost because they were not the better team. They kind of lost that one because they let it get away. And if you want to do what you want to do, you can't let games get away that you have kind of, I want to say, belonged to you. It wasn't that it belonged to them walking on the field, but by the fourth quarter it belonged to them, and they let it get away. They didn't like that, and they had to address. I really applaud them for looking at each other and themselves and saying, okay, we got to do, here's the things we can't do, or that will happen again. So I think what happened last night was a result of what they did during the week, and they're not going to win every game 40-3. I don't know if anybody who saw that coming, but it's the kind of solid play they're capable of. That's about as close to a complete game as you can play, I think.
Yeah,
sure. If you had to look at Minnesota after this, would you say they were due for a loss like this, or B, overrated, or maybe C, the Cowboys are just a great matchup for them?
If I had to pick one of those, RJ, I would pick Dew. You have to give them credit. It's not an accident when you win 3 games out of 8 that you trailed by 10 points or more in the fourth quarter. If you do it 3 times, that's resilience and skill. That's not just luck. You can do it once by luck, and certainly you have to attribute to the one in Buffalo to some luck. But I do think it was a good matchup, but they were just living on the edge, and by how they were getting behind. Now they may benefit from this. It doesn't feel like it to them right now. Although I will say that I don't know of many teams, when you get beat 40-3, home, road, doesn't matter, that you're probably not who you thought you were. They might be able to be good enough to play deep into the playoffs, but I would say mostly due, and then some of it was and I think you're onto something, with the Cowboys being a good matchup for them. Rodgers is not a good matchup for the Cowboys. And when he's 85 and frail, he will not be a good matchup for the Cowboys. But they've never been afraid of Cousins. And they've lost some games to him, but they've played him so much all of the years in Washington. And the rest of it, I just kind of think it kind of fell into what the Cowboys' wheelhouse was for the week.
Brad Sham on the Diamond Factory hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to talk about Diggs. I don't know how much you guys tracked it in the broadcast booth. Are you giving him the majority of the credit for shutting down Justin Jefferson again? Because if he was the primary defender, man, this needs to be a national story with the way he defended.
But the pass rush is a big part of that, and I'm not taking anything away from Diggs, because that's a personal thing to him. They played against each other in college, and Diggs is he is so much better a cornerback than he was a year ago, and even though he doesn't have as many interceptions, and he's a big part of it. But the pass rush, look, they got in Cousins' head.
Yeah.
And they got there pretty quick. And once they got in there, they all found a place to sit down and put their feet up and order drinks. They all liked it in there, and there was room for all of them. And I think the pass rush had a lot to do with being able to cover him. I bet the targets, and I haven't looked at the stats, but I'll bet Hawkinson had more targets than Jefferson. And there's a reason for that, because he just didn't have time to set up and let Jefferson work deep routes and that kind of thing. But, I mean, there's no taking away from the fact that Diggs did a really good job.
9 to 5 targets. Hawkinson had 9. Diggs had 5.
Hawkinson had 9. Okay.
Jefferson had 5.
Well, I got one right. Oh, hallelujah.
Brad, it didn't become as much of a discussion point, obviously, because they won the game. But, man, Mike McCarthy looked primed on the sideline to be really upset if Maher was going to miss that second 60-yard field goal just after the league seemed to take so long getting that replay up. Do you think that's something that the Cowboys will reach out to the league about this week? Is just like, guys, come on. Like, we got to be a little bit more on the ball with this, because you guys almost cost us points here.
I think every team in the league ought to be on top of that to the league, because that could be anybody. I mean, I don't know how you messed that up so bad. And then how about Maher? And if you notice, here's what I like best about it. You never see much emotion out of him. And when they zeroed in on him before he took the second one, you actually saw him stop and take a deep breath. And I got in the locker room afterwards, and I asked him if that was unusual. He said, yeah, a little bit. He said, I had to kind of recenter myself and make sure, because everything he's hitting right now is just the same. It's so smooth and it's so consistent. But yes, I would think every single team in the league would be terrified of that, because that could be anybody at any time, and that can't happen.
Came a long way from training camp under this goalpost, didn't we?
I was talking to Broadus on the postgame show last night, and I said, remember when we were sitting there dodging Jonathan Garibay, like you were worried about Garibay hitting you in the head, ducking away from the... And remember everybody's reaction when they signed him. Really?
Yeah.
Really? This is the best we got? And now the only question, I think, is how long a contract do you want to try to sign him to?
I know you talked to Biotish afterwards. He's one of these guys that doesn't get discussed. Tyler Smith doesn't really get discussed. Let's talk about this offensive line a little bit, Brad, because they could be a first or second storyline from this game.
Yeah, Sean, I'm so glad you did that because I think it's the number one storyline. I was talking to my spotter, Jake Goldberg, on the plane coming back, and I remember the one play where they were deep in their own end, and it looked like Zadarius Smith had him sacked, Dak, and he somehow ducked away from that and peeled out, and I think he completed the ball. But besides that play, now there were some designed rollouts, but besides that play, I can't think of very many times that he was even really under serious pressure. I mean, he couldn't have had 6 seconds, but I think he could pretty much pick and choose what he wanted. You can't score 7 times in a row. No Cowboys team had ever done that, and I don't know if I've ever heard of it being done in the NFL. You can't score the first 7 times you have the ball. You can't go 20 of 25 passing. You can't run for what they ran for without the offensive line being a major factor. Now, Pollard was so explosive, and a couple of the catches were great. You know, Lamb, obviously, on the sideline. And Biotish said this to me in the conversation I had with him. He said, we understand those skill guys, they're going to get the headlines, and they should. He said they're tremendously talented, and everybody loves it. But he said we had a goal to make sure we all just concentrated on doing our job. And it's a cliche, but I mean they played so well. If they get that every week, you'll have different circumstances, and they'll have weather in Nashville and maybe in Washington, and if you get that out of your offensive line every week, then you got a chance to play a few extra games this year. And I think that Tyler Smith moving into guard is just seamless. I didn't see any problem. Look at the tape later, but I didn't see any problems. And by the way, McGovern has really stepped it up. He's been playing really well. Biotish has been playing really well. And, yeah, I think the offensive line is a major storyline coming out of that game. Now they got to go do it against the Giants. You're as good as your next game, but I think it's a major story.
Thank you, brother. Happy Thanksgiving. Appreciate the shout-out.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm always thinking about you guys now.
Yes, you are, sir. Brad Sham on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Star up, star down. It's our first fist pump as a brand new show in the 9 o'clock hour of Sean and RJ. Star up, star down is next. But first, it's always a star up for the Tolo team of attorneys at truckwreck.com.
Odyssey app. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And the crowd has gone double bunkers. Snap back to Prescott. He's got a lot of time. Deep down the right side. Oh, it's caught at the 45, 40, Pollard, 20, 10, Pollard. Uncle. 68 to Tony Pollard on 3rd and 15. Good night, nurse.
It's our first ever fist pump on the fan cam with Bobby Belt.
I did it at 8.
Yeah, that's wrong. That's not the way we do it around here.
I like to be early.
You got to be at the beat, except for the show.
Except for the show. When you come in at the beat.
I would argue I was 12 minutes early today.
6 a.m. versus 5:30 for Bobby's very first day. It's a Cowboys Monday, though. It's a short week, Thanksgiving, so we'll let it slide. And he brought in donuts. Peyton and Ryan in the back.
Peyton.
And, of course, y'all on the truckwreck.com text line and the Diamond Factory hotline for the 40-3 win. Let's just go star up, star down at 877-881-1053. And I'm going to start off with Tony Pollard. I mean, it's just electric. Do you have a thought about the franchise tag?
No.
As Brian Broaddus suggested.
You wouldn't?
After the show, $12 million, I think, is the franchise tag number.
Joel Corey from CBS Sports, who's really good at projecting these sorts of things, thinks the tag comes in a little under that, actually. He said he's projecting it's going to come in more like 10.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't go 10, Chop? Lock in Pollard for one more year? That's a guy who has not been, it's not the same 27 age rule, I think, with him, given how much he's...
It's not just the age.
He hasn't been used like that.
The issue with him, RJ, and I'm lockstep with you on just recycling the backs, you got to find one with his type of explosion, shiftiness, also catching the ball. If it was just someone you're handing off to, right, it's fine, recycle it, but he is dynamic. I like to use him for one more year. I don't want to pay him the big deal. I think the franchise tag sounds like a nice in-between to keep him around for one more year, running into the ground, and then bye-bye, see you later.
I have a fundamental
tag. It's a 1-year tag.
I have a fundamental issue with that. My running backs are going to cost me $500,000 a year.
What if I give you this option? You tag Pollard for 10 to 12, or you end up having to lock in Cooper Rush as a backup, like Romo was talking about, for 10 to 12.
I wouldn't pay a backup 10 to 12 either.
But if you had to pick, you'd pick Pollard at that point, right? If you're going to use
Let me
those
throw
funds
Schultz
like
into this mix
I
of
would
getting
not,
paid.
I would go with Fergie and Hendo. That's what I would go with. I'm not putting resources into the backup quarterback. I'm not putting resources into the running back.
Schultz is done?
Yeah.
I would think so.
I think Schultz is done. Even though, you see the difference when Dak's in there.
We're blaming him for dropping one-handed touchdown catches, so he must be.
It's not like that. But I think you've got enough in Hendershot and Ferguson.
Yeah.
There's going to be running backs you get the 3rd, 4th round. They'll be fine. Just throw them out there. You don't always have to get better every year. At certain positions, you can take steps back and still be fine.
Tony Pollard started 3 for 43. Zeke then finishes off at the goal line. They got a touchdown on their 9th red zone play. Right, that first drive, RJ gave a star down to after they recovered the Michael fumble. That made it 10-3. Pollard then goes untouched with the touchdown pass before the half. That made it 20-3, where he hit 20.3 miles per hour on the ESPN radar gun. Tolos were saying, Zeke through your face, Pollard through your space, rhythm and bruise. Everyone's trying to come up with their thunder and lightning saying for the running backs. 3rd and 14 to Pollard for the 68-yarder. That was a beautiful touch throw from Dak. Longest play for the Cowboys and Tony Pollard's career. So after not producing a 100-yard receiver in their first 8 games, they've done it in 2 straight. CeeDee Lamb and then Tony Pollard 6 for 109 and 2 touchdowns. Big, fat star up.
Yeah, I got the perfect nickname for him. Starter and backup. That's your nickname. Starter and backup. One's your starter, one's your backup. I don't want any of this 15 touches anymore. Forget that.
Brian Broaddus going to cut you. Brian Broaddus going to have a battle with you.
That's okay. I got Bassick on my side.
Love the star by.
So you want, 18, 20 touches for Pollard and 10 to 12 for Zeke or whatever the hell it is?
He's a short yardage back.
Just say 60-40.
McCarthy.
65-35.
If you have 10 short yardage opportunities,
Yeah.
sure, but he's a short yardage guy at this point.
I agree.
McCarthy said he wanted 30 total touches for the running backs, 30 carries, and yesterday 15 for Pollard, 15 for Zeke.
And look, I don't have a problem with Zeke getting 15, but if you're right, like if it's short down, short yardage, or goal line, like when they were first and goal from the 3, that's Zeke territory.
Sure.
3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, 4th and 1, that's Zeke. Even though there were times when they gave it to Pollard and that hole was there and he got 6 yards out of it.
I'll tell you what doesn't work at this point, and the numbers have been pretty clear over the course of the season, and it was the case again yesterday. Zeke and Pollard on the field together has not been efficient. It's not been good. They're averaging 2.5 yards per play when it's the two of them on the field. When it's just Zeke, it's more like 5. When it's just Pollard, it's 6. So they're not efficient when they're both on the field together.
Okay, all right. So one of them's at wideout. I assume one of them's lined up.
Typically,
as a receiver.
somebody's kind of they're getting motioned out to do jet stuff or whatever else. And I know some people have said, well, what about when they're in I formation and there's been a lot of handoffs to Zeke as a fullback? That's made up less than 10% of the snaps they've been on together.
I understand. I see how that could be possible because now you're taking away a skill position wideout and replacing them, and you're going to have 2 running backs on the field. I can see how you'd be less efficient.
Star up to Micah Parsons and the pass rush.
Minute 5.5. Cousins back. Pressure. Parsons got him. Just go down, Kirk. Just don't hurt yourself.
Yeah.
Second sack for Parsons. That's, is that 10? Started with 8. That's 10.
10.
As Brad Sham just came on and told us they got in Kirk Cousins' head, and they stayed there. 7 sacks, the most for the Cowboys since 2008. 13 quarterback hits, and they just battered him. They beat him down. No punts, no giveaways, no sacks allowed for the team in the first half. First time since September of 2016. Dante Fowler got in on it. Dorrance Armstrong with a sack in the fumble recovery. Oh, Sam Williams is very mean. Been a very, very nasty, mean individual, and I mean that
a nasty woman.
Nasty. I mean that in a good way, but you could say pass rush was the story of the entire game.
Man, right from the start, very first pass of the game, Micah gets around the edge, and it's a great argument. Yesterday's a great argument for Micah doesn't need to be playing linebacker like that, which has been Chop's thing consistently now for 2 years, but it's something that he impacts the game to such a great extent. And when you compare it to last week and how little they were able to do it, it's like, man, you can't just completely take him away from your pass rush group.
Yep.
He's my only star down that they had him. Them having him in at that point is inexcusable.
That was dumb.
That was really dumb. It makes me feel like he, told them I'm going in to get a few more stats, possible sacks. That was just that was really stupid. Really, really dumb.
I agree, and I don't usually get it. I don't usually care about. I don't really care about worrying about injuries. That's not usually how. But that I agree with you guys.
Cousins had been pulled too.
I know, yeah. They had Nick Mullins in there, man.
And then Micah did his Luka, MJ, Paul Pierce, drama. He is a little dramatic. I'm sorry, he is. And you're like, oh my God, is he hurt for the Giant game? And then he's back on the daggone field. Regardless, he should not have been back out on the field. That's my big star down.
No, and I like if you want to talk about a star up to Damone Clark playing the most snaps at linebacker yesterday, even more than Leighton Vander Esch after playing a lot there against Chicago, then played very little against Green Bay, only 8 snaps. That kept Micah Parsons at linebacker against Green Bay. That's part of why things were so frustrating. So it's nice to see the adjustment. Dan Quinn has shown one thing. I know we used to complain about the Garrett regime and everything else about how, man, they don't make adjustments. They don't respond to what's happening on the field. Dan Quinn will make week-to-week adjustments and game-to-game adjustments. And so I think that's a significant positive that they found the trust in Damone Clark to do that and free Micah up.
The third down conversions were through the roof. I mean, everything was third and short, too. Mm-hmm. Third and short. And we got to give a star. Manny Tolo said, give this guy some time. Give this guy his respect. He's money.
Take 2 from 60 to end the half. Operations clean. Kicks away from 60. Thank you very much. Can we count that one?
Maher, 53-yarder in the second. The drive took 7:54. That made it 13-3. Then he hits twice from 60 with the BS right before halftime. Nick Eatman and everyone else saying new NFL record, 120-yard field goal by Maher. He hit a 50-yarder in the fourth. He's been perfect.
Oh, he was tremendous. And you know, this should show us, like, right, you know, like, because they put absolutely no thought into the kicker this offseason. None. They had no thought of it in going to the training camp.
Yep.
And then they kind of gave up and said, yeah, he's fine. He'll do. We'll just go with him. And it has worked out gloriously. And now that kick does not happen without another star up. The faith they put in their quarterback. Most teams with 31 seconds to go on your own 14 are going to take a knee.
With that lead.
With a 17-point lead.
And you're getting the ball to start the third.
They're going like, all right, we have a 17-point lead. We're getting the ball. We're not going to F this up. And Mike McCarthy said, no, I'm going to do what Andy Reid would do. I'm going to do what Sean McDermott would do. And I'm going to put the ball in my quarterback's hands. And we're going to get 3. And that, to me, is a great sign. It's a sign of, A, faith in your quarterback, and B, a sign that your quarterback was having a really good game, and he was going to have a really good game. Like, that was a tremendous. I loved the aggressiveness. I get why some people would not like it.
I was terrified. I said, just kneel. Or don't do anything dumb.
Can't play scared. You cannot play scared.
You can play scared. And then CeeDee Lamb with another amazing catch in Minnesota over there on the sideline.
Fantastic catch, fantastic throw. And I do love, if there's one trait about Mike McCarthy that I really do love and I really do respect, he wants to step on their throat. Like he does want to put teams away as soon as possible. So when given those opportunities, he'll take the chances. Now, you live with the good and the bad, right? Like sometimes those drives are probably going to end. You're going to take a risk. You're going to get intercepted. Maybe it turns into points and you reverse the field. It's not that fun. But you play the odds, and I think that the odds are in your favor just to be aggressive whenever you can. But fantastic catch from CeeDee Lamb, and just the control on the sideline was really, really impressive.
Do you see everyone walking by and staring in here at me in this cowboy hat?
Yeah, they've never seen anything like
how fine I look in this thing.
They're staring at me.
They're like, wow. They're like, wow, that looks like a real cowboy. The sheriff is here in my Stephen A. Smith troll hat from Bobby and Peyton, who brought in the hats. Very, very impressive by me. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Is there anyone else we're missing? Any undercovers that we haven't brought up that we need to throw in? I want to get the Diggs numbers as well.
Real quick, they're coming on the trucker.com text line. Star up to Diggs traveling out Jefferson. Star up to Dorrance Armstrong, Sam Williams. Let's see. Star up to the run defense. I mean, they didn't run much. They were down. No, but 17 and a half. They could barely run the ball.
It wasn't efficient when Minnesota did run.
6 a carry?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So star up, star down. What a perfect way to start off the shortened Thanksgiving week with the Giant game on Thursday, and the Giants lost as well. And then you had Odell Beckham commenting on the Cowboys, and Jerry Jones confirming that a meeting is taking place. What's next for that storyline? Let's talk about it with Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, after this. But first, why not go ahead and make this Monday and this week This morning on First Take.
Shocker.
We'll get the audio for tomorrow. Sean and RJ, Bobby Belt joins the show for the first time. Moving forward, he's a permanent addition on DFW Sports Station. What a day to get started. Peyton and Ryan running things in the back. We'll crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece at 9:40. We're about to check in with Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, back from Minnesota. But after the game, Jerry Jones was asked if this team was ready for a Super Bowl run.
A resounding yes. Yes. Unequivocally yes. I think we've had adversity. We very easily could have some more adversity. But if we can get in there healthy and still have games like the last two we just had on the road, we've got a deal coming up here this weekend, Thanksgiving Day. These Giants are playing really good football. They're a good football team. And so, yes, I think if we use the experience of what we're having in the season, then we're going to be playoff ready. But I sure do think that what I see out here right now is the team like that you could go get a Super Bowl with.
And then one more piece of audio, Christy Scales on this radio station with the official pregame show on the flagship asked Jerry about the Odell rumors.
There are national reports out that Odell Beckham Jr., the free agent wide receiver, is planning a visit to Dallas and possibly New York after Thanksgiving. What is the latest on the progress that you have with OBJ?
Well, that's my understanding, too.
Has a date been set?
Planning to come in, and we haven't been specific about it, but it's my understanding that it's coming in.
All right, so there he is while chomping on
something.
Nick, what was in the press box for food yesterday? What was Jerry chewing on there?
Well, let's be clear on what's in the press box for food and what Jerry is chewing on are completely different things. So, yeah, you couldn't be more different than that.
Good point. Do we even need Odell after yesterday's performance as J-Ron Curse and Micah were recruiting him afterwards?
Sure. I mean, yeah, you could always use them. I mean, the big question with him is just like how ready is he? And so is he going to come in and then still need 2 or 3 more weeks? You know, like you just don't know where he is relative to like what we saw at a Gallup, knowing that all injuries are different, but still, you know, if he's ready to come in and play and contribute, yeah, why not? I mean, you know, you see other teams doing it. The Eagles are making moves that they don't need, but just sound good. And it's the same type of thing. So, yeah, if he wants to come here and let's, join the show, it should be fun.
Was that a perfect game that we watched yesterday, a perfect performance?
That's what I wrote. I wrote that. I compared it to a baseball pitcher, that it was a perfect game in every aspect. And which, perfect games don't mean anything for the next start and the next game and the next series and all that stuff. It just is what it is. But what it was a team that the Cowboys went out and played, an 8-1 team. I don't think the Vikings are one of the greatest teams, and neither does Vegas. Nobody thinks that way. They think that they're a team that's won some games here, and the ball has bounced their way. But it didn't this game, and the Cowboys were hungrier. They outplayed them. They outcoached them. They outdid everything against the Vikings and outclassed them, I guess you could say as well. And, if the Cowboys have to go back to Minnesota again, I mean, they're certainly not going to be worried, and they weren't worried about this one.
What surprised you most about how that game went?
I think the way that the offense played. I mean, you could tell the defense was going to fly around and make plays, and they were pissed off and all that stuff. And I thought they would play better. I didn't know they would shut them down like that. But for the offense to be that efficient, to score 7 straight times to start the game and just balanced attack like that, I thought what's getting overshadowed a little bit, in the Pollard was great, and Micah and Maher was Dak looked like Dak again. Like he looked like the guy that we've been asking for. The running, the fakes, the flying around, diving, making plays, almost getting sacked and turning that into a 13-yard difference from getting sacked at his 5 back to the 18-yard line. I mean, I thought that was just vintage Dak, and then the passes he was making was outstanding. So I thought all in all, the offense just played outstanding, and it starts with Dak.
I agree, Nick. Dak, Hall of Fame performance yesterday. I'm curious. We were talking earlier today about, how the Cowboys, when they've been burned by stuff in the past, it sort of influences some of their decisions into the future. Like the Brandon Carr thing scared them away from some free agent deals for a while. The Joey Galloway trade scared them away for a little bit. Do you think that, given how well Tony Pollard has played in recent weeks, do you think the ROI on the Zeke deal over the last few years is just too fresh for them to outweigh how good Pollard has been entering this contract year?
Yeah, I don't know how this whole thing is going to go with Pollard. I really don't. I mean, yes, you've got Zeke sitting right there, so you have to figure that out. But, I kind of compare it a little bit to Zeke, and I think they're going to do similar things to what they did with DeMarcus Lawrence. Keep him in a way that's creative, but still keep him. But if you remember, when they did that, they did that with a way to keep Randy Gregory, and it just didn't work. But they, I don't know, you air quotes on work, as Dorrance Armstrong's at 7 sacks. But I'm just saying they were trying to keep him and then keep other guys. So I think they're going to try to figure out ways to keep Pollard. But I think around the league, I think the Pollard deal, even with other teams, that's going to be a really unique situation. I mean, he's not a guy that is going to warrant the top contract, but somebody is going to pay him a lot of money, and it's probably going to be more than the Cowboys. Unless they get really, really creative here, or if they just make the decision that we're keeping him. We are absolutely going to keep him at all costs because he's that valuable. I don't know if they think that way right now.
Who did you catch up with, and what was the locker room like after?
I mean, the locker room was this is my favorite part of the locker room was the fact that I heard the name the Giants way more than I heard the Vikings. Oh. Everybody had kind of turned the page already, knowing that, I'm sure that's where veteran leadership does, and knowing it's a short week and all that. Zach Martin said it's like a 24-minute rule this week, as opposed to the 24-hour rule that, you let a win or a loss linger for a day. I mean, he said it's like 24 minutes. I mean, you just don't have time for it. And so, I just whole third and fourth quarter played out. But by the time they got in the locker room, it was like, all right, we kicked their ass. So who's next? And they know who's next. It's the Giants. And so it wasn't as jubilant as you would think, just because I think they had a whole second half to look up at the scoreboard and say, is this real? Yeah, it's real. It's really happening.
Nick, did they tell us yesterday that Tyron Smith is getting his job back and Tyler Smith is playing left guard?
I don't think they tell us anything. I think what they told us is that they want to look at this and they want to see what the option is, to see what he looks like, Tyler Smith being, and just weighing all options of what happens when Tyron comes back. They don't want to just say, well, he hasn't played it since training camp. Well, no, that's not true. He played it a little bit in that game against Minnesota, and you practiced it as well. You know, he practiced it during the week, is what he said. So, I mean, it's something that he's worked on, and you know, I think that it's probably a smart move. I think that's what I would do, but I think if you go and watch some of the tape as well about them running the ball, Connor McGovern is playing really well, and so is Biotish actually, and so this is a real problem to have. I mean, if you want to call it a problem, I mean this is one that's more so than the Zeke and Pollard thing. I mean, this is one that you're going to have to figure out what you're going to do, because you got really good football players that are probably not going to be in the starting lineup.
Are we still expecting him to be there at the meat of the schedule?
What's the meat of the schedule, though? You know, that's what's interesting here is that they won't be. I mean, I don't think the Cowboys will be picked to lose a game until maybe Nashville, and that's after Christmas. That's not even maybe. That's a fact. I mean, they're not going to be an underdog here. Maybe Philly, but I wouldn't even think that at this point. So, you know, the meat of the schedule, I mean, I don't know if any of that really matters. I think what matters is just how healthy Tyron is and what can he do when he comes back, and does he, you know, mess up any rhythm, which I can't imagine him doing that. So I've seen him a little bit moving around out there, and he looks like he's not far from being ready. So I just think it's just going to be another great addition, and they're going to have to make the call. I mean, I think Tyler Smith is playing well for a rookie. I still think he gives up some plays now and then, which is expected, and he has some penalty issues, which was also expected. But then you got to see, well, is Tyron still the Tyron that we know? Is Tyron still a guy that's going to get a penalty here and there? You know, is he a 100% left side blocker and all that? Like, these are just questions that they're going to have to figure out on the fly.
Nick, after we saw the difference from last week to this week in terms of what Micah Parsons can do rushing the passer and how dynamic that is, do you think we're ever going to see a situation again, at least while Dan Quinn's here, where they completely take Micah Parsons out of the pass rush playing the way they did against Green Bay? It just seemed like such a night and day difference. Damone Clark got a ton more snaps yesterday than he did against Green Bay. It just feels like they're going to move away from letting that happen again.
I think he's just a really a good linebacker. I really do, and I think he's a dynamic pass rusher. And you know, if only some people on y'all's show had recognized that earlier, then that this might have happened. You know, they might have been able to do something here. And no, I think he's definitely a pass rusher. But you know, you got to give them credit. They did get to that. You know, I thought one of the key plays of the game was that second play of the game for the Vikings. You know, they got a 4-yard run, and it was like, here we go, Cook for 4. And then the next play was Cook for 3, and they made the tackle. They set up the third down, and Micah makes the play. I mean, they allowed themselves to get in positions where Micah and those guys could eat and do the things that they wanted to do. So it was a run-first mentality that led to that. I think if they would have done that more against Green Bay, I still think you would have seen more pass rushing from Micah. They just didn't get to that. And I didn't think the Vikings would be like the Packers. I think the Vikings came in like egotistical, like, we do what we do. We're going to run, yes, but we got Jefferson, we got Thielen, we got Hawkinson, we got Cousins, you know, which is laughable, but we're going to go and make plays. And I think, you know, and I just that just didn't work. That played into what the Cowboys were trying to do.
Did Diggs shut down Justin Jefferson?
I think Diggs played the big part of that. I watched a few times where it wasn't always Diggs, but it was most of the time. And he had 3 catches or so. I mean, what's funny is that Jefferson would probably be upset with a 5 for 55 game.
Yeah.
And I believe that's what he's got in 2 games against the Cowboys and Diggs. I mean, it's impressive. And Diggs told me in the summer that Jefferson and Stephon Diggs are the 2 best route runners in the league. Those are the 2 guys that give him. I mean, Stephon Diggs, his brother, and Justin Jefferson are the 2 biggest, you know, the best route runners in the league that he has some problems with. And, you know, so he was locked in and ready to go.
Nick, thank you so much. You're appreciated. And get some rest back from Minnesota.
All right. See you guys. See you, Bobby.
Thank you, brother. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. Stephen Jones will be on today with a KMC Masterpiece at 11:15. Bassett wants to talk a lot of soccer in our Cowboy Crosstalk next on The Fan.
Well, let's get that car to that kid. Carsforkids.org. Change lives.
Barricade Rentals. Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals at buyersbarricades.com.
It is now time for our brand new Crosstalk with Bobby Belt in full time. It's now the KMC Masterpiece with Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, and Corey Majors.
Are you going to change the name of your show?
You know, if you can...
Only if I get here at 5:30.
The Sean and RJ Belt.
30 minutes late for his first show.
12 minutes early.
Okay.
Did you get here?
This is my
5:48?
understanding of the setup.
I like it.
All right. When you are working a road game and you're getting back at 11 or 11:30, you can come in here at 6. When you're sitting on your ass like the rest of us, and because you punked out of the road trip because of the flu.
You have the flu?
No, I'm good now.
Yeah, he's good now.
I'm 36
he got
hours
over the flu at noon
post-symptoms.
yesterday. He's fine.
Yeah,
I'm 36 hours post symptoms. Doctor says I'm good.
Bobby Fauci. When you are,
Wow.
when you're at
you want to
home,
expand on that?
when you're at home, we thought you were coming in at 5:30. That was what we were talking about yesterday on the text. But I guess you have gotten the green light from Spittle. You get to come in 30 minutes late, no matter what, every day.
I mean, I got the green light from you too as part of the conversation.
I thought it was road trips. I thought it was road trips. But if you go out to practice, I guess fine. You're doing 2 jobs.
I come in at 6 just like Mr. Nielsen. That's when I come in.
Oh,
wow.
That's why
ratings drop.
I truly don't understand why you guys do 5:30 to 6 a.m.
Yeah, explain it.
Yeah.
It's my favorite time whenever I fill in for y'all because I'm like, hey, listeners, you tell us what to talk about. Yeah. Listener's choice. Why the hell are you awake?
I think there's a theory like, you can get the cobwebs out right that early in the morning, the first 20, 30 minutes, but...
You as a broadcaster or the listeners?
Broadcaster. Our stutters and stammers continue throughout the entire show, as Mike has pointed out many times about me. But it sucks. Like, how much happier would we be? You know what? Let's talk about the Cowboys. I don't want to talk about this.
I was really digging this conversation.
Corey, what's coming up?
Stephen Jones at 11:15 today. Yeah. He has moved from his typical noon spot to 11:15.
Oh, wow. Everybody's late today.
Very business. Well, he's going early.
Is he early?
He's actually early this time.
Oh, I guess he is early. Yeah.
Noon meeting with OBJ?
I think so.
Yeah, must be it.
Must be.
Well, they said after Thanksgiving.
What's going to happen when they don't sign him around here?
They're signing him.
People are going to lose their minds.
People are going to lose their minds.
Why would they lose their minds?
Because they've never openly flirted as much as this. Like, Bobby Belt, Cowboy Insider, saying it's done. It's a done deal. Brought us. He's going to come here. And we're this close. We're finishing.
Well, I didn't say it's a done deal. I just said I think this is where it ends up. I would be very surprised if he's not a Cowboy.
Me too. I would be absolutely surprised.
So we're going to pay him $20 million a year.
My ass.
With your 11-15 guest, he's going to sign off on 20 a year.
That's what he wants.
You don't 20 a year.
I think that's lots.
I hadn't heard that.
He's not going to be a Cowboy.
Then all the Cowboys need to do is publicize that he wanted $20 million a year, and then hopefully you're like.
Schefter reported it came from his agent.
Christian Kirk got 21. I can pay 20 to Odell Beckham.
Let me ask you this real quick.
They wouldn't pay Amari.
Well, and I think they see that was dumb.
I know that he was very good in the Super Bowl until he got hurt, and he had a nice playoff run.
He was good in the playoffs. Very good.
But the dude has 2 knee surgeries in the last 3 years. Am I correct?
And he's 30.
Yep.
So we want. I wouldn't do it because of. I just don't know how he's going to come back. If a person to me had double Tommy John surgery in the last 3 years, I'd be like, as great as name a dude who's
Brandon Webb.
That was Rotator, though, right? That was Rotator.
Yeah, it was shoulder for Webb.
But Brandon Webb, it's the same sort of question.
Yeah, it's kind of like, as much as I want Odell Beckham to be a Cowboy and I think he could really help, there's also a part of me going, how good is he going to be in week 14 after his second knee surgery in 3 years?
I do think ACLs are
better
than Tommy John.
100%.
But Michael Irvin and others have said this would be for next
year.
Season.
Yeah, this year's probably, he's going to
in
be
January.
70 or 80% of himself.
That's right.
Yeah.
I do have this was something that kind of floated out, Bobby. I'm kind of curious your thoughts here. How committed are they to CD in the future?
I think they are. It's going to be. I've said before, I don't think they believe he's exactly the guy they thought they were drafting in 2020. But I think they still think he's a legitimate number one receiver. He's just not a tier 1 receiver. So I think they're committed to him. It'll probably cost you, what did Terry McLaurin cost? 23 annually?
Yeah.
Probably cost you 25.
How much has he become the alpha in that room that they needed him, that they asked that room to
Yes,
become?
that actually he has.
Okay.
He's become really vocal and really stepped up his leadership and has taken a much more out front presence. And that's something that I know, obviously he's not stepped up and played at a level like Peak Amari yet, but in terms of his leadership and things like that, they feel like they've gotten everything out of that they wanted.
Okay. Then there's still some things I want to figure out about what they want to do. I mean, Kevin, if you're talking about letting Zeke go next year,
right?
You're talking about. I mean, they may not. You don't want them to sign Pollard necessarily either to a huge contract.
I do not.
Although he would be a game breaker at a smaller. It would be awesome to get him at a lower price.
I agree with that.
You're going to need weapons somewhere, and to have Odell next year might be a bit more beneficial. I was thinking more about playoffs than anything else, and he could be a contributor there. But I'm interested to see what the future for them is.
What else you guys got? You need to tease anything else?
Cowboys whooped that ass yesterday. I don't know if I can say that. They're all the kids are out. Like they're all out for the week, right?
Yeah.
We had
So they're listening right
very, very sexual Tony Romo segment earlier.
I don't think it was sexual at all.
Oh man,
You don't
I
think so?
definitely heard that, and he repeated multiple things multiple times.
Nice. Multiple is sexual.
Yeah.
But
I was just
we're
glad
lucky.
that this is a Tony Romo game where he didn't think everything was a touchdown. Like that last game, remember? He's like, oh, that's a touchdown. That's a touchdown if that's not a
Okay,
penalty.
wait.
I
So
think he can handle that heavy load, just like you, Jim.
I think you can handle that low, Jim. No.
you dislike Romo as much
No.
as a commentator than as a quarterback?
No, I don't dislike Tony Romo at all. I just sometimes when everyone's like, he predicted the future and all that, I'm like, hey, can we just take a step back real quick and be like, he's awesome. But also that last Cowboys game, he thought it should have been 50-49 with every play would have been a touchdown if not for this penalty.
He also thought Dak's leg wasn't snapped in.
His sprain.
You just hope that's a calf.
Calf strain.
Oh, he's gonna cramp.
Did
Jim.
Did you guys watch the Philadelphia
Jim, he's
Eagles game?
cramping.
On Red Zone.
Okay, so I watched the game, and the person calling that game I thought was pathetic, and here's why.
Oh, no.
At the end of the game, Jalen Hurts runs into the end zone for a touchdown, and it's like, hey, they're going to most likely win. And, I mean, this guy's like, dude, he's not like announcing himself. He's pretty much saying this guy's arguably the best quarterback in the NFL.
That was
And
Merrill
I'm like,
Reese.
No, you had.
Wait,
It
radio
says
or
here-
TV,
it says
Mike?
here-
TV.
Iron Eagle.
Yeah,
No,
Ian
it
Eagle.
wasn't Irony. It was whoever he's
Charles
working.
Davis.
Charles
and
Davis.
Evan
Volunteered.
Washburn.
Who's usually really good, but he was pathetic yesterday. And he's just giving all of this praise. And it would be like this. I'll compare it to baseball. Deal with it if you hate when I compare things to baseball.
Well, you're a baseball genius.
When I would watch a playoff game and a
Self-proclaimed.
dude would go out there and throw 5 1/3 innings and give up 4 runs, and they would win 4-3. And then a dude would go out there the next playoff game and throw 7 1/3 innings and give up 2 runs. And they'd be like, well, what happened? What was wrong with this guy? That guy was great yesterday because he won. You're like, wait a second. The dude didn't even get through 6 innings and gave up 4 runs, and the relief pitcher got him out of that situation. The other guy only gave up 2 runs. It was just the other guy threw a shutout. So Charles Davis yesterday was acting like, as that drive was progressing and he runs the ball in, I would have thought after watching most of that game on television that Jalen Hurts threw for 300, ran for 150. That's the way Charles Davis built up yesterday's game. And I'm like, the defense gave him an opportunity to win a game where he played average. But he did drive him down the field at the end. He had a great drive at the end. It was a great play call. He was wide open. It was an easy run, and he made the run. You have to give him credit for the late comeback. But you're telling me the dude put up 17 points and had 10 with under a minute to go, and he just showed why he is arguably the best quarterback in the NFL, Charles Davis? What were you watching?
Yeah, Chop. Text him. Tennessee volunteer.
Was that a buddy of yours?
No, we have a rule.
You're in the Tennessee network.
No,
I respect him, but
he loves
yesterday-
bad running quarterbacks, so he's gonna defend Jalen Hurts.
How into the World Cup are you guys going to be?
I watched
At 1
yesterday's
o'clock,
match.
a lot.
I will be watching. Yeah, I watched that match
Did it noon or
yesterday.
one?
I saw the offsides that I didn't believe, but they were like, "It's a scientific fact that it's offside." And I was like, "Whatever, science." And then I'll be watching all day today, so I'm locked in, man. I always enjoy the World Cup. It's a lot of fun.
I tried watching this morning. I understand why people don't like baseball. I totally get it. If you didn't grow up in a baseball family, your dad didn't like baseball, nobody really in your family liked baseball, so you didn't really grow up watching baseball. I totally get how you're watching that and going, so what's about to happen next? What's going on, you know? And when I watch soccer, I did not grow up in a soccer family. Grandparents didn't like it. Dad didn't like it. I played it till I was about 7 or 8 years old and then moved on to sports where you use your hands. And so
hey, goalie.
I'm watching the game and I'm like, if you're just a common person, and I get how it's the most popular sport in the world, but I don't get it because there's televisions around the world. Have they not turned on a football game before? Have they not turned on a basketball game? Have they not turned on, let's just say, tennis? Or, like, I get where golf could be a boring sport. I get where baseball can be a sport. But then when people are like, but soccer doesn't fall into that category, I'm like, it's like they, and I know England scored a lot this morning, but it's like they kind of attack. And they're like, it's not really there. Push it back out. Push it back out again. Let's just hold the ball for 3 minutes and pass it back and forth around whatever they call it, mid-court.
Well, there's a lot of
Is that a court, Mike? Mid-pitch.
A couple of things. One, the games are basically
that's called a balk.
They're basically 2 hours long once a week, just like football, right? It's an easy sport to follow. And then two, why it's the same problem baseball has in the black community. There's not a lot of black players playing, so there's no like, you know, like, hey, this guy looks like me or acts like me or is from where I'm from, and the same thing with soccer or football. There's nobody from England that's in the NFL, really. There's nobody for them to latch on to and root for. Like, to me, that's a big part of why you're a fan of something is there are people that are like you in that sport.
Are you into it?
I think it's neat that matches are happening during the show because we usually don't have live sports going during the show. But other than like the trek of the Americans, like I probably won't go out of my way to watch the group stage games.
You know how they're changing all these things for baseball? And I get it. They're trying to make offsides for soccer.
It's the most popular sport in the world, though.
I feel
it's way more entertaining than basketball.
No.
Oh dear.
Do you really believe that?
No, I just wanted to see if I could just get you.
No, he does believe it.
I like basketball. I just like the NBA. I like college basketball. I'm just not a fan. I like the NCAA tournament.
It's just
yeah.
And you know what? Awesome. I think I'm not a high school soccer fan at all, but I bet in high school there's way more attacking going on because these guys are so good that it's just almost impossible at times to attack. So you have, when you condense a baseball game or a soccer game into a YouTube 10-minute video clip, you're like, here's the 10 minutes of action in the game. You're like, boy, this soccer thing's fun. When you sit there and watch all of it, you're like, when is the fun going to happen?
All right, tomorrow we'll have Jerry Jones at 8:30, Bobby Belt in at 6 o'clock. We'll be there at 5:30. It's
salty. It's been one day.
KMC Masterpiece.
You show up at 6.
Next on you know what?
app.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I don't know if we can roll the fan cam around to what Mike has done to the blinds this morning, but every day before...
I think I can make them worse.
I do not believe that you can.
I tried to fix them.
Every day before the show starts...
You did not fix them.
We'll ask Joey what his presumptive rating is for the show. And today he has said 3.4 out of 10.
We have Steven coming on the show.
I think it's more reflective of the blinds and Mike
how that's
than
looking at already.
Anything else. But I am also concerned as we are 2 days away from Peace-a-thon. By the way, the Peace-a-thon guest list as of now: Flula, Charlotte Jones, Micah Parsons, Bianca Belair.
Yep.
It's going to be an extravaganza, and it looks like maybe Marty Turco is going to join us as well.
The Princess of Bel-Air?
Oh, my gosh.
Not that.
Kevin, I lost my spreadsheet.
From previous years?
My spreadsheet
Don't
was
need
not
it. Cowboys
saved.
won.
Of all of our guests and times and everything, my spreadsheet was not saved.
All right, 3.4 it is. I'm feeling that might be optimistic for the day.
It doesn't matter. When the Cowboys win by that much and play that well, it doesn't matter.
Are you back?
No.
When the Cowboys win by more points than Justin Jefferson has receiving yards, you know that you just had a straight up ass kicking. So my question for y'all, and we could talk about any aspect of the game that you want, but we posed this question last week, is do you feel like the Cowboys, just perception-wise, gained everything back, maybe even more, than what they lost in that Packers defeat?
My answer is yes, Corey.
Okay. Why? Like, what did they lose in losing to the Packers?
Well, I thought that they were very vulnerable, and that's why I thought this was a coin flip game that I was leaning towards Minnesota having the home field. Minnesota, by I think everybody's standard, was considered the second best team, if not the best team in the NFC going into that game. Before we saw them play that game, like, man, this is going to be tough. Minnesota's having a great year. I get that there's a lot of things that people say they aren't very good, but they are 8-1. And then you watch that game and you're like, oh my gosh, I think it's the Cowboys and the Eagles. Like, and the Eagles didn't play well yesterday. I'm not writing them off, but I watched that game and go, the Cowboys really can. I know Jerry sells every year. They could be 0-10 right now, and Jerry be like, I do think this is the best team ever that I've ever had in my life. Like, that's Jerry. But Jerry, what he said yesterday, I do believe that this team can go to the Super Bowl. Maybe they could win it in one game.
The version we saw yesterday, but not the version we saw against Green Bay.
100. Well, that version yesterday was perfection.
Yep.
That's 17-0 and winning the Super Bowl.
Yep.
No, there's usually a game, right? I know the 1 year or so ago it was when you beat Atlanta by 58 points or whatever, but it was such a
43-3, right?
It's such a bad team that it didn't mean as much, but that was a 8-1 team that you were on the road. The building was electric going into that game, and by halftime, Minnesota's getting booed off the field because you have totally dominated them.
Yeah, this is the reason, Kevin, that I'm not saying they lost it last week or it's back this week, because each week's different. This week's story, I was wrong. I was very wrong last week when I said that you couldn't count on the Cowboys to take the gut punch game and take advantage of it, and for the Minnesota Vikings to win and be on a high and not be as prepared. I was wrong because the exact thing that I said you couldn't count on happened in its biggest stretch. Okay, Cowboys doing what they did was that's the best we've seen of them. Assertive. We are the dominant team today. You can't do anything, even if you want to try. We've got you. That's the best version of this team. So, Kevin, until I see that consistently, until I see them want to play that way all the time, I can't say that that's the version I'm going to get every week.
Sure.
But I also know that the version that they were against the Packers wasn't the version I was going to get every week. They're somewhere in between, which is really good.
Tilted to which side? Like, I hear what you're saying.
Tilted to the better side.
Okay.
I really do think that they're tilted to the better side. But when they played the way they played yesterday, Mike's right. That is Super Bowl championship style team. It's just, can they play like that consistently? I also heard Brad this morning, Brad Sham on with Sean and RJ, And Bobby, that's a weird thing now to have to kind of figure that whole thing out. They need a name. Say that maybe the Cowboys are just a good matchup for Minnesota. Maybe there's something to that, and maybe there is something along those lines that works. Let's see how they do against the Giants this week, who are upset. And now the Cowboys, can they go do it again and say, look, we're going to go assert our dominance one more time in our house against a team in our division and show everybody what's really up?
It was, and I do see this, and I'm curious about it. I would have to go back and rewatch from the beginning how I felt about the flow of the game. Is we get a text, the Vikings got out-coached and they moved away from the run too early. The thing that's tough about that, though, is the Cowboys scored a touchdown or a field goal, so they scored points on their first 7 drives. All right? And so since 1978, which is when the NFL expanded to the 16-game schedule, they had never done that. All right? And the last time they'd scored on 7 consecutive drives at any point in the game was 2014. So it had been 8 years since they scored 7 straight times, and then that had never happened in the 16-game schedule era where they had kicked off the game like that. So I also was curious that the Vikings didn't run the ball earlier, but I will say one thing that encouraged me is I know the Dalvin Cook stats look gaudy in a more limited time, but it felt like when the Vikings needed to run the ball,
they couldn't.
Exactly. I saw Leighton Vander Esch pop up there.
That was awesome.
Stuff people, and I was like, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that was an awesome play to see him step in there and do what he was doing. And Kevin, I mean, I know it was very late, but Jabril Cox got on the field.
Yes.
Finally got to see a little bit of that action there. So, no, man, I think here's the other thing too. Not just the defense. The run defense, I think, was a big concern. They proved very early in the game they wanted to stop the run. I get that part of it. But, Kevin, the other side of the ball was that the offense, and you pointed out the numbers, how they went through and scored on those drives consecutively. I think they know how to use Tony Pollard. Like, this is something that gives me great comfort now.
Just throw the ball and he'll score a touchdown.
Well, that too, yeah. It does kind of feel like every time, Mike, we've been talking about this for a long time regarding Zeke. Every time you hand the ball off to, or you give the ball to Tony, you feel like there is about to be something big happening. Like this is very similar to Soto's step to the plate. Something is going to happen when he gets to the plate. I got to see it. So when I see Tony Pollard on the field, I feel like something big's about to happen. And now I think Kellen Moore actually knows, you know what? This is my strike weapon right here, man.
I agree with you, and there were a couple times, and it's not fair because Zeke did his job and did it tremendously yesterday. But there are a couple of big holes where you see Zeke and he's like, got a huge hole. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hit that hole and then I'm going to lunge my body forward for the 8-yard gain.
I'm getting the necessary yards.
I wonder if he would have just tried to run through that instead of leap, like catapult his body. Like, I'm going to be a torpedo here. I was like, I wonder what he could have done. And then my mind goes to Corey. I think like most Cowboy fans, I wonder if Tony Pollard would have had that hole if it would have been more than 8 or 10 yards. And
yeah.
But Zeke did his job. Zeke, that's who he is. He's a wrecking ball. He's going in, head down. I'm going to hit the hole as hard as I can. If nobody's there to hit me, I'm going to lunge forward for an 8-yard gain. If somebody's there to hit me, I'm going to push them forward for 2 to 3 yards. And that's great to have on your team. So I don't want this to be like, oh, Mike thinks Zeke is horrible or anything. I just wonder sometimes when Zeke gets those big holes, I wonder if Pollard had that ball, if that would have been a touchdown.
Yeah, and that's great. I will also say, Kevin, you know how when you just kind of have to accept what you have sometimes?
Yeah.
I have the ability to wear a game out and to add these little runs here and there. And then when Tony Pollard steps on the field, now those defensive players have to adjust completely differently to what this guy's about to bring. I mean, I kind of would say it's very similar to Jalen and Luka back last year, where you had two completely different guys in what they could do.
I really wish you wouldn't bring that up just because of the contract situations and one of them is going to move on down the road.
I'm also trying to completely ignore the Mavericks.
All right, gotcha. So, but it is a change of pace, and those guys have to respond appropriately. But more than anything, somebody's saying fool's gold. I don't agree. I think
I want to know more about why you would think that.
I think that this is the first time that Kellen Moore I mean, we're 4 games in on Dak back now? 3 games?
No, he's 3-1 since coming back,
4 games.
right?
4 games in on Dak back, this is your complete arsenal offensively, and maybe except for Tyron Smith. But this is your complete arsenal all together. And I think Kellen Moore's like, this is what I wanted this thing to look like more than anything.
Okay, since the game was so dominant, by the way, Christian Darrisaw, who went out with the second concussion in his last 2 games, he's already been ruled out for Thanksgiving. So, which is probably wise. If you have a concussion in one game, come back, have a concussion in another game. Probably not the best idea to jump back out on the field 4 days later. All right. We will essentially spin the wheel of impressive Cowboys factoids. Do you want a historical fact? Do you want a Kirk Cousins fact, Justin Jefferson, or Tony Pollard?
Well, let's start with Jefferson, who really screwed my fantasy team over.
Well, good. Look, I will support your fantasy team until it's going up against my actual
Kirk
team.
Cousins had 1.5 seconds to release the football.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, we can talk about that for sure.
So, since the 2020 draft, Justin Jefferson has the most yards receiving in the NFL, the most 20-plus yard catches, the most 40-plus yard catches. He had none of either of those in the game. And then since the start of last season, Justin Jefferson has had less than 45 yards receiving 3 times. 2 of those were against the Cowboys. Last year, 2 catches, 21 yards. This year, really stepped up his game. 3 catches for 33 yards. And that's it.
Yeah, this is, and I don't think, it was completely Diggs. Diggs had something to do with it, though.
Yeah.
And the way that I told you, just like if he's not on Diggs, then you roll the safety over and you try and commit that. And I think Mike's right. The fact that Justin Jefferson, when Kirk Cousins dropped back, most of the time he didn't even have time to get to his first progression. Like he didn't even have time to throw to or look Jefferson's way because somebody was already in his face. I know you saw that pass, Mike, where he was like, somebody's coming at me. I just got to get rid of the ball. You saw it. Yes, I knew. Yes.
He's so bad under pressure. Like you watch last night's game real quick. If you watch like Mahomes and Herbert and what they can do at times under pressure, and then you watch Kirk Cousins and you're like, they're not in the same league, are they?
Did you feel like they were like, technically this is not a primetime game? And he goes, the hell it's not.
Yeah,
Check this
out. They're playing like it's primetime against me. So
from the 469, Corey, this is what you need to know. That's how you outswag somebody.
Okay, I appreciate learning how to outswag
we get
now.
The Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because also, should we pivot our show? Because this suggestion from the 469, November 21st, 1989. Do you know what happened that day?
Cowboys won their 1 game of the year?
That actually could be true. That was the day that Brett Maher was born. Today is his 33rd birthday, and perhaps this should turn into
with Ken Griffey Jr. too, and Sean Sharif.
Wow.
A celebration of Brett Maher.
Say it, Kevin. Say that's 3 goats right there.
God, that is 3 goats. How would you rank them?
Well, obviously Griffey, Maher,
Sean says he's first.
Okay.
I believe
I was going in reverse order
he's
from
gonna
3 to 1.
See? That's Sean yelling, trying to make his case.
I really hope the Cowboys get to go to Minnesota at some point in the playoffs.
Oh, my God.
They play good up there, man. Like,
Holy
they definitely
cow.
play good up there. I wonder how much, the elements mattered in this, too. Like, they didn't love playing up in Green Bay, where it's cold and windy and whatever.
And I know
with
this
their
is
fake
not
grass.
I know this is not a fair way to do this, but if I could go back in time, I'd be like, yeah, let Maher kick it. He'll figure it out. Like, I had 53 yards in the ice, whatever. I don't care. All right, do you want one more stat? Tony Pollard, Kirk Cousins, or historical stat?
What do you want, Mike? I chose the first one.
I chose Pollard. I choose Pollard here.
Okay, Tony Pollard, 189 yards from scrimmage, were the most for Dallas Cowboys player or running back in 5 years.
Really?
I was hoping you'd say since Herschel.
And he's not the starter?
Zeke did it in 2017 against San Francisco.
So it wasn't Herschel Walker.
It was not. I mean,
since 1988.
No. Since 2017, Ezekiel Elliott had 219 scrimmage yards. So, yeah, Tony Pollard getting work done.
Yeah, he's on the campaign trail.
Yep.
Yes.
For a contract is what I'm saying.
I was going to say you'd vote for him for whatever right now,
At
right?
this point,
You want to be the
absolutely.
comptroller? Let's
Yeah.
knock it out. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan.
not the kid.
It's our favorite Thanksgiving tradition. Cowboys, Giants, Thanksgiving Day. Turkey Day tailgate with us beginning at 12:30 with the Specs kickoff at 3:30 on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Take two from 60 to end the half. Operations clean. Kicks away from 60. Thank you very much. Can we count that one?
You're damn right we can count that one, and it is Brett Maher's birthday. So let's celebrate all day long, and we continue that celebration right now, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Man.
Mickey, I have a question for you.
It better be positive.
It better be a good one.
Okay.
Oh, my gosh.
Is that the best version of this team?
In quite some time?
Yeah, like even for like this season, do you think that's the best version we'll see of this team? And
well,
can they do that consistently?
I think you consider where they were playing, the environment in that stadium. Indoor stadiums are awfully loud, right? And playing a team that was tied for the best record in the NFL. And they absolutely mauled them.
Mm-hmm.
And they took all that skull BS before the game and the chanting and clapping and stuffed it right down their throats.
Wow. Was the J-Ron Curse bit your favorite part of the day then when he started
that can give you
that
cancer,
clap?
skull, and then going down your throat.
Tobacco, Mike.
Oh, my gosh.
No, skull's not tobacco. It has something to do with some Viking stuff.
None of those people have ever even met a real Viking.
So I guess the version we saw was great. Can they do that consistently? Can they do that again?
Well, sometimes
they were assertive yesterday.
It has to do with matchups too, right? And their offensive line was no match for the Cowboys' defense whatsoever when it came to them having to throw the football. Offensively, I think this team can do that, and we allowed. Well, not we. A lot of people allowed last week 2 interceptions to cloud over the fact that they did score 28 points. They did have 450 yards total offense. So they were moving the football. They had 2 bad routes, but they scored 28 points. The week before, they scored 42. I know 7 were defensive. So 49. Just think about the number of points they have scored in the last 3 games.
Mm-hmm.
So is that a trend? I think so. Is it a trend now that Dak's a little farther removed from missing 5 straight games?
Very good. Yep.
So from an offensive standpoint, yeah, I think they can do this. Now, I'm not saying they're going to score every game. They're going to go out the first 7 possessions and score something. Right, since that had never been done previously, but I think this offense is that good, regardless of who the second and third receivers are. Right,
right,
and especially when you can throw the ball to a running back, and if people want to ignore him or they want to try to cover him with a linebacker on a wheel route, good luck with that.
Yeah, that didn't work out super awesome for them.
Yeah, so there's just so many different ways they can do this without having to rely on just one person to dominate the game. I mean, as good as, Pollard was on the 2 touchdown runs, kind of overshadowed CeeDee Lamb, who had 5 catches for 45 yards, and 1 incredible leading Tower of Pisa catch, right?
Yep. That was a great catch.
And even Gallup got him off to a great start, 3 catches for 41 yards.
He looked physical, too, when he was catching and turning.
Yes, so it was complete. You see Noah Brown make a catch like that. And then the kicker, right?
Oh, my gosh, the kicker.
How cold was that?
From the 214, let Maher cook. That's kind of in response to the let Russ cook stuff.
Well, and I'll tell you what, and you know what? How long did the guy in the replay booth have to look at that play? And then he buzz it when the guy's approaching the ball?
I don't know if I've ever seen that specific instance where the next play had happened and they're like, wait.
But the Cowboys had called timeout, right? Before the
Yes.
kick, right? Because
Yeah.
they wanted to get everybody on the field and just kind of settle everybody down after that spectacular catch.
Maybe he was like heating up his spaghetti and meatballs in the microwave.
Well, they were serving meatballs in the press box, so,
Yeah, and so-
maybe he was still slurping down something.
And it was, it took like a little bit of time, and then he finally was like, "Oh, wait a second,
Yeah,
I have a
crap.
job to do. But let me eat my meatballs here first, and then we'll look at this."
That was incredible. And then incredible on Maurer's part that the second kick was better than the first.
Man,
It went farther, and it was right down the middle.
no kidding. And I saw this from ESPN. If you care about fantasy football, Brett Maher had 27 fantasy points, which is the most by any kicker in a game in the last 10 years.
So you get more points for distance?
Yes, you do.
So 50, 53, 60, and 60?
Exactly.
Did he get the extra
No,
60?
he did not get the double 60, but still. So I did a little research about the third down situations that Minnesota was put in. And so obviously Minnesota 1 of 11 on third down. But part of the reason, Mickey, their average third down to go was 10 yards.
That's because they were losing yards on second down if they
Hell.
were trying to pass, right?
Exactly. And then 6 of their 11 third downs were for 6 yards or more. So they were consistently put in your third and longs.
So did anybody pay attention to the poor Cowboys third down conversion percentage?
It turned out pretty awesome.
Was it good?
70%? 70. So
You'll win every game like that.
And so here's the deal. And people need to understand. The NFL is a week-to-week proposition. And you don't make these generalizations over one game, one loss, or one win, right? Last week, Dak had to answer questions about being erratic, about if he's the Cowboys having to answer question about if he's the quarterback of the future, right? You're kidding me. Did anybody pay attention to last year? The guy had the third highest quarterback rating in the league at 104. He set a single season record with 37 touchdown passes. And now everybody's questioning him. He's got to prove himself again? Seriously? Well, he just stuck that one to everybody, by the way.
The only thing I don't like about that statement is then I can't completely overreact in the positive. If it's a week-to-week proposition, Corey.
I want to overreact all the way.
Mickey is telling me I can't overreact too much.
No,
right
you
now.
shouldn't, because there's another game in 4 days.
Can't do it.
Right?
To calm the F down.
Okay,
Corey.
and that's what happens with this, kind of seesaw league, right? 1 week you're the absolute best, the next you'll never win again.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And that's just the kind of the way it is. I mean, look what almost happened to Philadelphia. They lose one, and then they're ready to lose another one.
I will tell you this.
And I
Mickey.
tried to help them out, by the way, the Colts, right?
Okay.
When they're at the goal line, and it was, I don't know, second and goal or third and goal, I said to myself, he's going to run the football. They didn't know it because all of a sudden there was a highway lane right up the middle.
Right.
Like, where did everybody go?
Yeah.
Did they know who they were playing? So, but anyway, look, that's what, Philadelphia was never going to lose another game. And then they lost one, and they almost lost another one.
You know what?
And the same thing's happening to the Giants now, right?
Yes. No, you're definitely right about that. Mickey, I think we have a moment for you and Mike to bond right here. What are your thoughts about Jalen Hurts? Because there are some people who throw out some hyperbole about how good Jalen Hurts is that I know drives Mike insane.
I think that if you contain him from running and make him play quarterback, I think he's got some short givings. I think that you can control his passing if you control the part of his game when he just escapes and runs, or they call quarterback draws. You just have to be cognizant of his ability to run the football.
I think he's a solid quarterback, Mickey. I think because he started off this season, as most people saw him as a below average quarterback in the NFL with a lot of weapons around him now. And I thought Philadelphia did a great job in the offseason, and he's taking advantage of it. But it'd be like me saying the way Charles Davis, I watched that game yesterday because it was before the Cowboy game, and he runs in for the touchdown to win 17-16. And Charles Davis is like, this is the best quarterback in the NFL.
Well,
if you can't see it, I don't know what you're watching. And I'm like, he scored 17 points. They had 10 points with under a minute to go. And he did run it in. It was a great drive. They won the game. He has a great record as a quarterback this year. I'm like, come on. This would be like me going out here because I'm a Martin Perez fan now because he pitches for the Rangers. Well, it's obvious Martin Perez is the best pitcher in baseball. It's like, well, where he started from, it was unbelievable. Now, if this upcoming season he has a 3.5 ERA, I'll be like, hey, man, that's solid, but it's not one of the best pitchers in baseball. But it's a good to have a solid pitcher on your team, but I can't compare him with the best.
What did he throw for, 180 yards again?
Yeah.
I just threw it out. I don't have any idea.
It's right about there.
So, yeah. And so if somebody stops that running and makes him throw the football, well, it's a different story. So, yeah, I'm with
but
you.
He's
on
good.
That.
He's
but he's good. No,
I don't want anybody to think I was wrong about to start the year. I thought, hey, he's a bad quarterback. I don't know if Philadelphia can go far without him. He has gone from a below average quarterback in this NFL to a good quarterback in the NFL. But please, God, Charles Davis and people, stop putting him in the Patrick Mahomes category.
He's improved, and good on him, right? But sometimes when you play a little bit more, you get better. You know, the trouble with, the NFL today and the people watching is if you're a rookie and you don't become a star because you're a first-round pick as a quarterback, you're trash, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes it takes guys to develop, to become better, to learn to play the game. And I think he has done that, but by no means would I say, well, yeah, there's the best quarterback in the league right now.
Thank you very much, good sir. We will catch up with you tomorrow.
All right, it's a quick week.
That's right. There you go. Mickey
What's
Spagnola.
Why is it so quick?
DallasCowboys.com. They will play the Giants Thursday right here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, Mike.
Yeah.
We got time for our betting.
Oh,
with
this is the time.
Bassick
Let's
updates.
do it this week.
Okay. Look,
let's
sometimes there's so much content we can't handle it all. But I'm prepared to update, and I was totally fine about one of these games.
All right, so Kevin, you go first. You had the first pick. What did you pick?
I picked the Minnesota Vikings, who went down
They were
in
underdogs.
flames.
Did they cover?
They did not. You could have multiplied the point spread by 10, and we still wouldn't have made it.
Yep. And
or
so,
20.
Good job. Horrible pick.
Or was it?
It was a great pick. So then I went ahead and picked the Baltimore Ravens. They needed to win by 13 or more. They only scored 13 points, so that's really tough to do that when you only score 13 and you're favored by 13.
Yep.
So screw me on that one. There's 2L. So we are still tied for the whole year. There is $0 being exchanged. Corey, we did great. You had the first pick against me. Corey, what did you think was going to happen on Sunday Night Football?
I thought Kansas City would win by 5.
They won by 3.
Remember, Corey, I know, but remember the stat was he wins those games.
I thought they'd win by 5.
Yeah.
I thought they would, so that's on me.
What a great game, though.
That was
really fun to watch. I think both those quarterbacks are really fun to watch. Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in the NFL, and that was a really fun drive at the end of the game. But you know what? I don't think the Giants are very good, but screw it. Let's go with the Giants. I didn't love the picks, and I was like, you know what? The Giants are good. Detroit's not, and then Detroit blew them out of the water. So Detroit, who was you had them. I had the Giants favored by 3, and they lose. Was it 31-18? Was that the final score?
That is correct.
Yeah. So not even close. And honestly, that score's closer than what the
Giants
game was.
were really good in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Well, comparatively.
I got a question about. And maybe this is for later on.
And where are you guys at again?
I'm now still down 140. So you know what? It's going to be okay.
There's going to be a $300 Green Bay Packer bet coming up, I think.
I have a question about if Travis Kelce gets hurt or if a team figures out how to take him out of a game, where's Patrick Mahomes? This team, they don't have a litany of great wide receivers right now. So I'm trying to figure out what that team is if Kelsey's taken out.
There's more to talk about there because, man, do guys love fumbling on their team to try to lose games.
That is for darn sure. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk about that Mavs-Nuggets doubleheader plus the biggest question in the NBA through the first month of the season. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Let's do this.
because I love DFW, I love the sports here, and I love the station. They always have some great comedy, always great sports takes. My wife doesn't like it, but it's always on the station.
Attaboy. And you can always crash on RJ's couch. Thanks to him and all the Tolos for helping us grow this thing together. We are 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
3.7. Finney Smith got the ball into Luka, and here is Luka, a long three. It's no good. Bullard trying to get a shot back up, and Denver wins the game.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through The Fan, where you got to think
Murray.
There was a better look available
Aaron
than
Gordon,
that for
all those
Luka.
guys.
There was a lot of
Oh,
players
they all
missing.
didn't play?
They did not play.
Oh.
So by my count, this is, and I can go back and check, this is at least the fourth game that the Mavericks have lost to a team that was without their best player. Now, I know they whipped the bejesus out of the Nuggets on Friday, but yesterday, that game, the Orlando game, those feel like games you still have to win.
So Jason Kidd, after the game in his press conference, said, we came out flat. We came out flat in the third quarter, and that's something we have to look at. That, I would say, watching all the games this year, out of 17 games, they have not cared to engage in the game for the most part in 5 of the 17 games. That's really bad.
Yeah.
And that was one of the things a few years ago. I love Rick Carlisle as a coach. I know some people don't like him as a coach. I do think he's a great coach. Obviously, sometimes his communication or friendship or whatever isn't the best with players. But I do think he's a great basketball coach. But I said, man, as much as I like him, I do think you have to think about letting him go if every third or every fourth game, you're not going to really give an effort to even try to win an NBA basketball game. And I feel like 5 out of 17 games is a really bad number for these Dallas Mavericks in engaging in NBA basketball games. And I know there's a lot more to play. I know there's a lot more to see and watch. And I will say probably the majority of people who even like the Mavericks aren't really watching much Mavericks right now, especially on a Sunday afternoon night. But it was miserable to watch. The pace from the Mavericks, I know they're the slowest paced team, but it was just like they really didn't want to engage in running. Josh Green had a great game. But watching that game, you're so disinterested in a third of these Mavs games. You're like, they're not trying. They're not working very hard right now. And I don't know where that comes from, because if you want to blame it all on Rick Carlisle in 2020, then who do you blame it on now? If you want to blame it all on Jason Kidd, gosh, in his second year, he's like, you could do it, but I would say the leader of the team.
I get it. That's the tough question. How much of this falls on Luka?
I think, look, he loves D'ing around before the game. It's trick shots. It's kicking the basketball. And I think he's told all the players, I want this to not be a serious moment. I do not want the 12 minutes before the game to be serious at all. I want to be loose. And I understand that that's what he wants to be. And Jason Kidd has even talked about it last year. He doesn't like it, but he deals with it. He's like, look, this is the way they want it to be. They kind of came together as a team saying, I don't want to do kind of normal layup lines. I don't want to do normal shooting routines. I want Maxi Kleber and Dwight Powell to put on the clown show that they do for 5 minutes. And it is what it is. And they made it to the conference finals last year doing it. So then it's like, how can you criticize it too much if they were in the Final Four last year? But I do think a lot of the just goofing off a minute before the game starts is not the best way to prepare to play NBA teams, because every team they play that I get to watch, there's not another team that does what the Mavericks do to warm up before a game.
Are you more concerned about that, or let me read you 2 things.
All right.
Christian Wood said that the Mavs don't prep him before games about second half playing time. And he said, quote, I have no clue. And then he played 1 minute and 51 seconds in the fourth quarter last night. He said, quote, I would love to play more. I've voiced that several times, but I just play my role. What is more concerning? The thing you just brought up, or what you
just said? Sorry, Mike.
No, go ahead.
Like that now is a concern, especially, with not being able to win those games late against teams that like that should be something Christian Wood should be able to go dominate. You don't have him in for 1 minute?
You can't score.
That's not good.
This team struggles to score.
And he scored,
and you're like,
I know they're two different games, but it was the same opponent. He scored 28 points in the first part of that doubleheader on Friday.
I don't get what Jason Kidd is doing here. You're 9-7, and if you were experimenting with different situations late in games, if you were doing all kinds of different things, I want to see what we do playing a little bit faster. I want to see what we do without Luka having the ball in his hands and working off of the ball and posting him up late in games. I want to see what this team looks like with JaVale McGee late in the game just to see if we can defend the rim a little bit better. I want to see what we can do with more of an all-offensive lineup up there and see how much it destroys this defense. He's not experimenting at all. He's using the 5 players that he pretty much used last year, taking out Brunson, which makes us a worse team, and he's going, I'm going with Dorian Finney-Smith and Bullock and Dwight Powell, who usually wouldn't be in there late in games in the playoffs. And then he throws in, I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank so Dinwiddie.
Yeah.
And he's like, that's it. These are my 5 guys. I'm not experimenting at all. I'm not trying anything new. I don't care about Christian Wood. I'm going to treat him like a piece of trash most of the time, that he's just a guy who really hasn't accomplished anything in the NBA. And he's 27 years old. He's not 21 or 22. So I'm really confused. Scoring 100 points in an NBA basketball game is really easy. Now, that being said, prepping a guy for what he's going to do in the second half, I understand that not many people have that answer on that unless you are Dinwiddie, unless you are obviously Luka. You know what your role is going to be the final 24 minutes of a game. But I understand where they're not telling Christian Wood, hey, I promise you're going to come into the game with 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. Then we're going to take you out with 10 minutes to go in the game and then put you back in with 5 minutes to go in the game. I get that he hasn't earned you know exactly the minutes you're playing and exactly this and exactly that. But to just throw him away and go, well, Dwight Powell means so much more to this team. DeAndre Jordan had 17 rebounds. DeAndre Jordan's career is over. He's not good anymore. It would be like JaVale McGee got 17 rebounds last night against the Mavericks, and that happened last year. And we've gone back to, well, we love Dwight Powell as a human being, and Dwight Powell tries very hard every second. He's not a guy that's disinterested in the game. But you're just like, what are we trying to do? This isn't going to make us any better.
I'm curious about this because I wasn't paying attention at this time last year enough to know. So if you can help me with this part of it, what was he doing? Was it the same thing last year? And then whenever January hit, it changed, and maybe he looks at the schedule, like the calendar, very differently than us.
They were 9 and. Go ahead.
No,
they were 9-7. At this point,
so you had a new coach last year, and what he said is, I want Luka off of the ball more. That was the big key going into last year. I want Luka off the ball more. Not off the ball a lot, but off the ball more. And you didn't have Dinwiddie at this time. And the other thing, too, is we have to engage Porzingis in this offense. He has to be engaged. If we don't engage him with the basketball and run plays for him, he's not going to really try very hard the rest of the game or the rest of the season. There's already a disconnect with this organization and Porzingis. He desperately wants to be traded, and we can't move him. So Jason Kidd came in last year and said, here's the deal. I want the ball in Brunson's hands when he comes into the game a little bit more to take a little bit of this, you have to do everything all the time, Luka mentality. And then I want to get Porzingis really involved on this team. When he's out on the court and healthy, he has to be involved. So this year we've gone to, we want to be the slowest team in the history of the NBA in this generation. And I know Jason Kidd doesn't want to do that because Jason Kidd wanted to play at a feverish pace most of his career until late in his career. So I know that he doesn't want to do this, but Luka stops the ball. There's times where people do fall down on the other team too. And we have 5-on-4s or 4-on-3s. And Luka's like, no, I want to walk the ball up the court and play horrible half-court offense where I'm the only person on this team that can really accomplish half-court offense. Because if you're not a good dribbler and not a good passer, it's really tough to play half-court offense because then you just become a catch-and-shoot guy or a lob-and-dunk guy. And so there's just so many things I'm like, hey, I just wish there was more experimenting going on. At this point, doing it this way, you're only going to win 50% of your games, it looks like, approximately. Try different things. I think Josh Green needs to now play. If he's having a good game, he needs to play the last 5 minutes. I'm sorry, Reggie Bullock. I really like you, and maybe your shot will start happening around Christmas time. But the best thing for this Mavericks team, for it to happen, is that Josh Green becomes better than Reggie Bullock and they switch roles.
And I think that is my concern when you talk about how this team gets better is aside from switching up some of the rotations and using Christian Wood better, like I just hope, and this is not a strategy, that Tim Hardaway Jr. and Reggie Bullock shoot better. Now, I know Bullock at least has a better track record of picking it up come January. Tim Hardaway Jr. has also been abysmal thus far this season.
He's arguably the worst player in the NBA getting over 12 minutes a night. That being said, that is factually correct. If you look at everything he gives you, horrible defensive player, that's not going to change. He's not this bad offensively. He's usually around a 40% shooter. He's always going to take heat check shots. Even when he's 0 for 7 like last night, he's like, screw it. 8 feet behind the three-point line with a guy in my face, I'm wide open. I mean, that's just who he is. As soon as he gets the ball, it has to be shot. And it doesn't matter if he's hot or cold. And there's a part of that you like from shooters, but then there's another part like, hey, you can't make a shot to save your life. I'd like for you to take good shots. If it's open, take it. But if you're covered with 14 seconds on the shot clock, what the hell are you doing, man? And then he did. Jason Kidd was just as frustrated as I was with that shot. He yanked him out of the game pretty much after that. And like, I can't play the last 9 minutes, dude. You can't guard anybody in the NBA, and you're killing us offensively. That being said, he's not this bad, but he is the worst version of Tim Hardaway Jr. you could possibly see. And then I understand, to finish this, why Luka took that bad shot late in the game. He saw a double coming. He's slow. He cannot make quick moves or quick decisions with 3 seconds on the shot clock or game clock in this situation. So he's like, screw it. I'll shoot 10 feet behind the three-point line because I am open from here. If I try to get any closer, a double team's going to happen. And for some stupid reason, Jason Kidd's like, you know who should be on the court right now? Reggie Bullock and Dwight Powell. And I'm not 100%. I know Reggie Bullock was in one of the corners, but I'm like, why isn't Christian Wood in it this time? Your most efficient scorer who can shoot the ball. Like, no, we need guys that can't shoot right now on the court with 3 seconds to go.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're the Cowboys' young tackles, one of the main keys to this game. We'll do it next right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Stephen Jones coming up at 11:15. Did he have to move that forward for the Odell meeting? We'll find out. But do you think that in a game where so many things went right, did you think that the Cowboys' tackles were one of the main keys to the game? So I want to give you a couple stats leading into it, because we saw Kirk Cousins was harassed all day long. Not so much with Dak. Is the Vikings had 0 sacks. Now, obviously, there was that one that
my gosh.
Dak turned right into it, and you're like, oh, no. And then it went. I
have no clue what happened.
Both teams had one like that.
Their best player.
Yeah. And Micah had Kirk Cousins, and they thought he didn't have the ball. And he's, never mind.
It was like Dak shocked the guy because he ran into him.
Yeah, and
he's like, I wasn't ready to tackle you yet. You were 5 yards away, and then you ran at me. And Dak never saw him. He got lucky the last second. He kind of ducked a little bit and got out of it, and then made like a heck of a 1 yard run.
Absolutely. So in the last 4 games, the Vikings had 15 sacks. In this game, they had 0. And even if you want to count that one where Dak did his magic and it was unfreaking believable, I felt like the offensive line easily held their own, by far, not held their own. They won the line of scrimmage. And I'm looking at the ends, and you've got Tyler Smith, the 21-year-old rookie, and Terrence Steele, a 25-year-old who's in his 3rd season. And I'm curious if you guys feel comfortable with these two going forward and like building the next generation of your line inside them. Because I know they're already experimenting with kicking Tyler into guard for when Tyron comes back. But I'm saying in years beyond.
Yeah, with Terrence Steele at right and Tyler at left, you're good there for, however long you want to be good there.
Right.
Obviously health and contract and age, you got to be smart about continuing to add to that while you're going along.
But if I said 6 years, you're hopefully like, that'd be great.
And people were saying, hey, Terrence Steele did a pretty good job last year compared to his first year, when we were like, why don't we have a better option? And then the next year that he got stronger, and that was the thing that they said, hey, look, he needs to get stronger. He did it in the off season, and now he's becoming. He and Zach Martin together becoming a combination, and they talk about the combo blocks.
Yeah.
What they're doing is fantastic in the run game, and he's growing with his pass protection as well. Tyler, I think a lot of people have to sit back and say, we got to just trust Will McClay when it comes to offensive linemen. Because not a lot of people had any thoughts on Tyler Smith whenever he was drafted. We knew kind of that he's a raw player and he wasn't quite prepared for it yet. We had some concerns about holding. He's doing a very good job holding up against some of the best pass rushers in the league.
Because what was that first game? You were like, oh my God.
Yeah.
I think your tackle situation, you're in great shape for as long as those two guys stay healthy. I would say 10 years. Now, I know that's probably too long.
Yeah.
But, man, I did not think coming out of training camp when we were there that it was going to be a good situation once Tyler Smith got hurt here in Frisco. I just thought, oh my God. Tyron, sorry. And it's been good. And yesterday was close to, that's about as close to perfect as you can play as a offensive line unit, as a running back unit. It was the closest thing to perfection that you could watch from a NFL football team.
Against a really good pair of ends.
You know what else helped out a lot there too yesterday? Dak was getting rid of the ball.
That is a great point.
Dak wasn't standing around in the pocket like Hooker from Tennessee and just holding on to the football.
He tore his ACL.
Oh, just throw the ball. Like that. Dak was like drop back, see my reads. Dak played exceptional yesterday too.
Absolutely.
That's another thing. Like you'll watch how on point this dude was with the way his game. The way his game was moving. He was seeing it fast. He was delivering the ball with deliberately is the word I wanted to use there. I just felt it was weird.
He got stuck.
But he was delivering the ball, and it wasn't like, hey, I'm going to sit back here and wait for something to develop. He was like, no, I know where it's supposed to be. Let's go. That helps your tackles look really good. That helps your line look good.
If you complete 78% of your passes, you're like, holy cow, that's really good. He completed 88% of his passes.
Yeah. which he can do. Like that quarterback can
that's
do that. I
amazing.
know he can do that.
And they were going up against two pretty darn good players. So Danielle Hunter came into this game with 6 sacks. Zadarius Smith came into this game with 9.5 sacks. So think about that. I tell you going into this game that you're going up against two ends that are combined for 15.5 sacks, and against a team that it's his last 4 games has 15 sacks. You're like, oh, this could be concerning. And you kept a mostly clean pocket. By the way, Zadarius Smith, Pro Football Focus said he has 10 more pressures than anybody else in the NFL, at least going into that game. And it's the tackles, and it was Dak. They worked in amazing cooperation yesterday.
I think as of this morning, Kevin, Brian Burns and Micah Parsons are tied with the most quarterback pressures today. There was a tweet I saw from Micah had retweeted it this morning because Micah likes it. He wants the people
They'll have to get on board with Pro Football
Micah
Focus
likes
who
it.
disagrees.
Yeah, Micah likes it.
Oh.
That being said, Kevin, you know the big argument against Tony Pollard is we need Zeke to help be in there to block on pass. No, you don't. Not when your offensive line's pass blocking very well and then your quarterback's getting rid of the ball. Then you can do what? Send Tony freaking Pollard, who was a wide receiver in college, out on a wheel route to destroy everybody because your offensive line picks up its blocks appropriately. You don't always need the running back in. I mean, Mike was just pointing out on how bad Cook looked whenever he was trying to pass block. It actually was probably hurting them more than it was helping them, and Mike's right about that.
Yeah, because the tackles were like, well, I have help on this one.
And then you find out you can't
Cook
depend
would put
on
his
him.
head down and not really block anybody, and you're just like, yeah, I don't really have help here.
So that argument of, hey, we have to have Zeke in there to pass block, man, now that your offensive line is doing that appropriately, it allows you to do more with your offense. And I think that's something that Kellen Moore's like, we can do these things. We just got to make sure everybody, and Biotics was telling Brad Sham, we just did our job. And it's very cliche, as Brad said. It's very cliche. But when you just do your job, it allows everybody else to be better at their jobs. It allows Dak to be at his best. It allows CD to be at his best whenever their offensive line is doing what they're supposed to do. And I say CD doing his best. If he'd have done his job against the Packers, there would have been non-interceptions and points instead, probably. So do your job's a real appropriate thing on the field.
I wonder how easy or hard it is to get Tony Pollard on a linebacker in coverage. Because that play, obviously, third and I think it was 14.
Yeah.
It's like,
they can't
I
cover
thought to
him.
myself after that play, we should get Tony Pollard on linebackers more often.
Every down.
How do we do this? Because out of the backfield, usually linebackers are going to be covering that guy. Or if he goes in a quick motion where he does get to the line of scrimmage, but then you snap the ball, I would think that a linebacker kind of has to pick him up if you're 3 wide. So I'm just thinking to myself, great job, Kellen Moore. Great job, Dallas Cowboys. Going forward with 7 games left in playoffs, how many times can we isolate Tony Pollard on a linebacker in coverage?
Plenty, and you could probably get that kind of play too. I mean,
Plenty and more.
Yeah, plenty
Can we do
and
it like
more.
that?
Yeah, I do like that. He reached over 20 miles an hour according to Pat Doney on that play, on that touchdown play where he was matched up with a linebacker. And there aren't many linebackers that can run with him. Like Micah probably might be able to, but other than that, you're probably not going to find very many. And that is something that you need to have in your pocket. And I want to know also, I want to go back and look at and find out from them, what was the play that set that up? You know, what was the thing that created that open space out there that they were doing that set that up for them to do it so well? Because that was a really good point.
By the way, when we look for advantageous situations for the cap this year, Terrence Steele is a great example. He makes $900,000. And I believe he is a restricted free agent next year, so you still might have the opportunity to keep the number low for
$950,000 next year. He deserves it.
Okay, I feel it'll be more than that, but I hear what you're saying. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Man, DFW security.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk with Stephen Jones in just 1 minute as we also begin to build the fever for the World Cup with the United States and Wales getting going at 1 p.m. Now,
actual Wales? Like the U.S. is playing against real Wales?
I believe it is the country of
no
Wales.
H, I think. Is there an H in it? I don't think so.
There is not, or else we would dominate.
This is where Wrexham is, Kevin, or Mike. Wrexham is in Wales, so I wonder if any of the Wrexham players will be. I'm going to go look at their Wales roster.
There's a guy, Paul, that's good on their team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What do you think about that, Kevin?
Okay,
I wonder if
good.
there's a humpback.
Good to know. That is the kind of scouting report that I'm absolutely looking for. By the way, really quick question. Dalvin Cook, 11 for 72 yards yesterday, but...
In your face.
Now, I don't think so, right? Because didn't you still feel like the run defense was good to the point where... And then the offense was good to the point where they were like, well, you can't run the ball anymore.
I know the strategy for the Cowboys, and they should do this every game.
Get
up by 17 points really early and then make the running really difficult for the other team because you're up by 17 already.
All right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good morning. Heck of a morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. Great day yesterday for the Cowboys.
Absolutely. Now, we just need you to go ahead and confirm, because I know you would want to do that. Did you have to come on earlier because you're meeting Odell Beckham at noon?
Not just yet. Not just yet. We're probably not going to be talking about that much because it's getting to be pretty strategic right now.
Okay. I have one more slight question, and this is just a general question about that. Then I want to talk about the amazing game. In meetings like this, what are the logistics usually like? Is it about seeing what the player can do physically, or is it just more of like you sit down and describe your vision or talk numbers? Like, how do those general meetings usually go?
It's all the above. You have to check, obviously a player like Odell coming off a major injury, that's a part of it, and then the vision for the player and that type of thing, and then the business. So, you kind of hit on all the above.
The game yesterday was I think Mike described it as perfection, and it was the best we've seen this Cowboys team play at this point. What was the reason that this all hit on so many great cylinders yesterday? Was it offense just and the Cowboys come in and after a gut punch against Green Bay, and then maybe Minnesota's a little light because they had that big win against Buffalo? What was the perfect culmination of yesterday for you?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing was just the disappointment of the Green Bay loss, knowing that we we played good for 3 quarters there, but let that get away, and that wasn't in a way that we feel like this team plays, whether it be offense, defense, or special teams. We just, didn't get the job done and really felt like starting at the top. We start to look at our best players, not that we don't have a whole team full of, really good players, but you start with Dak and Micah, and certainly they owned it and set the tone in practice all week. And I just think, that was a big driving factor is to, not necessarily show our fans, but more than anything, just show each other within the confines of the team, the coaching staff, the organization, that we can certainly play at a higher level than what we showed against Green Bay.
Is it impossible not to get caught up? I'm just telling you where I'm at today is when Jerry Jones talks about this team being a championship contender. I know there's a long way to go, but is it impossible not to get caught up in that kind of excitement?
Absolutely. I mean, you enjoy the moment, as we say, but we've got a game Thursday against the Giants, and it's a big, big game against a divisional opponent. They're having a great year, identical records to what we have, and we all enjoyed the day yesterday, the night last night, and it's time to get back to work and get focused on the Giants. This game's going to be here before we know it. We'll be kicking it off there Thursday, Thanksgiving, at 3:20, and the game's here.
What were your thoughts on Micah Parsons just establishing the tone by creating the forced fumble to start the game?
Well, I think, he came out and he backed it up. He said, think he stated throughout the week that he was going to play better. The defense was going to play better, and obviously to make a huge play like that on the first drive, and we were able to come away with points and did a nice job with that. But it was just a big play, and I think set the tone for the day.
Was there any part of you that kind of had to hold your breath for just half a second when he came up hobbling for a quick minute after late in the game?
Well, you always hold your breath when any of our players come up hobbling like that. But, certainly he was able to get through that and, feel like, they'll go through the proper checkups today, but feel like he'll be fine.
And, Stephen, it looks like Kellen Moore really has a good understanding of how and when to use Tony Pollard. Has that come along because of Dak being out there and being healthy and everybody kind of, now you're 4 games into Dak being back and being able to push forward here?
Well, I think, I was actually visiting with Tony Romo after the game, and he said anytime when he missed in his career an extended period of time like Dak did, it takes a while to get back in rhythm. And certainly Dak did. Certainly Kellen, I think, is getting a feel for our personnel and what we can do. I really thought Zeke and Tony complimented each other all day. Zeke's just so physical. We missed that, in the Green Bay game. But he's, I think it's a great 1-2 punch. And I think Kellen yesterday, just called a hell of a game. Played great complimentary football. And I did the things that I think this team needs to do to win.
I know that we probably don't want to show preference to any particular player, but today is Brett Maher's birthday.
And Cooper Rush.
Can we make sure to get them a nice present today for everything that they have been doing?
Well, they certainly deserve it from our end, from the organizational end. I mean, Brett's just having a hell of a year. And, to nail back-to-back 60-yarders like that, when the first one was called off for replay and then turn around and probably kick it even better the second time, hats off to him. But he's had a great year all year. He's made clutch kicks all year for us and having a great year. And certainly Cooper, what a great job he did while Dak was out and got in the game yesterday some and, did what he always does. He's just steady in the boat and does a great job for us whenever he's playing quarterback.
I know, like you said, Brett Maher made the second 60-yard kick, but was there any part of you that under your breath were kind of like, stupid replay? Let's hurry up and pick up the pace here.
Well, I was a little frustrated. You'd like to hope that they would have, if they were going to look at that catch, they would have done it well before, right before the kick. They were showing it on TV and certainly could see where maybe it might get replayed, but I think our timing could probably be better when you look at it from a competition standpoint, from an officiating standpoint, a replay standpoint. You'd like to think the timing would be better on that.
Was Tyler Smith getting some guard snaps? Was that kind of were we looking at maybe what the future's going to look like when Tyron comes back, or what are we working with there?
I think all the above. I think it was great to get Peter some snaps. As we move forward, we know this is a long year. And certainly Peters has played his Hall of Fame career there at left tackle, knowing that that's his best spot. If we had to shuffle the offensive line, and certainly you always have in mind that one of the best tackles in the game, and maybe to play out there, one of the better ones is with Tyron coming back is certainly, I'm sure, a thought process as well.
So, Stephen, I'm going to ask a sports psychology kind of question here. Is when your team loses like that, and obviously Micah Parsons set the tone, and you always play, it seems like you play better after one of those, because whether you feel like you lost, the other team didn't win, like Green Bay, and I'm sure that's how most of the Cowboys felt, or you just get embarrassed. And I know it didn't happen in Green Bay, but I've been through it. It's just my preparation for the next one is always just a little bit more focused and a little bit more better. How can the Cowboys, after a dominating win like that, keep that intensity for the upcoming games?
Well, that's what great teams do, and I think that's the challenge with the leadership in the locker room, with the leadership on the coaching staff, from Mike to Dan to Kellen to Bones, to keep these guys focused. And the great teams do that. And we certainly need to step up. This game, if you can't get fired up against playing a team you're tied with in the division for right now we're in second place with them. They played great football all year. They're 7-3 as well. If we can't get focused and fired up for a divisional opponent like the Giants, then I'd be surprised.
And I did kind of ask Jerry something like this on Friday. I'm curious the same for you. Is this the most exciting time of the year, or is this the most stressful time of the year with Thanksgiving and then wedging these two games in the span of 4 days?
I think both, all of the above. It's certainly exciting to have a good football team going into Thanksgiving, being in the mix, knowing that you can be very competitive to compete, for a championship is exciting. At the same time, it is stressful. I mean, every little injury, as you said, you see Micah limp off, it's stressful. And I know the good news is the guys out there playing the game, they're steady and they seem undeterred. And I'll be surprised if we don't go out and play well against the Giants.
I was looking at Michael Gallup's, the way he played overall yesterday, and he looked as physical as I think I've seen him so far this year. Is that a pretty good assessment of where Michael is at this point?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's only fair. I mean, an ACL, coming off a major ACL injury like he did, his first one, it takes time. I mean, if you just look at most players, in the league who come off major ACL injuries, they usually don't get to 100% for games. And certainly I think Michael's there is just straight up. He just keeps getting better, and we all know what type of player he is. And as he gains more and more confidence, he'll only get better as well. But I thought yesterday he played extremely well, extremely confident. And as I said, I think the best of Michael's yet to come.
I know it was kind of a bummer for Anthony Barr that he tweaked his hamstring, is what we heard, so he wasn't able to play against his old team. How is he looking? Do you think he's a possibility for the Giants game?
Yeah, I think, it'll be a game time type decision. Obviously, he was doing well as the week progressed, but just felt like, it's a long season, and we all know hamstrings. If you tweak them and continue, you don't let them get 100%, then they'll linger. And I think our thought process is, knowing that we've got a good group of young linebackers behind Barr and Damone and Jabril Cox and Luke Gifford, that we could certainly afford to do that.
What was the injury that bothered you the most when playing football? Was it a nagging hamstring, or what bothered you when you were playing?
I don't think I was fast enough to have hamstrings. But anyway, I'm sure every player is different. Certainly I was fortunate enough never to have a major knee injury. I always just, my injuries were predominantly ankle injuries. But I would say, as managers, of this team, year in and year out, you kind of know what you have with an ACL. It's not great news, but doctors do a great job this day and time of getting them fixed, and it is what it is. But probably the more frustrating injuries are the hamstring / soft tissue injuries. And, one thing we have learned is you have to get them 100% ready, or they will linger throughout the year if you let them continue to get out there and then retweak, and that can be very frustrating.
Now, Steven, I got to go get the turkey today and start the thawing process and everything. Every time I've been out for a Thanksgiving game, though, the media spread is the best you'll find in all of the NFL. Y'all do a phenomenal job of making sure that spread is good. Do you go partake in that spread, or is there a different Jones family dinner that happens?
Well, I think it's all the same chef and the same food preparing it, but we do have a spread. We have a big family contingent in for the Thanksgiving Day game, and we have a little pregame Thanksgiving meal there before the game starts. But I think it's all the same preparation, and I agree with you. They do an outstanding job of preparing a Thanksgiving Day dinner.
Well, and then the last question I have, maybe we can help you out here, is on Wednesday, we're doing our marathon show for charity for My Possibilities. We're going to have Charlotte on as part of the show. Is there any old Thanksgiving question you want me to ask her to try to get to the bottom of any issues?
Oh, that's actually a funny one, but I don't know that I have anything on her. I could probably have a lot on some others, mainly my father, who is always sneaking around getting more than he should. But no, we've had great Thanksgivings and certainly great traditions, and Charlotte's been a big part of it, and I'm sure she'll have some great stories for you.
Appreciate the time as always, and congratulations on a heck of a win. Obviously hoping we pick up another one on Thursday.
Sounds great, guys. Thank you.
There you go. Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, during the interview, I saw a couple of things, and one of them I think is more fair than the way the other one was phrased. And they're like, yeah, you just wait until they lose to the Giants. And I was like, the Giants team they already beat with Cooper Rush? Okay, cool. But also a more pressing concern, and you asked a question, and Mike asked a question that kind of hit at this, is in the span of a week, how do you go from how did we lose to that Green Bay team to beating the crap out of the team that going into that game was tied for the best record in football?
Yeah, I think one, maybe, just maybe, you saw that there is some fraudulency in Minnesota. All right? Like maybe you
feel
saw
that
a
way
little bit.
across the border just because of the fraudulency of their quarterback.
Well, I mean, I always feel that way about Kirk Cousins. But like Mike, I've made that very clear for a long time.
In fact, we kind of talked when I was like, hey, you should probably give them more credit. But I'm now with you after yesterday and watching them play Philadelphia. I know it was super early. You want to play Minnesota in the playoffs.
Yeah.
If, out of the teams, I think Minnesota's a victory for you if you get to play them in the playoffs.
I go back to, and I know, this is not a baseball segment, but the Rangers were remember that year that they went and they were winning very close games, the coin flip type games consistently.
16.
Yeah, and they were really good. And then you're like, but is that real? And then you kind of found out, it wasn't what you wanted it to be. And I think you've seen that with the Vikings. There are a lot of coin flip moments for them, and they've been on the good side of a lot of them so far. Cowboys went out and just physically, mentally, and every other way dominated them. So, yeah, man, like I feel like that there's a little bit of that going on, but also that's the version of the team that they know they can be, but they weren't when they went to Green Bay. And I don't know why they weren't. I don't know why they didn't live up to it or why they didn't show up. Maybe it did take people in that locker room calling out other people and saying, you have to do your job, otherwise we can't do ours. And Kevin, he just said Micah and Dak set the tone in practice. You got to have that. And you got to have it each week. It can't be one of those things where, and you got to have a good finger on the pulse of your team and know when they need that injection. So maybe this week was just the right timing for everything, and it looked perfect. That's why I want to see the Giants. That's why I want to see all the rest of the stuff too, because, and I'm really looking forward to it all, because I want to know if that was the best they can be and they'll ever be it again, or if it was the best they can be and we might not see it another time.
Is it crazy in the 4-game AFC North stretch, you lost to the worst team and you destroyed the best team?
NFC North,
You beat the other two teams that are below average in Chicago and Detroit, but you lose to Green Bay, who's lost 6 of 7, and then you destroy Minnesota.
With the only win being you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a great point. By the way, Anthony Barr, he said game time decision, we think, on Thursday.
Kevin, this is two questions that kind of open up a lot here. So, one, you put yourself in a really good position for the playoff setting, right? As you still have the Giants and Philadelphia ahead of you. You got to figure some things out there, but you're in a really good position now. The question, though, on Odell, he said it gets technical now.
Yeah.
They're about to make a pitch.
If you ever had any question about how serious they were, he goes, I probably won't say too much because it's strategic.
Yes, strategic. There you go.
So I think that answers, if you had any doubt, I think that answers your question right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where we ask the questions that matter. Just how many Mike Ditkas is too many Ditkas? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
The Sports Spotlight, delivered by Driveway.com.
Chevrolet. When the time comes to sell your vehicle, Classic Chevrolet will buy it for full market value, not a penny less. That's pricing true to their Texas values. It's the right way to do things. Find new roads. Visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Carr, play action again. Looking downfield. Lofts it near corner. Adams wide open at the 5. He walks in, and the Raiders walk off with a win. Touchdown Devontae Adams to win it here in Denver.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Quick shout out to Louisville Comics. I'm talking with their owner right now, and they just brought us a bunch of cool Cowboys swag for Wednesday's auction. And then don't forget, on Friday, RJ Dukes out in McKinney will be doing our show live from there in the aftermath of Cowboys Giants. So make sure you roll out there and hang out with us for that show. But right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Donuts.
Did you try any of the donuts yet?
I did.
I tried all the donuts.
Did you have the maple bacon one?
Yeah.
That one is so sweet, but so good, but it's very, very sweet.
Is it sweeter than you?
Sweet and salty.
Oh,
I like
so
the
it's
one
kind of
with
like Mike.
almonds on it.
Oh. Now, we just played the clip. Devontae Adams had 7 catches for 141 yards and 2 touchdowns, including the game-winning touchdown in overtime in the comeback win over the Broncos. Devontae Adams has 3 career overtime touchdowns, tied with LaDainian Tomlinson for the most overtime touchdowns in NFL history. So congratulations to him. Not congratulations to Clint Kubiak, who took over the play calling duties for Nathaniel Hackett. And it didn't make a lick of difference because that team still sucks. As, like I said, the Broncos scored 16 points, even though the game went to overtime. I guess that's better than the Vikings.
Clint Kubiak.
That's right.
I bet he's related to Gary.
I know we jokingly asked that, but yes, in this case, I would assume.
He's one of his 3 sons. I'll also point this out. One of his other 3 sons is a scout for the Cowboys.
Okay.
Who found, I believe it was Hendershot.
Oh.
And is responsible. I think he's the one that found Hendershot. And so he's responsible for that being on our team. I just wanted to point that out.
Okay.
Like, the Kubiak family really knows how to run the football for one. All right, like that's something that the Kubiaks always have known how to do, and they found a good tight end.
Yes, absolutely. So thank you very much for helping us out with that. Let's talk about, man, you want to talk about sweating out some money. Although you guys always bring up, if somebody has this amount of money to bet, maybe it's not the end of the world if they lose. But somebody bet the Bills -7 to cover against the Browns. They bet $312,000. The Bills, of course, won by 8. But after the Browns got that onside kick, I wonder if they were like, no, please, God, no. But they are, in fact, victorious of that bet. Not victorious is the Rams. They have lost 4 in a row for the first time in the Sean McVay era. The last reigning Super Bowl champion to finish the following season with a losing record was the 2003 Bucs. And then you add in, Cooper Kupp should be out 6 to 8 weeks following his ankle surgery.
Yeah, I told you they were done a while ago, man. Like that
They suck.
That was the team I was like.
I feel like Matthew Stafford's doing a great job, though. He helped out the Rams win the Super Bowl.
Yep.
Now he's getting Detroit a top 5 pick.
He can ride off into the
Because
sunset knowing he did a good job.
That pick goes to Detroit this year.
Yeah, that's awesome.
You know, he's doing both. He's doing both teams.
How glad are you?
Good.
How glad do you think they are that the Panthers said no to the Brian Burns trade that they were going to give up 2 first-round picks for? And they're like, hey, I'm really glad we didn't do that because we need to just tear it down and start over.
Yeah, that would have been ignoring the real problem, and that was that you used Matt Stafford as much as you could the year before. You got it. You got the best out of him, and now it's time to just admit it and move on.
And it could change, but right now in this moment, who do you think regrets coming back more, Matthew Stafford or Tom Brady?
Stafford. Ah, man, this is a tough one.
Was Stafford, help me, was he strongly considering retiring?
I don't think so, but it just felt like that's your fairy tale ending.
Well,
but
one, is it going to cost Brady, or does she had more money than him?
I mean, like, emotionally cost.
Oh, okay. All right.
I don't know.
I don't know that he has emotions.
That's a fair
I feel like
point.
he's just a robot. Like he's one of those
I get
guys,
it.
Kevin, that whenever he sees a bunch of bicycles in the room, he just explodes because he doesn't know, he can't select the bicycles in the room.
I feel like Stafford's going to be the next quarterback of the Indianapolis Colts. It just feels like it's going in that direction for both guys.
Click on the pictures that are bridges, and
and he
Brady's-
can't figure it out.
That's Tom Brady.
He can't pass the robot test. No, yeah, I'm with you on that. All right, let's go from that to Cordarrelle Patterson. 103-yard kickoff return for a touchdown. Patterson now has 9 kickoff returns for a touchdown, the most ever in the history of the NFL. You proud of him, or do you not care?
Sure, I guess.
Man, that sure does sound like you don't care.
It's great.
Yeah, I mean, it's the stat that I needed.
What team is
today.
he on?
Atlanta.
Good for Atlanta.
Now,
you know what? I guess Mike's right. Good for them that they were able to take a guy that nobody really knew what to do with him, and they've been able to get that much out of him.
well, I have terrible news for you. I'm going to focus on that Atlanta game for a good couple of minutes
I'm
here.
excited about that one.
Okay.
Who won?
Atlanta.
Good job.
They beat the Bears 27-24, despite the fact that Justin Fields hit some more impressive marks before he got hurt right towards the end of the game. Justin Fields has passed for a touchdown and run for a touchdown in 5 straight games. That ties Kyler Murray for the most in the consecutive games in the Super Bowl era. But again, they lost. And going into this game, Justin Fields had 568 yards rushing in his past 5 games, the most of any quarterback in the Super Bowl era. But keep in mind, they had lost at least 3 of those, and now they lost this one as well. And he had the opportunity to become the first ever quarterback to run for 100 yards in 3 straight games.
He did it.
He got to 85.
Oh, what a bum.
Get rid of him.
And now I guess he's undergoing further evaluation today because he got carted off, or was carted after the game, and he hurt his left shoulder. I know I pointed to my right shoulder, but he hurt his left shoulder.
Did you
like Dinwiddie?
Drake London, Kevin, had 1 catch for 2 yards and a touchdown.
Hey,
did you see that catch, though?
I did not.
It was awesome. Like, it was in the corner. Mariota did a great job rolling all the way to as far as he could get to before he went out of bounds, and delivered the 1 catch for Drake London's day.
I have a couple questions for you there.
What?
First of all, box score doesn't tell the whole story, right? Also, do you think we should consider, this Cordarrelle Patterson got credit for a 103-yard kickoff return?
Yes.
They're counting those end zones. Do you think we should consider giving extra yardage inside the end zone?
Yes, I do. I mean, now we got to go back in history and just retrack everything. But
and also, if a running back breaks through, I want them to run all the way to the edge.
It's all a guess, too. They need to mark the end zone.
Yeah.
I thought that's where you were going.
And you know
what? We're
what?
going to like 103 yards. Are you sure? It could have been 102 or 104. You're guessing at this point.
Even better, Kevin, let's start measuring up as well. Like, did you jump to catch the ball? You get 6 yards for how high you jumped,
Oh my gosh.
or whatever.
I have to run multi-dimensional yards
Yeah,
now?
I like this now. So do you want to go back to the old way, Kevin?
All right. You know what? You convinced me. I'm going to stick with the way we used to do things.
Okay.
All right.
Deal.
How many Mike Ditkas is too many?
For the Saints, 1.
That is a great point.
I'm going to say 9.
All right. So a fella and his friends were celebrating a bachelor party. They all dressed up like prime Bears Mike Ditka with the sweater and the sunglasses. There was 18 of them. And they all went to the Falcons game.
Gross. Actually, it's a cool bit.
Where they lost.
Kind of reminds me of the bit where the guys show up in the Whalers jerseys
Where
all
was
over
it?
the place.
Where was that at?
At Coyotes at Gila Monster Arena. Is that how you say it, Kevin? It was at the Gila Monster Arena
Where else
in
did you see
Arizona.
them?
Outside of the Gila Monster Arena, at an establishment where gentlemen go, I believe.
Ah, yes. With the brandies and the cigars.
Yeah, exactly.
The gentleman's club.
So I like bits. And also, like, you don't want to lose a friend, and so you just, if you lose one, everybody has that one buddy that gets way too hammered and ends up like somewhere talking to a group of people somewhere, right? So you can always walk around and be like, hey, do you see a guy have you seen a guy dressed like us? And they're like, oh, yeah, he's over there. We just saw him. And then you can collect your friends. It's like wearing a T-shirt, the same school T-shirt when you go on field days or whenever you go on field trips in elementary school.
I'm telling you, I don't know the person's name, but I see someone up around here on our floor wearing St. Cloud State stuff all of the time.
St. Cloud State.
No idea who the person is. All right, let's
Is
go.
that a school? Is that a real school?
Looks like a cool person.
Oh, man. Is that a real school? Nobody knows.
Oh, that's Joey.
What?
Joey's a St. Clouder.
Ah, gotcha. Is that what, do they call you guys the St. Clouders?
No, we call ourselves the Huskies.
Huskies.
That's in Nebraska.
That is the Huskers. All right,
and I know it's Gila Monster.
That is true. So Saints defensive end Cameron Jordan missed the game yesterday. It was the first time he missed a game due to injury in his 12-year career after he fractured an orbital bone after being poked in the eye. Now, he also missed a game last year because of COVID, so I don't know if that undercuts the point. But fractured orbital bone, that's a really hard poke.
Yeah, did they go into the eyeball and then they dipped their finger down and ripped it? Because that's...
I don't know.
He wasn't just poked in the eye, he was hit in the eye.
Yeah.
Because that's the only way to fracture the orbital bone area is for it to also get some sort of bashing in some way. I don't think just getting, I can't just poke you with this pin.
Okay,
Kevin, come here, let me poke you in the eyeball with this pin.
No, thank
you. See if I crack your orbital bone.
No, thank you. Do you now believe...
What are you afraid of?
At getting my orbital bone cracked. I feel like we just went over that.
Really losing your eye would be number one.
That actually, can it be both?
We'll poke behind it.
Eyes freak me out.
Yeah.
If I was to touch my eyeball right now, you couldn't look at it?
I'll never have a contact.
Okay.
If they're like, you need contacts, I'll be like, you need to shut up.
Wow. Couldn't you just say no? That feels like too much of an aggressive fireback.
What do you expect from Mike?
That is a great point.
You're welcome.
All right, let's talk about the Chiefs. Travis Kelce had his 33rd 100-plus yard game, which is the most in NFL history. And Patrick Mahomes, I get it. He said Travis is the greatest tight end of all time. Are you prepared to make that statement, or do you think he's at least on the trajectory to become the greatest tight end of all time?
I feel like that position has evolved so much that I do think he's in the conversation. But, when you look at some of the greatest of all time,
Gronk and then Tony Gonzalez.
And I know those are somewhat recent. I think Tony Gonzalez is probably in my time, considered the best. But yet some people would say, and I'm not disagreeing, is they would say, well, Jason Witten was the best all-around tight end because of also his ability to block in his prime. But Tony Gonzalez was a better receiver. Obviously in his prime. I don't know. I mean, Shannon Sharp. Shannon Sharp, because his brother was a wide receiver. I mean, he was really good too for Denver and Baltimore. I mean, but I can see if you want to put Travis Kelce as the best ever, he's definitely in the conversation.
We got a lot of time to fill on Wednesday. Perhaps that's a segment right there. And then real quick.
There are sections, Kevin, like the sphenoid bone.
Don't tell me more about the
near
eyes.
the orbital area that could be poked from behind the eyeball. I just want to let you know it's not just this front part of the cheek.
Stop saying poked from behind.
Sphenoid.
Kyle Pitts is going to have an MRI today. They fear that he has an MCL sprain. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3.
Jerry Gonzalez?
What?
Kyle Pitts? Or is it Tony Rice?
Okay. I see what you're doing.
The best
right
ever.
now.
I got it.
Coming up next.
He was a combination of those two guys.
Yes, I understand now. Dallas Cowboys thank you notes. Who deserves a tip of the cap following the dominant 40-3 victory? This should be a fun segment. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Live from the classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's going to be a big hour. Cowboys thank you notes to kick it off, 877-881-1053. And then don't forget, once we hit the lunch rush and into the expressway, we will give away tickets for the Cowboys Thanksgiving game against the Giants. So that is huge right there.
When the Cowboys win the Super Bowl this year, will Micah Parsons be the MVP? It's really tough to be a defensive MVP. It happens. But do you feel like Micah Parsons or Dak Prescott or Tony Pollard's the MVP of the Super Bowl?
It'll be Dak. I think it'll be Dak for sure. Micah will probably be the best player on the field, but Dak will have some throws that are dimes.
If yesterday was the Super Bowl and the Cowboys won, Dak would have won the MVP.
Actually,
I think so.
Dak over
What
Pollard?
about Pollard?
I think Dak, that would have been the highest completion percentage in the history of the Super Bowl.
Okay.
So I believe he would have gotten it.
You're a Super Bowl.
Wow.
Or like the second highest. So I think he would have gotten it.
We did ask the question a while. We asked the question a while back. Though. Yeah,
not what I was shooting for.
It seems like you're more against Tony Pollard than the Joneses.
Oh my gosh!
The one thing we were asking for a while, because it seemed like this team was taking on Micah Parsons' personality, and I asked this question, and I still believe this, is would you rather have the team take on his personality or Dak's? And a lot of people said Micah. A lot of people were saying Micah. And then Steven today says that both Dak and Micah were holding the team accountable during practice. They were talking the talk and they were walking it. And then they had that perfection game that Mike calls it.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, Kevin, if Dak is Superman and Mike is Batman, in the situation where, as the Justice League, they play well.
Hate each other and one killed one and then had to bring it back to life.
But
That's
as a team,
DC bias right there.
But as a team, they're very good together. All right, so I guess Dak is Captain America. Sorry, Roger Staubach. And then Micah is Hulk. I don't know, or
you just took a huge shot. I think man. Once you said it, you realize the shot you just took.
And then Micah, as a pair of leaders, they work really well together because you have this really good PC version of Dak Prescott, who is, like I said, Captain America. He's Superman. And then Micah, who's just no, whatever it takes to win. I'm going to bite your ankle, or I'm going to bite your kneecaps off, whatever it is. That's how I feel Micah is. But there's a little more, to it. By the way, Micah Parsons will join us on the KNC Masterpiece during Peace-a-thon.
Wow.
And we have a Micah Parsons autographed matte black helmet to roll out there as well.
That might be my favorite item.
I wonder if Kirk Cousins is going to get that.
You know what? I'm glad that you said that. So we're going to kick off Cowboys thank you notes, and I'm going to go ahead and throw a thank you to Kirk Cousins.
Oh, man, you're taking part of mine.
Do you want to go first? You go first.
You go first. You're the best.
Kirk Cousins is now 2-9 against the Cowboys in his career, his most losses against a single opponent. And also, thank you to Kirk Cousins for not throwing a touchdown pass. He had the longest streak in the NFL actively at 38 straight games. No more.
So I will pile on and I will say thank you to the Vikings left tackle who shouldn't be in the NFL. But I'd like to thank you for playing yesterday because you were pathetic. Now, part of that is
Romo kept saying, you just wait. He's going to be good. Give him some time.
Yeah, he probably thought the same thing about Chaz Green.
That's a great point. Is Kirk Cousins got sacked a career high 7 times, and it was the first time in 14 seasons that the Cowboys had 7 sacks in a game.
The first time in 17 seasons? 14 seasons?
So not as good, but still good.
Yeah, I mean, we can let's do even more sacks in the next game.
Yeah.
And be like, hey, look, in the first time in ever that the Cowboys have had 2 back-to-back games with that many sacks.
I'll go ahead and concede. If you sack quarterbacks going forward the most they've ever been sacked in a single game, you will win the Super Bowl. I'll go ahead and guarantee that. Because 7 sacks was the most that Kirk Cousins had ever suffered. So that's how we'll start with those thank you notes right there.
Sounds good.
I do want to thank, since we're not thanking Vikings anymore, I do want to thank Micah Parsons starting that game. I mean, mean, the place was electric in Minnesota, and I'm sure there
And
were
that
Cowboy
third down
fans
horn
there.
is terrifying.
Right. But I mean, for him to get that sack, cause the fumble, and for the Cowboys to get the ball, I think it was a 29-yard line. I'm not 100% sure, but they kicked a field goal.
Right.
Dalton Schultz catch the ball. That was just such a tone setter. So just thanks to Micah Parsons, using terms like disgusted with the way that they performed in Green Bay and giving away that victory up 28-14. And he immediately, third play of the game, says, "It ain't happening. We're coming here to kick your butt."
Somebody texted in and said, "I thought pass rush was a privilege." And the privilege was you got to be able to stop the run. Do you feel like the Cowboys were effective at limiting them from running the ball?
I do in the downs that mattered. Because, I've usually at Cook's stats on the whole, you're
6.5.
Oh, yeah, what a game he had. And you're like, yeah, but when it push came to shove, they couldn't move the ball by running it.
Yeah,
and then the game was out of reach.
When Steven today said complimentary, like the perfect version of complimentary, the fact that your team was up 23-3 in the second quarter, Kevin, that means if y'all want to keep running the ball, you can try. But we figured out how to limit you. And again, 11 carries. The Minnesota Vikings gave up on it. They were like, what's the use in it at this point? We got to catch up. We got to score points. When the Cowboys are at their best is whenever they have scored the amount of points early in a game to make other teams chase you, and now your defense can go pin its ears back and run. And that's, Kevin, that's what their perfect version of complimentary football is, which does concern me in the games in the playoffs whenever things are a lot tighter and there's a thinner margin of error.
I do want to say to that point, since Tony Romo was calling the game, this is where Dak and Tony, to me, are totally opposite. It almost felt like when Tony was down was when he was most magical because the risk-reward factor was there for the type of football he loved playing. When you're up by 10, 15, 20 points, you're like, Tony, we're up by so many. Why are you getting so aggressive right now? We just need to run off the last 10 minutes here and you win the game. And he's like, I can't play that way. I have to play like I'm down by 10 or more almost all the time. And I feel like Dak really does play well with the lead. I know you're up 28-14 and you lost the game in Green Bay, but I do think Dak is very good at playing with the lead.
Yeah, no, I would be inclined to agree with that as well. I want to go ahead and fire off cut number 7, if we can, from the highlights. Cut 7 from the highlights, because I want to thank Dak Prescott and Tony Pollard for making sure that this game wouldn't matter in the second half.
Scoreboard says 3rd and 15.
That's 3rd and 15.
It is 3rd and 15. Because they lost yardage on 2 straight plays. And the crowd has gone double bunkers. Snap back to Prescott. He's got a lot of time. Deep down the right side. Oh, it's caught at the 45, 40. Pollard, 20, 10. Pollard, Uncle. 68 to Tony Pollard on 3rd and 15. Good night, nurse.
And that is kind of how I felt, because everybody was like, hey, Vikings overcame a 17-point deficit, where the Vikings are 3-1 in games they've trailed by double digits. And I was like, oh no, is this what's going to happen again? And then that play right there, you're like, not even close. Yeah. This game is over.
Yeah, that was pretty freaking awesome right there.
I
it just made me think we should do that more. And we should
draw that play up all the time.
We shouldn't do the play that we did before that, and that's called wide receiver screen. That is the only thing that went really wrong all game for the Cowboys is wide receiver screen. Whoever Michael Gallup was supposed to block, he's like, I ain't blocking him.
Yeah.
I think he was trying. He just couldn't.
From the 214, thank you to the Minnesota Hornblower for keeping quiet yesterday.
From the 682, thank you, Matt Black, for signing your helmet for Peace.
It's not.
The matte black is a style of texture on there. It's like eggshell or silk. It's just a style of texture on the helmet. Micah Parsons autographed it.
With matte black.
There is no there's no matte black. All right. There is no Matt Black.
I played with a Matt Blank. He's from Arlington Martin.
Okay, well,
won state in 1993.
That's
not black.
Definitely not the same. And you know how many people are about to text it and be like, excuse me, my name is Matt Black.
I bet there's 2,000 people in this world alive today that are named Matt Black.
I 100% agree with you.
Matt
Or
Black
Matthew.
did not autograph this Matt Black
Okay.
helmet. It was Micah that autographed a helmet.
Yeah.
This is black.
Okay. Then if we
A
were to find a
Cowboys
helmet
helmet.
that's Micah, we'll get Matt Black to sign that one.
I don't even
Gotcha.
know Matt
I
Black.
gotcha.
Why would I want Matt Black to do this?
That's a fair
I wonder
point.
if Matt Black is a dull person,
For sure.
and they named it after him.
Absolutely. I want to once again thank the third down offense because holy crap. Like when they were putting this game away, 8 for 10 on third down in the first half. And then that clip we just played, that was a third down play as well. They were 12 of 17 on third down for the game, 70.6%. If you hit 50% in a game, I feel pretty good that you're going to win that game. 70%, that's crazy.
I would like to thank CeeDee Lamb for, I know it wasn't the biggest game out of him because he was like, let's let Tony Pollard have a huge game. But that
I appreciate that as
catch
well.
that he had on the sideline was freaking awesome.
And it set up the field goal.
Or was it a catch?
Even though it was a catch, because they took 25 minutes to decide.
Ask me 5 minutes later to review.
Yeah.
You literally had 5 minutes.
Hey, we asked to review that. Well, we already kicked the next field goal. They're like, no. Let's go back.
And there was a timeout call.
Yes. Like, did nobody do anything during the timeout? They're like, timeout for us too. Like, that's what I think. Is the replay people are like, no.
I think there's a good chance the guy was already into the halftime spread and then realized I might have to do my job.
Yeah.
Because I think people are saying there was something that could have happened and he hit the button way late, but he was like, the spread is good and I want to eat, but all right, I'll do my job.
Was he already eat? He already had his plate full.
Yes,
or
I
he was
think
in line?
I think he had his plate. He like took a bite of his food because he thought it was going to go to halftime. I think most people thought, the Cowboys are up 17-3. What was the score?
20 to 3.
20-3. Yeah, so 20-3, and there's little time left, and they're probably like, the Cowboys aren't going to go for it. Let me beat the line, and I'm going to go get my spread.
Mm-hmm.
And then it ended up that he actually had a job to do and was late to the party because he had just sat down with his meal and realized he had to look at something.
Yeah, what are they like? What is he going to do? Kick that 60-yard field goal? My ass. And then he made it, and he's like, oh, crap.
He went and got himself some tater tot hot dish.
Yeah, what? Is that a thing?
Yeah, that's
Is that Minnesota's?
That's like the
cuisine?
casserole.
God, we're talking to
down
Mr.
south.
Minnesota right here.
Tater tot hot dish. That's what everybody likes.
What is tater tot hot dish?
It's basically a casserole, but it's like
okay. Tell me what's in it.
There's tater tots, and you can have like green beans, and it's just a bunch of other stuff mixed in. I don't know quite
Like
what's in it.
cream
to be
of
honest,
mushroom
but
or
it's
something?
Good.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just like kind of any normal casserole, but they call it tater tot hot dish.
Mike's going to be looking this
I'm going to go look it up
That's
because
what
that
the
was
guy
not
was
a good
getting. It's the
explanation.
replay guy
All
was
right. Look at that. Inside Minnesotan information.
I have some Minnesota questions.
From the 817, thank you, Cooper Rush, for closing out the game. No, absolutely. And from the 214, how is the NFL going to try to ice Brett Maher like that? And guess what? Didn't make a lick of difference. And Brett Maher, thank you very much, and happy birthday. He is the first Cowboys kicker ever with 3 field goals of 50-plus yards in a game. He also now has twice as many 60-plus yard field goals made as any kicker in the history of football.
Really?
He has 4. No one else has more than 2.
60-yarders?
That's right.
Wow, and he did. Do you add the one that he
Nah,
made?
he didn't get credit for that.
That'd be 5.
So it's 5. I agree with you.
I'll always
It's 5.
agree. But then if he'd have made that one, he wouldn't have the other one. But he's
Look,
done it, dude.
Corey, you know how this works. I only count the good thing that didn't work out for us. You never count the bad thing that didn't work out for you because you're like, that didn't count.
Like when Dez caught it.
Yeah, we
Or when
got
Nelson
screwed.
Cruz.
But I ignore what happened in Detroit.
Remember game
No,
6?
shut up. I remember what happened.
We're out
in
of time,
Detroit.
but a traditional tater tot hot dish is made with ground beef mixed with frozen veggies, usually corn and green beans. Use whatever frozen or leftover veggies you have on hand, like black beans, peas, or broccoli.
It's leftover surprise. Just toss it all in there.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Well, it's cold up there. No one wants to.
That's
no
a
one
great
wants to go to the
point.
store.
I'm hot. Here it is.
Yeah, surprise. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the lunch rush where we will give away tickets to Cowboys Giants on Thanksgiving. Plus, we'll go around the NFC East. They might be Giants. We're just a particle, man. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Listen. It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
Hurts will run, takes it in, touchdown. Nothing in front of him except the end zone. And the Eagles are an extra point away from taking the lead.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And again, Corey, you have the heavy burden to carry when we will give these tickets away. But we'll start by going around the NFC East. And were you proud of me for my tease? They might be Giants or just a particle man.
Man, that's very good.
Man,
there's part of me that really wanted to just be like, no. But I loved that song whenever I saw it. Was it the Tiny Toons?
Yeah,
I loved when I saw that video, and just it's a very nostalgic memory for me. I don't know, Mike.
Why do you think the government is listening to everything we say?
Nope.
Because I'm just sitting here listening to you guys talk, getting ready for Around the NFC East, and my phone starts recording everything you two guys are saying.
What?
And it does it all the time.
Oh, dear.
Randomly, all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It'll just start, my phone will be on, and it'll just start going like recording. And I'm like, why are you recording me, or why are you recording?
What kind of phone do you have?
Samsung Galaxy.
Oh, man, I have a Samsung Galaxy too.
Mine never does that.
Oh,
my iPhone never just automatically starts recording. Maybe I just trust my iPhone more.
I was going to say, you just think it doesn't record. It 100% does. All right. Time to go around the entire NFC East. I'm going to start with a general NFC fun fact for you to know. Going into Thanksgiving, everybody in the NFC East has a better than 500 record. To end the 2020 season, nobody in the NFC East even had a 500 record.
Really?
Isn't that crazy?
And to start this year, nobody had lower than a 500 record.
That is a great point. And no one thought we would be here.
No.
No chance.
This is a lot of fun, actually.
If I told you the Commanders are 6-5, you'd be like, my ass. And then I told you also they'll be in last place. You'd be like, what? What happened to the rest of the NFL? Did they stop existing?
No, I would say if they that they stop existing. This is strange the way that it looks right now. But I would not have believed that the Eagles would be 9-1 by any way. Like I would have felt that they would have been somewhere. Maybe the Cowboys would be 8-2, and then the Eagles would be kind of like right behind them. But obviously the Dak injury really changed that. And this is a really fun. I kind of like the idea that maybe Taylor Heineke can get that team into the playoffs, and we get to watch an entire NFC East playoff run.
The Washington Commanders had the 7th best record in the NFC and are in 4th place in the NFC East. And if the 49ers lose tonight, they will have the 6th best record in the NFC and still be in 4th place.
Who are the Niners playing?
The Cardinals.
Tonight.
Mexico City.
There's no way they lose that game.
No
I
way?
think they're favored by 10 now.
Dude, there was so much Call of Duty this weekend.
Okay.
But he's already out anyways. He already quit.
Oh, yeah. He's
Okay.
He said, I need another bye week.
Do you want to go with the Eagles, the Giants, the Commanders, or the Dallas Cowboys?
Well, I mean, the Eagles led by the greatest quarterback in the history of football who put up 17 whole points. Let's go with them.
Jalen Hurts with the 8-yard touchdown run with 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining give the Eagles the 17-16 win over the Colts. They were trailing 13-3 in the fourth quarter. And then Hurts threw a touchdown and then obviously ran for the touchdown to get them the win. He has 21 career rushing touchdowns, surpassing Kyler Murray for the 3rd most by a quarterback in the first 3 years of his career, behind only Josh Allen and Cam Newton.
Wow.
He is the greatest.
At best 3rd.
There's two things here. 214. Sirianni has passed the Buddy Ryan hate for me. Did you see him
jumped up and he was like, "Hey, we beat a crappy team."
He's already done this to
team.
the Cowboys after he beat the Cowboys with the F them F you situation. But on top of that, he did that with the Colts.
How old are you who just texted that? Text back in.
The Buddy Ryan hate? Yeah. The other part is, did you watch Linvale Johnson and Ndamukong Suh because they were pretty good.
They combined for a sack at one point, which I felt like, come on. What are we doing?
Who needs that? Yeah,
Like,
be careful,
those-
bro. They're
the-
good.
The two guys they picked, they combined on the same sack, and I was like, "Get the f out of
And
here!"
they played a lot of a lot of time during that game because they're good. And Kevin, I've already reached out to a couple people on this, and they're like, "Yeah, they played very well yesterday." Now, the Colts had a terrible offensive line for most of the season, so that could be another factor. So let's pump the brakes just a scotch.
Okay,
but they're good.
Now, it looked like for most of the day, it did look like the Eagles were going to lose. And man, if they would have, holy cow, you would control your destiny once again for that division. The Eagles, when trailing by 10 or more points going into the fourth quarter, had not won a game since 2010. They had lost 41 straight games in this scenario before yesterday.
Wow. Can we get them to lose another one soon?
I mean, you look at these last two games. I got a segment for you tomorrow or Wednesday. I think there's something happening with Philadelphia that I'm intrigued
Because
by.
I'm totally in on the idea of being able to control your destiny late in the season.
Yep.
And say, you know what, we're going to take this division back.
No, absolutely. And by the way, the Eagles fell behind because they allowed the Colts to score their first opening drive touchdown since Christmas of last year.
Hell yeah.
But
we all knew that was going to happen.
I would not have predicted that. Good on you for knowing that. I would not have predicted that. All right. You want to move to the Giants?
Oh, real quick, Kevin from the 214. Sirianni is a total tool bag. So they just wanted to throw that out there.
I think I agree with that. And I think that he needs to be put down, as in, beat and then,
but not.
He needs to be humbled, not like an animal. Like an animal.
Yeah.
Sirianni reminds me of a spoiled toddler.
He needs to be humbled.
Who has more toys than other toddlers and loves to rub it in. And so you got a good point. He has all these things. You let him be humbled in some way, shape, or form. I like that.
I will say, Buddy Ryan irks me more because as a child, looking at Tom Landry as the great Tom Landry and a fake kneel down as the clock was expiring to rub it in the Cowboys and then headhunting, paying. I mean, people got suspended for this years later, but Buddy Ryan actually was like, I'll give you guys bonuses for however many Cowboys you can pretty much kill.
You guys want to go Commanders, Cowboys, or Giants?
Cowboys.
Cowboys.
We're in second again.
Back in the number 2.
So a bunch of positive stuff coming out of that game. Tony Pollard, first running back in Cowboys history with 2 touchdown receptions of 30 yards or more in the same game. Let's go to the second quarter where they outgained the Vikings 156 yards to 19 yards. You're going to win those games.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
Most of the time.
Oh,
You
man.
never know.
Yeah, every once in a while, you're going to have that moment where you're like, what?
That's a good point. At least it paid off in this game. And you brought up Micah Parsons. He will be on our show on Wednesday.
Can't wait.
Because he loves charity.
He loves charity. He does.
On Friday, Micah Parsons helped organize a giveaway that included 1,000 turkeys being distributed to local families in need. He provided and pooled together the resources, and then Salvation Army was part of it. So was Osa Digizua. And they all worked together. They gave out 1,000 turkeys to local families in need.
Really?
That's so cool.
Yeah, I know a lot of people have Cam Newton kind of went in a lot of different directions. That was something
He did some great stuff
he
there
did,
too.
Absolutely. And I always like to hear those stories of it, man.
All right, you guys want to go with the Giants or the Commanders?
Giants are in third place now.
I mean, yes, Mike gets to choose because I always screw this up.
Okay. Don't forget, Corey, you still wield the power.
I've got the power.
For the Giants, one positive for them, I know it was tough yesterday, is Andrew Thomas tops in the league as most valuable offensive tackle per the WAR system that PFF has in place. Lane Johnson is number 4 on that list. By the way, didn't make a big bit of difference. Christian Darrisaw is 3rd on that list. I know he got hurt, but even before that, the Cowboys were winning at the line of scrimmage. Now, it was a tough day for the Lions is not only did they lose, the injuries continue to pile up. Adoree Jackson has suffered a sprained MCL. He will be out 3 to 5 weeks. The injury occurred when he was returning a punt. And the Giants have a plethora of injury issues going into Thursday's game against the Cowboys. The Giants also allowed Jamal Williams for the Lions to have a career-high 3 touchdowns, and then Aiden Hutchinson had an interception and a fumble recovery. Lions win 31-18.
Wow. Look at how impressive the Giants were for a little bit, Kevin. Winning these close games, and now the injuries happen. Can they be able to be back up in it?
I'm glad that you said that because they were 5-1 in games. Well, I guess they still are 5-1 in games decided by 7 points or fewer because this loss was by more than that. And their biggest win is by 8 points. So I know there are some folks who believe there's smoke and mirrors happening with the Giants. And meanwhile, the Detroit Lions are now in second place of the craptacular NFC North at 4-6 now that they've won 3 games in a row. Think about it. The Lions are in second place in that division. They would be a game and a half out of last place or out of next to last place in the NFC East.
Wow. No division can compete with the NFC
AFC East is pretty good, but they're about to have to bench one of their quarterbacks. So we'll talk more about
Josh
that
Allen.
Tuesday or Wednesday. Probably not him. Speaking of benching quarterbacks,
let's give something away!
877-881-1053, caller number 10.
I said it now!
Will win a pair of party passes to go see the Cowboys play the Giants Thanksgiving Day at AT&T Stadium, courtesy of Miller Lite. These tickets are hard to get on the secondary market right now. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053 will win a pair of party passes to the Thanksgiving game, courtesy of Miller Lite. Now, are you ready to go back to the Commanders? I know that was a big adrenaline right there.
I got adrenaline.
Okay.
How about Broadus last week saying, hey, I think maybe the Commandos are better than the Giants, and it surely played out on Sunday.
Man, did it ever. Did you see former Dallas Cowboy John Ridgway drop a power bomb on Dameon Pierce?
Yes.
It was incredible.
Did he get flagged for that,
yes,
though? Like, that's
he did.
You can't do that.
He got flagged for necessary roughness as he picked Dameon Pierce up and flipped him over in almost a power bomb-esque move. It was amazing.
Who's the power bomber of the WWFE?
No, Psycho Sid used to do that. Vader, Diesel might have been somebody you saw. So essentially,
after he did it, did he do the thing like Hulk and he went to each side and like went around and like, give me your crowd noise?
He did not so much, but this is somebody who was on our team, and they just power bomb / suplex somebody, and it was terribly incredible. Now,
that's the one that everybody says the Cowboys will kind of regret that.
Even, and I don't know this
to have
person.
Dak in meetings. That's what they did it.
Who is number 33 on the Cowboys that Tony Romo was talking about? Going to be like a stud from LSU who wore number 18?
Clark.
Yeah. Like, is
Damone
he?
Clark.
Why am I just in the dark here? How come I haven't heard more about him until this last game?
He had spinal fusion surgery in the offseason.
In February.
Yeah. And he and is now playing football.
So this is going to be one of our future linebackers. I know he's a now guy.
He would have been at least a second-round pick.
So this is our kind of steal, possibly, if he's healthy?
If he can remain healthy, yeah, Mike.
Okay, sorry. Because you're talking about Ridgway, and then I just remembered, Clark is some late-round guy that I didn't know anything about, and then all of a sudden,
it's
33's out there, and they had a whole
out there on the football field.
Talk about him.
Now, let's talk about a draft pick who is going nowhere fast. Chase Young. So check this out. The thought was that he was going to be active for that Houston game. They did not put him on the active roster. The Commanders now have until Wednesday to activate Chase Young to the roster, or he cannot play this season.
He's the Cody Bellinger of football.
Oh, man, in terms of that MVP type season.
What happened? Like, you were so great your rookie year. Everybody thought this was going to be the next great defensive player in the NFL, and now He didn't play that well last year before he got hurt, and now he just can't get back on the field.
Yeah, they don't even want to put him on the active roster. Now they have until Wednesday to make that decision. Bummer news for the Commanders. They put running back J.D. McKissick on injured reserve, ending his season due to a neck injury that will require a few months of rehab. But what matters the most for the Commanders right now is the play of Taylor Heineke. I saw some dumb articles that said Carson Wentz was benched for the rest of the season, and I was like, that is not what happened at all. They said Taylor Heineke will be their starting quarterback until performance dictates otherwise. So, like, he's the dude as long as he keeps playing well, and he has been playing well. As evidence, they beat the Texans 23-10, and so now they're up to 6-5. And they have won 2 straight. But he could still be benched at some point. We'll see. But Taylor Heineke, they were like, that's our dude going forward for now.
Good. We own Taylor Heineke. You remember last year, dude?
Yeah.
We ate his lunch.
Dak
Can't
owns
wait.
the East.
Yeah.
It's very true.
Yeah, only Cooper Rush loses to the East.
Do you think Dak will
Happy birthday, Cooper
win
Rush.
out the rest of the way against the East?
The last game will be tough on Christmas Eve. They might play Washington. I can't remember exactly. I just know Christmas Eve is the Philly game. But I think they win pretty easily on Thanksgiving by 10 or more points. Washington, they win by 10 or more points. And the Philly game will be a battle. I can see them winning that one. So, yeah, you know what? Yeah, win out.
I think they have the Eagles on Christmas Eve, and then they have Washington the last game, January 8th. And they could, really dominate the Titans. Like that's a fun. That game's going to be fun. That could decide some things there too. Because you beat the Eagles, it doesn't necessarily mean you're done. You still have a Titans team that I don't love.
I mean, the Titans are 7-3, and nobody seems to give a crap
Because they're the Titans. Dude.
I know.
It's I don't know, man. Like I can't explain.
That's going to be a
Tennessee.
tough game. I do think it's going to be a tough game. I don't think the Titans game is going to be an easy game. Look, my phone's recording us again.
Man, that is super weird.
You can see it, right?
Yeah, no,
I've
I
not
can't
touched the phone at all. It just starts recording what we say.
I can absolutely see it. By the way, I want to throw out one more quick note for you.
Make it 2 quick notes.
Okay, I'll see what I can do.
Make it 3.
Dallas Goedert was placed on injured reserve with a shoulder injury, but they said he will be back at some point this season. So, like, as you're tracking the Eagles, they said he will be back. It could be with 2 games left, 3 games. They're not entirely sure, but they do predict that he will be back at some point this season. We're the KNC. Is that okay? I know that was only one factoid. Do you need another
Don't worry.
one?
I got stuff for you.
I am so invested in this
soccer game,
United States men's national soccer team game match.
I can't wait.
Against Wales.
Yeah.
I can't wait for.
How do they get the Wales
a
on
week
the
from
field?
now?
They're not actual whales. That is not what's happening. All right.
For
now,
soccer fans to tell me how 3 or 4 years from now, all the 16 to 20-year-olds in the United States are going to lead us somewhere.
What whale would you put in the net, though?
Definitely a humpback.
Humpback. That's the biggest
blue whale.
one. Or is it the blue whale? Which one's the biggest?
The blue, I think.
I think I see the direction you were trying to go. It's time for Mike Likes It.
All right, we're sticking with around the NFL right now.
Okay.
We're going to go NFC. You just did NFC East, but we're going to go NFC. I didn't warn you guys, but you might want to pull up the standings real quick.
Okay.
I want you guys, before we do the power rankings on Wednesday, I want you guys to give me your top 4 teams in order from the NFC.
Oh.
So take out Kansas City and all that. I need to know right now, obviously, Philly's in the mix. Dallas is in the mix. We just saw Minnesota. I want to know you rank right now your 4 teams in order of the best to the 4th best in the NFC.
This is weird.
Who wants to go first?
Because I have the Vikings as the worst team in the NFC right now.
Well,
after what happened yesterday.
Just the top 4.
All of the NFC? Oh, my
I
gosh.
have the Eagles and Cowboys 1-2.
All right, so you have
agreed.
Eagles, Cowboys. Okay, so you guys both agree. Check.
Seahawks 3.
Seahawks 3. Let's see if Kevin agrees. If this is going to be a great segment where Kevin just agrees. Who are you, Ed McMahon?
I'm going to go. I hate myself for this. I'm going to go Tampa 3.
All right.
God,
It's the Tampa 2, Kevin. It's not.
Yeah.
Ever.
I can't. There's no
Tampa
way
3.
I can go that high.
Corey, who's the 4th best team in the NFC right now?
Here's the thing. I think it has to be the Vikings.
That's what I'll say.
but only because of the injuries to the Giants. If the Giants were healthy right now, I would have the Giants in over the Vikings, but I'm going to have to say the Vikings right now.
Could tonight's game, could the 49ers change y'all's mind at all about being a top 4 team?
Changed my mind. 49ers number 4. Actually, it changed my mind. 49ers 3, Tampa 4.
They can. Absolutely. Tonight could definitely. If I see that they're clicking with Christian McCaffrey and everything's going well, healthy Debo has to happen too. Like, they definitely need a healthy Debo Samuel.
That's why I know it's not likely, but I would love to see Arizona win this game. Like, get rid of San Francisco. That is a matchup. Like we were talking about, maybe the Cowboys are just a good matchup for the Vikings. Get rid of San Francisco. I do not want to see that game. So I'll say San Francisco 3rd.
So you have, Kevin, you have Philly 1, Dallas 2, 49ers 3, Tampa Bay 4.
Yeah.
And Corey, you have Eagles 1, Cowboys 2, the same. Then you have Seahawks 3, Minnesota 4.
Yep. And I could move the Niners. I could move the Niners into 3 very quickly.
And I get it. It's just the 2 games. Minnesota's still 8-2, which is incredible. They've lost those 2 games by a combined 54 points. Like, that's a lot.
I'll follow up just a little bit of a tease.
What do you think then?
To tomorrow when Mike asks all the football questions, because I do like this conversation. I think there's a lot more in this conversation. Yeah. I hate doing this. Because I'm going to be wrong. I'll admit I'm completely wrong on the Mavericks. They're not a NBA title contender at all and won't be this year.
Why? What happened?
I want to put the Cowboys at number 1.
Oh my gosh.
Over the Mavs?
Over the Eagles.
He's saying over the Eagles, but
I watched the Eagles play yesterday. They didn't play well, even though Charles Davis thought that was the greatest quarterback performance he's ever seen of 17 whole points.
Man, that's just irritating you today.
It is. I couldn't believe it when he said it. I'm like, dude, just say that was a great drive or a great finish but you can't say, oh my God, did you watch Jalen Hurts play today? I did. I don't have Red Zone. I watched that game. I flipped over a little bit to the Giants game, but it wasn't very entertaining because they were getting shellacked. So I watched quite a bit of the Eagles game because it looked like they were going to lose for most of the game.
Right.
And at no point did I go, boy, they're losing, but this Jalen Hurts might be the best quarterback I've ever seen as he's put up 10 whole points. Hell, it was it late 3rd or early 4th, right around there where he got to 10 points in the game. And I'm like, how in the world, Charles Davis, are you watching this game? You can say Jalen Hurts has had a great year. Jalen Hurts is an MVP quarterback, but you can't do that game and talk about Jalen Hurts being great in this game. You can only talk about the last drive being a great clutch drive to win the game. All right, so I just wonder, maybe tomorrow a little bit more when Mike asks the football questions, I'll just tease one of the football questions for tomorrow. How much better are the Eagles than the Cowboys if you have the Eagles ranked number 1? Do not answer that right now. I think that's a great tease for tomorrow.
A lot better.
He just said don't answer it.
All right.
Oh, I'll have a different answer.
I'm going to go away from football for a second here, and maybe I go back to it. This is a big week for the KNC Masterpiece. Obviously, Wednesday starting at 5:30 a.m., it is the Pizza-thon. With pizza at some point, I believe, from Blaze Pizza. They're going to provide some pizza for us, which is great.
For pizza.
Okay. But it is Pizza-thon, where we go 13 and a half straight hours, and our goal is to raise over $50,000 for My Possibilities.
Correct.
Is that correct?
I still think that is achievable.
So that is going to be really fun. It is long. It is at times you kind of run into lulls like, oh, I'm a little bit tired. Then all of a sudden, you have energy again. It's really fun to do. Derek Holland's going to be up here with us for a lot of it. Everybody from The Fan, your morning show, your afternoon show, obviously us. Did you ask Kevin Gray to join us?
Yeah, I will ask Kevin Gray, of course.
Yeah, so
they are doing
they're
this
going
still
after
night show,
okay.
but if he wants to hop on, I definitely.
Okay.
I'm gonna send him a
You'll
text.
hear him during Crosstalk.
Mm-hmm.
So I just think that's great that we're doing. Obviously, Thursday is a day for Cowboys football, a day with your family, a day we'll talk about it later on possibly thank God for the Cowboys so you don't have to talk to family members all that much.
We're going to do that segment because you have made multiple allusions to that already, Mike.
And then Friday, we're back on the air, and it's Black Friday. And we're going to be at RJ Duke's. This is in McKinney off of 75. And that it's RJ Duke's Sports Cards.
Yep.
I need to say more than just RJ Duke's. They're like, wait, you're going to somebody's house? No, this is a really cool card shop where they're going to be running discounts and Black Friday deals.
Take a look at the phone if you can see
I
it.
can see all of that.
What I'm showing Mike right now is we are going to open a plethora of things on air with the opportunity to give those cards away to folks who come up to RJ Duke's. And I'm looking multiple of these 1-pack boxes go for more than $200. And we're going to be giving cards away.
And we're going to be there on Black Friday on the 25th. And it's $20 off of a $150 purchase. It's $75 off of a $500 purchase. And like you said, a whole bunch of free stuff at RJ Duke Sports Cards. Look it up. They're in McKinney, and come join us on Friday. But my other question to you guys off of this week too is, I am a Black Friday shopper. So I'm looking up all the deals, and these are like for pots and pans, for towels, for at times pillows. Like there's different things. I've been thinking about getting a Tempur-Pedic mattress because we do have a Tempur-Pedic, but we have a queen bed, and I need a king size bed. I've tried the queen bed with my wife. I just wish that I could have a little bit more bed. But she's just like, oh, our room's so small and a king size won't fit.
How much space do you have? Have you measured out what it'll
we used
look like?
to have a king size bed in there? Yes, a king size fits. It just makes the room look a lot smaller because the bed is a king size bed versus the house was built in 1911, so bedrooms aren't that big from 1911 houses.
Valid.
Times used to be different.
Yes.
Different times.
We love our house. I love my wife. I love sleeping with my wife. But I would just like to have a little bit more room in the bed. And she's just kind of talking about the space in the room and everything. But I want a Black Friday shop and get a good mattress on Black Friday. There's like a 40% off thing that Tempur-Pedic is doing. And I don't think I'm going to be able to pull the trigger on that. My thing to you guys is, have you guys ever ventured out for Black Friday shopping? Do you guys do a lot of computer Black Friday shopping?
So, what I used to do, this is when I was in college, is I would hit all of the Black Friday sales, and that's how I would finance the money that I would have, is flipping everything on eBay. And so I would stick with, and this shows you how dated this, yeah, that's right. How dated this.
Did you stand in line like at Best Buy, like absolutely. You waited in line?
Yeah, but I always
you didn't spend the night, did you?
No, but because I went for the lower tier things like video games, DVDs. Like usually people in line are looking for those big ticket front of the old school advertisement. I was like looking further in because those things were easy to ship too. So you could pick up games that were usually $50 to $60 for $20 or $30. Flip a quick 15 or 20 bucks and move. So I used to love that. Now, not as much as before, because usually you're still like coming down from Wednesday is really difficult. And then you got to be back up for all the family stuff on Thursday. Usually on Friday now, I just kind of want to crash.
We're doing a show. Don't do that.
Usually, not this year.
Adrian does. Adrian's whole, she likes to do the Black Friday shopping. And I'm like, all right, go have some fun. So no, I have never ventured out. I'm afraid to.
I'm not going to do it this year because a lot of things are online. But I have in recent past working this shift is I will usually wake up at like 4:30 or 5 a.m. and I will shop. And most stores between 5 a.m. and 9 a.m. aren't very busy, especially because a lot of stores, I know they're scaling back on this because of workforce, because of a whole bunch of things. But it used to be like, hey, things are opening up Thursday at 5 o'clock now, or Thursday at 7 o'clock. We're opening up for the Black Friday sale that's happening actually on Thanksgiving afternoon and Thanksgiving night. And so what would happen is they would stay open pretty much throughout the night. And so I would go to Kohl's at like 6 a.m.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody would be there. There wouldn't be a line because I've done before after we're at my parents for Thanksgiving and they live out in Arlington. So sometimes on the way home, I'm like, hey, especially when the kids were littler, let's stop and get Lincoln Logs or whatever at Toys R Us. And then I found out that there's a line of 400 people just to get into the store. And I'm like, nope, this isn't what I thought it would be. And these aren't that important. My kids can live without those things. And so I found out Thursday nights, not really a fun night to Black Friday shop because of how crazy the stores are. But if you are going to do it, my recommendation, I am a veteran of Black Friday shopping. If you Black Friday shop, by the time it hits 10 a.m., you're effed. Because I've actually at times taken off on Friday and then gone, oh, I won't wake up at 4:30 or 5 in the morning. It's really not fun to wake up that early.
Unless you're going to RJ Duke's. Then that's when the deals begin. At 10 a.m.
At 10 a.m., yes. But if you're at the mall, if you're at North Park Mall or wherever you're at, Hewlin in Fort Worth or whatever, at 10 a.m., the parking lot starts getting pretty full. By noon, it's packed and you have to park a mile away to get there. And then you can't move and you can't really see things. And I don't like humans that much to be around that many humans. So
this might be the only time I recommend valet parking at North Park. I always thought that was the fanciest thing in the world. Is they're like, hey, you're at the mall, but we have valet parking.
Well, that's my Mike likes it. I didn't get a Patty Mahomes and I didn't get to TCU, but I know I'll get to Patty Mahomes tomorrow in the football questions, and you'll get to TCU on a Tuesday.
That's right. And here's something that'll cheer you up. Did you see what Michael Malone, the Nuggets head coach, said about Luka? I just had to tell you this because this quote was amazing.
Love fast breaking against him because his ass stays down on the ground forever.
No, he did not say that, Mike. Why would I bring that up? Oh. He said you're watching film and it's like you're watching a horror movie because you're scared as hell. I thought that was a nice little quote.
And it takes a long time for him to finally kill the opponent because
it positive
takes
way,
him
Mike.
14 seconds to make a move. I love Luka, but
do you?
Well, I get really mad at him.
We got to go. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Let's talk about Diggs, man.
Yeah.
Next.
Watch the latest videos from your favorite Odyssey app. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I don't know if I'm going to be able to handle watching a World Cup match with Mike.
We're 20 seconds in, and we've controlled 18 seconds of the ball.
We're going to win. Right now, it's time for the C Block, starring the very patriotic Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin Hagelin. I really do think we should just watch this game live.
Turnover.
Just listen to
Wales created a turnover.
Well, I guess he wouldn't be doing play-by-play in the traditional sense, but we are dangerously close to violating
Mike,
copyright rules.
are you rooting for Wales in this match? Is that what?
I don't care.
You
I
are
just hear
anti-American here.
all the USA
You don't
people.
care?
No, I don't care if they win or lose.
Oh my God!
What does it matter?
Because it's the World Cup. It's our chance to continue
We
showing our dominance over the rest of the world.
That's why it matters. If we were to win, that
all
would
I
matter.
hear from soccer people is after this is over, 3 or 4 years from now, there's some kids that are 16 to 19 years old that are going to lead the next wave of Americans. I've heard it since 1992. No wave has ever happened. It's as good as the red wave, supposedly, that was going to happen.
Oh, my God.
All right. We'll now turn our attention.
Good Lord.
We'll get back to...
You know what I'm saying, Herschel?
We'll get back to more USA versus Wales conversation in just a moment. Because, Kevin, I wanted to focus on the cornerback, Trayvon Diggs.
Yes.
Diggs versus the Vikings, by the way. This is according to Tom Downey.
Diggs got exposed, right? That's what some people said was going to happen.
Oh, no, that didn't happen. Tom Downey hosts the Cowboys Report, and he does some other stuff, too. And I wanted to just kind of go, I think he charted this. So I wanted to go through this a little bit.
Okay.
Diggs versus the Vikings. 5 targets, 3 catches, 29 yards, and a pass breakup.
Wow.
I think he doesn't. Here's the problem. He doesn't say if this is Diggs versus the Vikings and split Diggs versus Jefferson or if they're included. Because if it's included, it's interesting. Diggs versus Jefferson, 4 targets, 2 catches, 19 yards, 1 pass breakup. It means that Justin Jefferson, the best. I mean, listen, man, I said it last week. I think he's the best receiver I've seen. Diggs put the clamps on him, dude. He put the clamps on him and said, nope. I'm taking responsibility for this one too, and he did, man. And Mike, whenever he almost had that interception that was kind of floating up in the air, that would have been a classic Trayvon Diggs interception where the ball is not where it's supposed to be, but there's Diggs.
I thought he had it. I really did. It would have been incredible, though.
Well, USA had a kick with either the ref put shaving cream or whipped cream on in front of the ball.
The disappearing foam.
And it didn't work for USA. They decided to kick it to the team in red.
All right, thank you. Diggs this year, I've heard multiple people say this, and I heard Brad Sham say it this morning. Is he better this year than he was last year?
I think so.
Even with he only has 3 interceptions this year.
Right.
You're watching a guy that in coverage, you're just like, why? It's almost a waste to throw his direction.
I see, and that's what I think because they felt so comfortable traveling him. Like, I know he's traveled in the past, but it's not an every game endeavor. And I feel like, not that they haven't happened at all, but I feel like you hear way less about that stupid narrative of, oh, look at these other big plays he gave up. Like, it feels like those are largely non-existent. No, though not entirely non-existent, largely non-existent. I think he has become a better rounded cornerback who still has, as you saw with the almost amazing interception, he still has the game-breaking ability, but he also is less likely to see the game broken against him. You know what I'm saying?
He's a top 5 cornerback in the NFL.
100%.
Not that I'm great at listing everybody perfect, because probably Sauce Gardner might be elevating himself into that really quickly.
God, he is amazing.
But
I'll get to that in a sec too.
Diggs is special, and he's going to get paid pretty special here in the offseason.
That is true.
I don't have the amount of receptions he's given up, but he's given up 14.5 yards per reception, which isn't great. But if he's not giving up that many receptions, then I'm kind of okay. If most of the time the ball's heading that direction, I'm perfectly okay with that. Go ahead.
If it helps you out at all, he's been targeted the 18th most times but only giving up the 29th most
catches.
And so
they're throwing
shows
at him,
you the disconnect.
but they're not connected.
Yeah.
He is tied for second in interceptions according to Pro Football Focus. Solo tackles, he's 29th, or he has 29. That's tied for 46th. All right, so tackling may not be his best thing.
Which I think we can all agree. Except for that one tackle, it was spectacular earlier this year.
His coverage grade. So his coverage grade is a 77.7. There are
very Luka of them.
I think that's kind of got him like in the 12 area.
Okay.
And there are about 4 people above him that have half as many snaps as him. So he would probably be in the top 8 in coverage grade. Sauce Gardner would be number 1. Sauce has a coverage grade of 88.5. Jack Jones for the Patriots is at 90, but he's seen half of the snaps of those guys. So I'm going to say that those guys that are in that range are a little bit better. But yeah, I think that we're at a point now where, and Kevin, now you also add in this factor. Oh, hold on, he's traveling too? If we want him to. If you don't know what the plan's going to be now. Now the Cowboys' defensive plan can say, we can do whatever. We don't know how to plan against this defense because we may decide we're going to go ahead and travel our cornerback against you. We may just leave him back there in our defense and say, no, you're going to have to figure it out.
So when you talk with Brady James Wednesday for Cowboys Crosstalk, he gave a more nuanced answer after this, but I said, do you just think that the better cornerbacks are the ones that can travel? And he immediately just goes, yes.
Yeah.
And like it
makes
was
sense.
just no brainer. So the fact that you feel so comfortable traveling him as well, and it didn't disrupt the flow of the rest of the defense, which was awesome.
Yeah.
That says a lot.
No, that's a huge factor for me is I do agree. The cornerback that can travel and go do all those things, like it's great. Whenever I talk to the horse people, and they explain that by not traveling, it helps you with your pre-snap ability to disguise. It helps with your pre-snap ability to everybody be in the right spot before everything goes. You know, it does help you with not having to do it. But that's if you have 2 perfect cornerbacks. You know, if you have 2 really good cornerbacks, you can say we'll just stay here. But the ability to go shut down one wide receiver, now the Cowboys have shown they can be adaptable to it. I mean, they won 40-3, so I'm feeling pretty good about this.
Which, to your point to start, that margin of victory was more than Justin Jefferson had yards yesterday. So, to your point about the efficient,
that stinks.
It's
great because
that's crazy.
It really is good, and I want to see that. Like, I hope, Mike, you said it earlier. You kind of want to see Minnesota in the playoffs after what you saw yesterday.
Yeah, very beatable.
And hopefully, like that. Hopefully they don't have another game plan that they can throw out there and they just kind of went into it with a very simple one. I don't know. I don't know what the Vikings did yesterday.
One of my thinkings of this is I believe Tampa and the 49ers can possibly bully you in a playoff game. We obviously have seen it at the start of the regular season. We saw it last year in the playoffs. I don't think Minnesota has the people that can bully the Dallas Cowboys. So that's why I like that matchup come playoff time. And by the way, the USA, they've kicked the ball way more in 10 minutes than the Whales have kicked the ball.
The Whales. I like it.
The Whales.
Oh, we had a shot on goal. But it didn't count because they blocked it. So there's the first shot on goal, 8 minutes and 50 seconds in, and USA gets it blocked.
Oh my gosh.
All right.
We're attacking. Sorry.
We are on
We have to do a
radio right
show.
now, y'all.
Nobody
And
else is playing
Kevin.
this.
I know. It was just the big, like, if you want to know how close that shot was.
You think this is on Hot Jams 10 something?
What? You knew enough to say Hot Jams, but not complete the frequency.
That dude almost headed the ball into his own goal. He headed it right into his his goalie's chest.
2 shots on goal.
That shows you how close that was. That silence was all of us holding our breath as the ball deflected back down towards
I love
the
soccer,
goal.
man.
Wales is in trouble.
Yeah.
They are in trouble.
They're drowning.
Well, I mean,
They are mammals. They can drown.
They have a blowhole.
And I was established. I don't understand how they breathe. So
Want to also attribute this to Mike yet again.
Oh, thanks, McCarthy or me.
Sam Williams continues to be awesome, Mike. You called it from practice in Oxnard. where you were like, either our tackles are really, really bad or Sam Williams is going to be really, really good. Turns out tackles are really good and Sam Williams is good. Mike has been calling that for a while. When I see him on the field, dude, he is starting to I go back to this. Juan Gonzalez, Josh Hamilton, those were guys that when they were at the plate, you had to see it.
Yes.
When Micah's on the field, I have to watch. Now Sam Williams is starting to turn into I gotta watch what he's doing too. And to see him step in there and do what he's doing is a lot of fun. It's just really, the defense was, at least this week, it may not have been that for the past couple weeks, but this week the defense was again the most exciting thing to watch. As good as the offense was, 7 sacks. Like every time that Kirk Cousins dropped back, you saw what Kirk Cousins was.
You know what I immediately thought to that point, Corey, is when they showed the little graphic and they were like, oh, Kirk Cousins, this is now tied for his career high. Most times he's been sacked. You're watching the game, and the game is over by that point. But I'm watching and I'm like, it's not done. Like, unless you pull him out of this game, which eventually they did.
Yeah.
But unless you pull him out of this game, that record's going to get broken.
Why was Micah in that game so late yesterday?
All right, so let's pull back the curtain just a little bit, because if I could have punched through my phone, I wanted to punch Corey for just a second, because we're going to have Mike on Wednesday, and Corey is like, my worst thought is, what if he got hurt? And it's 37-3,
yes.
And he's still out there. And then
you never know.
I'm 3 minutes behind. I knew. I'm 3 minutes behind the game at that point. And Corey goes, oh my God, Mike had just tore something or whatever it was. And I was like, what? And within the next play or two is when he got hurt. And I thought I was having a heart attack because I thought Corey had already seen ahead or listened ahead on the fan. And they were like, oh, that looks like an ACL. I was freaking the F out for about 90 seconds.
We got 2 yellows.
Bull crap.
We're yellowed up.
I literally, on the play, Kevin, it looked as if he had made the move before his ankle got rolled up on, that he was going to start falling. It looked like he had stepped wrong on the turf and then started the oh crap and was trying to fall, and then somebody fell on top of that, and I was freaking out that something was wrong with him there. But everything turned out to be okay, because I guess, like he said, unless I'm dead.
And he went back out there. And at that point, I was like, didn't we already
trying to get stats? Is that what it was?
I just thought we were tempting fate too much, and it made me nervous. Can I ask you a quick Peace-a-thon-based question?
Sure, absolutely.
You love Peace-a-thon, right?
I do. I'm going to be there on Wednesday.
I have more questions.
I feel like that's a very Mike Fisher question of you right there.
Oh, my God. That is, holy crap.
Give me a Mike Fisher question, Bassick.
You like football, right, Corey?
Yeah. Oh, very good. Yeah, that's really good.
So,
and then he asked it, but it's like, where are you leading?
I'm trying to get you
to
I'm trying to get you to agree with me on something
Yeah.
here. Yeah, no, I get it.
how good do you think the 8 to 9 a.m. hour is going to be during Peace-a-thon? What if I told you in studios, you, me, Mike,
maybe
Derek Holland, and Marty Turco.
And Bobby Belt?
I might see if I can move him somewhere else.
wow!
Wow.
Let the belt happen.
Okay, do you think his field? Well, we have 13 and a half hours. We're not lacking for spaces that people could go.
It goes in a hurry.
That sometimes
Time flies.
But how amazing is that? Marty Turco, Derek Holland just hanging out in studio.
Is that going to be the hockey hour?
It's 2 Michigan Wolverines right there.
We can call it the hockey hour, so we can pronounce
Okay,
the H's.
actually, if you want to call it the hockey hour, I actually do support that pretty
Hail to the victors.
well. And then what if I told you also we're going to have an auction package where you can just drink a beer with Marty Turco?
Yeah, I need to get the information to
I'm
send over to
I'm working
to
on
the
that
people.
right now.
I'm going to get that and get it for Kevin.
So that he can drink the beer?
I feel like that would be a waste.
I like this. I like that idea. You can drink a beer with Marty Turco. And
In
you
shorts.
have to drink the beer in shorts.
Okay, the shorts I can facilitate. The beer,
While making out with your wife.
probably not.
Oh!
I actually asked her about that, and she was like, how much? Oh, for charity? No
Absolutely,
problem.
of course.
I knew she would be an easy sell.
Because she's awesome.
She is
You're
awesome.
lame.
That is very
Make
fair.
out with your wife for us, Kevin.
Is Jess coming on Peace-a-thon? I forgot the word. Sorry.
It's a bad sign for the 13 and a half hours ahead
He's
when
so
Mike can't remember the name
He's
of the
emotionally
show.
locked into the game.
Yeah,
right
he's
I'm
now.
locked in,
emotionally
man.
caught up.
15 minutes in, we got 2 yellows and 2 shots on goal. The guy from McKinney got one of them.
Weston McKinney?
Yeah, you said he's from here. I figured he got named after the city.
No, it's spelled
differently as well.
Man, they're playing great right now, though. I'm
West
really
of
happy with
McKinney.
it.
What's
Yep.
west of McKinney?
No, it's Weston McKinney.
Would that be Wiley?
We're the KNC masterpiece. Why are you looking at me? You know
Is
I
Jess
don't know
coming on
direction.
Wednesday?
Do you want her to bring Noah up here?
That'd be awesome.
Yeah,
Okay.
make
I
sure
just want to
Adrian's
ask
here.
how she feels when she knows that your eyes are open the whole time.
She thinks it's weird. By the way, she asked if we should auction off a play date with Noah. I don't know if there would be any interest in that or not, but I appreciate her charitable spirit.
Hold on. West, Prosper, Little Elm, Frisco are west of McKinney. I
Okay.
just wanted to help Mike out with that.
Coming up next, besides the U.S., which team should you be rooting for in
Wales?
the World Cup? Not Wales. We have a quiz. We'll do it next. Definitely not Wales, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Corona. This is Ware for the US. And Ware does well! Very well! Christian Pulisic on the pitch for a matter of moments with that innate and perfect sense of timing.
It's a great point, Mike. That is an old highlight. So he just said, oh, people probably think he just scored right there. This is
USA's done diddly squat so far, except yellowed up.
That is an old highlight right there. Now, Corey, you have got some quizzes for us.
Yes.
Normally,
That was loud.
I mean, we'll all be rooting for the United States, except
Or
I guess
will we?
we're still working on Mike about that. But if not the U.S.,
I'm just like,
which
if they win,
team should
great.
you be rooting for?
All right, so Mike,
All
I'm
right,
going to answer.
help me out.
I have 3 up. We got to everybody answer these questions appropriately. They're
Supposedly, my
multiple choice.
last name is Czechoslovakian. Should I be rooting for the Czechs?
At 877-881-1053, you text in, who are you rooting for? What kind of rivalry do you live for?
Ooh.
A, one with a storied history and tons of regional hatred. B, 2 teams that are just really good. C, something cultural that's bigger than sports.
Gross.
2 teams that are really good.
I
Right.
picked the first one.
I'm a B.
Kevin, a storied history, yada, yada, yada. Mike is 2 teams that are really good. And me, something cultural that's bigger than sports.
Oh. Really?
Yeah.
We all pick different. That's what makes us great.
Question number 2. You turn on a sports show. What's on the screen? A, all or nothing. I want the inside story, warts and all. B, a 30-30 documentary, or 30 for 30 documentary, just give me the juicy bits. Or C, Ted Lasso, realism's overrated.
That's you.
That is me.
I'll take the 30 for 30.
Kevin will take the 30 for 30.
All or nothing,
All or
baby.
nothing.
That's my
That actually is.
Enneagram.
That is
Either
actually
100% in
Yeah.
or 100% out.
Me too.
What's your favorite athlete archetype? I don't know what that means, but
It's like somebody who makes something.
That is an architect.
A, someone who will do anything to win. B, a generational superstar. Man, this is set up for all of us, isn't it? A generational superstar. Or C, someone who overcame legit adversity.
No, I don't care about that third one at all.
You want someone who will do anything to win. Or a generational superstar.
I don't think he picks that.
I
Because
picked generational superstar.
All right.
he doesn't like steroid people, and they did whatever they had to do to
All
win.
right.
Good point.
Mike?
I kind of like the generational
All right.
thing because doing whatever then brings in to me cheating.
Okay. And I'm perfectly fine with some cheaters, just not in Houston. All right.
Oh,
Next question. What kind of fan are you at the stadium? A, chanting, singing, standing all match. B, please sit down. I don't want my view blocked. Or C, I'm here to schmooze with the high rollers.
Oh, God. Go somewhere else.
I think I'm closer to B than A.
Oh my
I think
I know.
both-
I'm in between.
I think both of them are viable. I feel like B really gets me.
So please sit down. I don't want my view blocked as
But
you.
I also
You're an Aggie.
I know.
You're supposed to stand forever.
I know.
With the 9,000 people that stayed in the second half.
that might have been too many.
Yeah, there were like 40 people
It
left.
did look like there were. Did you see the shirtless handoffs? They ran across all the empty sections with shirts and passed them to other shirtless idiots. It was amazing.
So are you B or are
I'm
you
B.
A?
I'm going B.
All right.
I'm going to cheer. I like standing and cheering and screaming and yelling. Is
All
that
right.
A?
Yeah, and I am there to schmooze with the high rollers.
No, you're not.
I already pushed it, so I'll have to.
What?
What's the best design for a championship trophy? A, humble and reserved, have it look good on the mantle. B, bold and brash, I need a cup you can drink out of.
You're damn
Or
right.
C, shiny and expensive, everyone needs to know how elite it is.
I told you, B gets me.
Okay.
I vote B.
Mike? Humble and reserved trophy?
I hope B
Just
is
a
not
piece of metal?
Wales.
Or do you want shiny and expensive? Or do you want bold and brash?
I guess shining expensive.
All right. All right.
I don't really have a strong opinion on that
I'm
one.
going to say humble and reserved. What's the best style of uniform? A classic look that
yours is
respects
matte
history. A classic look that respects history. Whatever fashionistas are wearing, that's obviously Kevin.
Gross.
Give me a bright, loud statement piece.
I'll take the first one on that.
Yeah, classic for me.
I like
too.
Classic for both of you guys.
Yeah, I don't
All
want
right.
the Cowboys to change to Matt Black.
I'm going to go with give me a bright, loud statement piece. I'm all right with that. And then number 7, what's your favorite kind of game plan? A, nothing beats the chess match of a low-scoring game. B, lots of scoring. I want to cheer until I'm hoarse.
100%.
Or C, identifiable game model informed by analytics and science.
B, give me
Never
the
C.
scoring.
Because C is stupid. Even though you need all that stuff, you just can't. Computers don't play the game.
So you want lots of scoring.
That's right.
Is this a soccer question?
This is soccer. Yeah,
I guess I want a lot of scoring in soccer, but I can see from the sport that I like, baseball, I don't mind it being a low-scoring affair as long as there's a lot of strategy involved in it.
You like analytics?
Yeah, I don't want just strikeout, strikeout, strikeout. I want there to be action, but I don't mind if no runs were scored, but there has to be some sort of, battle going on.
But you are going to go with B on this.
I'm going to go with B if this is a soccer question. I want a lot of scores.
All right. Where are you watching the game? A, no place like home. B, give me a bar with fans all around. Or C, take me to the stadium so I can feel it live.
A.
Wow. Y'all like to be at your houses, huh?
So do you.
For this, I have been to a bar with lots of soccer fans. It's an absolute blast. I'm going to roll with that one. How do you choose which team to root for? Give me the logical team so I can be a homer. Bandwagon, baby, who's winning this year? Or I ask people on the internet to give me advice.
Well, I mean, I guess because of what's happening right now, C makes sense, but I will say A.
A?
What was the A again?
How do you choose which team to root for?
That's
Give me
the
the
question.
local team so I can be a homer. Bandwagon, baby, who's winning this year? Or I ask people on the internet to give me advice.
I guess my life has been local.
But
You know, I root for.
You kind of want to go for the bandwagon on this one, though?
Yeah, but then Wales isn't a bandwagon. Neither's USA, though.
All right, I'm going to throw local on there. I think this is the last question. All right, do you actually like fun? Yes, I'm an enjoyer of fun stuff. No, I only care about results. Sports are not fun; they are life.
USA almost scored if the goal was 30 feet high. But unfortunately, I think it's only like 8 feet high. So he missed by only 22 feet.
I think Kevin B is you again. No, I only care about results.
Anybody in my life, rarely do I give a damn about the amount of work that went in. Did we get the result necessary? B gets me.
Mike, do you actually have fun? I'm an enjoyer of fun. I only care about results. Or sports are not fun. They are life.
Yeah, sports aren't fun. They're life.
There you go. All right. So now I am going to hit the Find My World Cup team for all of us.
Okay.
Holy crap. I can't believe this just happened. For me, I got America with all of my scores. I am rooting for America this year.
Boring.
Man.
That's valid. I mean, we haven't even put a goal on the on the
We've
board
at least
yet.
shot twice. They
Yeah.
haven't even shot yet.
Here we go. We're on a little bit of a run here, so I'm okay with that one.
And then what happened?
Joey, should I go with Kevin or Mike next?
Definitely Mike.
All right, Mike.
Hopefully it's Wales.
I will be so pissed.
Mike, you're rooting for Switzerland.
Oh,
It says
neutrality.
we have
Man.
no idea how you got
What?
here.
Swiss
Switzerland's brand is so down the middle it feels like they can't commit to anything. And at least you said yes to this question. How dare we give you Switzerland? Still, if you stick with this choice, you won't have to worry about people hating on your team, badgering you about your choice, or otherwise caring about your decision. Switzerland is neutral ground for banter too. So while everybody overinvests in their new loyalties, you can relax and enjoy the athletic stylings of a great midfielder and a veteran attacker. At least it's chill Switzerland.
No, that makes no sense. Mike, you are the least neutral person I've ever met in my life.
Hold on. Here's the thing. With Mike's polar opposites that he will go back and forth from.
Yeah.
Does it not balance out to a very neutral place at some point?
I'm rooting for Slovenia because I'm sure after they kick a ball and it doesn't go in, they all 11 lay down for 45 seconds and then wait for the other team to score to then slowly get up and go, give me the ball again, I guess.
I feel like that's about Luca.
Oh.
Kevin
is going for England.
This
gonna be Germany.
You're rooting for Mexico, my friend. A North American country.
Let's go. I'm Team North America in this World Cup.
Sick kits. sick players, and a guarantee that they will never be boring.
Yeah, damn right.
They may made it to the knockout stages of the last 7 World Cups, which is very
I
impressive.
think that's more than all of the knockout stages of the USA has ever
They
made
have
it to.
never won a single match in those 7 though. Once they get to the knockout stage, they are done. Their quest for the elusive.
So we're the Bengals?
Yeah.
Or Mexico is the Bengals?
Well, I mean, the Bengals did get to the Super Bowl though.
This sport really
the
needs
prior,
offsides.
the Andy Dalton Bengals.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay,
so yeah,
I'm
man.
Team North America now. I can live with that.
So I'm
Where's
rooting.
Switzerland? I don't even know where it is.
I kind of wish I had a
In
different
Europe?
country.
Is it?
Yes.
I had like Uruguay the other day. How did I get to America? Doesn't
Where
make
is
any sense.
Switzerland? And when do they play? I'm not
Are
going
you?
to watch.
It does. Are you? It does
No.
not sound like your enthusiasm level.
I wanted
is very
somebody
high.
better. I wanted a good team.
From the 806.
Brazil, aren't they good usually?
Let's go.
Yes.
Kevin is invited to the carne asada, so they want you to come eat some food with them.
Ooh, I had 3 more suggestions for y'all.
All right.
I don't know if this makes a difference. Who has the most badass mascots?
Oh, man,
Oh, did you see the opening ceremony of the history of mascots
Yes.
from that? I thought it was pretty interesting.
So Croatia is the Fiery Boys. Ghana is, that sounds too much like Hot Boys. I get it.
Well, I'm just looking at Switzerland. Their last match, they beat Czech Republic, which is like what my last name kind of is.
So you have to move. And then
Yep.
if Switzerland gets
Now they're
defeated,
playing
you have to
Cameroon.
move to that one. Ghana is the Black Stars, and Cameroon is the Indomitable Lions.
What?
So if you're looking for just some really awesome notes right there. Now you
What about
mentioned,
the whale?
Switzerland looks like they give a lot because aren't they the Red Cross?
Yes.
Looks like that's their flag.
Yes. Now, you mentioned Brazil. Brazil is the favorite to win the tournament at a little better than 4-1. Brazil has received 14% of the votes, which is the bets, which is the same as the United States has at 100-1. But I think there you're just like, I can win 4-1 on my money realistically, or I could win 100-1 and go crazy with nationalistic pride.
Nationalistic pride is what it's all about.
That's
Oh,
true.
Pulisic has a corner kick.
Oh, here we go.
And then Qatar became the first host nation to lose their opening match.
Because
So
they don't have beer.
if you were watching yesterday,
They're out of alcohol.
set up the wrong kind of history right there. So
Man, I
good
wish
job, Qatar.
Pulisic kicks it very hard, but not accurate, I guess.
Kevin, I'm not lying, dude. The first goal that was scored yesterday by Ecuador, and then all of a sudden they were like, we have to review it. As soon as they went to the review, I was thinking to myself, this
Fix
is a
is
fix.
in.
This is a fix. This game is rigged. Because they, Qatar wanted their opportunity to not have that happen to them. I think more than anything, hearing what they were talking about was just at least try to get out of the pool. But I don't know if that's going to happen either after what was going on there yesterday.
Well, USA's tied after 34 minutes of intense action.
from the 2-1-4, I'm rooting for Brazil because they have quality and depth in every position. From the 6-5-1, USA won, then Brazil. From the 8-1-7, Brazil, Mexico, and then they said all the countries in Africa. From the 8-1-2, I root for the U.S., but also that ancestral land, Mexico. I am also now rooting for Mexico. I don't have history there, but this quiz has let me know that this is the direction I should go. So
south of
I'm
the
in.
border.
Our coach has a shirt that just says states on there.
And then that's pretty cool.
Very generic.
And then for the 8-1-7, the team I predicted to win the World Cup, they are rooting for Argentina. We're the KNC masterpiece.
Does any other country have states?
Oh, man. I feel like I should know the answer to that because Canada has provinces.
So you're really rooting for your team to have a goaltender who's a real wall.
What does
right?
Mexico have?
Oh.
Wait, 3,
Go!
2. Yes! We did it. Yes! We just won the World Cup. USA just won. The impossible. Oh, in your face, Wales.
Go back to the ocean.
I think you could have gone longer.
I know, but also we have
in
that
your
show on
blowhole.
Wednesday. So
Oh, yeah.
then my brain was like, hey, idiot, stop doing that.
dummy.
And so the United States is on the board. Take that, Wales. It's one.
All the whales in
That-
the ocean are like, hey, what are you doing right now?
Oh, and we were onside. I know that rule, and we were onside.
United States
Even though they need to get rid of that rule.
strikes first in the 36th minute. I guess we're watching replays. It could have been the 35th minute. But the United States
Don't worry, they'll restart in 4 minutes.
On the board, they take the 1-0 lead over Wales in a key match. If the United States wins this match, you can just about punch that ticket to the knockout round.
Punching the ticket?
There's been times. We're the KNC Masterpiece
hanging
right
Chad.
here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will chit-chat with the no doubt jubilant folks from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It is the holiday.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine is racing to finish this year #1 in the nation. They're leading the way by never charging more than MSRP. Plus, they always pay full market value for your current vehicle. Find new roads, Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, I'm assuming you're pretty good right now.
Yeah, doing great, Hagee. 1-0 USA here as halftime approaches. Game 1 of the World Cup.
And I'm sure y'all talked about this. We talked about this as well. This is a match that I know there's 3 in group play, but this feels like the real match that matters. And if you win this match, you're just about locked in.
Historically, yeah, it's over 80% that if you win game 1, you go on in advance. Obviously, you need probably a tie in one of the other games as well, and England will be tough. But Iran looked pretty tieable or beatable this morning.
Oh, yeah. And very scoreable against.
Yes,
is what I'll say.
I don't know if I've ever heard scoreable against, but I like it.
Yeah,
we'll use it.
It's a good word.
Thanks.
It's a
I
good verb.
appreciate that.
I don't know if that is an accurate word, but that's what I'm going to go with.
Kevin Hagelin,
right
the Iron Eagle.
The
scoreable against.
The scoreability against of that team is off the charts. All right, so we were talking about this earlier. Outside of the United States, how invested, just across the board for the tournament, are y'all into the World Cup?
I would say more than other sports. If it's on TV, I'm probably watching.
Okay.
And once the USA is out, I'm still going to be really into, the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. So, yeah, I would say quite a bit just because it's only every 4 years, and I want to make sure, I'm appreciating it and experiencing it as much as I can.
And you got to prep for 4 years from now when the semifinals or final are here at AT&T.
Hell yes.
Right. Show prep.
I'm going to pay attention because I think the transfer portal will help us with some of these other teams that maybe we can evaluate France and
shuffle those kids.
Yeah, and maybe we could get some more money and IRL, that kind of stuff. Get that brought in here. I think the transfer
because they're not getting enough playing time, and
I think it'll help our country when we get the transfer portal in 26.
How does that work? Because we had on Rolando Blackman, and he wasn't a United States citizen, but was on the United States Olympic team in 1980. They didn't play. Hakeem Olajuwon in 1996 was on the USA team. How does that work?
I don't know. I think it's evolved over the years, but now it's like if either of your parents were born in one of the countries, then that could get you qualified.
Yeah.
I don't know how Olajuwon did it. Was one of his parents, linked to America?
Did he just eventually become a United States citizen?
If you become a citizen,
though?
does that make you eligible to play for the United States?
Because I know they've said that players with dual citizenship in the past have the option. So
sure, but
you have to declare.
Yeah,
once
you
don't get to go back.
That's true.
Yeah.
I think you can kind of mess around when you're 17, 18, but once you hit a certain number of games, you become tied to that program.
Now, it just felt like nothing could go wrong for the Cowboys yesterday until they kept so many players in the game when it was 37-3, and then it felt like all of the things were about to go wrong. Did you have to hold your breath or catch your breath or whatever when it looked like Micah might be hurt?
It's a privilege to rush the passer when you're ahead.
Yeah.
And they were giving him the privilege. They were giving him the privilege. Yeah, I think that was all about, hey, listen, we found that they don't have a left tackle. Their left guard's now out, and by they're not going to run the football, so let's go after this thing. I mean, that's, you always why is that guy in there? Why is he playing now? Why is this? Why is that? But when they sense an opportunity to get stats and to get sacks, that's
we got a guy that wants to go get a record, man.
That's kind of overriding a lot of things.
He wants to go chase Michael Strahan.
Yeah.
Let him go do it. You want to go tell him no? The Lion is always hungry. I'm not taking his helmet away from him.
They were chasing it yesterday.
They sure were.
We talked earlier about, we mentioned their tackles. What about our tackles? Not just in this game, but are you seeing more and more, especially from Terrence Steele?
Held up very well yesterday. And, especially when it came down to running the ball. I had a chance to look at the All-22 this morning, and I'll tell you what, Steele, the way he run blocks, the combination blocks with Martin, and you get him out in space. He's got the ability to adjust and to kind of hang with his guy. And I was really worried about what was going to happen with the two Minnesota pass rushers.
Oh, yeah.
Really a non-factor. Neither one of them were a factor at all in this football game.
And by the way, just got word is Terrence Steele is going to autograph a football for Peace-a-thon.
Salute.
As well as we continue to
The real
add.
deal.
A couple things here. I just want to add this real quick. I know Marty Turco, you're working on some stuff with him and the Stars. I just got a tasting for 4 from Acre Distilling, as well as some sample bottles to go along with it. So that's an awesome thing. They're out in Fort Worth. Phenomenal distillery out there. And now we got a Terrence Steele ball plus the Micah Parsons ball. And it's going to be a fun day. Wednesday's going to be a jam-packed day. And I'm loving it, man. This is awesome. Thank you all guys for saying, hey, I'll hop in and come in and hang out with you guys. We appreciate that. Y'all embracing this thing. Brought us started it all, you know? And then we
I don't know what I was doing. I was trying to
we finished the fight.
Yeah, it was nighttime. I didn't think anybody was really listening, and you guys kind of took it to heart, so I appreciate you for taking it to heart.
And honestly, you guys had me at a squirrel stripper.
Yeah,
So
oh my
I was
gosh.
pretty much in.
I want to tell
as soon
you
as
something.
you brought that to the table.
Thing,
I want to tell you
it
something.
made its way around my possibilities. Everybody wants to have it in their office.
Everybody
for
wants
a
their
little
hands
bit.
on that
Yeah.
thing.
Because of that.
It's like the damn Stanley Cup.
I know. Because of that.
Drinking out of a squirrel.
What we do on the bidding is we have a taxable value, and you can buy it now for twice the taxable value. But on some items, because of potential feverish bidding, we remove the buy it now. The squirrel has now entered in that category alongside like the Micah helmet and Cowboys ticket package because of these things that y'all are saying.
Everybody loves it. Legend.
We took the squirrel off of buy it now because of all of the pre-show interest.
Good move.
That makes me so
Is
happy.
it?
Yeah, it was a good move.
That's
Yeah.
incredible.
It did become the mascot of Peace-a-thon very quickly. So we're proud of it.
Do we need to have that back up here on Wednesday for Peace-a-thon as the mascot, or are you afraid it could get damaged?
I can make sure it's here right next to us the entire run.
I mean, I didn't need to be right next to me.
It could be in your lap.
In the general.
It could definitely be in your lap.
No.
I was under the impression I was going to see Stripper Squirrel live in person during Peace-a-thon when I get here for my nooner.
Yeah.
God, I'm trying to think of the logistics of all
Only
of the
you.
things that could go. Yeah, that is very fair.
And obviously the buffet as well to
Yeah.
go along with it, right? Isn't that always
Oh, yeah,
accompanied,
there will be
like, the lunch
pizza buffet.
All
Yeah,
right,
the
so
lunch
you want
buffet.
some legs and eggs action when you show up here?
Of course he
Is that
does.
what you're-
Yeah.
Of course we expect that.
Of course he
I mean,
does.
that's what Walchuk
Yeah.
gets when he goes to Baby Dolls. I want to come up here to the Stripper Squirrel and get a similar, hospitality.
Well, we'll see what we can do to make
Yeah,
that
he
happen.
wants hibernation nuts.
Oh my God. Do you get the sense that you know what this Cowboys team really is? Because they bounce back from a, how the hell did we lose that game, to a, we just whip the crap out of Minnesota. Where do you fall on the pendulum of, I think I know what this Cowboys team is?
I think you got to keep in mind how last year went. And, after the Denver game, you had the Atlanta game. And it was like, oh, that Denver game was just a one-off. And it wasn't, because you come back and you get whipped by Kansas City and Las Vegas. Then you go on a 4-game winning streak. But then the Arizona game comes around, and then you whip the Eagles in week 17 or 18 or whatever that was. And you're like, okay, cool, we're good for the playoffs. And then the same thing happened against San Francisco.
Yeah.
So it's consistently been 2 or 3 steps forward, 1 big step back when it comes to evaluating what this team is capable of. I think yesterday is a little bit better because you beat a first place team. And I think you and on top of that, it should have sent a hammer message home to Kellen and Mike about what kind of a game plan is needed. So I guess I'm keeping things in perspective. I don't want to overreact, but I feel like this team is as good as anybody else in the NFC.
Yeah.
And if they have the right game plan and Dak plays like that, I could quite easily see them in the NFC title game or beyond.
Kind of a scary thought that you could beat anybody in NFL and lose to anybody in NFL.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of
NFL is a strange lady. Someone told me that once.
It happens.
I just think of, and be for tomorrow when I ask all the football questions, the matchups that you're worried about come playoff time, because I don't think San Francisco's the best team in the NFC, but I don't want to play them in the playoffs.
No. Absolutely not. No, their record is a lot due to injuries as well.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking, Heggie. We're going to take phone calls. We're going to have a lot of fun talking about this dub. Mike McCarthy's press conference is coming up at 3 o'clock, and one of us has a bet payoff to do after losing the G-Bag Survivor once again. You'll find out who coming up at 2:20, and he will pick a payoff.
Loser.
Oh. Who's the loser? Who's the loser?
Looking
Somebody's
for.
getting their taint wagged.
Feel
Oh
like
my
we
God.
Just figure that out. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Come back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say, I believe.
I believe.
I feel bad for Melissa.
Yeah.
I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win. Yeah!
We're the KNC Masterpiece. We'll see you tomorrow.
Be a part of the show. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day as it is a World Cup a Monday and a victorious Cowboys Monday. One of the most exciting sports days we will ever have is occurring right now as USA does lead 1-0. Pulisic fulfilling his destiny as the best attacking player in the history of the U.S. program. He attacked the middle of the pitch on the dribble and slots a pass through to Timothy Weah in front of goal for the tally. 1-0 it is at the break. 469 says, don't soccer my Cowboys Monday. You got it. I will keep you updated, and we will be celebrating, okay? But you're going to get a lot of Cowboys content here. Don't you worry about that, 469. I wanted to salute Adam from Roanoke. Our guy just had 3 Zalot's pizzas delivered.
Thank you, Adam.
You're the man, Adam.
Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Adam.
We were going back and forth on the text Friday, and after I picked CeeDee Lamb to have a better day than Justin Jefferson.
Well, he did.
And he did.
He sure did.
And you know, Adam threw out on text, I'll bet you $100, and I was like, nah, we're not betting. But he felt like he wanted to pay off in some way, and he just did with those Zalot's pizzas.
Man of his word, pizza greater than sign money. I would always rather have pizza than money.
yeah.
I think we could all agree on that.
Yes, it's worth its weight in
I
gold.
don't know about that.
I think we could all.
Money pays a lot of bills.
Odell Beckham Jr. is literally asking Jerry Jones for just a lifetime supply of Papa John's, and he's in. That's all Jerry has to acquiesce to. Pay me in pizza.
I think my guy was a Bitcoin guy, wasn't he?
Good
in his
business.
contract.
Who's that?
Odell.
Was he
Odell
a
Beckham
Bitcoin?
Jr.?
Yeah, I think he got paid Bitcoin.
He was a Bitcoin guy.
Yeah, he got his contract paid in Bitcoin.
Well, good. So let's do the new contract in Bitcoin as well, because we're full recruitment mode. After the game, everyone was recruiting.
Whatever you want. And the message last night was Jerry Jones saying it is time to chat with this guy. And it appears they're going to do so shortly after Thanksgiving, probably Friday.
Yeah.
It's Friday?
Immediately. And he's not leaving. We're not letting him go to the Meadowlands.
Jerry's going to crack
do
a Black Friday sale special on OBJ to break the ice when he dials him up the day after Thanksgiving. Can I get a deal on Black Friday, OBJ?
It was a blowout for the ages, and Odell Beckham Jr. would just make it that much better. What's your top takeaway on picking up that dub yesterday, Wolchuk? Let's start with you, since you're just on cloud 9.
I am in euphoria right now. I mean, holy cow. That was, I can't remember a more dominant victory. I mean, you might have to go back to that run in 2014. 2016, there were some unbelievable moments, but I think defensively, like Dak was fantastic. I loved the offensive game plan, the balance. It was perfection. But you got to give praise to this defense. I mean, I think we were so nervous about just how many weapons Minnesota had. How were you going to stop not only Dalvin Cook, but Justin Jefferson, who just came off such an unbelievable performance? But Dan Quinn, after the second offensive drive, you force a 3-and-out. You force the fumble Micah Parsons has. You get 3 points, and then the Vikings go right down the field. They kick a field goal. After that, nothing. They pitch a shutout. I mean, it was an onslaught, and Kirk Cousins was uncomfortable from the word go. The pass rush was unbelievable. 7 sacks. It didn't matter. It was like Oprah Day. You get a sack. You get a sack. You get a sack. Trayvon Diggs was great. The secondary was great. I've been calling for Jaron Kearse. Where have you been? You were great last year. I thought he played his best game yesterday. It was amazing to witness, and shout out to Dan Quinn and that defense.
Brian, have you watched the film yet?
I have, and you know what I'd like to talk about is the way that you're right about the secondary, and please don't tell me that Diggs can't travel anymore. Don't tell me that. He could travel. You know, the majority of the game he traveled with Jefferson, so that's a good thing. That's something that now you can put in your back pocket. The Cowboys didn't have any busts in the secondary with him traveling. And matter of fact, they did a great job of holding up for each other. You know, the strip sack on the first Minnesota pass was one of those that was, you know, they're going to try and run pick route across and get Thielen across the field untouched, and Kearse is standing right there, and you clearly see Cousins pull the ball down, and that allowed Micah to make the sack from behind and then knock the ball free. So secondary did a really nice job of, like, after last week, of kind of giving up some big plays, kind of playing for each other and being in the right spot when they needed to.
You got more film coming up in the corner? More takeaways from film coming up in Krusty's corner? 240.
240.
That is 240.
Yeah, I'll give you a lot of takes from that.
What was more impressive, Chiafalo, the offense or the defense?
Oof, it was. I guess ultimately,
such a great question.
Yeah, it was such a well-rounded, dominant performance, and it is the single biggest winning margin of the season at 37 points. So no one has dominated team all season like the way the Cowboys did yesterday. So you can give the credit to whoever you wanted to, but I think Micah Parsons and company stepping up to the challenge and really bottling up everything. Dalvin Cook had, some yards. He was 11 carries, 70+ yards, but they were useless yards at that, for the most part. It was really incredible to see Trayvon Diggs do what he did against Justin Jefferson. Like, you look across the board and it was just like, man, that is exactly how the Cowboys want to play. When they can play with a lead on some turf, it's going to be game over, especially when a backup left tackle's coming in the game. So I'll rock with the defense today.
Can I say something about the offense real quick? If you don't mind, when you start to talk about Odell Beckham and what he can bring, and I always mention go out and go get those balls, go snatch those footballs. You saw receivers go snatch footballs yesterday. That's what with the ball was a little bit off, where there was the slants and stuff like that. I mean, Dak threw some really nice passes.
He did.
Hell yeah, Brian.
But you look at the situation too. With Gallup. I mean, he did a great job of going and getting the football, not letting it get to him. I think the receivers did a really nice job of playing that way, and that's why you go get Beckham to go make plays like what you saw yesterday. I think that was really a very, very nice positive thing from this offense.
Physical performance from Gallup, dude. Yeah. Like he was fighting yesterday. It was awesome to see.
Well, and how about I thought it was the best day, and we talked about this in the post game, Brian. You made the point of Dak looked good against the Bears, but I just thought ball placement, accuracy, hitting receivers in stride. I thought the way Dak was spinning it yesterday was the best we've seen all year. If he can carry that over, you get that consistency, gosh, this Cowboys team's going to be hard to beat. You saw that way that he hit Gallup in stride, but you're right. If you can start to get MG going now, build that confidence up, it's going to be big for this offense.
Second half is underway in Qatar. Last week we talked about how everybody sucked to create that massively disappointing defeat, offense, defense, and the coaching staff. And today I think we talk about, offense, defense being amazing, but the coaching staff being amazing as well.
Well, your special teams is great too. That was really complete. When you start talking about guys making 60-yard field goals back,
player of the game, Brett Maher, the Maharati baby.
And your punter who was sick, and when he had to punt, he did a great job. And then you got that return. So that was really one of the more complete games that they played in a long time.
I think Maher had a 30-point game in fantasy.
Yeah,
outstanding.
Crazy.
He's already got the most 50-point or 50-yard field goals in Cowboys history.
Well,
he got 7 more games to play.
His only 2 misses have both been, I think, from 58, 59 yards. Those are the only 2 misses he's had this year.
And he never misses from 60. Did it twice. They made him prove it. That was some horrible officiating. But the coaches here, I think, is huge, because this was a game featuring the right game plan against the wrong game plan. And if you wanted to look in the mirror of how stupid you were last week against the Packers, the Vikings gave it to you. Okay, I think if you go out there next week and the Vikings take your game plan and you take theirs, they beat you. I don't think it's, the biggest blowout of the year. But this needs to be a massive light bulb moment. We thought that Kellen Moore was having that light bulb moment watching Cooper Rush play, and then Dak comes back, conservative game plan versus Detroit and Chicago. Then they were like, oh, okay, cool. Let's open it up against Green Bay. This will be amazing. And they paid for it big time. Now you compound that and you bring back this Vikings game. It's got to nail that point home. If we're getting, I don't know, let's call the line 4.2. Anything above 4.2, if we have a 2-to-1 pass to run ratio, the coaches deserve to be fired based on how that game plan went. Kevin O'Connell's pride, ego, Kirk Cousins' pride, ego, that's what created the blowout. I think, with the same game plan, you still beat them, but it shows you how important the right game plan is in this new clog and cover defensive NFL. If you think you're going to pass it all day against a pretty good defense, let alone the best pass defense in the NFL, you're going to be very sadly mistaken. So I hope the biggest takeaway is that the coaching staff figured out, and they're not going to make the same mistake that they did against Green Bay. They could run the table for the rest of this regular season.
I think you made a great point in our pre-show meeting, and it kind of goes back to what I said last week when we were kind of uncertain about this game. Like, the Vikings, I think, were smelling the roses. They had a big-time emotional statement win on the road against a Bills team that's a Super Bowl favorite, and they were probably thinking, hey, we're right up there
We're going to do what we do.
The best teams in the NFL.
We're the hunted, not the
hunters. We're going to run our game plan,
Yeah.
right? We're not going to dictate and change things just because we saw Green Bay run all over the Cowboys. We're not going to run the ball 40 times. We're going to do what we do, absolutely. And Dalvin Cook still ran the football very effectively. 11 carries, 72 yards, averaged 6.5 a pop. They didn't stick with the run game. They got away from it early. Now, when you fall behind like they did, I understand why, but they got away from the run, Brian, even before the game was out of hand. They decided we're going to drop back and throw it, and that fits right into the Cowboys' hands.
The first 2 drives they had that Minnesota had, they had a 3rd and 3, and they get the sack fumble, and then the next drive they have a 3rd and 2, and they throw it again. And so
did it to yourself.
Did it to yourself. I mean, and I think you're right. I think that Minnesota's game plan was very cavalier. I don't know, I don't know how you watch a team play and sit there and say, our best way of winning the football game is to throw the ball against the Cowboys.
Yeah,
I don't
crazy.
know. I don't know how. I mean, I don't know how you. I think if I handed you all their games this year of defense, and you said, "Let me watch every game, all 22," you would come away with going, "Well, Dallas looks like they struggle playing against the run." But when you throw the ball against them, that's when they get after your ass.
Look like the best defense in the NFL.
They create turnovers. They create problems. Hey, you know what? I'm okay with that. If you're gonna be that cavalier about it, I don't think the Packers were. The Packers, we got no receivers. We can't win this game throwing the ball. Maybe that's what Minnesota thought they could do.
The problem is that, when you get to the playoffs, you're going to have to stop the run against San Francisco or Philadelphia. But, maybe you light up the scoreboard. If you have the right game plan, maybe your defense is fresher. Maybe you're able to shorten the game up a little bit more effectively. And hopefully yesterday was a reminder exactly what that has to look like if you're the Dallas Cowboys. Last week, I hope that their coach would be too proud. But I thought, man, there's no way they'd actually come out and pass it after just watching what Green Bay on a 5-game losing streak would do. But they did. They came out and passed it, Chiafalo.
It was pretty incredible. And at one point, they had their backup left tackle one-on-one with Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
Is that how we're going to do things? I'm looking at Kevin O'Connell. I'm like, I came in with a little bit of jealousy with their offense and the way they were doing some things. And then I came away from the game going, never mind. Yeah. Never mind.
It's amazing the difference a week makes.
Yeah,
it was also jarring to see Kevin O'Connell standing next to Tracy Wolfson. I don't know if she was that short or he was that tall.
She's small.
But he looked like a giant.
He's big and she's small. Yeah.
6'4" to 5'4".
He looked like he could have been an NBA player.
It was very much an NBA player sideline interview kind of.
I wonder if he's got a good jumper on him. He looks like an athletic guy. Handsome fella, but dear God, he sucked yesterday.
He did.
How was who was your player of the game? Was it Pollard? Was it Dak?
It was the kicker.
We could have given it to the whole team, but we gave it to the Maharati.
We gave it to Maharati.
Yeah. The boy has done it, man. A complete turnaround for Brett Maher from being a thumper but really inconsistent 3 years ago, and now he's like one of the better kickers in the entire NFL.
Is there anything that shocked you more? Like if you could take yourself back to Oxnard, is there anything that would shock you more than maybe having the best kicker in the sport outside of Justin Tucker on your team?
What would be shocking is that every time they told me that Garibay was going to be the kicker, and I'm nodding my head like, makes a lot of sense here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you guys know what you're doing here. Yeah, Garibay, I like it. Yeah, that's
a couple 2-3 weeks in, it started to get pretty suspect, and I did not think they had any chance of pulling something out of the fire.
I was standing under the goalpost, almost got hit by a line drive ball, and I'm like, well, that's about it.
Well, congrats to Brett Maher and everybody involved for getting that career together, because it was Zerline-esque the first time he was here. It was like he could hit it hard, but that ball had a mind of its own sometimes. Okay, so now it's on to the New York Giants. Cowboys an 8.5-point favorite after watching the Giants lose to the Lions. Sounds about right. I'm terrified of that line right now. We'll see how it develops throughout the week.
Giants, well, they're committed to running the football.
Yeah. They're committed to running the football. They suffered some injuries yesterday. Their best corner, Adoree Jackson's got an MCL sprain. He's out 3 to 5 weeks. And Wan'Dale Robinson, their rookie receiver, now
good
out
player
for the season.
Kentucky, yeah.
Mavs took care of the Nuggets Friday, but they fought to him last night. Luka was off shooting, and Josh Green picked up the slack and had 23, but they only scored 97 points. Christian Wood, just 17 minutes. That's a huge storyline, and a lot of the fans are really starting to get fed up with this. If you score 120 and the other team has 115 and you're like, we left Wood on the bench because it was going to be a bad night for us defensively, but we won, that's fine. If you only score 97 and this dude has like the second best plus minus in your whole team, it's starting to get frustrating. And that storyline of is Jason Kidd screwing this thing up, I think is going to become more louder and louder, So we'll see. They'll have a couple of nights off here and then get back after it. We got to go, Nation. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. G-Bag Survivor Update. One of us was dead balls on wrong yesterday. Who is it and what will his payoff be? We'll talk about some of the other storylines as well coming up next in the Nation.
105.3 The Fan. It's our favorite Thanksgiving tradition. Cowboys, Giants. Thanksgiving Day. Turkey Day tailgate with us beginning at 12:30 with the Specs kickoff at 3:30. On your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back, nation. Oh, Pulisic was just taken down in the box. That was not ball. Oh, then maybe that was ball. That was ball first. It is 1-0 USA against Wales. 62nd minute. USA scored about, 35th minute or something like that, 30th minute. And since then, they've adjusted to playing quite a bit more conservatively, and now the entire game is happening in their defensive half and a lot of it in their defensive third in front of the Americans' goal. So, yeah, we got about 30 minutes to hang on here. It does not appear they want to open things up and try to play possession and hold the game like that. They want to hunker down. It's not quite park the bus, but it's not that far away. And they're trying to get a 1-0 victory here in the opener against Wales. They absolutely dominated. Wales had 0 shots or 1 shot on goal in the first half. And now, they're gonna have quite a few shots. The good news is the opportunities so far aren't amazing. We do have a great opportunity right here, though, because it's time for another G-Bag Survivor bet payoff. Now, it's not Zach and I. We did have a nail-biter. Ravens were unable to put away the Panthers until they got a field goal and then a turnover midway through the fourth quarter to make it 13-3.
How sick were y'all during that game?
Disgusting.
Miserable.
Me and Broadus are sitting here doing the pregame show, and we got the red zone. Thank you, Larry Flores, for hooking it up. And we're on eggshells with that game because that one, I think Baltimore was the biggest favorite of the weekend.
They were.
And so it was it's supposed to be a no-brainer. Baltimore at home, and they couldn't do anything. And it's 3-3 all game. Is that what it was until the end?
Yes. I mean, thank goodness Baker Mayfield did Baker Mayfield things and just completely wet the bed.
Yeah, it was a ugly game though.
Nail biter.
It was horrible.
I couldn't stand to watch it.
Yeah, it was disgusting.
So
Lamar played badly.
Yes, nothing good was going on there. But we were spared.
We did.
And they almost covered.
Thank God.
13-3. Now, how about Brian Broadus? Who did you pick and how did it go?
It went very well. It started from a immediate pick 6 from the Texans, and I had the Commanders this weekend, and so it was
That was a great pick, Brian.
Kind of a comfortable day for me watching them. So, Commanders were 23-10 winners over the Texans. So I'll live to fight another day.
That's as good as when in training camp you said the current kicker's not on the roster. Oh, my goodness. What an incredible save to keep it 1-0 USA. Diving header in the box by Davies for Wales. Chiafalo, how'd things go for you?
Not according to plan, boys. And it was a bittersweet situation for me because I had the Giants, the G-men at home. Cold weather, Jared Goff and his small hands coming to town with the Lions riding a 2-game winning streak. There's no way they can string together 3 victories in a row for the first time in Campbell's tenure. And then, of course, that's exactly what they do. Daniel Jones finally did the thing that Daniel Jones likes to do, Walchuk, fumble the ball, turn it over.
The guy we love.
They looked awful. It was terrible. The Lions were rocking and rolling. And the good news is the Giants lose, obviously. And if we're competing by way of victories right now for Odell Beckham Jr. between the Cowboys and the Giants, certainly a step in the right direction. But for me personally, it was really, really unfortunate. I forgot how it felt. I think I was on a 2-week heater.
No, you were. You lost last week, too.
Okay, fair enough. But 2 weeks in a row of not having to
you didn't have to
bet payoffs.
Because you won. You got the lucky envelope number 4 on our
Sparky
game show.
So it felt yesterday was an unfortunate day for me, knowing that I had to do something.
But it's a great day for us because I do love having somebody on the show that gets to do a bet payoff, and especially when it's not me having to get my back waxed.
So, Chiafalo, how are you feeling about a bet payoff? Do you know what you want to do yet?
Well, I thought you had a really nice suggestion of a Thanksgiving edition of the Mystery Mix.
Oh, yes, we're going to go with that.
Which is a beautiful thing that Broadus did a few weeks back where he had kind of the cheeseburger bonanza that was pretty disgusting, along with oranges, I believe, to go along. It was pretty disgusting.
Yes.
It would have made me throw up. Broadus pounded that thing like it was nothing. It was disgusting for me. But a Thanksgiving mystery mix, because we're on a short week, I was like, how am I going to pull off a payoff here?
Yeah.
But it would be topical to do a Thanksgiving mystery mix. So if we want to do that, I'm open to it if we want to do that tomorrow.
I love that. What would the base be? What would the liquid be?
Chicken
broth?
Well, yeah, chicken broth.
Red wine?
Cranberry sauce.
Wine
Oh, that would be nasty.
Low or just cranberry juice, maybe, with that.
Cranberry juice,
because
there you go.
At least it's a liquid.
Yeah, that's
should be the
Thanksgiving-y.
base.
Or just gravy.
I God, how thick is this drink going to be if you go with the
it's disgusting.
God,
Okay.
are you putting the turkey in it with the bone, or are we going to
No,
debone
no,
the
I'm
meat?
gonna-
I think you should just like chug the bone. And
Okay,
right.
so you're thinking about you're thinking of turkey, right?
Oh, for sure, turkey.
I think it has
Stuffing?
to be turkey.
Stuffing's got to be in there.
Stuffing
yeah.
would be chill.
Cranberries?
You need the gizzards.
No, we need like gross things,
Gizzards,
Brian. This
yeah.
sounds
The
way
neck.
too delicious.
No, this is going to be disgusting.
Yeah.
I don't know is it the gizzard? Do we
Yeah.
want to put some
Yeah,
gizzards
there's a
in there?
gizzard, and there's some. Is that called giblets?
The
With
giblets,
your
yeah.
kidneys and
Yeah.
stuff.
Oh, the livers
Yeah.
taste gross.
Or you could go to
Yeah.
Chicken E and get some gizzards.
You can.
If you just wanted to do it easy.
No, you want to get them raw.
Wait, what?
Well, no, they got to be cooked
I mean,
so
is that-
you could
No, it's like
ingest them.
No, they don't have to be.
You could just like warm them up.
What do you
Yeah,
think
but
Native
for safety.
Americans did,
For
baby?
safety, you know.
Broadus is all of a sudden.
No
getting
We're
safety
talking about
involved.
poultry here, aren't we?
Yeah, well, maybe it's a problem. I don't know.
Well, let's work on this. That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, because then
But
we can pull it off
Do
tomorrow.
we need to get the ingredients and draw during this show so we
I
can bring
think-
it tomorrow?
I think what we have to do is like we have to later on in the day we need to have a drawing of this. Like
Yeah.
put them in the hat and all the
See what
like
pops.
5 bad things, 5 good things. This sounds like to me it's not going to be that hard because
It wouldn't
turkey
be
and
for you
stuffing.
because you're a different kind of breed. I am a bit of a puker.
You do have a weak
so
stomach.
this is going to be
But
terrible
what
for
is
me.
there bad in a Thanksgiving meal? What do you eat that's bad?
But we need to think of some bad things.
It's the meat-
Text
Like
me-
the deviled egg, is that part of the
it's the
Thanksgiving
meat
meal?
in the liquid that's going to make him go.
Yeah, I mean, it's. Are you kidding me? We're talking about blending up turkey and cranberries and gravy and stuffing. In what world is this appetizing? In what world is this not
I
a
don't think
bit
it's
of a
gonna- I
punishment?
don't think that would taste bad.
Sounds enjoyable to Brian.
Okay.
I would be a disgust. I got your back, Chief.
Thank
Paul. That
you,
sounds
Dawson.
disgusting.
I mean, I think
Yeah.
we can all rally
we have
behind
to,
the
we
fact
have to
that's
talk about
disgusting.
that gizzard thing.
You're probably a guy that doesn't. What do we got to talk about with the gizzards though?
I think the
I don't
livers
know,
and
'cause
Because
gizzards.
we want
the
to get
neck.
him as raw as possible.
I don't know.
Broadus trying to food poison me
making
before
me-
Thanksgiving giving.
It's kind of like part
This
of
is
the
a bet payoff.
we want to get the heart.
I'm trying
Yeah.
to make this as like delicious as possible.
Okay.
I can probably get the heart and the liver out of the bird that I defrosted and cook those up in a frying pan
There
tonight.
you go. I mean, at least they're going to get some protein. I
Yeah.
need to have a fair amount of protein. That's my only thing.
Yeah, you
Got to
love
be
the
a lot of
meats.
protein in
You
there.
love the meats.
And I love that Walchuk is harping on a tough bet payoff when he had to come in here one day dressed up in LSU gear and throw on a fake bald head. And by way of
Hey,
punishment,
you guys
like,
wanted
that
me to
was
do
torturous.
the. You guys wanted me to do the Brian Broaddus.
Yeah, it was a genius Broadus too. It was.
It was no,
very
it was
genius.
it was a
Thank you. I did it.
I don't know,
It was
man.
what
It's,
Dan-
I did
it
what
was
the
a-
fans wanted me to do. I just got waxed. Okay, I don't want to hear bleed from you, sir.
That was a different animal. That
Yeah, it
is
was good
lead,
payoff.
that's leader in the clubhouse right now.
I got to look up. Like, would you put a roll in there too?
I would love a Hawaiian roll. If you could do me a solid of a Hawaiian roll,
it's
that
too
would
easy.
be incredible.
That's very
Yeah,
fair.
no, we celery.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
For some-
okay.
for
I
some
see what you're
weird
doing.
things.
I see what you're doing.
Stuffing, yeah.
I see what
And
you're
like
doing.
a pumpkin pie or something
Like
weird,
oysters, like
Yeah.
ground up
Yeah.
oysters,
Well, that's
like
not a
oyster
Thanksgiving
stuffing.
item, is it?
Yeah, oyster stuffing.
It can be for occasion like Broadus.
Okay,
what
we
it
get any
is.
Crawfish.
Some
Yeah, we can do that.
Sounds
Yeah.
like Chiafalo just gave you the green light on that. It is time now. I think we're going to have to draw for these in the 6, okay?
Cool.
So
Yeah.
come back for the G-Bag of the Day, curated by Lucius. 1-0, 70th minute.
Oh, hooty hoo!
Hey, buddy.
Hooty hoo! That's what our waitress said on Saturday night. She was like, if you just need me, just say hooty hoo!
Okay.
So our whole table was hooty hoo!
Yeah.
I thought that meant something else.
That's a fun one. Was she from Atlanta?
No, she was from here, man. Let's see. I had Chicken Express gizzards for lunch, by the way.
You know what?
Sure did.
Were they good?
I sure did.
I had Golden Chick, and I tried these Zing wings. They're
Yeah.
like Nashville wings. They were amazing.
Yeah, sure did. Let's see. How was the church breakfast? This little church function right here. She had the breakfast, and then man came around with a microphone and a camera asking her how was the breakfast, and she just was at a loss for words.
Here we are with Miss Apostle Jet, everybody. Everybody say zoom, zoom, zoom.
Zoom,
We're going to
zoom.
give her a little breakfast interview. What would you rate the breakfast here at Ridgequest, Miss Apostle Jet?
Oh, the breakfast. The breakfast. The breakfast. The breakfast. The breakfast. The breakfast. The breakfast was awesome. Glory to God. And we tell God thank you for the grits and the eggs and cheese. He got me on the spot right here. I'm up in the spirit of the Lord. And I can't come down because we've been high all night.
Give it up for her. I can't even translate any of that. Praise God.
Praise God.
2-time G-Bag of the Day champion.
Oh, Shundo.
Man,
That's what
I
you
was
say. Oh, Shundo.
saying, man, the breakfast all weekend to myself.
The breakfast, the breakfast, the breakfast. I feel you, dog. CFL had their 109th Grey Cup over the weekend. You guys see that at all?
Didn't watch it.
109th?
No, but during Sundays, I have been clicking over to watch the CFL playoffs on ESPN because I pay for that app where you can get all the games. So I'm gonna get a little bit of the games. I'm gonna see what you got going on the Sunday.
Yeah,
sometimes it's an NFL game. I'm not paying attention to. I just I don't care. So I'm like, let's see what's going on over there.
Yeah, it's playoff time.
Yeah.
Maybe let's get rowdy.
See what's going on in the foreign countries. So here we go. The 109th Grey Cup, Toronto beat Winnipeg, and AJ Ouellette. Yeah, AJ Ouellette had the microphone.
The game was. Love you, coach. So proud of you. I love you. So proud. I'm just so proud of this team.
It's on live microphones on ESPN.
Wow.
The game was. Love you, coach.
I love you, coach.
Yeah. Well, sometimes you skip right to the championship parade vocabulary right there on the field.
Yeah.
And those are the one moments in time where you can say whatever you want. Nobody can hold it against you.
Yeah. You fellas have a good weekend at all?
Oh, no, it's good.
Very relaxing.
Yeah.
Very relaxing.
Right
Did a
up
puzzle.
until the Giants lost.
I'm doing a cool cats puzzle with Abby.
A cool cat. Hey, all you cool cats and kittens.
Like a big 5,000 piece. Yeah. So that seemed wholesome and
5,000?
We made
Yeah,
the
it's a
hot
big one.
chocolate that Chef Eric gave us. You see it on my shirt, actually.
Yes. Yeah, we made ours too.
Was it really
It was
cool?
fun. Yeah,
I
it
was
was
wondering what that
outstanding.
was.
It was delightful.
It sounded awesome.
It was an awesome time.
Did your chocolate ball explode?
Didn't really explode.
Just
it was
oozed
just
open?
like a
Yeah.
leaking of the marshmallows.
Oh,
Still very
leakage.
fun.
Okay, let's see here what we got. Spectrum News won Buffalo. They had a snowstorm up there in Buffalo. That's why we didn't have the game in Buffalo. It was in Detroit. But, what was that?
Hello.
What was that?
A little unexpected.
Yeah. But anyway, this guy was snowed in, and he was a little upset that he was snowed in. There's some little items that he left, and he wasn't thinking about.
All cleared out?
Pretty good, but I'm running out of beer, which is a problem. And weed.
Get a lot of
But that's my own fault. I should have stocked up ahead of time, honestly.
That's a true thing.
Is this Mike Leach, Buffalo resident?
Hilarious.
I got a beer and weed.
I'm out of weed. I'm out of beer. We couldn't catch the ball day
Hilarious.
today. Yeah.
That is the toughest thing about being snowed in. You're like, got to make sure you're all supplied up,
Yeah.
whether it's beer, weed, food,
And you go through and you go through a lot on the first day, the first night, because you're watching the news, you're keeping up with it a lot. Just see what's going on.
Yeah.
It's got your interest, so your anxiety's up a little bit. You might smoke a little bit more. You might drink a little bit more.
Yeah.
By the end of the weekend, you're really scratching and clawing for that final. Like, please, God, give me some sun. Let these streets melt.
Are you ever to the point where you look outside and you're like, man, I'm really high, or did it really snow that much?
Yeah.
Are you like, oh my gosh, what just happened
Yeah.
to me? Kind of a thing.
That third day, you're probably breaking up a whole lot of roaches from different roads, put them together, make one big one.
The roads don't look that bad. I think I could do it.
I can walk. I can make it to the guy's house.
Maybe I'm speaking for myself, but in Texas, I feel like we got to worry about the grid,
Yeah.
So
the grid.
Well, I wasn't worried about it until it fell down finally.
Right? Everything's secondary to do I have enough fuel to avoid hypothermia? That's what I was feeling like last time.
Okay, let's see. I want to hear if he sounds like Mike Leach one time.
all cleared out?
Pretty good, but I'm running out of beer, which is a problem.
Yeah.
And weed.
Yeah, he sounds like Mike.
And weed.
Yeah, he sounds like Mike. Here's Uncle Earl. His daddy taught him a lesson when he was young.
My daddy told me, he said, you know the reason you're working? I said, yeah, basically why, what you talking about? He said, you're working to buy what you want.
Yeah.
I said, buy what I want. I know what I want, so I better go to work. I'm gonna sure buy it. Been buying it ever since I started working.
Oh my goodness.
I pay up front. That way you don't have no bullshit. I don't want to marry. I ain't trying to meet your family. I don't give a damn if you got a killer in your family or a priest. I don't need to meet none of them. Bring your happy ass over here.
It got on.
Let me spank it and you go home.
Uncle Earl.
Uncle Earl.
Never heard you talk like
I mean, I'm just telling them for real,
Was that the same guy that went 5-time a couple years back?
Yeah, I got
that money.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Uncle Earl's dad taught him a lesson. Spectrum News in Buffalo, CFL's Grey Cup celebration, Church 2-time champ. Any other nominees, Lucius?
That's it, man. Let's get out of here. We're on the time.
Okay, all righty. I'm going to go with the guy that snowed in, Chiafalo. How about you?
I was thinking the same.
All right, 2-0, Lucius?
Uncle Earl.
It's 2-1, Wolchuk.
Oh, Shondo.
Man, it's tough not to vote for the breakfast, because I do love that. But I think I'm going to go with the Snowden guy, too.
3-1, Broadus.
I starred Uncle Earl. Everybody needs an Uncle Earl in their life.
By a score of 3-2, your new G-Bag of the Day champion at Spectrum News in Buffalo, checking in with a citizen who snowed in. 77th minute now. The USA has been playing more possession, been more in Wales attacking third than their own, so that's pretty good. Defensive third.
They just went massive subs.
Okay, yes.
About 3 of them came on.
Got some fresh bodies in the game.
Yeah.
You are about 15 minutes from securing a World Cup opening victory, but Wales has been threatening quite a bit throughout the second half, and they're back on the front foot now as we're heading for Krusty's Corner. Where are we heading with that, sir?
Guys, we had a chance to look at the All-22. Let's talk about that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning.
Need of traffic control or barricade rentals? Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider, taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. It is the Texas Authority in Barricade Rentals. BuyersBarricades.com.
A horrible foul in the box. Ream against Bale, penalty, and we are tied at 1. Turner appeared to get his hands on it, but it was a rocket off the left foot of Gareth Bale, and they have equalized now. 85th minute, opening game of the World Cup Group B. Here's Broadus with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much. Very disappointing challenge there to stay in the box. But hey, we play on here. Hopefully, U.S. doesn't give up something here late. All right, I mentioned I watched the All-22 and got some plays that I want to talk about. I want to talk about the first play, the Micah sack. And I'll say this though, when you start to talk about, hey, how does coverage help pass rush, or does pass rush help coverage? In this case, I think that it was coverage that helped Micah Parsons get this sack, because I really like what they were able to do in the secondary for the Cowboys and how they played this. They were the Vikings were going to get in like a bunch formation. We've seen the Cowboys struggle with that. We've seen them when they get tight, when opponents get tight together and then scatter. The Cowboys have a little bit of some problems of covering that. Well, they played this bunch formation on that particular 3rd and 3 by playing a zone is what they did. And the Vikings thought that they were going to get some man coverage, so they're going to run these picks. Well, as they're running the picks to try and free free Thielen across the field, they've got the Cowboys have the safety playing in the middle of the field, standing right there along the line of scrimmage. And you can clearly see from the end zone copy that Cousins wants to throw the ball in the crossing route, and he sees the safety standing right there, Kerr standing right there, and doesn't do it. And so he pulls it down. He tries to evade and get out to the right of the pocket. And that's where Micah was able to run him down from behind and then knock the ball loose. So great job by the Cowboys. Right defensive call. Great job of playing. Kerr's playing where he needed to be and not allowing Thielen the opportunity to cross his face. And then also by doing that, it got to where Parsons was able to make the sack. Really nice job on that.
Have you seen some games where the Cowboys have been caught in man coverage in those personnel moments?
Yeah.
Okay, or those schematic moments?
Yeah, and to me it was almost like they were thinking that okay, out of this bunch we're going to, the Vikings were looking at it as like, okay, we're going to run picks because they're going to play man coverage in this down because they're going to bring pressure. And in fact, it was just they played them straight up as a zone, and it really worked out well. It's a great call by Dan Quinn, great finish by Parsons, and great job by Kurse standing in the way, making the play. All right, the play that the Armstrong sack that got Christian Darrisaw out of the game was super impressive. I never kind of thought that you would see a situation where Armstrong would be able to walk a guy back, but he completely walked Darrisaw right back into Cousins. And I mean, like the collision of Cousins trying to throw and then the impact and all that, that's what got Darrisaw, got the concussion, and he was out of the game. And that kind of turned the game around for, I think, the Vikings in a way where they lost their best offensive tackle. But great job of great strength and power by Armstrong to make that push and take him all the way back to the quarterback and get him out. Because later on, they're going to get a sack. They're going to get a sack because of putting Blake Brandel in the game. They're going to get a sack with him in the game. So having him as Micah Parsons' second sack, he's going to beat Brandel inside. I mean, he just never gave an opportunity, never got his hands on him. I mean, just the inside, just rush straight to the quarterback. Great job by Parsons there making it happen. Now, the reason I bring this one up is because on that play, though, Thielen was open underneath. Like he's going, if
Armstrong doesn't get there, it's a big play.
Yeah, no, this is the Micah sack. Second Micah sack. He's if Micah doesn't get there, he's going to be able to get the ball underneath the Thielen right there, and he's open on the play. And by making that sack, he wasn't able to do so. So great job by that making it happen right there. All right, the sack, though, that Lawrence had, again, this is Brendel. This is their best offensive tackle, Dershawn, not being on the field. And so Brendel sets too wide. I mean, he goes way too wide. Now, this is some of the things that we've seen with Tank and what he's been able to do and how he's able to avoid as he's rushing the passer. So here he is. He gets the wide set from the tackle. He goes inside. And now you're in a situation where Dalvin Cook is trying to make a block, and he avoids him on the pickup. So then, Cousins got absolutely no shot. You got an avoid with the offensive tackle. You got an avoid with the back, and then you're right on top of the quarterback. So great job of that happening as well. Another sack that you want to look at in this football game, too, is what Fowler was able to do. And I mentioned in this when we were breaking down the Vikings of the problems that they had with Ed Ingram, the rookie from LSU at guard. I kind of felt like that he was a guy that was a little bit of a liability. But here again, you get the situation where Fowler's able to set him really wide and then come right back underneath him and then right on top for the sack. So, great job by those guys, of making plays like that in order to get sacks. Now, let me focus in a little bit on some of the offensive stuff that I saw in this football game from the all 22 that I was able to mark up. Let's see here, the one I want to talk about. The thing about it was I want to talk about a really nice the play, the setup of the we'd say an RPO, the run,
the
pass,
DAC,
the DAC one,
the DAC run,
the RO. The RO is really what that play was all about right there. I thought that was a really, really nice call, and it was set up really, really well. But the key to that one is that Tyler Smith had an outstanding block, really nice setup, nice block to get him outside where nobody was in the alley to make him to even cause him some problems. So he was able to get up the field and make the run. So give Tyler Smith a lot of credit on the play for making that happen.
Man, I thought the 3 carries for 15 yards from Dak, it just goes to show you how little can go such a long way when it comes to the quarterback running the ball.
Yeah. Super nice to see him. I thought that was like a miscommunication at first when I saw it. Like the way it looked, it just felt like this is, I don't know if did they do that on purpose, but it was just wide open for the taking.
It's a beautiful play.
Yeah. It was, when you watch on tape, it opened up so quick because you had the defenders on the outside go down inside, and Tyler Smith was able just to wheel and just drive the defender. So now you really don't have anybody in the alley to make that happen. So really, really good job by them to do it. Okay, the touchdown pass in the flat that Pollard caught.
The 30-yarder?
Yeah, the 30-yarder. Again, I've been critical of Dalton Schultz for the blocking and what he's been able to do. He drove his guy completely off the field at that downfield. And then they had a situation too where Patrick Peterson just couldn't rally to make. That just shows you how quick that Pollard is running the football.
Like Romo was talking about the block, and the block was great, but like the Jets, the ability to evade was incredible on that play.
It was. I mean, and once the ball went outside of the flat, I mean, up the sidelines, once he got that block from Schultz,
it was over.
He was over because Peterson, he's usually a pretty good tackler, just couldn't keep up with him at all. So really nice job.
I thought CeeDee Lamb also did a good job blocking downfield.
He did. CeeDee Lamb. And the next play I want to talk about here before I run out of time is the CeeDee Lamb catch. And we were all asking about how to get Turpin more involved in that. And on the catch that CeeDee made, that like the Terrence Williams toe drag before the half.
Oh, it was amazing.
Okay. They set that play up. It's going to be, they pull the center all the way to the edge. They pull Biotish to the edge and then turn him around so they're going to seal with the center inside. So Dak is naturally, it was a design run to the outside. And once he got to the outside, they had Turpin running a vertical 9 route. They were going to try and launch the ball to Turpin on the play. And so you really had 3 levels of the throw. You had the level of Schultz underneath, which Dak, no. Then you had Lamb in between, and then you also had Turpin all the way down the field. So the play was designed, I believe, to try and get the ball to Turpin, but the safety went deep, and that left the space between Turpin and Dak right there, and that's why he was able to throw the ball right there. But a great decision by Dak, not just to throw the ball down the middle of the field or down the sideline and maybe get intercepted right there. He went to the right spot. Good read by him to make that throw, and great job by Lamb being able to
proceeding to be able to cup his hands.
But that was a play. That was a play.
Ball.
Yeah, that was a play designed to get it to Turpin on the fly right there.
Great stuff, Brian. Always love it. He gets the film first out of anybody in the media. You tune in on a Cowboys Monday at 2:40. He's going to give you the goods on exactly how these big plays went down. Okay, Wales did equalize about 20 minutes ago on a penalty. It's 1-1. They're in the 95th minute, but 9 minutes of stoppage time were added, so at least 4. And Wales players keep pretending like they've just broken a leg every 2 minutes. They're trying to bleed this game out. The USA is attacking and trying to win 2-1. So a lot of things could happen. When we return, we'll tell you how it finished, and then we'll get to the Mike McCarthy press conference right here on 105 through the Fan.
The Fan.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are standing by for the Mike McCarthy press conference. We have some Cowboys numbers from victory, a glorious W that it was. The USA and Wales remain tied. It is 1 apiece. There were 9 minutes of extra time. We're now in the 101st minute, though, as goalie Matt Turner elevates to take a free kick, and now he punts. And is that game? That looks like it is game.
That is it.
1-1, so not the end of the world. But I tell you what, from a U.S. perspective, just maddening that you give up that penalty kick because they played so well. I don't think Wales would have scored otherwise. But things happen quickly in the box. And Gareth Bale was about to receive. He had his back to the goal, 15 yards out. And Ream decides just to blow him up from behind. I mean, the ball was 4 feet in front of him towards midfield. And Ream's acting like he's going to slide through his legs and get it cleanly and poke it out the other side for no reason. Bale hadn't. You can't score with your back to the goal unless you're freaking Pele. So I guess it's cool they got a point. But it's pretty damn frustrating that they didn't get 3 because they were clearly the better team.
Yep.
All the anxiety from a month ago in these tune-up games that they played and didn't score a goal in 180 combined minutes of soccer, we're like, oh, crap, they don't look good. They looked pretty dang good today. But after their first goal, they took their foot off the gas and said, no, we're going to try to win 1-0. 1-0. The best teams, what do they do when they get up 1-0? They say, let's try to make this 3-0.
Yes.
Let's keep attacking.
Can't just take the air out of the ball and just park and play defense for the last 45 minutes of the game. And that's kind of what the United States did. And the U.S. probably should have gotten a 1-0 win. Yeah. But unfortunately, you have a penalty in the box. You give Wales, their best player, a penalty kick. Gareth Bale buries it.
Yeah.
And you end up with a draw.
It's not very often I've watched a World Cup game with the U.S. and felt like they were the better team. Because usually they're not. And they got to play crap counterattack soccer to try to get a surprise goal, and then just pack it in on defense and don't let them win. But there it is. So you open 1-1. They'll play England on Friday. Last time they played England, they beat them in 2010. And then you'll take on Iran next week. So there you have it. All right. Cowboys numbers from victory. Dallas' 37-point margin was its highest margin of victory on the road in franchise history. That's pretty amazing what we witnessed yesterday. The 40-burger came alive once again. And this time with a defense, and, it really looked invincible from yesterday. You can't get too high or too low in this NFL, but that's as good as it gets in the entire history of your franchise. They had never gone out there and whooped another team that good. And this time you do it against a team that's 8-1. And, I don't know, you could nitpick it and say, well, the advanced analytics say they're not elite, but dang it, you beat an 8-1 team. And I think that's something that this team's been needing to do over the last 2 or 3 seasons.
Hell yes.
Especially in an environment like that. It was really loud to start the game, at least. It certainly got a little bit quiet there as the game went on. But that was just a full-on butt whooping, for four quarters. It was outstanding. There's not much to really nitpick at other than just give praise all the way around. Offensively, one of the things we lamented about the Green Bay game when you got into the fourth quarter and for a decent portion of the second half, it was like, can we sustain drives here? Can we rattle off some first downs? What's the deal? And you go 12 of 17 on third down. You do pretty dang good in the red zone as well, minus the start of the game where you're gifted points and you have to settle for 3, but you score on the first 7 possessions of the game.
Yeah.
It was just a well-oiled machine that from the very jump, the defense set the tone. And maybe this is a great example of this is a team that needs to start with defense more often. Come out of the gates with a big defensive play, and now you're riding high, because it seems like too often this season they start with the ball and they come out flat, and now it's like, okay, where's the energy? Maybe the defense gets put in a bad spot, whatever it is, and it's like, man, maybe this is a team that leads with their defense.
I like leading with the defense. I like starting out on defense, and it seemed like a couple of years ago they'd moved in that direction, but recently they've moved back into having the ball first. And I don't know why you'd want to do that. It takes away that ability around halftime to really body slam the opponent.
McCarthy usually likes to defer because he likes that double dip. He likes
you got 10 points off the double dip.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It worked out for you yesterday, and it hasn't always for them, but he likes that, where you're able to try and get the ball right before the half, go down, get those points. Worked out beautifully where CeeDee Lamb makes that catch, and then Maher bangs in the 60-yarder, which had to give them a lot of mojo going into the break. But then you come out, and then you hit the big play with Pollard to score coming right out to start the third quarter and essentially ice the game right then and there. So I'm with you guys. I think deferring, last week I think Christy said it to you in the pregame. The reason he wanted to start with the ball was more so to just decide the wind. Where were you going to get the ball so the wind could be at their back in the fourth quarter? So maybe situationally, depending on where they're playing, that might be why. But overall, I'm with you.
Well, it was Landry-esque yesterday. Since 1978, when they expanded to 16, they'd never done that to start a game with scoring 7 straight.
No, that was pretty amazing. I think they've really figured out how to use Zeke and how to use Pollard, as interchangeable pieces.
1-2 punch.
And
Pollard played way more plays.
Yeah.
It was the most skewed in Pollard's direction all season, I believe, in terms of the play distribution. They both had the same amount of carries, to be fair.
Yeah, I would challenge you to go find a game where they've had equal carries.
Right.
I mean, I think that we're getting even closer now. Well, you saw it last night, 15 and 15 on the carries and stuff like that. There's the things, the touchdown they threw on the swing, on the wheel route to Pollard. That's not a route that you would run with Elliott.
No.
You just wouldn't do that. I mean, because
not since his rookie year.
Well, yeah, you see the matchup. It's linebacker. I mean, Dak and them are talking about. They kind of see what's going on with, again, Schultz with a great route to clear things out, and then you get the wheel. It's one-on-one. You wouldn't run that route. Now, but what happened is it's like, okay, on the goal line, what did they do? They handed the ball to Pollard twice. One time the friggin' Ferguson just got destroyed, couldn't get it in. The next time they had another problem on the other side, so they had to.
Oh, we got to go.
Okay.
Let's hear Mike McCarthy talk about it.
Mike, David Moore, Dallas Morning News. You were talking yesterday about how you responded from a disappointing loss and knowing the team would do that. And now you have this sort of win. Some in the organization are talking Super Bowl. Can you talk about how you handle success, and is that more difficult sometimes than handling the difficult?
Well, I understand. I saw Jerry's comments, but I could tell you, speaking with General Manager Jerry today, he's focused on the Giants, but obviously the owner is he's always looking at the big picture, and I think. My reality in this, and really the team's reality is, we addressed those questions at the beginning of the year back in training camp. So we understand what our goal is for the year. That hasn't changed, but our focus as a team is if we're talking about anything other than the Giants, we're wasting our time. So this is a quick week. This is a division game. It's an important game. We clearly understand what their record is and what our record is. So this is about beating the Giants.
Classic Voice Telegram. How different are the Giants this time than last time?
Schematically, or no? I think there's definitely similarities, but I think you have to be just real impressed with their blueprint. They're doing a really good job holding the ball. I think situational defense is a real strength of theirs, and they're winning games at the end. So they've been in every game's been tight, and they've won a lot of games at the end, which speaks to game management and things like that. So they've been playing really good football.
You're a different team, obviously, with Dak. How different are you guys, and how much can that first game be a blueprint for you guys?
Well, I mean, it's still a blueprint. I mean, we watched it. We're just watching it with the quarterback, so it's part of the cut-ups. So I mean, again, the biggest thing about these games is just really dialing into the who you're playing against, and what position. We understand the multiplicity of scheme on both their offense and defense. So, that won't change. So, it'll definitely be a, heavy scheme game as far as how they come after us. But obviously they've had injuries yesterday, so we're just really focusing on who's playing where and how we feel like they're going to line up against us.
Mike Jory, Epstein, Yahoo Sports. You talk a lot about how you like players to be able to do at least two things when you think about what they can do for the roster. Tony Pollard was effective in the receiving game yesterday. How much is that part of the value he provides you guys, and how do you decide when you do and don't want to use that?
Well, I mean, I think the two components more about, players that are contributing outside of the starting position. I look at Tony as a starter, so and his ability just to run all aspects of our offense from not only the running back position but the receiver position obviously speaks to his value, and obviously his production has been extraordinary this month. So, but yeah, I mean, that answer your question?
I guess on a similar note, Tony talked about how the play that he scored, the 68-yard touchdown, was something that y'all put in this past week. Is there more of an emphasis to get him involved in plays like that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's a great route. It looked good in practice all week, and there's always plays you're hoping to get the right coverage, the right matchup, and he, him and Dak delivered in a huge way. So, but yeah, that's part of football. I think when you get into this time of the year, as much as you're still able to go back and we always call them training camp. Training camp plays, things we've been working on since training camp. And, I think really when you're able to still utilize a lot of the, not really the concepts, the particular looks and formations and stress points that you spend all your time in spring and training camp, that points to a good off season. So, and that's been a real benefit for us.
Mike Dotter with ESPN. I know he returned to the game late, but how was Micah's knee today?
Good. I haven't got all the information from the trainers, but he's in the meetings, and he'll be at the walkthrough.
When you go back to what Dak was able to do yesterday, 22 out of 25, do you look at those 3 passes and say he was almost 25 of 25 in some respects?
Definitely. I think one was clearly a throwaway. So I mean, we grade that as a win. As far as the decision making. So yeah, I thought he was extremely disciplined yesterday. Just went through his reads. The touchdown to Tony was the 4th component. It was a pure progression read, and comes over and hits Tony on the wide route, and obviously Tony finishes it there for a touchdown. So I thought Dak played extremely well yesterday.
Michael Belkin, Dallas Morning News. Dak seems to be doing more with his legs over recent weeks. What dimension do you feel he's providing the offense with some of what he's bringing out?
Well, I mean, he's always played that way. I mean, I just think that Dak's only thing Dak's really had to overcome, I would say, is just some his injuries. But I thought Dak was very smart with the football. When I said that, I thought he played very disciplined. I wasn't just talking about the passing game. I thought obviously in the run game, and just dealing with some of the things that they were trying to do, is particularly with their front. I mean, we talk about this time and time again. Schematic changes in the defense as far as the trends in the league. You're seeing a lot more fronts to formation in first and second down than normal. So with that carries to the quarterback position as far as how he has to be a big part of the run game, as far as the checks and the ability to know when to pull the ball and when not to.
That check that he made on 3rd down on the 11-yard keeper, is that a good example of just?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I think it's really a good example of the adjustments that go on not only during the week but during the game. So I thought the communication all the way through, coaching staff to players, then coaches to players, and then players to players. I thought we were extremely dialed in yesterday. I was very impressed.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. How did Clark play yesterday? Obviously, you got a lot more time without
I'll be honest with you. I watched the first half of the defense on the plane and the first half of the offense, and that's all really I got through. And then, since I woke up, I've been on the Giants. So whatever grade you gave him, we'll go with it.
Calvin Mayock.
Who's that?
I call him Calvin Mayock.
Okay. There you go.
David. Mike, following up on Parsons, with where the game was, the injury that he comes off the field, how much of a discussion is there on whether or not a guy goes back into that game? As long as he has medical clearance, is everything fine and it's kind of up to him, or how do you weigh that?
Well, I mean, I think got a couple different things going on as far as, not only just Micah, but the whole game yesterday. I mean, anytime anything happens to a player, it's obviously the medical staff is the priority, and then once they release him back to play, then obviously he's eligible to go back in. Second part, really, I don't know if I've ever been part of a regular season game that had that much, because you're trying to get everybody in the game and play these players, but also you got to play special teams too. So I mean, that's part of it. I think there's always a play or two that you go, was that guy in there? But I mean, you have 48 players, and And not only did we start playing other players, but we played them early. I mean, we start talking about it with, I think, 8 minutes left in the third quarter. So, so that's not as easy as it looks. So I hope we didn't get graded down for that.
No, but I mean, a lot of times too, I mean, leaders, I mean, it's about the leaders of your team want to be out there from start to finish in good or bad times to be part of it.
I get it. I was trying to be funny. Sorry I didn't pull it off. But yeah. Who's that? Oh, you guys do. Yeah. Okay. I thought you were talking about our defensive players. No, but no, it's definitely want to play. I mean, those guys want to play, especially particularly when Minnesota was having to pass more than probably they wanted to, and so we get that, but I thought we regulated it pretty good.
Christy Scales, Cowboys Radio. How did Tyler Smith grade out at left guard in his first reps since preseason?
No, I was being serious. We haven't graded it, but he looked like he played well. I thought it was good to it's a combination we've been working the last couple of weeks, particularly in practice. So we're just trying to get him ready.
Just to follow up on that, is that something where you like to continue to get him a few snaps with the rotation?
We'll see how the weeks go. Yeah.
Sure.
Well, yeah, I got one on that and one on another. How much of that does speak to Tyron Smith's return, and where is Tyron in terms of?
Well, I think it just speaks to the flexibility. Also, I was getting ready to move Connor to right guard for Zach too. So I mean, there's a lot of things that we're going into that. But I think Jason Peters, now that he's been here this long, so we wanted to make sure he was given some opportunities too. So we're just trying to stay ahead of this. Just have as many different combinations as we possibly can.
Dak talked about how he and Micah had a conversation Saturday night about chasing greatness. I'm sure those conversations happen more often than we hear about, but how important are those conversations between players?
I mean, I actually saw some of it. It was down in the snack, and it was, the part I recall is, it was Dak chasing Micah because Micah was kicking his ass in cards. So that was the greatness component that I saw. So I'm glad it carried over to Sunday.
Wow. You guys stopped the run against the Eagles, but it's something you have to do each week, certainly with the Giants. We just talk about the importance of Eagles. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm glad. Thank you, sir. I wouldn't have said it.
Against the Vikings. There you go. But it's something you feel they're still going to test you. It's still something you have to do.
Absolutely. We'll see it every week. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And I think really you watch New York play. I mean, this is they've been trying to run the ball every week as far as a focus, and I see that not being any different come Thursday.
Got it.
How different is a Thanksgiving game plan from a regular week? Because it is a short week. Can you have as many plays? Is it tightened down? How do you go about that?
My experience has been it's clearly different, obviously, just in the time frame, the health of the players, which you're able to really practice. To be honest, some of it's the luck of the draw, and what I mean by that is, how many of the plays did you use from the prior week? We historically have gone in a little heavy in this past game, knowing that the Thursday game's coming. So you do want to have some carryover there as much as possible. So it does help when when you play the same type of defense or the same type of offense. So those are other factors in too. So, but yeah, you really have to watch that because you're really not going to get any full speed reps till probably Wednesday.
And I know rush and cover and all that good stuff, but what are your thoughts on Diggs' afternoon?
Rush and cover.
Well, how that helps each other and stuff. What are your thoughts on what Diggs was able to do?
Oh, I thought he played really well. I mean, I think just at the end of the day, I mean, he's not getting a lot of action, so I think that speaks volumes.
Mike Jonas with WFAA. Really, over the last few years, the guys in the locker room speak about how they come out angry and aggressive after a loss. They seem to play their best with their backs against the wall. It's probably like that across the league, but as a coach, how do you kind of harness that to play that way every week, even after a huge victory?
I'll say this: I think every game is a learning experience, in which if you can clearly take from the last one and move it forward, it's a benefit. My personal opinion is when you have a lot of success, that's a bigger challenge than when you don't have success. I think just the innate ability and the wiring and the makeup of the professional athletes, especially an NFL football player, they're always going to respond. They've had to respond their whole lives. So a big part of their path is, knowing what it feels like to have your back against the wall and respond. So, yeah, I wasn't really. I just thought really the noise, going over there and playing as much as I have, it really makes you focus. You have to have a really high level of focus, and that's where I think that was a huge advantage for us. And I thought it played well with our team. And we executed obviously at a high level, but I think just those kind of things was really what I focus on.
And in terms of but maintaining that, I mean, is there anything?
Well, that's a challenge. If you could bottle it, or if I could write the book, I wouldn't be standing up here answering these questions. So, that's the beauty of our game. I talked on some of those points this morning, and definitely we'll try to carry as much of that focus, each and every week. But, most important thing is just for all of us to realize, what it did as far as, dealing with that type of, focus going in there and, and maintaining that. Now we're playing at home and, all the other things. It's Thanksgiving. And so there's other focal points that we got to make sure we are dealing with. But, that's the beauty of lining up and playing every week.
We've spoken before about your depth at tight end, but having 4 of them on the field at once, that was something new. How unique of a group is this relative to what you've had in your career?
Well, very unique, excellent group, clearly. But I think it goes back to Jory's question earlier. What's wrong?
Huh? Sorry,
I'm right here. You good?
Yeah, I thought someone was in trouble. Sorry. I'm good.
Okay, good.
Everybody's okay.
Everybody's good.
Everybody check yourself. Okay?
Huh?
Jose was yawning. Yeah. Jose, you okay? All right.
Wow. Happy Thanksgiving.
You're on a roll, I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
All right, there it is, the Mike McCarthy press conference here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Couple of takeaways. Said all he's done is watch the first half. No complete player grades are coming. They're getting right back into game prep. Micah Parsons, speaking of that, is good, and he's going to do the walkthrough this afternoon. He was hobbling around again yesterday. On Jason Peters playing left tackle, Smith at left guard late when the Cooper Rush came in, just trying to stay ahead of things and give ourselves some options. And then if you watch New York play, they're trying to run the ball every week, and he expects it to be no different. All righty, there it is. It's a victorious Cowboys Monday right here in the G-Bag Nation. They moved to 7-3. Now, when we return right here, we will jump back into Cowboys numbers from victory, and wait till you see all the ways the Cowboys made history in yesterday's dub. That's coming up next year on The Fan. I want to chat about Window Nation, though.
by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
We got historic stats from victory. By the way, Micah Parsons is okay again. He was limping again, but Mike McCarthy saying he will be participating in today's walkthrough. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you are hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. Call the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. I want to go to Dorrance Armstrong here. 2 sacks, fumble recovery, second multi-sack game this season and of his career. 7 sacks this year. A single season career high for him. Could he get to double digits? And how crazy is this what the Cowboys are doing, when it comes to all these guys being able to get to the passer? Sam Williams had an impact as well, Brian. I don't know if I've ever seen anything like this. I did see they have the most sacks in a single season through 10 games. They just passed that 2017 Jaguars team. So if you can remember how dominant that was, that squad had 40 through 10. The Cowboys now have 42 sacks through 10 games.
And they were called Saxonville.
Yeah.
Like they had a whole nickname centered around how great they got after the quarterback, and the Cowboys are outpacing those guys.
Well, and that defense was able to take Blake Bortles to a conference championship game.
Gosh. Kind of feel like, though, that this team, if teams will allow them to rush the passer, absolutely. There's no limit for the number of sacks they can get. They just put so much pressure on you with how they play, the twist stunts, the linebacker, the way that he's able to play. They just move guys around. They move tackles to edge. They move edges to tackle. I mean, they create so many blocking mismatches, and that's if you could get a team to pass. That's going to be the challenge the rest of the way, because
I don't think a team could beat the Cowboys passing.
I don't think they can either.
Bring on Patrick Mahomes with Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce. I'm not worried about it. You're going to have to run the ball.
Eventually, the 4th and 7 in the Packer game was a huge play because they couldn't get home to get Rodgers on the ground. If you get a pass rush and get a sack or an incomplete, game's over. You win the Packers game. That's it. You're going to get the ball at midfield. Instead, it ends up a touchdown to Watson, and there you go. So if teams are going to watch the Minnesota film and say, yeah, throwing the football is our best way to win today, there's not many teams that could roll out the wide receivers that Minnesota had.
Yeah.
And
especially in the NFC,
the running backs and the stuff like that. I mean, that was a very cavalier game plan by Kevin O'Connell.
Yeah,
very cavalier.
Cavalier is one word you could use to describe it.
Yeah, I mean, that's like, what? Well, we are who we are, and we're good. Well, Dallas just showed you, well, hey, we are who we are. You let us rush the passer all day, we will get 7 sacks.
Okay, listen to this Micah Parsons stuff. 2 sacks, 8th career multi-sack game.
Jeez.
3rd NFL defender since 82 with at least 8 multi-sack games in their first 26 outings, joining Aldon Smith and Sean Merriman. And remember, the start Aldon Smith had, it was a Hall of Fame first 2 years for him.
Yeah.
Parsons leads the NFL with 5 multi-sack games this year, is the only Cowboys player since 82 with 5 multi-sack performances in the first 10 games of a season. It's a faster clip than D. Ware ever did. Parsons' career sack total is up to 23, and he is only the 6th player with at least 23 sacks through his first 26 games. Aldon Smith, Sean Merriman, Von Miller, Derek Thomas, and your guy Reggie White.
Yeah,
those are the guys that he is keeping company with.
See, this is one of those things. This is why you wonder. We're all like, why is Mike out there still rushing the passer at the end of the game? Because you don't get the opportunity to rush like this, to where it just turns into, hey, they're wounded along the offensive line. They got a quarterback that's just been beat up, and he's scared every time he goes back. And every time they go back, Dallas could have got a sack every time that he went back to pass. Seriously, it was that bad.
The team asked you to sacrifice for it, and sometimes it sacrifices for you.
Yeah.
And I think that was one of those situations.
Absolutely.
Like, hey, sacks is what you get paid off of. It's what you build your Hall of Fame resume off of.
Absolutely.
How could we ask you to play hurt and do everything for the team and ask you to sit on the bench right now?
Yeah, especially when you've got really a quarter left of the game. And they're still throwing the football, and you're like going, okay, do they have the same offensive lineman? Oh no, they're missing 2 guys. Oh, and I beat the 2 guys that were on the field previously. That's to me, yeah, I get it, folks, but it's also Micah saying, hey, I want to get out there and rush the passer, because you know what? I can maybe get. Heck, he had a sack. He let Kirk Cousins go.
That's
I
right.
mean, he's thinking where he lost track of where the ball was.
Yeah.
He thought, Cousins goes through and he holds the ball somehow in his hand.
He thought
and
he
then,
threw
and then
it.
he double clutches it. Micah could have had another. Micah could have had 5 sacks in that football game.
He
yesterday.
absolutely could have.
Yeah,
Okay,
easily.
let's get back on schedule. Chiafalo has the best of the weekend coming up next. Chief, where are we heading?
We have an update to our season-long stat of the day, and I have to come clean on something I'm not very proud of. That's next.
Okay, let's talk about D&M Leasing because they have something outstanding coming up for you.
Man are driving up prices. Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
All right, welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a great day. We're putting together Chiafalo's Mystery Mix, a Thanksgiving edition. He has a bet payoff because he was wrong this past weekend in the G-Bag Survivor.
Go Lions!
Didn't think the Giants would lose to the Lions, but it happened.
Bit those kneecaps off, baby!
A week ago, Walchuk was lamenting the Lions for botching a Bears would-be victory.
I hated them a week
And
ago.
Now you love them.
Now I love them.
The Mystery Mix combines 5 different items, and they're thrown into a blender. We'll draw from a hat of 10 items coming up in the 6 o'clock hour to determine what Chiafalo's Thanksgiving Mystery Mix will be. But we need your suggestions. What are the Thanksgiving items that you would like to see in a mystery mix? Let's put it that way. Text them in at 877-881-1053. Brian?
It has to be Thanksgiving items.
Yeah, right. Thanksgiving items.
Yeah, and exactly, because I tried to throw in oyster stuffing, and everybody looked at me like, now in Louisiana you would do that. Oyster stuffing, crawfish stuffing, that would be,
traditional Thanksgiving
sausage
items.
stuffing would be another one.
You're also trying to do raw sausage stuffing.
I think you should have to part of the gizzard will be part of that. I think it should be.
Yes.
Okay, the gizzard can be in there, but it has to not be a raw one. That's my one.
Yeah, have you got any covered on that if he draws it? All right.
Some kind of a giblet or neck or something like
you
that.
Can fry that
out
up
of
for
that bag
him.
that comes from the turkey.
Yeah, you can fry that up.
Here's Chiafalo with the best of the weekend.
I always love some good neck around this time of year.
Yeah, I know you do.
Now, I have to admit something, boys. This is uncomfortable for me, but I got to be open and honest about it.
What, did you crap your pants again?
No, but that is a fair guess. What in Family Feud, you just received points, Walchuk. To be fair,
number 4.
That was definitely
number 4 on the board.
That was 100% fair, and the odds were more likely of that happening than this happening. I was a coward yesterday. Okay, with 31 seconds left in half number 1 of Cowboys versus Vikings, I was ready to just give me the kneel. Let's jog into the locker room feeling comfortable with a 17-point lead. It's 20-3. Let's not go Chicago Bears in this thing and throw an interception and dong around with giving up points right before the half. Okay. So I was ready to be a coward. I always want my people being my coaches, my players, my team, my organization. Let's go be aggressive. And I was sitting there to myself like a little coward. Mm-hmm. And then the next 31 seconds took place. And it was 5 plays, 44 yards, and most of those yards were a next-level throw, next-level call, next-level catch from McCarthy to Moore to Prescott to Lamb. Dear God, was it amazing. And that was a 27-yard completion from Dak to Lamb. Next Gen will tell you that Lamb's shoulders were 1.1 yards out of bounds when he was leaning out with the toes inbounds, but the body horizontal, reaching out for the ball. 1.1 yards, his shoulders were out of bounds when the ball arrived. That's the farthest out of bounds on a catch over the past 3 NFL seasons. The pass had a completion probability of 7.4%, which made it the second most improbable catch of the 2022 season.
Yep.
My gosh,
Unreal.
that was amazing. And then I was jumping up and down, and I felt bad. Trust me, I looked in the mirror, and I was disgusted with myself, but I was very proud of what took place from top to bottom. The balls, Mike McCarthy, the execution offensively, and the leg of Brett bleeping Maher. I am sorry, and I needed to confess that, okay? This is a safe space.
It is a safe space. I'm glad that you were open and honest with
As
that.
we were talking about that was a play that was likely set up to go to Turpin. I mean, he just Dak just made the throw is what he did. I mean, he said, Turpin, you look a little covered down the field right there. I think I'm going to throw this one in between Schultz and Turpin and see what happens there.
Well, from the bottom of my heart, I just want you to know how sorry I am.
Well, from the bottom of my heart, I think that they need to call that play more often.
Let's dial that up.
I think so, too. Just perfect throw, great sideline catch. Let's just dial that up. Dak, by the way, the completion percentage over expectation.
Hit me.
3 for 3 yesterday. 21.8% of his passes.
Wow.
Yep. And he was also, and they were all 20-plus yards downfield.
Well, look at that. Dak Prescott was he was on one yesterday.
Legend.
He was. It felt like he was putting the ball wherever he wanted to yesterday, and it was a beautiful thing to see. Cowboys dominate, so that is, of course, the best of the weekend. Thank you, gentlemen, for I believe all of you accepted my apology. Correct? We don't have any unforgivable sins. Okay, beautiful.
940 says deviled eggs, which I think is a must-have in that mystery
Is that an
mix.
Easter consideration there?
I do think deviled eggs is more often than
Because
not
I
on
would
the
hurl
Thanksgiving
doing
spread.
that.
I know you would. I'm
Deviled
an
eggs.
egg
Is
fan.
it in? We vote? Everybody vote?
I believe it's in.
Not
Yeah, a lot of
deviled
people are
eggs.
texting that in.
All right,
Okay,
deviled
that
eggs are
sucks.
in.
That's disgusting. So
Kenny and Quinlan says a shot of rock and roll tequila.
now that I wouldn't be upset about. Okay, let's get to the nitty gritty here on what was an outstanding weekend, and we need to start with Dwight Howard. My gosh, is this guy living out every giant basketball man's dream? Bol Bol started it in Japan, I believe, and Dwight Howard has taken it and evolved it and turned it into an absolute weekend headliner. Dwight Howard, okay, Superman, dunk contest champion. I believe he's an NBA champion. Wasn't he floating around that Laker team in the
won with
bubble?
the Lakers, yeah.
Okay, kudos to him. He is now in Taiwan, and he is the most legendary player in Taiwan basketball history.
Already? Didn't he sign like 2 weeks ago?
Yes, he's off to a great start. He's a superstar everywhere he goes. Locally, he walks through the community, and he's 100 feet taller than everybody else, even though he's just about 7 feet tall. And he is everyone's favorite human right there. He is the big man on campus, big fish, small pond. Dwight Howard, 38 points in his debut. He took 10 threes. This dude is just having backyard basketball fun. He 2 of 10 from the three-point line, but it doesn't matter. It was 38 points. He's doing step backs. He's got 25 rebounds, 9 assists, and 4 blocks. And here's a TikTok superstar giving some Dwight Howard play-by-play after his dominant performance in Game 1 of his Taiwan career.
Hey, I'm watching Dwight Howard's highlights from his first game in Taiwan. First off, look at the stat line. But overall, he is living every big man's dream. He's taking size up, open gym threes. He making Pete Maravich passes. He taking double team step back threes. He's dribbling the ball up the court like a point guard, waving teammates off, getting into ball screens.
I want to see it.
Look at this, bruh. And the crowd absolutely loves him, bruh. He gotta be having fun. This is live.
It really
is.
was.
It's incredible when you see a lot of these big guys that their coaches don't let dribble or throw fancy passes like what they're capable of.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're just capable of insane things skill wise. But when you watch him play in the NBA, you're like, oh, this guy isn't very skilled at all. But if he showed up at the Y, dude, he would be getting freaky against even the best defenders out there.
100%.
Incredible.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. So good for you, Dwight Howard. Go out your way, my friend. And if your way is being the MJ of Taiwan professional basketball, then so damn be it.
By the way, if we want to have it be an authentic Thanksgiving, you know, I think squash would be appropriate for this mystery mix. Some sort of squash.
Oh, yeah.
Write it down now.
That was a staple side.
Straight up pumpkin, maybe?
Yeah.
Like not even pumpkin pie, just like straight up pumpkin seeds and all.
Anybody else concerned for Broadus over there? I'm sorry, Broadus, are you okay? You feeling all right? Was there something going on in the throat there? Are you good? Feel good?
I'm great.
Okay. All right. Awesome. I didn't know if anybody else heard that. It felt like,
That was an interesting sound.
It was
I think that was agreement.
Did I burp on air?
I don't know if it was a burping situation, but just
I
wanted
drank
to check
water
on you
and
there.
had some of the Zalot pizza. I had some of that.
Dude, yeah, shout out to Adam R.
Yeah.
He is
Adam
eating
Roanoke.
crow today, and we're eating that Zalot pizza. That's outstanding. All right, do you guys want an ESPN beefaroni pizza, or do you guys want a little British lad party rocking in good old Qatar for the World Cup?
Oh, I want Qatar news.
Yeah, you definitely
Qatar?
want the Qatar news.
All right.
Eric let me have a little taste of this earlier, and it's epic.
We put the ESPN beef on pause. We will circle back because that was pretty special, but let's head to Qatar, the World Cup. This is wonderful. Talk Sport is going around interviewing random fans throughout different places, kind of man on the street style. And here's the story of a couple of British lads dropping an incredible interview about partying with the Sheik's son at his house, and there were hunting for beers, and there was lions and bears involved. And take it away, boys.
We've just been having a good time, having a mooch, getting our bearings right, and just the setup's spot on, Yeah, we've been enjoying ourselves, haven't we, John?
Yeah, last night we met one of the Sheikh's sons, and he took us back to the palace and he showed us he had lions and everything. They made us so welcome. And look around you, it doesn't get any better than this.
Basically, we were obviously on a bit of a hunt for some beers, and he was like, yeah, we saw beers. So we jumped into the back of his Toyota Land Cruiser, ended up at a big palace, and we were in the back. He showed us his monkeys, his exotic birds. It was nuts.
So these dudes are just hunting for some beers, right?
Yeah.
Of course, because that is the ever elusive item right there in Qatar for the World Cup. And so just guys being dudes, where can I get some beers? And a local pulls up and he's like, boys, I got you. Load it up. Into the Land Cruiser they go, and they arrive Broadus at a palace that I believe would jar anybody in the United States upon arrival.
Oh, yeah.
And there's exotic monkeys, and there's all sorts of different things. Of course, there's cold beer, but he had to show him his zoo of sorts.
When you went on your trip, did the prince have a personal zoo of any kind for you to tour?
Never saw a zoo, but it was basically about 7 blocks long. Is how big the compound was.
Wow.
So we got in. Yeah,
How
we
about
got
that?
in. We got into a golf cart, and literally it was. I mean, we just kept riding, and we're going through these various compounds and homes and stuff like that, and it's all and it's back to back to like his families, his mom and dad and stuff.
That must be cool.
Yeah, the grounds were just so well taken care of, manicured everywhere, but
gorgeous.
Yeah, I think the thing it's funny because my buddy Prince Faisal, he doesn't like animals. I mean, in a way of he's not an animal collector, and so like one of his funny stories about him like having a dog and like
not enjoying it.
Yeah, and he really wasn't happy about having the dog, and
it's not a prince's
best
friend.
The dog passed away, and he had to act all sad.
Oh,
he was
darn
like,
it.
He's like, "Oh, Mom, I'm sorry, the dog," and she's like, "Oh, it's okay," and he's like, "Oh, I'm so broken up by it."
Really, he's celebrating.
And he wasn't, and he said he went back to his room, and he's
tiger
like,
pumped.
He's like, "I don't have a dog anymore." He was happy. It's not that he treats animals poorly, but he's.
Of course.
It's funny because I was talking to him about falconry. And you see in the Middle East the falcons and stuff, and they fly.
And they land back on
like,
the forearms.
Yeah, he's
That's
like,
pretty
no.
badass.
I'm
That
like,
is badass.
he goes, I could care less about falconry. He goes, I go, well, what about camels? And say, no, I don't care about animals, Brian. I just don't. He's going through it, and it's never he's been mean to animals or abusive or anything like that. It's not his thing at all. Where some people some people do have that in their country where they that's a big thing. To him, it's like, no, he collects TVs so he can watch football.
There
That's
it is.
what he does.
Got a best of the weekend.
Just friendly reminder, the season-long stat of the day update. Yes, Russell Wilson still has less touchdown passes on the season than he does bathrooms in his house. 12 bathrooms to 7 touchdown passes.
Got it.
That's the same as last week.
He's stuck there.
It's the same. Yeah.
I had a dub as well. My dog, who's had this habitual nervous peeing problem, appears to maybe have grown out of it.
Let's go.
Yes, it was a huge dub. I only got a little urine on me when he jumped on my lap on Saturday.
We'll take a little
It was
urine.
special.
Congrats.
Cowboys Twitter, top tweets that went viral during and after the game. It's coming up next in the G-Back Nation. I want to chat about men's team.
G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having an awesome day. It's time now for some Cowboys game day Twitter. What you laughing about, Brian?
I'm laughing at GFL's going after the fans that are texting in stuff. Dropping that bomb on them.
Oh, yeah. They're trying to put radishes. What do they say?
Radishes
Jalapenos?
and garlic. Yeah.
Garlic?
Well, I mean, dude, some
He's not digging your folks' suggestions at all for your Thanksgiving.
None of them have been as bad as Broadus's raw gizzard line he
We
dropped.
got some
at one
olives,
point.
right?
Yeah.
Olives, yeah. You can go bleep yourself. I don't want any
You got
black
turkey
olives
neck
in
and giblets in there?
I got to put that in there.
Okay.
Turkey neck and giblets. Is that a combo platter? Is that a 2-for-1 situation?
I think so. Yeah, I'll
And we
get
say
the
that's been
neck and the
cooked,
kidney
right?
and the liver's in there and the heart. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything that comes in the bag inside the turkey.
Okay.
in
Yeah,
a
turkey
frying
neck
pan.
bag. That's what we're going to call it.
The turkey neck bag. Yeah.
Turkey neck. Oh, God.
Okay,
you're gonna
so
hurl for
the mystery
sure.
mix payoff because he was wrong yesterday in G-Bag Survivor. He thought the Giants were a lock against the Lions, and he was proven wrong. It's not a bad Lions team and just an average New York team. The Cowboys are about to find out again.
Ooh, should we put some nasty cheese in there?
Well,
down, brother.
I think we're at 10 items. We're going to draw.
at 10,
We're
we're
going to
good.
draw 5 items out of a hat coming up in the 6 o'clock hour, and tomorrow in the 2:20. Chiafalo was going to take that down to get back in the G-Bag Survivor, and then we're going to have to pick games already tomorrow. We're not going to be able to wait for the
I got
injury
mine ready to go.
and the storylines and everything planned
The
out.
Giants?
I'm
An
not,
added wrinkle.
I'm not picking the Giants, no.
I don't know if would you pick the Cowboys right now? 8.5 point favorites.
I've already picked the Cowboys.
I am
too.
taking a Thanksgiving Day game.
He's taking the Bills.
Okay, yeah, I have Buffalo as well. I don't know. I'm trying not to follow.
I hope you guys neither
Wolchuk
one of
too
you have.
closely,
I hope neither one of you have that team. Hang on.
Well,
I hope
I
both
gotta
of you.
check that.
I hope all 3 of you lose. Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, it's nervous. It definitely makes the game day more intriguing
It's
as you're
nerve-wracking.
tracking. Okay, speaking of game day, Cowboys game day Twitter here. Top tweets that went viral before, during, and after the game. Odell Beckham Jr. tweeting afterwards. They went crazy today. DeMarcus Lawrence retweeting it. They sure did make the right decision.
Talking about the Lions.
Bunch of crazy dogs out there.
Yeah, it's a great line. Is that LT on NFL
Yeah.
Films? Bunch of crazy dogs. I always think
High
of
as
that.
hell.
But it seems more likely than ever, doesn't it? I mean, I guess the only alternate theory might be that Jerry Jones last night said, no, this team's good enough to go to the Super Bowl. If you feel that way and Odell Beckham Jr. wants a 3-year contract and you're like, we really only want to do the rest of the season, we're not quite that excited about 3 years with an injured guy, I could see it not happening quite easily. I could see it falling apart quite easily because the Cowboys draw very strong lines in the sand when it comes to commitments and finances and stuff. But I'll put my Odell Beckham Jr. chances right now at 72%, guys.
Oh,
over
I
or
went.
under.
Yeah, I went. I was before the game. I was at 60. Right now, I'm probably right around 75.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know why. Maybe I'm just drinking the Kool-Aid on this one. I'm at like 99.9. I think it's a lock, no-brainer, done deal.
99.9. Well,
This is a
99
formality at
balloons.
this point.
How
boys.
could you
It's
turn it
happening.
down if you're Odell?
Right. And how could you turn it down if you're the Cowboys? It's
San
not like-
Francisco jumps in.
It's a match made in heaven.
Yeah, San Francisco
Yeah.
would be like a nightmare.
So it's
They
New
go
York
bleep
or the
themselves.
Cowboys. If the Cowboys go beat the Giants and Odell hasn't made his mind
they
up
seal the
yet,
deal.
you would see New York is struggling so bad. Now, he might get talked into New York saying, we need you, right? We have everything. We need a game-changing wide receiver, and with you, maybe we become more of a contender, but I wouldn't want to bet on that if I'm OBJ. Right now,
And
you
if
have a
you're-
chance to go to a favorite and win back-to-back Super Bowls.
He's going to the Cowboys.
Right, and if you're OBJ and you're weighing, I can play with just a quarterback situation, Dak Prescott or Daniel Jones, and there's uncertainty of if Daniel Jones is even back there next year, like if he does want a deal for next year, I'm not going to New York.
I want to come get the Super Bowl. I'm betting on myself a little bit. If I stay healthy, then I can get the 3-year deal from the Giants. I can go home and live in New York City and have a couple of Super Bowl rings. But that's exciting. You know, yesterday anybody could have worked with Dak. Big play by Noah Brown late. If you're playing like that, you're going to have a good chance. But any little bit helps. Like the Eagles didn't look at their defense and say we're good. They said we're good. Is there any way we can be a little bit better? Okay, we'll take Ndamukong Suh. All righty. By the way, almost back-to-back losses for the Eagles. That thing's getting fun right there. We haven't even talked about how open the division is. Even though you have 3 losses and they have 1 loss, doesn't it feel like this thing's going to be there for the taking over the next couple of weeks?
Absolutely it does. Absolutely it does. This is going to be an awesome finish to the season. This December situation is about to get really, really exciting.
December to remember.
And Matt Ryan, you are on my bleep list, sir. Are you
looked
kidding me?
He looked like he was 1,000 years old playing
So is
quarterback.
Jonathan Taylor. That fumble.
That 39-yard run last week from Matt Ryan took it out of him. Are you kidding? His body doesn't know how to recover from something like that. It hasn't exerted itself that way since the 40-yard dash that he half-assed his way through at the combine 25 years ago.
Who else would hire a coach that's never coached before? That's a bunch of crap.
Actually,
what the hell?
I'm still a big fan of that. Did you see Bill Cowher say something like, "Man, they're really you could see the difference it makes. Like they're really feeding off a Saturday." Like Bill Cowher was crying on TV last week.
Crawfished that thing.
Now it's like he's part of the fraternity. He got that first win.
Yeah.
He's a coach. He's a brother. I'm going to back him to the end. He was championing Jeff Saturday on the pregame show.
Yeah, somebody walked
weird
up and
turn.
Somebody replayed what he was saying to him. Like, don't be a old ass
Don't
guy.
be a bleep hole.
Yeah.
Well, that's what Matt Ryan was being. He was being a bleep hole. When it's the last play of the game, it's 4th and 1,000,000, and he throws the ball 2 yards down the field. Just giving up completely is what he might as well have done. Remember the college kid a couple of weeks ago?
Yes.
It's a game-winning play. Just throw the
Yes.
ball up in the air. It's the last play of the game. You're losing, and he just runs out of bounds. That might as well have been what Matt Ryan did yesterday at the end of that Eagles game to just bleep us all.
Well, I also wanted to kick Paris Campbell in the gonads because he drops a third
All right,
down.
that's taking it too far.
No,
if you want to punch him in the
Paris.
face, I'm fine.
Come
with
on,
it. But if you want
Paris.
to drop kick him, that is fine.
Well, I don't know what happened. His balls fell off or something because he decided to just drop it.
Even if you want to set up a barefoot Lego booby trap on him, I will acquiesce. But a kick to the
He
nads is
lost
too
his
damn
man
hard.
card on that play. You don't lose to the Eagles
Lego.
in that way. And then now Sirianni's standing up on benches and he's waving to people and yelling and screaming.
All right, you know what? You've sold me. You're right.
Is he
Bleep
the
Nick
most
Sirianni.
Is he the most beatable coach now in the NFL that you want?
I want to just
Nick
destroy him.
Sirianni.
Like,
Just
did you
desire
hear him?
Yeah,
beat.
they're like it. Yeah, you want to beat him more
He
than
needs
any
to be
coach in
humble.
the league.
I
He
think
needs
so.
to sit
Yeah.
down, be humble.
Yeah, he goes a little bit too far when in a big dub situation. Eagles get the Packers, the Titans, the Giants, the Bears, and then the Cowboys on Christmas Eve over there at AT&T. Okay, John Machota tweeting, this is Cowboys Game Day Twitter. First time Kirk Cousins looked to pass Sunday, Micah Parsons wrecked the game. Quote, he was going through all his reads, but he was patting the ball a lot, and when you do that, you ain't got enough time against our D-line. Yeah, that should have been the sign right there, the first fumble of the game for Coach to say, hey, let's
Never throw the ball again.
Let's go ahead and just run it. Yeah, is this actually this running
third
thing
and
is
three.
working pretty
No,
good.
let's do
Third
it.
and 3.
3rd and 3, we'll throw it here. Hey, you know what? We got a 3rd and 2 now. Let's throw it again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Michael Gelkin, Morning News. 4 Cowboys tight ends played at least 15 snaps in Sunday's win over the Vikings. Team unveiled a grouping with all 4 on the field at the same time, with McEwen at fullback, used on 5 plays, including both of Zeke's 1-yard touchdowns and a 3rd and 1 conversion. I thought about joking about a 4 tight end formation last week, but I thought no way they'd actually do it. They did it.
They did it.
And that's
they did it
ran
one time.
quads?
They did it one time with Tony Pollard trying to run the ball on the goal line, and the 2 of the 4 tight ends smashed into each other for no gain.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's always
so. It was
fun.
like one of those. Oh, I like it. Oh, I don't like that.
Wait, so it was 4 tight ends.
Yeah.
And it was how many backs?
One.
Okay, so what is that? That's
14.
14 personnel.
14 personnel.
Yeah,
Holy
you
crap.
don't see much of that these days.
No,
There's a couple of times that you probably didn't want to see it.
it can be an absolute bleep show.
It was.
Yeah,
It wasn't
yeah.
that when they put Pollard in to try and run it in. It's like seriously, McEwen slammed right in the back of Ferguson and maybe caused rib damage. He hit him that hard in the back. You know, it like, and then they tried it again going the other way, and it wasn't much better. And then they finally brought Zeke in. He's like, okay, I am not going to run to the side that McEwen is blocking.
No,
I'm
Zeke
going
made
the
that
other
look
way.
easy. He
Yeah,
did.
I'm going the other way.
All right, elsewhere on Cowboys Twitter.
He did run the other way.
He did.
He went the opposite side.
It's
completely
Now that
did.
you bring that up, he did.
You know, it was so frustrating under Jason Garrett because they'd bring out like Gavin Escobar in their 12 or 13, and he couldn't win a single block.
All right,
I was
and
going to make a
Gavin.
joke,
At
but
least
I'm not
the
going to.
that's my
Same
bad.
here.
Yeah, at least the young guys they have now are good athletes and have some football toughness about them. Okay, Brian Baldinger, he doing Baldy's breakdowns on this game. Sam Williams is coming each week, adding tools to his toolbox and bringing a little something different to the party. You know, I just think that with Sam Williams, Dorrance Armstrong, you know, it was genius to let Randy Gregory go. If you would have known it was going to play out like this, you wouldn't have extended him any kind of offer. Because this Cowboys pass rush, obviously led by Micah Parsons, this is sustainable. I think you go draft a corner at the end of round 1 coming up this year, and you continue to patch together linebacker and defensive tackle with the best stuff that you got. And I don't think this is going to stop being a great pass defense, Brian. It's hard to recreate defense year in and year out, but I think with players as good as the Cowboys have, you can do it.
Well, if we're into a mode now where teams are going to start running the ball every week, we got to be alert for that too, because they do. They have one of the best teams, and I think that's the only thing that can really derail this Cowboys defense.
This corner needs to be able to tackle.
Yeah.
And you need to get a linebacker and maybe a defensive tackle.
I'll tell you, Clark was okay yesterday. I mean, there was a couple of plays that he was good on, and he's still trying to learn. Vander Esch made a really nice play in the hole, on a run play. But I think that, to me, adding a corner that can kind of play both ways there, what you're talking about, would be really nice. And then a linebacker, as well, that can, and we'll see with Clark. I was kind of sitting there thinking, okay, man, come on, you're starting to get a feel for this. Start playing like you did at LSU, and he had a couple of plays like that, but I felt like he was just okay in this game.
Yeah, and maybe it could be internal development. Maybe some young guys could just get better at it. But whatever the case, this gives you the framework to be special because you have catalyst players rushing the passer and intercepting balls, and hell of a job by Trayvon Diggs yesterday. Michael Gelkin, Morning News. Check this out. Cowboys kicker Brett Maher credits mental conditioning for his 2022 success. Perhaps no better example than the sequence at halftime. Made a 60-yarder, had a temp waved off because of replay, and then made it again. His second kick was more dead center than the first one. I think the referees were in embarrassment there, waiting for Jim Nance to mention something before the snap. They had like 3 minutes to take another look, and to let that snap get underway, I thought they were going to say it was no good on the previous play, so they could at least wipe the attempted kick off the board. I didn't know how they were going to do it, but they gave him another shot, and for him to make it from 60, this is why I talk about meditation, cognitive therapy, breathing techniques in high-pressure situations. Anything you can do to get out of your own head and get back into the present moment. Last week we were talking about it with Luka Doncic, how he needs to look into this to try to get some better perspective in the heat of battle with the refs. Brett Maher has just been a shining example, because he was a guy, and I didn't know this about him, but the nerves, the extra anxious energy was taking him offline, and it appears that he's fixed it, at least for now, and the Cowboys have an incredible weapon here in this kicker. Man, that's badass.
I would love to know the details of that, like what that looked like for him.
Maybe we could get him on.
We need to get to the bottom of that, because that is that is a special thing to overcome, and pretty impressive looking at the previous season, where I think he's hitting like 2/3 of his field goals, all the way to now, where it's like the dude is absolutely unstoppable. That's a heck of a change of events for him.
It is. Okay, G-Bag Nation, it is time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Sir, where are we headed with that today?
Well, we got some Cowboy thoughts, and again, Mahomes and Kelsey were magical in Sunday Night Football. Mahomes calling Travis Kelsey the greatest tight end of all time. CBS Sports put out their top 10 tight ends in the history of the NFL. Who are they? Next on The Fan.
Man, I can't wait for that, but I also cannot wait to tell you about Twin Peaks. Yes, the World Cup is on. Make Twin Peaks your spot for every match.
Visit WillardAC.com today to schedule your appointment and take advantage of their $99 drain cleaning special.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Day 3 of the World Cup tomorrow. Argentina, Saudi Arabia at 4 a.m. Denmark, Tunisia at 7. Then Mexico and Poland at 10 a.m. Best of luck to that, El Tree. And France and Australia will be the late game at 1 o'clock. Segment here is brought to you by Soda, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. If you are hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels at 214-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Now, here is Wolchuk with the top 10 at 420.
Thank you very much, General. About to get into the top 10 tight ends of all time, courtesy of CBS Sports, after Patrick Mahomes called Travis Kelce the greatest tight end ever. Yeah.
Oh, it was that tight end. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
That tight end. Why?
No, I was just asking. I was thinking in the top 10.
He was about to dial up a J-Lo or something on you.
Yeah.
Top 10.
Well, he was great. I mean, Kelce was great last night. 6 catches for $115, 3 touchdowns, including the game-winning score in the Chiefs' comeback victory. He's always fantastic, especially in those big games, and he usually plays well against the Chargers. I mean, they specifically draft Derwin James to try and slow him down, and I think one time in that matchup, Derwin James has gotten the best of Travis Kelce, but otherwise, he's fantastic. I mean, he's got the most 100-yard receiving games by a tight end in NFL history with 33. And he's on pace to become one of the greatest tight ends ever. But we'll see if you agree with this list.
I mean, I don't think it's hyperbolic to say Travis Kelce is the best in the sport. Now, obviously, you're splitting hairs with some of these guys, but he's definitely a top fiver.
Sure.
All time. I mean, I would think that, the plays he was making, his yak ability, like, dude, taking these 9-yard plays and making them 25-yard touchdowns. Gosh, man. And I know it helps when you have Pat Mahomes, don't get me wrong, but this dude, and to continue to do it, you're like waiting for the Travis Kelce drop-off because it's not like he's super young anymore, and it doesn't happen. Dude's a beast.
Yep, no doubt. Before we get into that, I did want to get into a Cowboy thought, and then I had some NFL news for you. But, one thing, Micah just playing the edge, and I think the Cowboys are showing you that they're really committing to that. And I do want to just give more credit to Dan Quinn. Anthony Barr, we found out before the game, he tweaked the hamstring. He's not going to play. And instead of just panicking and saying, okay, well, now we need to move Micah back to more of a prominent linebacker role, they stick with their game plan. They're going to play more Damone Clark. Leighton Vander Esch is going to get his reps, and they keep Micah Parsons where he is a game wrecker, and that's along the edge and rushing the passer. And that's clearly where he is a force and a difference maker. And again, he has 2 more sacks, another multi-sack game, and he starts the game off with that strip fumble. And I think the Cowboys are showing you that's where they prefer him to be lined up.
Yeah, the other team has to cooperate. I don't know what you do, Wolchuk, if they keep running it at you. At that point, I want Mike off the ball, and I want to start, getting better, at that part of the game, because that might be a factor for like the next 2 and 3 years down the road as we look at what is, the biggest Achilles heel of the Cowboys.
Yeah, I just feel like when you watch the tape as an opponent, there's no way you would want the Cowboys to ever pass rush you.
No.
There's no way. You're thinking like all the problems that they create with the sacks, the negative plays, the turnovers. It all has to do with you wanting to throw the football against that front.
Yeah.
That's stupid. And when you watch him play run defense, you're like going, okay, there's times where they make some plays. Oh, wait a minute here. They're not fitting very well. Oh, wait, they're out of position here. Oh, well, wait a minute. They're going to twist away from where we're going to run the ball. All right, well, I'll take my chances. There's more positive plays when teams run the ball against the Cowboys than there are when they throw it, for sure.
Yeah, and I'm not going to give up throwing it, but I want to frustrate them with the run game to the point that they're yelling at each other about stopping the run. Now the pass,
much like the Packers did.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with you.
It's Aaron Rodgers throwing the ball 20 times and 4 touchdown passes.
Sure.
Yeah.
And shout out to Dak Prescott and Mike McCarthy. They both hit the 150 club with Dak's first touchdown to Tony Pollard yesterday. That was his 150th career passing touchdown. He's now got 151 with the second touchdown he had to Pollard, and that was Mike McCarthy's 150th career win. So they've both
regular season win, right?
Yes. They both hit the 150 club. Now, I wanted to get to this Zach Wilson audio because Jets teammates and coaches are starting to get a little bit annoyed with Zach Wilson. He's rubbing Jets players the wrong way, and they asked him yesterday after a 10-3 loss to the Patriots, well, did you let the defense down? And this was the question and response from Jets quarterback Zach Wilson.
As an offense, though, I mean, when you guys are only able to score 3 points, the defense only lets up 3 points. I mean, do you feel like you let the defense down at all?
No.
Thank you.
No.
Gosh,
well,
man.
It
doesn't help that he has that face that he has.
And he was 9 of 22 for 77 yards. His QBR was 24.5. He was also sacked 4 times. So, yeah, I think
in the second half, their total offense, they were gaining 2 inches of play.
The Jets averaged 2.77 inches per play in the second half.
It was putrid.
It is one, and that defense is legit. He should have been.
Yeah.
I don't know how, because you have the report that he was basically like walking through the locker room as if he wasn't the problem. He's obviously answering the question at the podium, like I'm not the one to blame here, and so everybody's frustrated by it. I don't know how you walk around a locker room in a way that suggests that you are not the problem.
Yeah, he's the
But if you're
problem.
Zach Wilson, I think the only way that you can walk through that locker room is to go up to every single player and shake their hand and say, I am sorry, I lost this game for you. And apparently you didn't do that.
And even if you feel that way, the correct way to go about it in front of reporters is to fall on the sword. Like, you take accountability. You take responsibility.
Yeah, you need to show him Dak Prescott post games.
Oh, and there's no question. One of the greatest ever to fall on swords for a post game.
Company man.
All the time.
It's a cool book by former Navy SEAL turned podcaster Jocko Willink, Extreme Ownership. And if you can just take all the blame for everything, be like, oh yeah, then your guys are going to love you. Right. And it just looks weak if you're like, well, that's not my fault. And I think it's a difficult thing for some young quarterbacks, even veterans. They just can't get it through their heads that it's not that big of a deal. And it actually makes you look stronger for taking blame for things that's not yours. And it just looks pathetic if you're trying to skirt any responsibility after scoring 3 points.
Well, as of 15 minutes ago, Jets head coach Robert Saleh told reporters he is not committing to Zach Wilson as the starter on Sunday against the Bears.
What a way to lose that game, too, by the way. That's a rabid fan base.
Yeah.
And, he might be your third best quarterback on your roster. Yeah. And to lose on a walk-off punt return.
Bill Belichick has the Jets number.
Well, they've beaten the Jets twice this year and scored 1 touchdown.
Yeah. And it was a walk-off punt return for a touchdown.
Yeah.
And the beat, it was like Patriots 3.5, and the whole game, it was like 3-3 or something.
But
it's just
right.
terrible.
Jets are 6-4, right? They're right in the thick of the hunt of that division, right?
So are the Patriots.
Yeah, Patriots.
In theory, but not really.
If you're solid, don't you walk up to Zach Wilson, say, just apologize. Just apologize what you said. Come out and say it. You're not going to you got a shot here. Don't be stupid. You're not going to win games with Mike White playing quarterback.
Yeah.
Don't be stupid. Don't throw away a season because you're a selfish, you know what?
Yeah, but everything, it's not even just the attitude. It's the poor play. He needs to apologize for how bad and incompetent he is.
Yeah.
In every category, he's like 33rd, 34th. He's not like, even the metrics reflect that he's not a starting quarterback in the NFL because he's consistently coming in between 33rd and 37th place in terms of qualified quarterbacks.
Then where does Mike White finish in all this?
He finishes maybe
35th,
32nd.
Yeah.
Maybe 31st.
To me, you know,
Zach Wilson's been terrible.
He's been really bad.
They're 6-4. They're 6-4.
Won a couple of those with Joe Flacco, I think.
Did they win any games with Joe Flacco?
They did. At least.
Did they win one?
At least one. At least
All
one.
right.
Maybe more. I don't know. They're winning in spite of Zach Wilson right now. He's a disaster.
He is.
And again, it doesn't help when you have a face that punchable.
No. But he is a
Can't
no
believe
funker.
this. Maybe
That's his claim to fame.
I just, there's no way that, to me, if Mike White, I'm putting Mike White in there. I'm not.
Well, there's things that you say when your family members are complaining about how crappy your receiving core is, but you don't take any of that energy into the building or onto the podium.
Well, the receivers are saying he's crappy too, so I understand it.
Sure.
He's crap.
Yes, 817. We are telling you that your Johnson would get more yards per play than the Jets offense.
You're darn
when Zach
right.
Wilson's their quarterback.
And I will keep picking against the Cowboys because I'm very superstitious and I'm doing it in hopes that it means the Cowboys win 2-4.
Whoa.
I have to do it. You guys know this. I said it after the Green Bay game.
Are you?
I'm gonna do it.
Is this how you get around things?
On principle. No.
Yeah, this is how you hedge.
Yeah.
I'm not hedging.
This is hedging.
I'm doing it.
He's a hedge master.
I'm superstitious. I wore my jacket.
He said it ahead of
entire
time.
game yesterday.
You went jacket on?
I got to do it. Yeah, because the second I pick the Cowboys to win, they lose to the Packers. I'm not doing it anymore.
Yeah.
I can't. I got to make sure our team wins. All right.
I don't know why I picked him to beat the Packers.
Thank you
myself.
for playing your role in all this, Walter.
I will do everything I
How'd
can.
your prediction go this week, Brian?
I lost.
Straight to hell.
Yeah.
And
I'm
everyone's
Minnesota.
ticked off that Brian picked against the Cowboys, as they should be.
As you know,
You
should
know
be,
nothing, Brian.
As you should be mad at me for picking the Cowboys against the Packers. Boy, was that stupid.
Stupid as hell.
Yeah.
Why would you ever do something
I have
foolish
no
like
idea
that?
why I would do that.
All right. Top 10 tight ends in the history of the sport, according to CBS, after Pat Mahomes said it's his guy, Travis Kelce. Number 10, Ditka. Mike Ditka, former Cowboys legend. Number 9.
I think that's more in name than anything.
He wasn't that
think so?
good.
The Cowboys have had better tight ends than Mike Ditka.
Was Jay Novacek better?
A different type of player. Jay Novacek was an athlete. Mike Ditka. I would say Mike
Ditka averaged more yards per catch than most of the other great tight ends in the history of the NFL. And he racked up an efficient 5,800 career receiving yards in an era where they were barely throwing the ball.
But 5,800 for total, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But that was in the 60s.
60s and 70s, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the Cowboys have got guys like Billy Joe Dupree, Gene Few. They've had some really great tight ends. Ditka, I think Ditka is like a legend because his name is Mike Ditka.
Oh, yeah. That helps a ton.
Yeah. He's like this because people know him more as a coach
Grew
than
his
they know
legend in Chicago.
than as a
That's
player.
true. Yeah. That is true.
Did you see the 18 Mike Ditkas sitting in the Falcons Mercedes-Benz Stadium yesterday? Bachelor party.
I
all,
did not
all
see
dressed
this.
as Ditka. And I will say, a couple of weeks ago when the Bears came to town, Broadus and I during the pregame, we saw a lot of limited fake Ditkas walking around with the glasses, with the stashes,
Cigars,
with the vests,
and the
stogies.
Oh, Ditka.
Yeah, we saw a lot of Ditkas floating around, but it was a bunch.
Ditka.
It was 18 Ditkas in one spot, which is probably about 10 to 12 too many Ditkas in one place at a time.
they love Ditka.
But imagine that walk out of that stadium after taking the L to Cordero Patterson and company.
Number 9 is our guy, Jason Witten. Hard-hitting Jason Witten. Cowboys, Ring of Honor, soon-to-be member. I'm sure a future Hall of Famer. And unfortunately, he did play with the Raiders for that 1 year. I'd believe it.
Oh, wow, he did.
But he was the fastest tight end to reach 600 catches, and he owns the record for most consecutive games played by a tight end.
There you go.
It's our guy.
There you go.
Number 8, Ozzie Newsome. Cleveland Browns from 78 to 1990.
I could allege that he was a better general manager than he was tight end, and
Very
still
well
a great
could.
tight end.
Number 7, John Mackey of the Colts. And Chargers.
Yeah.
Number 6 is where Travis Kelce comes in.
Number 6?
Number 6.
There you go.
Number 5, Shannon Sharp.
Hello.
And I think he could still lace him up for one game.
Are you kidding me? That dude is aging incredibly well.
Absolutely.
Like the way he fills out those suits is insane.
Number 4, Antonio Gates.
Ooh, okay.
Big time.
You don't think you'd rather have Kelsey? I don't know.
I think I might rather have Kelsey than Gates.
Me too.
Kelsey might be
Gates,
a
though.
better all-around player than Gates.
Yeah.
Because Kelsey is a good blocker.
He is.
And he is not given enough credit for that.
He's got O-lineman genes in his blood, thanks to his brother.
Number 3, the original Kellen Winslow. Kellen Winslow Sr.
He was really good with the Chargers.
He was really
Chargers have had some great tight ends through their history.
I mean, the hell, they just had 3 and 4 on the list.
Yeah.
Number 2, Rob Gronkowski.
Yeah. Are you kidding me? He's been the guy for me probably for the last like 5 years. It's been like the default. It's Gronk, and I don't really want to hear anything else. I'm a little bit more open.
Quarterback
now
help him on that one?
Oh, of course. Sure. Yeah, quarterback's definitely going to help
But
him on
Gronk
that
was
one.
like prime
But,
Gronk. If you go back and watch the highlight reel, it is unbelievable.
Oh my gosh, that dude is just running through defenses. There's like people, he's dragging people, like they're hanging on his face mask as he's running down the field.
If Tony Gonzalez is not ahead of him, this is a terrible list.
Number 1, greatest tight end in NFL history, Tony Gonzalez.
There you go.
With the Chiefs and the Falcons, 1,300 catches, 15,000
Thought he was
receiving
done in
yards
Atlanta.
over 17 seasons, 4 1,000-yard seasons, 11 straight seasons of at least 70 catches.
Yeah. Guys, man, that guy was legit.
Pretty damn awesome.
All righty. Thank you, Wolchuk.
My pleasure.
All righty. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We got to run. When we come back, we're talking Cowboys with you. Thoughts on the offensive backfield? Are we about to watch the last 11 games of this guy's Cowboys career, or is he now officially a must-bring-back guy? That's coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. I'd love to chat with you, though, about my friends at D&M Leasing. These guys are amazing when it comes to acquiring a new vehicle. More important than ever for a couple of different reasons. Number one, it's the high interest rates, the inflation and all that, the supply chain. It has absolutely crushed the vehicle market and made vehicles actually get close to double in price over the last decade. Well, now with these high rates, if you go on an old school purchase agreement, you're going to end up costing yourself a ton of money. Leasing makes more sense than ever. With the Easy Lease from D&M Leasing, we can get you a payment up to 50% less compared to buying. And you can pick any make, any model. Plus, coming up this week, you have an amazing thing going on with D&M Leasing and a Black Friday sale. How about no down payment, no payment for 90 days? And if you lease a vehicle Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday, D&M will give you a $100 gift card to help you with your holiday shopping. I know you want to go shopping, and I know you need a new vehicle, so call D&M Leasing. It's any local area code in 35 lease and ask them for that Black Friday special. Any local area code in 35 lease. Payments up to 50% less compared to buying. They're offering no payment for up to 90 days and the $100 gift card to help you with your holiday shopping at dmautoleasing.com.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, we celebrate Minnesota and preview the Giants on Thanksgiving with Jerry Jones live at 8:30. It's a Tolo Tuesday on The Fan.
I'm Erin Hawksworth here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Bucks lost for just the 4th time this season, falling to the Sixers over the weekend. And the BetQL model thinks tonight is the
or Sewell Lexus of Fort Worth.
DeMarcus Lawrence is a turn it on, leave it on, just like you.
Tolos, what it do?
Thanks for being a Tolo.
What it do?
On your home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
Even though shortages in demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. Experience the difference today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new road, y'all.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here at 105.3 The Fan, home of the Cowboys, a victorious Cowboys Monday. Coming up at 5 o'clock, NFL True or False Fart False with Wolchuk. We got to talk about this offensive backfield, though, because beyond Dak's near-perfect game, another offensive player went totally off. And for the second time in 3 games, he's made me feel like this is the best skill player that they have. Zeke was back, didn't carry it as much as he used to relative to Tony Pollard. But, well, Chuck, 3 weeks ago, you looked me dead in the eye and said I was overrating my guy Tony Pollard. Would you like to eat those words yet? Are you ready to do that? Are you ready to eat those Tony Pollard doubtful words?
No, I mean, I think Tony Pollard's a good running back, but, I mean, I still don't know that I'd pay him a ton of money. You know what I mean? I just think that running backs, you can get value from a running back. I love what Tony Pollard's doing. He's having a great year. I don't know that I want to get locked into a big money deal with Tony Pollard.
I'll tell you what I don't want to do is imagine the offense without him.
Saw that tweet last night.
Yeah, I know you did. A lot of people saw it. A lot of people tweeted and agreed with me. They said, Dawson, that's some good Cowboys content you got right there.
No, hey, right now I don't want to.
You should have hit that in Cowboys Twitter.
Right now I wouldn't want to envision it without him either. He's playing some great football. But
how much is the tag on Schultz?
10.
So for 2 more million.
If you want to tag Pollard, you keep him around for 1 more year, not going to fight you on that.
Be a nice payday for him.
Would you tag him for 1 year? You're going to probably bring Schultz back, and you're probably going to do something with Tyron Smith, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you know, you
Schultz
can find the money.
They're not bringing Schultz back.
But it's where's the money best spent? I think it's rare that it's best spent on a running back. But some guys are so fast and can help the passing game as well. Well, Chuck, that's a huge thing. You don't want to pay the running back, but what if the running back is routinely getting huge pass plays for touchdowns? Then I think you're dealing with something else.
And I'm with you there. The problem is, until yesterday, we just hadn't seen that.
That's what I was going to say.
That's the issue. We haven't been able to rely on that kind of production, and we haven't been able to rely on Kellen Moore and Dak and them being able to get that out of Tony Pollard.
Hopefully yesterday clarified it because I don't know if he's a down-in, down-out runner. But if you're mixing it up and you have another guy, now I'm not saying set the market money.
Yeah.
You know, we're not ever going to want to do that again.
Yeah.
But assuming that his market and your market is you're seeing eye to eye on stuff, no other running back has 2 30-plus touchdown catches this season. Alvin Kamara has 1. First running back with multiple 30-plus touchdown catches since Jamal Charles in 2015. First Cowboys running back with 100-plus receiving and 50-plus rushing in the same game since Emmitt Smith. In 1993 is what Todd Archer, ESPN, pointed out. I mean, you know, Zeke didn't have great stats, but you could also feel the importance of him and you know, what he brings to the table as well. And I wouldn't want to do it all without Tony Pollard, but I need them to try really hard for Tony Pollard to be a part of it. The other thing here is he hasn't spent 4 years totaling close to 300 touches, you know, or 400 touches like some of these guys.
That's huge.
Plenty of tread left on those tires.
Yeah, don't ask the GM if you feel like he's wasted his career. Don't do that. That's a bad idea.
They did.
Yeah, they did. They wasted the first 3 years for sure. They could have been a lot better. I think he's one of the rare running backs where, like, when he gets the ball, other players might get 3 yards, and he ends up taking it all the way in for a touchdown. It's the speed, the elusiveness, and the sneaky power that he plays with. He'll run right through arm tackles. And I know you can get good players in the draft. You're not going to be able to replicate that. You could draft running backs for 10 years and not replicate the unique things that Tony Pollard is giving you.
Then you ought to pay him.
I do. I want to. Yeah.
Then you ought to pay him. If that statement that you just said, if that should be someone should say that in a meeting room.
Yeah.
You know, hey, are we ever going to find a guy like this? You know, is there somebody like that? Now, again, I start watching college players December 1st. You know, I can't tell you if there's somebody in this. There's a lot of good running backs. I know Texas has some good running.
Bijan Robinson, Roshan Johnson,
Yeah.
Blake Corum, Zach Evans, Jahmyr Gibbs, Tank Bigsby at Auburn. This year is just an elite running back draft class, and that's why for me, you want to clean the slate. You want to draft a guy, maybe two guys. You snag another one late.
Running back still bust.
They do, but it's pretty few and far between that you're not being able to draft a guy. I mean, there's a lot of rookies this year that have been pretty damn good that are making impacts.
How many were drafted? There's 3 making an impact.
James Cook's starting to really come on for the Bills right now.
You got Houston, Seattle, Bills, and then the Jets. So 4 out of maybe 20 running backs drafted.
The teams that needed running backs, one out of every 5. That took one high, those guys are panning out.
Yeah.
So if you're a team that wants one,
sure, I want to use my first round pick on a corner.
I don't think you need to take one in the first round.
Okay. All right. Well, it is an interesting situation because I've always been against running backs probably for the last 5 or 6 years. I think they need their own collective bargaining deal where they can become free agents much quicker and get paid because they get used and abused, right? And I don't want my team rewarding them. But if you can do things that are unique and affect the passing game, then I can make an exception for you. Okay, elsewhere. Pat Thorman, he works for Establish the Run, tweeting about Dak. What did Dak's game do for you? Dak's the 3rd in EPA per play since returning from injury. 3rd out of all quarterbacks in the NFL in expected points added per play. The Cowboys lead the league in points per game over the last month at 39.0. Thorman says actual humans said Cooper Rush should remain the starting quarterback. So you might want to eat a little bit of crow on that if you were one of those Cooper Rush truthers. We're getting a pretty good eyeful of how good Dak is. But, to me, it was not only about what Dak did and the stats, but overall as a team, it's been really rare the Cowboys have had a moment like this where you beat a team at the top of the conference. 2019, the playoffs against Seattle. That was a huge win. 2016 at Lambeau and Heinz Field. Those were big wins. But I think what you saw yesterday was one of the biggest statements that you'll ever see a Cowboys team make. And if they can, add an Eagles win here in a month, then I think you're starting to see the evidence that maybe this could be the team to go into January and, beat some of these playoff teams. Just an absolute amazing game from Dak Prescott last night. Multiple passes that were perfectly thrown with anticipation in stride.
Yeah, it was gorgeous, man. And it was nice to see Michael Gallup get revitalized a little bit. It just felt like everything was clicking from top to bottom. It's the most well-rounded victory that I could ever remember. I mean, it was the most dominant performance of the season, and it's hard to complain about really anything. Just it was clean, it was dominant, and it shows just how special they can be when all things are clicking like that. It was just beautiful, man.
Yeah, we need that coaching staff to understand exactly how that worked yesterday. I mean, I would have thought.
It's crazy.
Mike McCarthy taking Kellen Moore and saying we got to be smarter when Cooper Rush took over. That was obvious. The games against Detroit and Chicago didn't convince them. The back-to-back Lambeau and then Minnesota experience, that has to convince you. Guys, what the hell were we thinking passing it two-thirds of the time against the Packers? We deserve to lose that with how idiotic we were. And I'd go into Kellen Moore's office if I'm Mark McCarthy today, and I don't quietly close the door. I slam it behind me, and I say, "What the hell was Lambeau? This is how good our damn team is."
Preach.
That loss is on you, bro. Don't let that happen again, or I will be taking the play calling duties from you. Okay? Now I'm going to open this door and I'm going to go talk to the media, and I'm going to talk like I like you. But right now you're on my bleep list because you cost me that game at Lambeau, dude. Okay? That Aaron Rodgers guy, he took away my kid's family home. He chased me out of there. All right? And what did you do? You gifted them the game with that crap game plan. Don't do it again. Okay? Let's go watch some soccer. You see this idiot for the United States who fouled in the box against Gareth Bale, who had no chance of scoring? That's essentially what you did to me at Lambeau.
That's you.
Freaking bleepo! You're not suiting up for our country again.
That's awesome.
NFL true or fart false with Wolchuk. Where are we going? What are we looking at here, Zach?
I got some Cowboys questions for you. Plus, is this a top 5 quarterback in the National Football League? Still next on the Fan.
We got to chat about the Frankles before we do anything else, though. Frankles. 214-333-3333. Truckwreck.com. You know it is the holiday season, and we're all, responsible.
live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Welcome in. It's hour number 4, the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a terrific day. All right, we got the Expressway coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll give you 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider at 5:30. It is a big day up there at the Star. He'll have a full report for you in about 29 minutes. Here's Wolchuk with some NFL true or fart false.
Thank you very much, General. I've got some questions for you, some Cowboys, some general NFL on a Cowboys victory Monday after they just spanked the Vikings around yesterday in Minnesota. If it's your first time playing with us, well, I'll ask the guys a question, and you tell me if you agree, true, or if you disagree, fart, false. And how did this game come about? Well, the very great, talented broadcaster that is Robert Flores, he had this slip up live on air, courtesy of ESPN.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or false? Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
And we begin with our Dallas Cowboys, America's team, and after yesterday's shellacking, a 37-point victory over the Minnesota Vikings, the Cowboys right now, general, are the second best team in the NFC.
Man, I'm going to say third. I'm still going to say third because of how they would match up in the playoffs in a game against the Eagles or 49ers right now. I would pick against the Cowboys. I can't get too caught up in the moment.
All right, that's a fart.
Yeah, I'm going to have to fart on that as well. I do think that the Eagles and the Niners still deserve to be right there. And honestly, I guess on resume, the Cowboys should be considered top 2, but I feel like the Niners are scary enough for me to still put them ahead in a weird way. I know their record doesn't really reflect it, but I do have a Niners fear that I just can't seem to overcome right now.
Okay, so we got 2 farts right here.
The old double fart back-to-backer with Broad is trying to... Are we going for the Triple Crown here,
Hitting a real big gassy smoke bomb in here.
No, I'm going to say that's true.
Yes!
Thank God.
You know what? I really... The San Francisco game would bother me. I think that they could beat Philadelphia with Dak Prescott at quarterback.
100%.
And that's why I know they're 9-1, and I think the Cowboys, as bad as that Packers loss was, and we'll see. Green Bay plays Philadelphia this week. Philadelphia might be in a situation where, Green Bay might be just ready to quit, already in Philadelphia will have an easy time of it. But I kind of feel like, though, that what I saw yesterday gave me some hope because I saw Philadelphia beat Minnesota, but I didn't see him beat Minnesota like Dallas beat Minnesota yesterday.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of feeling like Dallas, San Francisco, Philadelphia, kind of all in that mix. I'm going to say true, they're the second best right now.
Yeah, so you have them between the Eagles 1, Cowboys, and then Niners?
Yeah, because I really don't I don't know how that matchup would totally – I need to study the 49ers. I tell you, I think we're sleeping on Seattle a little bit too. I didn't mean to make a pun there. But
nice one, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's a team at 6-4 that – I don't know, the way they run the ball and the way they play defense, maybe they're a little bit better than I think they would be.
It's like Tennessee.
Yeah. But I think Dallas with Dak Prescott playing Philadelphia, that would be a pretty – I'd have to give Dallas the nod on that one.
Yeah, I would say true as well.
But I don't know about San Francisco yet.
Today, right now. Right. But, San Fran's that scary team because of just how dominant they are on either side of the line of scrimmage.
Oh, they could lose tonight against Arizona and Mexico, though.
They could. They are a weird team.
Tonight.
Yeah. But there will be no Kyler Murray as he's still got that hamstring injury. He's also been playing a lot of Call of Duty with that new game.
The fact that I didn't pick the Niners in the survivor pool is really, really hurting me right now.
It
really
should be.
stinging.
It should be. Let's piggyback on that Tony Pollard conversation. Eric, I'll start with you. True or fart? The Cowboys are going to end up franchising Tony Pollard next year.
Oh, I'm gonna say that's a true. I do think they're going to end up doing that because I think they're going to have.
Can I ask what the transition tag is on this one?
I
know it's $12 million on the franchise, I probably should have looked
It's
that
just
up.
so rare that teams use that transition tag.
Well, all that means is it's the same number as the franchise tag, right? Except you
think it's
attach
less.
2 first-round picks to it.
Yeah, I think there's some other way you can use it to your advantage, but not having to pay the $12 million.
The transition tag, and we'll see if somebody else signs to raise this, but as of right now, it's a little over $8 million, $8.34 million.
Oh, wow. Okay, so it's even
So
less.
it would be $2 million less.
But other teams have the opportunity to negotiate a deal with him, and if they come to that agreement, then you as the Cowboys would have to decide if you want to like match it or just take a first-round pick or 2 first-round picks from that team.
I think it's just I think
Man, that would be the smartest way to do it.
Well, first you got to cut Zeke to take his $12.5 million out of the formula for the average of the top 5 paid backs. Now that probably drops your number down another $1.5 million or $2 million, and I don't know what the number could end up being. I think it's going to happen though, because I don't think the Cowboys will want to give him a long-term deal, and Pollard and his agent will be looking for exactly that. So it's the only way that it makes sense. Then you draft another running back and you try to find his replacement in the 12 months.
Yeah, because right now I like that. Like I like the idea of maybe you franchise tag Pollard, you keep him around for a year. I don't think Zeke's going to be on this team because unless they work out a tank-like situation where you restructure. But I think this is a dynamite running back class where you should draft your running back of the future.
I'm sure I'm going to get a text message from the front office saying stop this transition tag talk and all that.
Well, so the reason the transition tag is cheaper is it's the top 10 running backs. They take that salary versus the top 5 salaries of the position, which is the franchise tag.
And does it just give you the option? I mean, the rules.
It gives you the option of first refusal.
Just a first refusal. No other benefit other than that, right?
Not that I'm seeing.
Oh, there's no draft pick compensation?
There's no draft pick compensation in the transition tag. There's only the franchise tag.
Interesting. I thought there was a draft pick going along with that.
Not that I'm seeing.
Okay.
I consider doing that.
Yeah, I think we all go true there, though.
Yep. All right, how about this? Stay within the division. Brian Broad is true or fart. The Eagles' offense is in trouble without Dallas Goedert.
I think it's true. Yeah, they look like a clearly different team. You know, they got down in the red zone and got. They're usually a pretty good red zone team, and they got yesterday watching them. They didn't look as good. Dallas Goedert, I mean, they miss him for the screen game, stuff like that. You know, those throws that he was a real benefit to Hurts in those games. You know, as they're winning those games. He's like that guy you just throw the ball to. He's going to be reliable. He's not going to be in the wrong spot. You're not going to get, mistakes from him. So yeah, I'm feeling like that. Yeah, it's a different group with him not in there as a tight end.
It really seemed like in the fourth quarter when they needed something, they took it. And I was wondering, are they not running Hurts as much? But he ran 16 times yesterday.
Ran for the game winner.
Yeah, but he won the game for him.
Just 17 points. Yes, I would say they absolutely are in trouble. This Eagles team is, not the 9-1 strength that their record indicates.
Yeah, no Goddard certainly hurts things, and the turnovers continue to hurt him now in back-to-back weeks. They had 2 again, and they had been so turnover-averse throughout the first good chunk of this season, and then you saw them turn the ball over all over the place on Monday Night Football, and then they get 2 turnovers this week. The turnovers are hurting them even more, but the Goddard loss, and it was the first game without him, so we'll see how they evolve over the next few weeks and start to adjust things. But right now, yeah, you can see a massive difference because that's a security blanket. You mentioned the screens, Broad. It's like for as good as Jalen Hurts is right now, he's still not a drop back and read the field. Like you still need to give him some easy completions, and Goddard is the perfect guy for that. And so not having him, yeah, Goddard's a top 5 tight end in the league. Anybody would miss him.
Oh, and he's going to be back in like December.
I believe so.
I think they said like a month, maybe.
Okay.
So yeah, I think he should be back for the meat of the season, as Jerry Jones would say when they're hoping to get Tyron back. And I think that's a big fat true. All right, Eric, back to you. Keep it in the NFC East. The Heine man, Taylor Heineke, is good enough to take the Commandos to the playoffs.
I think he is good enough to take him to the playoffs for sure. We've seen Taylor Heineke in the playoffs as well a few years ago versus Tom Brady. Give them everything they can handle right there. He is good enough. And their defense, something about a Jack Del Rio defense, it feels like in the second half they get better. Last year, they came out of the gates, Washington did, with high expectations defensively. They struggled mightily. But by the end of the season, if you just looked at their defense in the final 8 weeks, you'd be looking at one of the better defenses in the sport. And now they're starting to trend in the right direction. And oh, by the way, here comes Chase Young. He just got activated to the 53 today. So it seems like, yes, absolutely, they got enough. And Heineke has been the best quarterback in that organization for the last 3 years. They've been doing everything they can to put somebody else in the starting lineup over Heineke, and he just continues to prove them wrong, I guess. And then he's Bush Lighting on the victory plane.
He's Bush Lighting.
Yeah, look at the big brain on Broadus. He picked him in G-Bag Survivor and was notoriously victorious. I think they will now. I've resisted it up until this point, but I think they're better than the Giants. And they face the Giants December 4th and 18th.
Yeah, that's where I was going.
And the Giants face the Cowboys and Eagles here in the next 3 weeks.
Yeah.
So they might be the other wild card team in this division running away by the time we get to Christmas.
Are we about to see a Giants tank job?
I think so. I think it's very possible.
Yeah, Gavin's right. I mean, the Commanders have they have Atlanta at home this week. And Atlanta's got to keep winning. I mean, they had a nice victory yesterday against Chicago. They got Kyle Pitts is going to be out for a while now. That'll hurt them a little bit. But, Atlanta's trying to win the South. But, I think the Commanders with Heineke, they're so much confident. They're a more confident football team. It's a good group of receivers. They got a really nice tight end. They run the ball. Robinson being back in the mix. And the defense, Dallas didn't, you talk about a team that Dallas did not run the ball well on. This was the Commanders. I think the Commanders, their fate's going to get decided here. They could go on a little bit of a more of a run. Beat Atlanta, beat the Giants, go on the bye, beat the Giants again. We're talking about them with 9 wins right there.
Can I sneak in a little true or fart question here?
Yeah, I'm going to go farting on Heineke, by the way.
You're farting on Heineke?
Yeah, he's that guy that'll keep Washington in the hunt graphic. They're not actually going to get in the playoffs.
He's got too much.
He's
got too much moxie to be.
He's better than Wentz. Don't get me wrong. Like, he's the guy they've got to play.
If they went back to Wentz, would you say that right now?
No. He's their guy. 100%. Like, I'm with you. Heineke is the dude they've got to play, but I still don't think he's good enough ultimately, because we've seen this with him before, where he's got them around this mark at Thanksgiving. It happened 2 years ago when they came and played the Cowboys and Andy Dalton, and ultimately at the end of the year, it's not good enough.
The pooping happens.
So, I just don't. I'm not quite buying them an actual playoff team, but I do think they'll be like an 8-9 win team.
Okay, true or fart, boys. How
they
about this one?
finish ahead of the Giants. Watch.
Okay,
I like that. I like that. True or fart, the Cordell Patterson discovering that his touchdown return, which is the 9th for his career, catapulted him to be the NFL leader in the history of the sport for kickoff returns for a touchdown. True or fart, that was the most surprising thing of the NFL weekend. That Cordell Patterson is the leader in NFL history in most kickoff returns for touchdowns. That blew me away. Does that didn't surprise you? I was like,
it was
Cordell
surprising.
Patterson now leads the league in the history of the sport with more kickoff returns for touchdowns.
I would have thought Hester.
Hester comes to mind.
Hester.
I guess he was more of a punt returner.
Yeah,
but do you know who was the record holder before him?
Was it Dante Hall?
It was not. And this is surprising too, kind of.
Is it a shocker? Was it the Browns guy?
Josh Cribbs.
Josh Cribbs
was the NFL leader, and now it's Cordell Patterson. I'm just blown away by that.
Wow.
I wasn't expecting that.
It was that. I mean, that can be a true for me. Yeah. I mean, when I saw that he had set the record, I was like, damn, I didn't realize he had that many.
Right, and for the longest one ever, it was 103 yards. That's the longest kickoff return ever in the history of the sport. Yeah. So, nice. Kudos.
No doubt.
Cordell.
Pretty ass, my dude. Badass, my dude.
About to say, bro.
Now, this is pretty. Charles Davis yesterday during the game, he was calling Colts and Eagles. I thought he had one of the worst games of his career as a color broadcaster.
Wow,
he was horrible. He was really.
I thought Jim Nance was really bad yesterday too.
Did you?
Yeah, it was really awkward. Like he couldn't find the right words to say half dozen times. I was
Romo was definitely being goofy. Romo was doing like some horny stuff.
Yeah, but
carrying the loads, heavy loads.
Yeah.
They're supposed to have like good chemistry.
Romy was
squirt through.
He was being a little freaky deaky in the booth, but
he kind of laughing about it while he was doing it.
Oh yeah.
Charles Davis was talking like Jalen Hurts is a no doubt. What are you watching if you don't think he's the best quarterback in football? What are you watching if you don't see Patrick Mahomes on Sunday night and think he's the best quarterback in football? Charles Davis, open your eyeballs. But right now, Jalen Hurts, top 5 quarterback in the NFL. True or fart?
I'm going to go with true because of what the game is. If we're going by the rules or how offense was called 5 years ago, then no, I'd probably have him in the middle of the pack, 12 to 15, something like that. But, what he's doing is just so effective. And as he showed in the fourth quarter last night, if you need a big play, he is so strong. Like the play where they're getting inside like the 10 and he's heading for the sideline, a linebacker came up and he hulked on the linebacker. The linebacker went back and he was like, I'm just going straight to the sideline here. Boom, you sit down. And dude, I mean, his power and his legs, they make things so much easier on his ability to pass the ball. And it's all complementing each other. It's like, is Steph Curry the greatest ball handler and playmaker? No. But the opposition is terrified of him shooting a 3 in their face. So they're all up on him, jumping at him nonstop. And he's like, I'm just going around you now. I'm just going around you now, again and again and again. He doesn't even have to be quick, fast, or strong to completely dominate the game of basketball. So it's a total dynamic shifter. The skill set isn't there based on everywhere the NFL has been going for the last 40 years. But the NFL has evolved to such a weird place that, yes, I think he's a legit MVP candidate and a top 5 quarterback in today's game.
Yeah, I'll co-sign everything you just said. He's probably somewhere between 15 and 20 as a passer, but as a quarterback, and you accompany the entire skill set of him being able to run the ball and the fact that they have weapons outside of Goddard being injured now and an offense tailored to him, he is top 5 right now.
Stylistically, of course.
Yes.
Stylistically.
They made passing the ball so easy with the rules that they made defenses be obsessed with it and let you run. And here you have, I'm surprised they're not doing more with Lamar Jackson with Baltimore. You got to figure out a way to take advantage of this stuff. Dak runs it 3 times yesterday for 15 yards, had a huge impact on the game. Just do it a little bit.
That's a great point. I wonder with Lamar, they're trying to reserve that just to keep him healthy. Because he got hurt last year and it bleeped.
I'll tell you what, these quarterbacks running down the field are taking advantage of teams not being able to wipe them out.
Yeah.
Because they'll keep running.
Mahomes is doing some of it too.
They'll cut back inside, and then if you slide, you're going to get 15 yards, you get hit, and teams are afraid to touch you. They're afraid to tackle you.
All righty, it is time now for the Expressway. Thank you, Wolchuk, for that true or fart false. 10 guys on the Cowboys injury report. Is there enough time for them to be healthy and be a good bet to get the win against the Giants? But caller number 10 right now, you win a pair of party passes to see your Dallas Cowboys take on the Giants at AT&T on Thanksgiving Day, courtesy of Miller Lite at 877-881-1053. Caller 10, you're going. The Expressway is coming up next in the nation. I want to chat about Diamonds Direct before we do that, though. Diamonds Direct, the best way, the